Martial Peak, Chapter 55-52, Treatment and Recuperation. Yang Kai did not bother to think too deeply about the matter. Right now, he was in critical condition. Both his physical body and his soul had sustained grave injuries. Even his left eye was damaged due to the strain of activating his demon eye of annihilation earlier, so he could not even see clearly at the moment. Besides, he was not the only person who was seriously wounded. Every member of the 3 squads assisting him earlier was also covered in injuries with varying degrees of severity. It was a minor miracle that there were no fatalities. Aside from a few members in Dawn whom he did not know very well, the members of all 3 squads had very close relations with Yang Kai, so if any of them had suffered a sudden misfortune, it would have been a devastating loss to him indeed. Yang Kai's divine sense fluctuated as he communicated to Feng Ying. Feng Ying received his message and nodded lightly in response. While Yang Kai was recuperating, the others also took the time to treat their wounds. Only those cultivating the Tao of Space had no time to rest. At the same time, outside the portal to the Universe Cave Heaven, the 4 territory lords headed by Mo Na Yi along with many Black Ink clan masters were struggling to shatter the void. Space before them twisted and contorted under the impact of their violent onslaught, causing countless cracks to appear. Suddenly, the vague image of a portal seemed to appear in front of them. The other end of the portal was connected to another world that was hidden inside the void. Overjoyed, the Black Ink clan immediately increased the intensity of their attacks. As long as they could break open the portal, they could invade the Universe Cave Heaven. At that time, the humans inside would have nowhere else to run. The primary target was none other than the army commander of the profound Nether Army, Yang Kai. If they could kill him here, then they would deal a huge blow to the morale of the human race. The others were of no importance. Yang Kai was certainly worthy of his reputation. When Mo Na Yi received the messages from profound Nether territory and the no-return pass, he did not dare to underestimate Yang Kai's strength. For that reason, he even went so far as to specially request 5 additional territory lords as reinforcements. Combining the 5 additional territory lords with the 5 original territory lords in Acacia territory would mean a total of 10 territory lords were available for this mission. However, there were only 4 territory lords left. 10 territory lords had been reduced to 4 in just half a day. Yang Kai had killed 4 territory lords earlier and trapped another 2 inside the portal, and there was no saying whether those 2 territory lords were dead or alive. If they failed to eliminate Yang Kai here, then the Black Ink clan would have suffered an enormous loss. On top of that, the Black Ink clan army of 100,000 initially deployed outside the Universe Cave Heaven had almost been completely wiped out. Regardless of the costs, Yang Kai had to die here. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Under the continuous barrage of the territory lords, the portal in the void seemed to teeter on the verge of destruction, but never actually shattered apart. The territory lords were filled with a mixture of rage and helplessness seeing this result. Following several consecutive days of effort, the strength of each territory lord declined considerably. Even an innate territory lord like Mo Na Yi was exhausted. What's wrong with this portal? Mo Na Yi was very puzzled at first. Then, he abruptly recalled something that made his expression sink sharply. Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of Space. Furthermore, things like the portal of a Universe Cave Heaven were strongly correlated to the Tao of Space. He must be stabilizing the portal on the other side. Otherwise, it makes no sense for it to remain intact for so long. Doesn't that mean all our efforts were for naught? Should we continue? Should we give up? Even if we continue, we might not be able to destroy the portal with Yang Kai stabilizing it from the other side, but if we give up now that things had reached this point, how could he willingly give up? Thus, he made his decision in an instant. We will continue. Seeing how exhausted they were, Mo Na Yi was certain that Yang Kai was not doing any better. Out of the 4 territory lords, only Yu Gong was slightly injured while the other 3 were unharmed. In contrast, Yang Kai was severely wounded. With such injuries, how long could he last while constantly stabilizing the portal corridor? He was bound to break down sooner or later, and once the portal was destroyed, he would be easy prey for their picking. Let's see how long he can persist. Mo Na Yi coldly snorted in his heart. Raising his hand, he actually killed a large number of Black Ink clansmen nearby in one blow. An abundance of Black Ink strength immediately gushed out from the bodies of the deceased Black Ink clansmen, which Mo Na Yi grabbed and condensed into a ball that he stuffed into his mouth to replenish his lost strength. Seeing this, the other 3 territory lords quickly followed suit. There were some 20,000 Black Ink clan soldiers outside the portal at this point, but in the blink of an eye, nearly half of them died on the spot. Meanwhile, the surviving troops trembled in fear. The territory lords have gone insane. To think they are using such barbaric means to replenish their strength. Unfortunately, they were powerless to defend against the actions of the territory lords and didn't even dare to entertain the thought of running away. The days thus passed by quietly. Inside the universe cave heaven, Yang Kai's injuries healed at an impressive speed. At this moment, the human race masters inside the universe cave heaven had divided themselves into 3 distinct groups. The first group was the human race masters under Yang Kai's command who came here on a rescue mission, the second group consisted of the 1,000 or so hunters, and the final group was made up of the trapped human refugees who were headed by Li Ziyu. The people Yang Kai brought here and the people under Li Ziyu were gathered together in their respective groups, while the 1,000 or so hunters were somewhat spread out. Small groups of hunters maintained a certain distance from each other, but nobody found the arrangement odd or inappropriate. The existence of Black Ink disciples required constant vigilance after all. That was also part of the reason why hunters generally did not gather together in large groups. There was no saying where a Black Ink disciple could be hiding. If they did not practice such vigilance, it would only be a matter of time before they met their untimely deaths during their travels. Li Ziyu's group and the hunters even took the initiative to stay away from Yang Kai's group to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. Half a month later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Most of his physical injuries had healed by now, and although he was not fully recovered, his wounds no longer impeded his combat capabilities. The injuries to his soul needed more time to heal, but the soul-warming lotus would take care of that. When he looked up, Yang Kai immediately saw the deathly pale complexions of Su Yen and others. Moreover, they were swaying unsteadily as though they were about to collapse at any moment. The struggle over the past half-month had pushed them to their limits. Once they reached that limit, there would be nobody else to stabilize the universe cave heaven. If that happened, it would not take long for the territory lords outside to break open the portal. Yang Kai raised his brow in astonishment as he thought to himself, the territory lords outside are truly persistent. It's been half a month yet they're still bombarding the void. Nevertheless, this was the outcome he had hoped to see. Feeling secretly triumphant, he manipulated space principles and simultaneously sent a transmission to Su Yen and the others. In the next moment, Su Yen, Yang Xiao, Lu Yen, and the unknown Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master slumped to the ground while stuffing various spirit pills for recovery into their mouths. They were so tired that they didn't even have the strength to speak anymore. The confrontation for the past half a month had truly pushed them to their limits and beyond. The constant trembling of the universe cave heaven did not stop. However, Yang Kai had already taken over the task of stabilizing it. Space principles fluctuated around him, maintaining a balance with the external shocks and preventing the destruction of the universe cave heaven. Compared to the focused demeanor that Su Yen and the others had portrayed, Yang Kai's performance seemed much more relaxed. He naturally exceeded them by a great degree when it came to mastery of the Tao of Space, as it was his foundational Grand Tao. Even his title as Void Great Emperor was derived from his attainments in the Tao of Space. Yang Kai next turned to look at Feng Ying, who slowly shook her head when she met eyes with him. Half a month ago, he had instructed her to keep watch over the hunters to see whether there were any abnormalities among them. He was very vigilant towards the existence of the Black Ink disciples because others couldn't identify them unless they took the initiative to reveal themselves. These hunters had been roaming around the Black Ink clan's territory for many years, decades even in some cases. Hence, there was no guarantee that none of them had been defeated and captured by the Black Ink clan. Black Ink disciples were valuable tools who could be sent back to acquire intelligence on the human race or lure other hunters into various traps. Such practices were common among the current Black Ink clan. Feng Ying had not discovered anything after observing them for the past half a month, so there were either no Black Ink disciples among the hunters, or they did not dare to act recklessly for fear of her strength as an 8th Order master. Yang Kai had been too busy to deal with this matter previously, but he had some time to spare now. There were many ways Yang Kai could settle this issue, but he was short on time and patience, so he decided to use the most direct method. Activating the great sun and moon marks without another word, dazzling yellow and blue lights appeared out of nowhere and merged to form a small, pure white sun. The white sun that leapt out from where Yang Kai stood in the universe cave heaven exploded out and bathed the entire world in pure white light. A few people turned pale at the sight while others tried to escape into the sky, but under a surge of space principles, everyone was locked in place and did not move far. Inside the white light, an energy that resembled Black Ink strength suddenly leaked out from several individuals and was purified. At the same time, the human race masters with Black Ink strength pouring out of their body howled in agony, their expressions contorting in extreme pain. Fortunately, they soon returned to a peaceful state. A short while later, the white light dissipated and vanished. Many people revealed expressions of guilt among the hunters. Furthermore, countless looks of astonishment came from all directions. Yang Kai snorted. Although he had guessed that there would be Black Ink disciples among the hunters, he had not expected the number to be so high. Out of 1,000 hunters, about 60 of them were actually Black Ink disciples. Moreover, a large number of them were in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. In some cases, only 1 or 2 members of a squad were corrupted by the Black Ink strength, while in others, the entire group had been converted into Black Ink disciples. What stunned Yang Kai was that nobody among the 10,000 human refugees in Li Ziyu's group had been corrupted by Black Ink strength, but upon further consideration, it was not that surprising. They had been hiding in this universe cave heaven from the start and had not been in contact with the outside world for more than a couple decades now. Since they did not come into contact with the Black Ink clan, it was only natural that they were not corrupted by Black Ink strength. It was simply bad luck that their whereabouts were exposed. After being trapped for so many years, Li Ziyu and the others naturally wanted to leave this place and return to human-controlled territory. In the end, their whereabouts were discovered by the Black Ink clan when they sent scouts to investigate the situation outside, and a siege was subsequently built around the universe cave heaven. Purifying light? Somebody seemed to recognize the pure white light and muttered. Those who became hunters generally did not come from the cave heavens and paradises but from the other sects, hence, they had never participated in the previous wars or fought with the main human army. Naturally, they had never seen purifying light before. Some had heard stories about the past where each human army was said to have its own purifying Black Ink battleship. These purifying Black Ink battleships contained purifying light, which could dispel and purify Black Ink strength. Even a Black Ink disciple could regain their original self after being bathed in purifying light. Unfortunately, the supply of purifying light was exhausted after many long wars and crusades. Before Yang Kai's return, they had been relying solely on purifying Black Ink pills to resist the corrosion of Black Ink strength. Although the effects of purifying Black Ink pill were excellent, there was no denying that purifying light was better. These hunters, who never had the chance to see the purifying light, finally witnessed it for the first time today. "Old Zhou, what happened to you?" one of the hunters asked. The human race master called Old Zhou was part of a 4-man team, all of whom were Black Ink disciples. Needless to say, they once fell into the hands of the Black Ink clan and were converted into Black Ink disciples. Old Zhou looked sorrowful. "Don't mention it. We accidentally ran into a territory lord a year ago and failed to escape." "You sure were unlucky," the person who spoke earlier sighed. Old Zhou's squad was small in number and not particularly strong. Consisting of only 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 2 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, there was no room for resistance when they encountered a territory lord. The reason they survived was that the territory lord believed that they were more useful if they were corrupted by black ink strength instead. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-53, Trapped. While speaking, old Zhou timidly snuck a glance at Yang Kai, only to discover that Yang Kai was not paying attention to them at all. What was there to be bothered about? Even a fool could have guessed that there were black ink disciples among the hunters, but there were no means to confirm the identity of these black ink disciples. Fortunately, nothing could be hidden once the purifying light enveloped them. The black ink disciples could no longer be considered such since they regained their true nature after the purifying light dispelled the black ink strength from them. Regardless of what they did in the past, they did not act out of their own will, hence, Yang Kai had no intention to blame them for their actions. Old Zhou and the others realized this and breathed a sigh of relief. Among the 1,000 or so hunters, there were around 60 black ink disciples. That was more than 5% of the population here, which was not a small proportion. However, this ratio was likely an aberration. External factors, including the special arrangements of the Black Ink clan in Acacia territory, probably played a role which affected the ratio. Seeing as the Black Ink clan wanted to use the humans trapped in Acacia territory as bait, it was only natural for them to dispatch more Black Ink disciples to gather intelligence among the humans. That was why the ratio of Black Ink disciples was as high as 5%. In reality, the ratio of Black Ink disciples existing among the hunters was nowhere near as high. Ignoring the matter regarding the Black Ink disciples, Yang Kai turned to look at Li Ziyu and asked, "Are you the leader here?" Li Ziyu stepped forward and cupped his fist. Red Sun Army's Li Ziyu greets Army Commander Yang. Over the past half-month, Li Ziyu learned about Yang Kai's appointment as the army commander of the Profound Nether Army and various other matters about the outside world from the members of Dawn. After hiding in the universe cave heaven for several dozen years, the world outside had changed entirely, causing him to feel slightly depressed. Be that as it may, it was touching to know that the army commander of the Profound Nether Army would put himself in danger just to rescue them. In truth, Li Ziyu disapproved of this decision by the higher-ups as there were too many things that could have gone and still could go wrong. It was not a big deal if 1 or 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders were to die in battle. However, the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Army commander would have a large impact on the entire army. Even more so when the current army commanders held higher statuses than the army commanders on the Black Ink battlefield back then. Which army commander serving on the battlefields spread across the various great territories did not have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of soldiers under their command. In contrast, an individual army only consisted of some 8,000 or so masters at each great pass on the Black Ink battlefield. In any case, Li Ziyu understood the current situation. The news regarding Acacia territory had spread to the general public. Regardless of how many humans had been trapped in Acacia territory, the Supreme Headquarters could not turn a blind eye to the situation. If they ignored these trapped refugees, then the morale among the troops battling on the front lines would drop significantly. The Black Ink clan was very cunning indeed. Despite knowing that it was a trap, the human race had no choice but to jump right in. Judging by the current situation, it would seem that the army commander of the Profound Nether Army was extremely outstanding. The ability to lead 3 squads and slaughter 4 innate territory lords. That was not something ordinary people could hope to achieve. Unfortunately, it was somewhat embarrassing for him to also be trapped inside this universe cave heaven now. Red Sun Army? Yang Kai seemed slightly stunned. Do you know Ning Qiji? Ning Qiji came from the Red Sun Paradise, so although not all members of the Red Sun Army belonged to Red Sun Paradise, there was still a chance. Yang Kai had experienced various life and death situations with Ning Qiji of Red Sun Paradise, but ultimately the latter died in battle. Li Ziyu bowed. In terms of seniority, he was my martial uncle. Red Sun Paradise produces outstanding talents in every generation. Yang Kai sighed in appreciation. Li Ziyu replied, "You're giving too much credit, sir." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively, showing no interest in making small talk. Instead, he looked at the 10,000 human race masters here and asked, These cultivators are not just from Acacia territory, right? There are also cultivators from a nearby great territory. More than 10 years ago, they passed through Acacia territory during the Great Evacuation, and so we all decided to head towards the designated Great Territory together. Unfortunately, the Black Ink clan invaded and we had no choice but to hide here until today. Yang Kai nodded lightly. 10,000 might seem like a lot, but their strengths varied greatly from individual to individual. There were not many Open Heaven Realm Masters among them, and those that had reached that realm did not have particularly high orders. In fact, Li Ziyu and a few of his companions were the only 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them. With such a force, nothing good would come from confronting the Black Ink clan army. Although they hid inside the Universe Cave Heaven out of desperation, they at least managed to protect themselves from danger. It was lucky that there was a Universe Cave Heaven in Acacia territory that was discovered and managed by Acacia sect many years ago, otherwise, they would not have had a place to hide in the first place. Seeming to realize what Yang Kai was thinking, Li Ziyu quickly offered, "Sir, if you wish to charge out, we are willing to be the vanguard." The other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded in agreement, looking resolute. Yang Kai glanced sideways at Li Ziyu. "The vanguard? Are you planning to rush right to your deaths? For territory lords are waiting outside." Forget the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, even for Yang Kai. He would be beaten close to death if he were to charge out recklessly. When he killed the territory lords previously, he had the advantage of numerous favorable conditions. The soul-rending thorns were extremely potent tools, but could he fight 1 against 4 in a direct confrontation? 2 would be difficult enough. But Li Ziyu wanted to object. "Why are we not charging out? Are we going to just keep hiding here?" Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt Li Ziyu. "Let's wait for now." Li Ziyu did not know what Yang Kai was waiting for, however, he had no choice but to back down. Yang Kai glanced at the portal with a frown on his face. Now that he was trapped inside the Universe Cave Heaven, he could not help feeling uncomfortable. Besides, he could not delay for too long if he wanted to break out of this place. The territory lords outside might have called for more reinforcements by now. Although he did not know who was acting as the commander of the Black Ink clan here, just by looking at how a total of 10 territory lords had been guarding Acacia territory, Yang Kai could tell that this leader was a cautious person. If his guess was correct, the other party would have requested more reinforcements by now. Once more territory lords arrived, their chances of breaking out of this situation would become even slimmer. If he really wanted to leave, then he had to figure out a solution as soon as possible. Yang Kai considered his options for a moment as he continued treating his wounds. After all, he had yet to heal completely. After another half-month, Su Yen and the others had gradually recovered from their fatigue. They had not been seriously injured before, but the burden of controlling space principles and resisting the impact from the outside world was too great. Half a month was enough time for them to recover. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master came to Yang Kai and bowed. "Wan Lishan greets Tao Lord." Then he turned to Miao Fei Ping beside Yang Kai. "Greetings, Senior Brother Miao." Yang Kai opened his eyes and stared at the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. "Are you from the Void Dao Temple?" Those who would address him as Tao Lord could only be disciples from the Void Dao Temple. Yang Kai had already guessed as much earlier. This 6th Order Master cultivated the Tao of space, and although his attainments were not very high, he still had considerable skill. It was highly likely that he came from the Void Dao Temple and inherited some of Yang Kai's Grand Dao. Many of those who came from the Void Dao Temple were in similar situations, having varying degrees of accomplishments in the Dao of space, Dao of time, and the Spear Dao. However, most had inherited Yang Kai's Spear Dao because it was much easier to comprehend compared to the Dao of space and the Dao of time. That had always been the case. However, the disciples from the Void Dao Temple began to flourish even more ever since Yang Kai comprehended the myriad Grand Daos in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. An increasing number of Grand Daos were cultivated by the Void Dao Temple disciples now. It could be said that the future Grand Daos of the cultivators from the Void Dao Temple were closely related to Yang Kai. Needless to say, not all of them were related to Yang Kai, even though most of them were. This Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was quite powerful, and his aptitude was clearly extraordinary. Seeing as Yang Kai did not recognize him, that could only mean that he came from the last batch of cultivators he released from his small universe. It was also the batch that Yang Kai released in Voidland when he returned from the Black Ink battlefield. There were some 5,000 people in that batch, so it was natural for Yang Kai to not recall all their faces. Those people had all advanced to the Open Heaven realm in Voidland at the time, which had shocked Bai Shi, Mo Mei, and all the others. Every one of that batch had advanced to the 6th or 7th Order Open Heaven realm, making for an extremely spectacular scene. Some disciples originated from the Dao Temple that Yang Kai released on the Black Ink battlefield directly, but their numbers were not high each time. Yang Kai might not be able to remember everybody's names, but they would at least look familiar to him. If Wan Lushan had advanced to the Open Heaven realm in Voidland, then not much time had passed since his breakthrough. In other words, he had advanced directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Thus, he was expected to reach the 8th Order in the future. His aptitude was certainly outstanding. Why didn't you join the army? Yang Kai asked. Wan Lushan explained respectfully, we advanced to the Open Heaven realm in Voidland, then retreated to the star boundary with Senior Bai Shi. Most of my Dao brothers and sisters joined the various armies, but some of us followed the head manager's orders and became hunters. We were tasked with the responsibility of investigating the movements of the Black Ink clan in the various great territories. So it was Hua Qingxi's work. Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. Hunters were not just lone wolves who did not fit in with the army, they were also scouts for the human race. Most of the information from the outside was brought back by the hunters who risked their lives to obtain it. That was necessary. After all, it was impossible to fight the Black Ink clan on the battlefields across over a dozen great territories without knowing anything about what the enemy was up to. Hua Qingxi sure is bold. Talents who advanced directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm were candidates with the hope of advancing to the 8th Order in the future. I can't believe she sent them out just like that. Nobody would be able to rescue them if something happened outside. There were probably many others like Wan Lushan. He had the feeling that Hua Qingxi was not the only one doing such things though. The Human Race Supreme Headquarters was bound to have similar arrangements. If nothing else, the news about those trapped in Acacia territory had been provided by the hunters. Many thanks for your hard work, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Dao Lord is the one who gave us a chance to rise in life. It is only right for this disciple to live up to such high expectations. Wan Lushan lowered his head with a respectful expression. All the disciples from the Dao Temple had an almost fanatical worship of Yang Kai, the Dao Lord of the Void Dao Temple. That was because almost everything they had came from Yang Kai. Yang Kai had not known about Hua Qingxi's arrangements, but he had heard from Su Yan and the others about some 200 Open Heaven Realm Masters who were hidden by Hua Qingxi in High Heaven Palace. These 200 were those who had advanced directly to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm back at Voidland. Hua Qingxi had not allowed these 200 to participate in the war yet. Their task was to cultivate diligently. There was no fear of insufficient resources, the only fear was that they could not comprehend or cultivate well. Yang Kai understood Hua Qingxi's intentions. Those who advanced directly to the 7th Order were candidates with the hope of advancing to the 9th Order one day. Nobody would willingly send these candidates to the battlefield. After all, it would be a complete waste if they were slain by a territory lord. It was not expected for all 200 of these candidates to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, but even if only 5% or 10% of them succeeded, that was already equivalent to 10 or 29th Order Open Heaven realm masters. Hua Qingxi could not bring herself to place them on the battlefield, and neither could the higher-ups. There were practically no Open Heaven realm masters who advanced directly to the 7th Order on the battlefields across the various great territories now. Over the years, the Star Boundary had produced numerous talents who advanced directly to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, but these talents had all been hidden away by the cave heavens and paradises because they were the hope and future of the human race. Every single person harbored selfish desires, and although the human race was united in a common cause, Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from other sects would never compare to Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from one's own sect. Zhao Yibai and the others had advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm as well, so according to Hua Qingxi's plans, they were supposed to remain in the star boundary and ignore the fighting outside. It was not too late for them to make a name for themselves when they advanced to the Ninth Order one day. How could she have known that the little ones would sneak out on their own though? Martial Peak, Chapter 55-54, Luring the Enemy In. Yang Kai did not agree with the strategy adopted by the higher-ups of the human race. After all, cultivating blindly behind closed doors did not necessarily lead to one's advancement to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. The cave heavens and paradises had several talented candidates who advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm over countless years. However, there were not nearly as many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors, just over 100 in total. If it were that easy to reach the Ninth Order, then they would not be Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters anymore. Besides, the real strength of those who simply cultivated in seclusion would be questionable even if they were lucky enough to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. Only those who had experienced life-or-death battles and comprehended the mystery of the Grand Tao amid multiple crises could truly be called strong. Although Yang Kai disapproved of the arrangement, he knew that their actions stemmed from a sense of helplessness. The battlefield was extremely dangerous, and it would only take the slightest mistake for even an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to fall in battle. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had contributed so much for the sake of buying more time for the future generation, but if all those talented candidates were to die in the war before reaching the peak, then the human race would no longer have hope of survival. A race without hope was bound to fall into the abyss of despair, sooner or later. Dispelling the distracting thoughts in his head, Yang Kai looked towards Su Yen and the three others. Take over the universe cave heaven. I'll be right back. Su Yen and the others nodded in unison, surging their space principles to stabilize the shaking in their surroundings. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already opened a portal and plunged into it. 3 territory lords had rushed into the portal corridor together. One had been kicked out by Yang Kai, one had been killed, and the last one had escaped into the depths of the void. Yang Kai had been too injured at the time to hunt down the territory lord who escaped, but now was the time to deal with that loose end. Naturally, he could also choose to simply ignore the existence of that territory lord as he might never find his way back after plunging into the depths of the void. It was very difficult for somebody to escape from the void crack. However, it was not impossible. If that territory lord was lucky enough to escape from the void crack, then he would become another powerful enemy for the human race. Therefore, Yang Kai could not give up the opportunity to kill this territory lord. The Black Ink clan was not alone in wanting to annihilate their enemies once and for all. The human race would not let the opportunity to kill a powerful enemy master slip through their fingers either. It didn't take long for Yang Kai to return to the portal corridor where void turbulence overlapped. The portal corridor had become highly unstable because of the previous battle fought here and the 4 territory lords trying to break the void from the outside. Yang Kai had not forgotten the spot where the territory lord had escaped previously, so wandering through the void turbulence alone, he soon arrived at his destination and dove inside the large crack in space that appeared. It was difficult to search for anybody in a place like this, and even Yang Kai did not dare to guarantee that he could find his target. He could only hope that the territory lord had not run or drifted too far, otherwise, there was nothing he could do either. The territory lord had indeed not gone far. The portal corridor had been torn open by the aftermath of their battle at the time, and he mistakenly assumed that this opening was a means of escape. How could he have known that he would find himself deeper inside the void crack after he entered the hole? He was so scared that he did not dare to move around carelessly. Only the fact that Yang Kai had not given chase gave him a slight sense of relief. During this period, he had remained inside the void crack and treated his wounds while searching for an exit. It was a pity that this place was highly abnormal. As he had never cultivated space principles before, he found moving around to be extremely difficult. He was constantly caught up in the void turbulence, which made him lose his direction. After several attempts, he no longer knew where he was anymore. Yang Kai spent half a day tracking various traces that were almost imperceptible before he finally found the Territory Lord. The aura of the Territory Lord was very weak. It was obvious that his efforts to counter the impacts of the void turbulence had exhausted him greatly. In addition to the injuries he previously suffered, he could not replenish his strength in this place, so at this point, his strength was far from its peak. Yang Kai had been prepared to use a soul-rendering thorn to end the battle as quickly as possible. However, given the other party's condition, it seemed he did not have to trouble himself with that. An hour later, Yang Kai slipped out of the Universe Cave Heaven's portal corridor. There were bloodstains on his body, but he did not seem to be seriously injured. Fighting to the death with a Territory Lord was never easy. Nevertheless, the already weakened Territory Lord was further suppressed by the countless void turbulence surging in the void crack, so Yang Kai's long years of cultivation would have all been in vain if he failed to kill his opponent under these circumstances. Currently, only 4 Territory Lords remained from the original 10 Territory Lords. Be that as it may, the enemies in Acacia Territory were not just the 4 Territory Lords, but also the massive Black Ink clan army. So much time had passed since the initial confrontation, so it was likely the Black Ink clan had mobilized even more troops to surround the portal by now. Fortunately, Yang Kai's forces no longer consist of just the 3 squads from before. The 1,000 or so hunters were also an excellent combat force. As for the 10,000 human refugees trapped inside the Universe Cave Heaven, there were not many among them who could fight the Black Ink clan, as most were too weak. If they fought the Black Ink clan, they were bound to become corrupted by Black Ink's strength. "Prepare for battle!" Yang Kai roared. Everybody responded with great enthusiasm. The 3 squads, 1,000 hunters, Li Ziyu's squad, and the others from the former Red Sun army burned with passionate murderous intent. Likewise, Yang Kai began to manipulate space principles and stabilize the surroundings. At the same time, he sent a divine sense transmission to Su Yen and the others to cooperate with him. The Black Ink clan army of 100,000 that originally stood guard outside the Universe Cave Heaven was gone, decimated by the attack from Yang Kai's original team or used as resources by Mo Na Yi and the other 3 Territory Lords to recover their strength. At this point, not many of them remained. Although the original Black Ink clan army of 100,000 was gone, over 1,000,000 troops had taken their place instead. Mo Na Yi had relocated these troops from the territory gates, having each of the 5 armies dispatch some 300,000 soldiers for a total of 1.5 million troops. The Black Ink clan army spread across the void like a swarm of locusts and surrounded the portal tightly. A full month had passed since the human race masters fled into the Universe Cave Heaven. During this period, numerous Black Ink clan masters had worked diligently and continuously under Mo Na Ye's lead to shatter the surrounding void. Mo Na Yi wanted to break open the portal to the Universe Cave Heaven and invade it. Unfortunately, things did not go as he had planned. Knowing that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he believed that the latter must have done something to the portal. Otherwise, there was no explanation for its unusual durability. Mo Na Yi was not willing to give up, however. Having reached this point, all the Territory Lords who were sacrificed previously would have died in vain if he gave up now. His only option was to continue his assault. Yang Kai had been heavily wounded. In addition to his injuries, he also had to stabilize the portal of the Universe Cave Heaven. He was bound to collapse from the burden one day, and that moment would be the moment of his death. However, Mo Na Ye's belief was beginning to waver at this point. Would Yang Kai really run out of strength? Despite an entire month of continuous bombardment, there were no visible results to show for their efforts, causing Mo Na Yi to begin to doubt the decision he made back then. Suddenly, the void in front of him seemed to change slightly. Mo Na Yi immediately snapped to attention and looked in that direction. For some reason, the faintly perceptible portal seemed much more solid and tangible than before. Then the portal abruptly shattered and exploded. When the portal shattered, the universe cave heaven hidden in the void appeared before the eyes of the Black Ink clan masters, and a figure soared into the sky while coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. At the same time, the human race masters inside the universe cave heaven screamed mournfully. It was Xianxia. Even though Emonayi only caught a glimpse of Xianxia back then, how could he forget the face of this human race master? He's at his limits. Reality proved that his previous speculations were correct. The reason why the universe cave heaven held out for so long was due to Xianxia's tricks. However, in the end, Xianxia was just one person. How could he resist the violent bombardment of so many Black Ink clan masters forever? The portal shattered, revealing the universe cave heaven. Meanwhile, the human race masters hiding inside panicked as though the end was upon them. Emonayi even saw many of them retreating in terror, as though afraid that the Black Ink clan would charge forward and slaughter them. Chuckling, Emonayi took a step forward, preparing to enter the universe cave heaven. However, after giving it another thought, he stopped and whirled around sharply. "Yu Gong, go and finish him off." Yu Gong was furious and cursed vehemently in his heart. "Bastard! Why don't you go yourself? Emonayi, you bastard!" Emonayi was clearly worried that the human race masters were feigning weakness, which was why he decided to send Yu Gong to test the waters first. Unfortunately, Emonayi had the highest authority over the matters in Acacia territory. Unable to protest, Yu Gong gloomily muttered, "They have one more 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master." Although that female 8th Order Master was not very strong, she was still in the 8th Order. With so many 7th Order Masters around, a lone territory lord would not be able to guarantee their safety. Emonayi frowned but still glanced at another territory lord and ordered, "Go and help him." The territory lord nodded. With no other choice, Yu Gong raised his arm above his head and roared, "Kill!" He charged forward with the other territory lord whom Emonayi selected while countless feudal lords followed behind them. It only took the blink of an eye for the Black Ink clan army to charge into the universe cave heaven. Feng Ying activated her myriad swords dragon and met their charge head-on. In response, Yu Gong yelled to the other territory lord, "I will stop her. You go after Xianxia." Ignoring the opinion of the territory lord accompanying him, Yu Gong immediately began exchanging blows with Feng Ying, resulting in intense shockwaves rippling out. The other territory lord coldly snorted, "Yu Gong, that fool. He has been scared witless by that human. I can't believe he doesn't even dare to attack the enemy even though he is heavily wounded. What a useless good-for-nothing." In his opinion, Xianxia's battered and miserable appearance did not seem fake, and it was easy to understand why. Xianxia was seriously injured to begin with, but even so, he had to stabilize the universe cave heaven and resist the Black Ink clan outside for an entire month. Where would he find the time to rest? If he had any strength remaining, the portal would not have been destroyed. Not to mention, he probably suffered additional injuries on top of his previous ones when the portal shattered. How much strength could he have left? Nevertheless, the territory lord was still cautious of Xianxia's strange methods. After considering everything, he shielded his soul and charged towards Xianxia. Along the way, many 7th Order human masters tried to block his path only to be blown away by him. The feudal lords following behind the territory lord also began to launch their offensive. It didn't take long before they were entangled in battle against the human race masters in the universe cave heaven. The peace in the universe cave heaven was destroyed in an instant. Everywhere in the universe cave heaven, humans and Black Ink clansmen fought desperately. Xianxia awkwardly dodged the ferocious attacks of the territory lord, spitting blood from time to time. His complexion was as pale as a sheet, and he looked as though he would collapse at any time. However, he was cursing furiously on the inside. "Why are the 2 territory lords outside not coming in? Aren't you being a little too cautious? I'm already in such terrible condition. Shouldn't you join forces to kill me as soon as possible?" The current situation was different from his expectations. Stuck inside the universe cave heaven, it was not easy for them to break free and escape. They could not force their way out with so many Black Ink clan masters standing guard outside. If they so much as revealed themselves, they will definitely be swarmed to death. Even Yang Kai was not confident that he could successfully charge out of the portal under the watch of so many Black Ink clan masters. Since they could not leave, they could only lure their enemies into a trap. The portal had been shattered and the universe cave heaven was revealed. Furthermore, Yang Kai appeared to be in an extremely weak condition. Yang Kai did not believe that the Black Ink clan could resist the urge to charge forward, and as expected, that was what they did. Unfortunately, the Black Ink clan did not use their full strength. Out of the 4 territory lords, 2 had charged into the universe cave heaven but 2 had remained outside. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-55, Breaking Out of the Universe Cave Heaven. Judging by the current situation, it would seem that the territory lord in command of Acacia territory was an extremely cautious individual. Yang Kai did not dare to push his luck at this point. Besides, no battle plan ever survived the first engagement, and there would always be something that would go wrong or turn out unsatisfactory. In any case, 2 of the 4 territory lords had entered the universe cave heaven's range, and the enemy siege would essentially dissolve if these 2 were taken out. Kill! All of a sudden, the battered-looking Yang Kai gave a loud roar. Following his signal, the human race masters who had been holding back under his instructions stopped hiding their strength. A series of destructive divine abilities and secret techniques blasted out, throwing the feudal lords who were charging forward off their feet. At the same time, Yang Kai unleashed a soul-rending thorn. Although his soul was not completely healed after just 1 month of recuperation, he had no trouble wielding the soul-rending thorn once. The territory lord engaged in battle with Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of crisis washing over him, immediately followed by a sharp pain in his soul, as though it was being dug into by thousands of needles. The pain was so great that his vision blurred and he could not hold in a cry of agony. Yang Kai thrust his spear at that moment, but only managed to pierce the territory lord's shoulder blade. Nevertheless, that was enough to blow away one of the territory lord's arms. The territory lord had forcibly twisted his body and avoided being struck in a vital spot at the last moment. Turning pale with fright, he finally realized how Yang Kai managed to kill so many territory lords with such ease in the past. Although he did not know exactly what method the other party had used, it was just as Emo Na Yi had previously speculated. It was a secret technique that specifically targeted the soul. If he had not been on constant guard and attentively protected his soul, he would have died from that brief moment of disorientation earlier. Even taking all those precautions though, he was still severely injured and only narrowly managed to survive. Black blood gushed out of his severed shoulder, and even his black ink strength poured out of the wound. Before the territory lord could breathe a sigh of relief, an overwhelming number of spear shadows shot towards his face. Mustering his courage at the critical moment between life and death, he chose to fight rather than flee. Charging forward with a loud roar, he attacked Yang Kai with reckless abandon. On the other side, Yugong and Feng Ying were engaged in an intense battle. However, Yugong was clearly stronger, so not only was he steadily pushing Feng Ying back, he could also spare some attention to monitor Yang Kai's movements. All of a sudden, he saw Yang Kai making an unexpected comeback and severely injuring his companion. Combined with the flash of spiritual energy that appeared for a brief moment, how could he not realize that Yang Kai's battered appearance was nothing more than an act? At this moment, he was extremely thankful that he had chosen not to fight Yang Kai. Although he had initially believed that Yang Kai was an arrow at the end of its flight, he had chosen Feng Ying as his opponent just to be safe. It would now seem that his decision had been wise indeed. If he had boldly chosen to face Yang Kai earlier, the one struggling to avoid Yang Kai's spear right now would have been him instead. This is another trap. This human named Yang Kai is the most cunning man I've ever encountered in my life. I've never met another human race master as devious as him. The black blood of the other territory lord gushed out with every thrust of Yang Kai's spear, and his aura was weakening at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Seeing that, Yugong lost his will to fight. Once Yang Kai finished off his companion and became unfettered, he would be Yang Kai's next target. Black Ink's strength surged violently around him before he threw a punch and sent Feng Ying flying backwards. Immediately after that, he rushed towards the shattered portal without another backward glance. He had already escaped from the universe cave heaven before Feng Ying even realized what was happening. Outside the portal, Emonayi had an extremely solemn expression on his face. He had been on guard against Yang Kai and even suspected that he had been deliberately acting weak. Even so, he could barely accept the truth when he saw Yang Kai's abrupt comeback. How is that possible? Yang Kai had been seriously wounded previously, not to mention he had been stabilizing the universe cave heaven against the bombardment of numerous territory lords for the past month. Where did he find the time to treat his wounds? He must have suffered from severe backlash due to the destruction of the portal, and looking at the current situation, he had indeed suffered some injuries. It was just that these injuries had little effect on his combat power. Should I charge in? A huge conflict arose in Emonaye's heart. Aside from him, there was another territory lord outside. They might stand a chance to defeat Yang Kai if all three of them joined forces, but it was nothing more than a chance. If they failed, then there was a high probability that both he and the other territory lord would pay for it with their lives. However, his internal conflict did not last for long because he saw Yu Gong rushing out of the universe cave heaven. Emonayi honestly did not know what to say at this point. Yu Gong had been hugely traumatized ever since he escaped alive from his first encounter with Yang Kai and was now so scared that he actually fled the battlefield without another word when he saw Yang Kai's sudden comeback. The ship has sailed. Emonayi heaved a sigh in his heart. Including Yu Gong, who escaped from the universe cave heaven, there were 3 territory lords and a Black Ink clan army of approximately 1 million. Unfortunately, the Yu Gong who had lost his courage was practically useless. With just Emonayi and 1 other territory lord alone, it would be difficult for them to keep the human race masters trapped in the universe cave heaven even if they had the support of the Black Ink clan army. After all, there were many human race masters and several extremely powerful warships on the other side. Once the humans broke through their blockade, the territory lords would probably lose their lives here. We've been careless. If I had known earlier, I would have asked for more territory lords as reinforcements. It was just, who could have known that the 10 territory lords overseeing Acacia territory would end up in this state? The main reason was Yu Gong and his companions. They had just arrived at Acacia territory, but they started a fight without permission before they even met up with the other territory lords. In the end, Yang Kai eventually slaughtered them until only 1 remained. That had instantly cut the number of effective territory lords in half. 2 more territory lords had been trapped in the portal corridor, and their survival remained a mystery even now. However, Emonayi was fairly certain they too were dead now, otherwise, there was no reason for them to remain hidden for so long. The remaining 4 territory lords might have stood a fighting chance if they all worked together, but another territory lord would soon be dead. Other territory lords were rushing to Acacia territory to provide support right now, but they would not arrive in time. This situation far exceeded Emonaye's wildest expectations. In just a month, Yang Kai not only recovered from most of his wounds, but also made preparations to lure them into a deadly trap. Hence, Emonayi couldn't help feeling upset. If he had known earlier, he would not have ordered his forces into the universe cave heaven when the portal shattered earlier. The truth was that they only needed to form a blockade outside the portal to prevent any of the humans from escaping. In fact, they could have gained an absolute advantage if they only waited until the next batch of territory lords arrived to provide support. However, who could have resisted the urge to rush forward after witnessing the scene of Yang Kai coughing up blood when the universe cave heaven appeared? That was definitely the best time to eliminate him once and for all. Unfortunately, 1 wrong move had resulted in the entire strategy falling apart. Feeling disheartened, Emonayi curtly instructed, "Barricade the portal. Kill any human who dares to exit." The Black Ink clan army of 1 million that he transferred here immediately prepared themselves for battle. Inside the universe cave heaven, both the human masters and the Black Ink clan soldiers clashed violently. Many of the Black Ink clansmen charging forward dropped dead like flies, but that was only to be expected. Launching an assault through a narrow corridor was very risky because they could easily be targeted by the humans. That was precisely the reason why Yang Kai did not want to charge out of the universe cave heaven. Needless to say, he would launch an attack if it was necessary, as he could not remain hunkered down inside the universe cave heaven. He had 2 million small stone ray soldiers as a last resort, and if it came down to that, he could summon that army. They would be enough to wipe out the Black Ink clansmen here. It was just that this small stone race army was the trump card he reserved for his battle against the royal lord. Yang Kai had no wish to reveal his trump card unless absolutely necessary. The Black Ink clan was at a disadvantage in the first place, and following Yugong's escape, they became even more vulnerable. Feng Ying did not chase after Yugong, choosing instead to turn around and target the feudal lords. Although she was no match for an innate territory lord, killing some feudal lords was a piece of cake with her divine manifestation. In addition, there were the 1,000 or so hunters and the 3 squads, including Dawn. It did not take long before most of the Black Ink clansmen who charged into the universe cave heaven were eliminated. Only several feudal lords reacted quickly enough and escaped back through the portal. Moments later, the disturbance caused by the death of a territory lord spread out. It was Yang Kai's opponent being slain. The territory lord had been struck by a soul-rending thorn earlier, so even though he survived the initial attack, his strength had suffered a huge decline. How could he compete with Yang Kai in a one-on-one fight in that condition? Looking around, Yang Kai confirmed that the battle within the universe cave heaven had been decided. Then he raised his spear and charged towards the portal with a roar. Li Ziyu and the others are to remain behind. The rest, follow me into battle. Yes. Numerous figures transformed into streams of light and followed behind Yang Kai as they sped towards the portal. Yang Kai charged out of the portal in the blink of an eye, and as he had expected, was immediately greeted with a storm of attacks blasting towards him from all directions. Fortunately, he had prepared himself in advance. A dragon roar reverberated through the void, and a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon manifested before everyone's eyes, releasing intense dragon pressure all around. The dragon body curled around the portal to form a defensive barrier in the void. Countless attacks landed on Yang Kai's dragon body, causing him to tremble from the impact. Dragon scales flew everywhere as the Black Ink clan army of 1 million had formed a blockade in all directions. Of course, space was limited, so not all of them could attack at once. Nevertheless, Yang Kai still endured at least 100,000 attacks at that moment. Even a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon could not endure such a barrage for long. 5 breaths. That was the limit of what he could endure. He would not be able to take it any longer than that. Yang Kai was on high alert against the territory lords outside. While he could endure the onslaught of ordinary Black Ink clansmen for some time, he would not be able to defend against the attacks of several territory lords. Unexpectedly, his divine sense perception did not detect the aura of any territory lords nearby. Even the aura of Yugong, who fled earlier, was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Before Yang Kai could figure out what was happening, Feng Ying slipped out of the portal. She glanced at Yang Kai's dragon form and instantly understood that he was shielding the human race masters behind him. That was why he curled his dragon form to form a defensive barrier around the portal. Otherwise, only the 2 of them could exit the portal safely. If the other human race masters rushed out, they would surely suffer innumerable casualties. Kill! Her voice rang out. Urging the myriad swords dragon to its limits, she produced an overwhelming number of sword waves that fanned out before her. The sword waves swept out, piercing the bodies of the nearby Black Ink clansmen, reaping countless lives in an instant. The solution to relieve Yang Kai's burden was simple. They simply had to annihilate the Black Ink clan soldiers as quickly as possible. At this moment, Feng Ying attacked at full strength without holding back in the slightest. Dawning Light and the 2 Baishi battleships also charged out and immediately dispersed in different directions to take down their enemies. Following closely behind the 3 warships were the 1,000 or so hunters. These hunters retained their previous formations and remained in their respective squads. Scattering in all directions, they rushed towards the Black Ink Clan army. Once 5 breaths of time were up, Xianxia immediately retracted his dragon form. His body was covered in countless wounds, and his complexion was deathly pale. Even an elephant could be killed by countless ant bites. At this moment, Xianxia fully understood the meaning behind this saying. No matter how strong a master was, it was only a matter of time before they cracked if they were targeted by an overwhelming number of enemies, even if those enemies were weak by comparison. What puzzled him was that he had not felt any attacks from the territory lords until now. A thought flashed through his mind, and a vague speculation formed before he let out a roar. "Your territory lords have fled. All of you will die here today." His furious roar reverberated throughout the void, and after that, he raised his spear and slashed his way through the Black Ink Clan army. Everywhere he passed, he left a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in his wake. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-56, Method of Escape. The Black Ink Clan army was taken aback. When Mo Na Yi ordered them to eliminate the human race masters rushing out of the universe cave heaven, they obeyed the order without question. Unfortunately, they had failed to stop the wave of humans. It wasn't until they heard Xianxia's shout that the feudal lords discovered the shocking truth. Mo Na Yi and the others were gone. Have the territory lords really escaped? In the beginning, some of the Black Ink clansmen refused to believe the truth and continued to confront the human race masters bravely. However, there was no movement from the territory lords even though the fight had been ongoing for some time. In the end, they had no choice but to face reality. The territory lords had fled. The morale of the Black Ink Clan army instantly dropped like a stone, and their tight formation rapidly collapsed. Even though the strength of the Black Ink clansmen varied greatly, they held an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. If they were determined to put up a fight, they could cause huge casualties among the small number of humans. Dawning Light and the 2 Baishi battleships might come out unscathed, but not many among the 1,000 or so hunters would survive such a battle. Having said that, the territory lords had escaped, so without their pillars, how could the Black Ink Clan army retain their fighting spirit? The siege fell into tatters after several clashes with the numerous human race masters. That was especially true for the places where Xianxia and Feng Ying passed through. Wherever Xianxia and Feng Ying went, swathes of Black Ink clansmen were cut down like ripe wheat in a field. Dragon roars and phoenix cries sliced through the air, immediately followed by the emergence of Taiyu. As thousands of lives disappeared with each breath, the Black Ink Clan army was filled with absolute terror. The Black Ink clansmen in the outermost circle began to retreat. The territory lords had already escaped, so were they supposed to hang around and wait for their deaths? Their choice quickly affected the Black Ink clansmen in the inner circles. Hence, more and more Black Ink clansmen began to break away from the battle and flee into the distance. At this moment, the Black Ink Clan army was a dragon without a head, so it didn't take long before the 1 million strong army became completely vulnerable and fell apart like a handful of loose sand. There were several feudal lords who tried to rally their companions to stand and fight without retreating. They undoubtedly had a clearer picture of the situation, so they knew that they had a chance of survival if they banded together and fought back desperately. On the contrary, they would not stand the slightest chance if they panicked and all escaped in random directions. Without any exceptions, these feudal lords would quickly be cut down by Xianxia. Xianxia navigated his way through the Black Ink Clan army as though there was nobody in his path, heading in the direction where the resistance was fiercest. It was difficult even for him to eliminate such a massive Black Ink Clan army, and since that was the case, his focus was to force them to retreat. As time passed, more and more of the Black Ink Clan army fled the battlefield. When the number of escaped Black Ink clansmen reached a critical point, the fighting spirit of the Black Ink Clan army collapsed completely. The 3 warships and the hunters pounced on this opportunity, causing heavy casualties to the Black Ink Clan everywhere they went. A hard-pressed enemy should not be pursued too far. Xianxia shouted, preventing the hunters from chasing the enemy into the distance. Upon hearing his command, everybody quickly ceased their pursuit. Countless Black Ink clansmen quickly fled in all directions, vanishing into the depths of the void and disappearing out of sight. The battle ended on an anticlimactic note. After the battle, countless Black Ink clan remains littered the battlefield. Just a rough estimate indicated that there were at least 300,000 fresh corpses. That number was nothing compared to the Black Ink clan army of 1.5 million that was transferred here, 20% of it at most, but the battle had not lasted for very long either. The entire process took no more than an hour from the beginning to the end. 300,000 enemies had been slaughtered in an hour, which was a staggering victory. Likewise, there were casualties among the human race masters. Many hunters had lost their lives, and those who survived were covered in wounds. Nevertheless, these casualties could not be avoided to achieve this kind of result. It was impossible to suffer 0 casualties in such a battle, but nobody mourned too much. Ever since choosing to become hunters, these people had disregarded their concerns over life or death. Nobody knew when they would encounter an accident, so they had long since become indifferent to such matters. For the first time, the hunters discovered that large-scale army battles were much more enjoyable than their previous small-scale raids. The main reason they chose to become hunters was that they could not adapt to the way the army fought in war. Cultivators generally believed in their own strength rather than the support of others. However, it might not be unacceptable if all the army fought in this manner. For a time, many hunters entertained different ideas in their hearts. Keep a lookout in all directions. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and issued the command before he slipped back into the universe cave heaven again. Due to the destruction of the portal, the human race masters inside the universe cave heaven could vaguely see the battle taking place outside. It was just that they did not have a very clear view of the situation. The battle had erupted without warning and then ended so quickly that many people could not tell who had won and who had lost. It was not until Xianxia's figure appeared again that everybody finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Sir." Li Ziyu came forward to greet Xianxia. "The situation outside. The territory lords have escaped, and the Black Ink clan army has been repelled," Xianxia briefly explained. The 10,000 human refugees inside the universe cave heaven immediately burst into cheers, causing the entire world to resonate with joy. "Can we leave this place now?" Li Ziyu asked emotionally. Several dozen years had passed since they were tasked with the responsibility of evacuating the humans in Acacia territory and became trapped in this universe cave heaven. It was extremely dull to remain cooped up inside this universe cave heaven. When the Black Ink clan besieged them after they accidentally exposed their whereabouts, they believed that they would die soon. Who could have known that human masters would be dispatched to rescue them? At this moment, the Black Ink clan army standing guard outside had been repelled, so there was nobody to stop them from leaving the universe cave heaven. Xianxia nodded lightly. In the next moment, he opened the portal to his small universe. "Everybody, please enter my small universe." Not many among the 10,000 refugees were in the open heaven realm, so it was not difficult for Xianxia to take them in. Many Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered during the previous battle in the universe cave heaven, and Black Ink's strength flooded the world as a result. Although Feng Ying and the others had distributed purifying Black Ink pills to the crowd, the weaker humans here would not be able to resist the Black Ink's strength for long. Therefore, they did not hesitate to rush into the portal of Xianxia's small universe upon hearing his command. An hour later, all 10,000 refugees in the universe cave heaven had been taken into Xianxia's small universe. "You too?" Xianxia turned to Li Ziyu and the others. "Us too?" Li Ziyu was astonished. He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Not to mention, he was not the only 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in this place. Although they could enter Xianxia's small universe, could Xianxia really accommodate so many cultivators at once? Despite feeling suspicious, he did not dare to question Xianxia's orders further, so he immediately told the others, "Move." The crowd of Open Heaven Realm Masters quickly plunged into the portal. Since Xianxia wanted them to enter his small universe, then he must be confident in his ability. Li Ziyu was the last to enter, but before he did, he secretly peeked at Xianxia's complexion. Xianxia was very pale, but that was more likely a result of the injuries he sustained in his previous battle than any strain on his small universe. Hence, Li Ziyu was secretly astonished. How large must Sir Yang's small universe be? After accepting all of the human race masters in the universe cave heaven, Yang Kai darted out. Outside the universe cave heaven, the rest of the human race masters were watching their surroundings under Feng Ying's command. It was just that none of the Black Ink clan came attacking. They had only just been forced to retreat, so who would dare to return? When Yang Kai appeared without anybody else behind him, Feng Ying immediately understood the situation. Those humans inside had probably been taken into his small universe, so she simply asked, "Squad leader, do we fight our way out?" Yang Kai shook his head. All 5 territory gates are guarded by Black Ink clan armies, and we don't know where the 3 territory lords who escaped might be. It's too risky to charge out of Acacia territory. The reason they managed to defeat the Black Ink clan army earlier was pure luck, as the 3 territory lords had escaped first. If the scenario unfolded for a second time, they might not be so lucky again. As long as the 3 territory lords were not fools, there was a great chance that they could stop their advance if they joined forces and cooperated with a large Black Ink clan army. What should we do? I have an idea, Yang Kai replied. How many people can you accommodate in your small universe if they are in the 7th order open heaven realm and below? Feng Ying considered for a moment before she responded. I've never tried, but 200 is probably my limit with 6th order open heaven realm masters as a standard. If she took in those in the 7th order open heaven realm, then she might only be able to accommodate 20 or 30 at most. After all, the higher their order, the larger the size of their small universe, and the heavier the burden to hold them became. Do your best to take in as many as you can. I will deal with the rest, Yang Kai instructed. Feng Ying nodded. Yang Kai swept a glance across his surroundings and spoke in a loud voice. Everybody, it is true that we won this battle. However, the territory gates in Acacia territory are guarded by large Black Ink clan armies. The whereabouts of the territory lords also remain unknown, so it will be extremely difficult for us to safely leave Acacia territory. While I have a method to escape this place safely, I will require your full cooperation. His speech was mainly aimed at the hunters since he was not familiar with them. Furthermore, these hunters were not part of the army, so his orders held no weight with them. Discussion and compromise were the only options here. One of the hunters shouted, "Sir, please feel free to ask anything of us, we will not refuse." Having witnessed Yang Kai's strength and heroics, these hunters could be said to hold great admiration for him. Now that the territory gates in Acacia territory had been blockaded, they could only rely upon him if they wanted to leave, so how could they dare to be disrespectful? Yang Kai nodded. I would like to ask you to enter my and senior sister Feng's small universes. As soon as the words left his mouth, he shot a glance at Feng Ying. The two of them opened the portals to their small universe in unison. Ordinary people might not be able to notice any kind of difference. However, for these masters, as soon as the 2 portals appeared side by side, the difference in strength between the 2 small universes could be seen at a glance. The aura radiating from Yang Kai's small universe was undoubtedly more substantial. Even the impression given by the 2 portals was distinctly contrasting. If the portal to Feng Ying's small universe was akin to a wooden door, then the portal to Yang Kai's small universe was a huge steel gate. There was no comparison between the 2 at all. Those in the 6th order open heaven realm and below will enter senior sister Feng's small universe first. Those in the 7th order open heaven realm will come to my side, Yang Kai continued. Many of the hunters rushed over without hesitation and plunged straight into the 2 portals. Not long afterwards, Feng Ying's expression began to twist in discomfort. She persisted for a while longer, but eventually closed her portal with a shake of her head when her aura fluctuations became unsteady. I can't take any more. Her small universe had reached its limits, so it was impossible for her to accommodate any more open heaven realm masters. On the other hand, the opened portal to Yang Kai's small universe resembled a bottomless pit that accepted every single person who came forward. Even so, it could be seen that he too was starting to feel the pressure after accommodating so many cultivators in his small universe. When all the hunters had entered his small universe, He turned to look at Xianxia and the others. You too. Xianxia worriedly said, Adoptive father, will you be okay? We don't need to enter. Enough nonsense, get inside, Yang Kai snapped irritably. Do you really think I can't see through your little schemes? These little ones were clearly looking for an opportunity to escape his watch so that they could continue wandering outside. However, the situation here was too dangerous. How could they be so careless? If he had not come to Acacia territory himself, they would have been in mortal danger by now. Seeing Yang Kai being so insistent, Yang Xiao and the others had no choice but to obey. Thus, they dejectedly took turns entering the portal. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-57, vanished into thin air. Yang Kai urged his power slightly. Although his world force which used to flow smoothly felt slightly congested, he had yet to reach his limits. He could probably accommodate a few more people in his small universe. Thus, he turned to look at the Dawn Squad. You too. Enter my small universe. Yes. Shen Ao of Dawn quickly received the order. Then, the entire squad plunged into the portal of Yang Kai's small universe. When all the members of Dawn had entered Yang Kai's small universe, he had the sense that he had almost reached his limits. The strongest indicator was a bloated feeling as though he had eaten too much. An ordinary person would have trouble moving around if they were bloated. On the other hand, an Open Heaven Realm Master would not only have trouble moving around when bloated, but their ability to exert their full strength would be greatly affected. Therefore, most high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters generally would not accept others into their small universes unless their safety could be guaranteed. No matter how few they accepted, they were bound to face some degree of impact on their strength, and the more they accommodated, the greater the impact. If a territory lord were to appear right now, Yang Kai would not be able to compete against them. He could barely even exert 20% of his full strength at the moment, but his condition was not too bad. When he turned to look at Feng Ying, he saw that her aura was unstable and her expression twisted constantly. She looked like she could explode at any moment. Yu Rumeng's squad remained, but Feng Ying or Yang Kai couldn't accommodate any more people. At this moment, Yang Kai could only pray that everything would go smoothly, otherwise, he did not know how he could bring so many people out of Acacia territory. Stay close to me. Yang Kai beckoned to the others. Feng Ying and the last Baishi battleship responded immediately and crowded around him. Exhaling slowly, Yang Kai activated his strength and connected his mind to the world tree. The void trembled and the entire great territory rumbled. A kind of ethereal connection in the distance seemed to appear. It could not seem to condense no matter what. Yang Kai's expression turned ugly as he knew the reason was that he had too many people with him. The last time he brought Wu Kuang alone to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had not faced any pressure. The difference this time was that he had many human race masters in his small universe. Not to mention, he also had an 8th Order master like Feng Ying and 10 others in Yu Rumeng's squad with him. It was not the same situation as before. Old Tree, help! Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. He couldn't enter the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary with his strength alone, so he could only ask the Old Tree for help. When the words left his mouth, something that resembled a tree branch came from somewhere unknown and extended towards him across the vague expanse of space. As the tree branch stretched towards his location, Yang Kai was overjoyed. Old Tree is reliable after all. Then he quickly shouted, Go! Wrapping his power around Feng Ying and Yu Rumeng's squad, he stepped onto the illusory path that had opened before him and vanished into the void. By the time he came back to his senses, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the majestic and enormous world tree. Unfortunately, the void trembled violently even though he had the support of the old tree. Feng Ying and Yu Rumeng's squad were knocked off balance as a result. He stood up shakily and turned back to look in the direction he came. The path leading here was becoming insubstantial, and even the tree branch that the world tree extended earlier was beginning to shatter. A chill ran through his heart when he realized that the old tree probably had to pay a price to support his trip here. The reason he failed to notice in the past was that he had always been traveling alone. Now that he brought so many people along with him, the price was much more noticeable as a result. In other words, the old tree probably had to pay some kind of price every time he came here. It had just never mentioned anything to him before. Many thanks, old tree. Yang Kai expressed his gratitude. The old tree did not reveal himself and simply waved his branches lightly in response. Is this the world tree? Bai Shi's soul clone suddenly exclaimed. He was the oldest out of everybody else present by a large margin, so he was also the most knowledgeable. It only took him a glance to see through the old tree's true nature. Nevertheless, even he had only heard of the world tree but had never seen it before. He never imagined that he would see the world tree today. Thinking back to Yang Kai's actions earlier, he quickly grasped the situation. This place was probably the grand ancient ruins boundary that was mentioned in legends. This is the world tree? Why does it look so withered and wilted? Yu Ru Meng was extremely taken aback. At present, the world tree certainly looked rather wilted. The originally lush leaves had withered away, and a feeble aura permeated its surroundings. Yang Kai sighed and casually explained, Old tree's existence is related to the universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds. If one suffers, all suffer. If one prospers, all prosper. Now that many of the great territories have been occupied by the Black Ink clan, most universe worlds have had their grand Daos collapse and their world force drained away. It's only natural that the old tree suffered some backlash. Are those world fruits? Su Yen suddenly asked, pointing at the few fruits hanging on the tree. Yang Kai nodded. They are world fruits. But we can't pick any of them. Most of the surviving world fruits contain universe worlds that have been integrated into them. The rest represent the universe worlds that we have managed to preserve so far. The 3,000 worlds used to be extremely prosperous, with countless universe worlds in the past, but only around 2,000 or so remain now. Each of these universe worlds corresponded to one of the world fruits hanging on the world tree. When the grand Tao of a universe world collapsed, the most obvious sign reflected by the world tree was the decomposition of its world fruit. If Yang Kai had not traveled across so many great territories and refined the universe worlds there, the world tree would probably be bare by now. Yang Kai did not know whether the world tree could survive in such a condition. The highest probability was that the world tree would survive, but not much vitality would remain. Yu Ru Meng and the others were amazed. Although they could not understand how they suddenly traveled to this place from Acacia territory, they did not inquire further into the matter since it was obviously related to Yang Kai. All of you should take some time to recuperate. I will lead you out later, Yang Kai instructed, and then he sat down cross-legged. Everybody obeyed his command. Taking out some spirit pills, they sat beside the world tree and began to adjust their breathing. Many of them had sustained injuries during the battle earlier, and Yang Kai suffered the most wounds among them. While these humans were quietly focusing on their recovery, the Black Ink clan army stood guard around the 5 territory gates in Acacia territory. The 3 territory lords who escaped from the battle were gathered at one of the territory gates. Their leader, Mo Na-yi, was monitoring the depths of the void with a gloomy look in his eyes. That direction was where the Universe Cave Heaven in Acacia territory was located. They did not know the outcome of the battle outside the Universe Cave Heaven. Although Mo Na-yi had ordered the Black Ink clan army to lock down the Universe Cave Heaven before they departed, they were not there to oversee the situation themselves. No matter how great the numbers of the Black Ink clan army were, it would be difficult for them to succeed in the endeavor without the territory lords. On the contrary, the situation would improve significantly if they managed to suppress the enemy. As Mo Na-yi mulled over the issue, a wave of murderous intent surged in his heart, and he glared at Yu Gong, who was standing nearby. This bastard was the first to flee the battle after rushing out of the Universe Cave Heaven. As a result, Mo Na-yi did not dare to stay for long. If Yu Gong had not fled back then, Mo Na-yi would not have left so quickly either. The 3 territory lords would have stood a chance against the humans if they cooperated with the Black Ink clan army, but this coward chose to flee without any hesitation. Mo Na-yi did not have the confidence to restrain Yang Kai without Yu Gong, so he could only choose to leave with him. Seeming to sense Mo Na-yi's glare, Yu Gong turned his head away and silently cursed in his heart, "Bastard Mo Na-yi. He refuses to take action for fear of danger, but has no problem sending others to die in his place. The other territory lords had not experienced the horror of Yang Kai from up close, but he had. It was fortunate that he had wisely chosen to make that female 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master his opponent and avoided fighting Yang Kai. Otherwise, he would not be alive right now. After all, wasn't that other fool dead? As for Mo Na Ye's dissatisfaction with him, he couldn't care less. They were all territory lords, so even if Mo Na Ye was unhappy with him, what could the other party do to him? All of a sudden, he sensed something. He raised his head and stared into the distance with a sigh. The battle has probably ended. Similarly, Mo Na Ye and the other territory lords had noticed the situation. Many Black Ink clansmen were fleeing towards them in a panic, as though an ominous beast was chasing them from behind. We lost. Mo Na Ye sighed and closed his eyes. The Black Ink clan army of 1 million had failed to stop the humans from escaping. Who knows how many losses they sustained in this battle? Not long afterwards, Mo Na Ye learned the specifics of the situation from the fleeing Black Ink clansmen. The Black Ink clan had indeed lost the battle. Without the support of the territory lords, the Black Ink clan army had fallen apart like loose sand. It only took several attempts for the human race masters to break their formation. Moreover, nobody knew which direction the humans had fled. Mo Na Ye then quickly relayed a command to each territory gate, ordering the troops to keep a strict watch for any movement by the human race masters. Although the humans had broken out of the universe cave heaven, the Black Ink clan was not without a chance of success. There were over 700,000 troops standing guard at each territory gate, so no matter where the humans tried to attack, there was bound to be a large battle. The Black Ink clan army guarding the targeted gate would only need to buy some time for the rest of the Black Ink clan army in Acacia territory to arrive and overwhelm the enemy. With several million soldiers and 3 territory lords, there was still a chance to prevent the humans from escaping. However, what puzzled Mo Na Ye was that the situation at each territory gate remained peaceful and quiet even though more than 10 days passed. There was no movement from the human race masters at all. After some time, more territory lords arrived from various great territories to provide support, allowing Mo Na Ye to finally feel at ease. It was not until a total of 9 territory lords had gathered here that he finally relayed a new command. The territory lords would split into groups of 3, and each group would lead a portion of the Black Ink clan army to search for the whereabouts of the human race masters in Acacia territory. The humans could not have left Acacia territory through the territory gates, so they must have been hiding somewhere and recovering from their wounds. In that case, it was only a matter of time before they were found. Contrary to Mo Na Ye's expectations though, the search lasted for half a year, but revealed nothing. The humans seemed to have vanished into thin air. Inside the grand ancient ruins boundary, Yang Kai stood up after several days of rest and said goodbye to the old tree. The old tree simply waved his branches lightly in response, not even bothering to reveal his face. The effort to help Yang Kai previously must have placed a huge burden on him. Yang Kai secretly vowed that he would not allow the old tree to help him like this again. Although the old tree was the manifestation of the 3,000 worlds, his existence was integrated with all the universe worlds in every great territory. If the old tree exhausted too much energy, it would be harmful to the heritage of each great territory in the future. When Yang Kai arrived, he needed the old tree to help him. Fortunately, there was no need for that during his return. Back then, Yang Kai managed to transfer 100 divine spirits to the vicinity of the star boundary with ease, so naturally, he did not require much effort this time either. Activating his strength, he wrapped his power around everybody and connected his mind to the star boundary. It did not take long for him to locate the world fruit on the world tree that corresponded to the star boundary, as that one was larger and more robust than the others. In the next moment, Yang Kai charged towards the world fruit. The world tree rapidly enlarged in his vision, as though an entire universe was rushing straight at him. The void turned upside down and space became hazy. Then, they suddenly appeared in the periphery of the star boundary. Even though Yang Kai was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, he couldn't help feeling slightly overwhelmed when he felt this familiar aura. He was home. After several thousand years, he was finally home. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-58, Wanderer Returns Home. Nearly a millennium ago, Yang Kai entered the Black Ink battlefield from Black Territory, where he constantly fought for centuries without rest, and then got stuck in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon for many years. Only a few decades ago did he finally return from the Black Ink battlefield. Even then, he had been traveling about and did not have time to return to the star boundary. When the situation in the 3000 world stabilized, he had to take Wu Kuang to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. One man could only do so many things. Even when Yang Kai had sent the grand ancient ruins boundary's divine spirits to the star boundary, he still could not spare time to return himself. It was only today that he finally returned home. He was a great emperor who had been acknowledged by the star boundary's will and was bestowed the title Void. As such, he was inseparable from the star boundary. As soon as he returned, an exceptionally strong intimate feeling filled his body, making him feel warm and content, like he had returned to his mother's womb. But the next moment, an angry shout interrupted this warm and homely sensation. "Who dares to trespass my star boundary?" Immediately after the shout, a massive figure suddenly appeared from the star boundary. This figure was so massive that it blotted the entire void and was radiating quite an intimidating pressure. Yang Kai felt that even though this pressure had yet not reached the 8th order, it was not far from it. Furthermore, as the opposite party was also borrowing the star boundary's might, even an average 8th order master might not necessarily be his opponent. Yang Kai smiled at the figure. "A wanderer has returned home. Don't panic, Sir Hong Chen." The projection from the star boundary belonged to none other than bustling world great emperor, Duan Hong Chen. Obviously, he was the one holding the fort currently. Yang Kai had also heard about this from Yu Rumeng and the others. In the beginning, the star boundary's defenses were not very tight, but it had now become the human race's final refuge and primary base where the cultivators from great territories all across the 3000 worlds were gathered. Most of these refugees were weak and helpless, but there were a fair number of strong ones too. If someday the Black Ink clan really fought its way to the star boundary, that would be the day of the final battle. Ever since Yang Kai had sent the 100 or so divine spirits here, the star boundary had raised its level of vigilance significantly. It was not that they were on guard against Yang Kai specifically, it was more that they were concerned that the Black Ink clan might have someone who could employ similar methods. As such, a great emperor would remain on guard duty at all times. Iron Blood, Bustling World, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, Wondrous Pill, Heaven's Revelation, and Void, these 9 were the star boundary's current great emperors. Each of them was an outstanding character. Otherwise, they would not have become great emperors. In the past, all of them had broken through straight to 6th order open heaven realm with Yang Kai's help, and thanks to the abundant resources available to them, they had smoothly advanced to 7th order over the years. Even then, their cultivation speed was quite fast, but what surprised Yang Kai today was Duan Hongchen's pressure. It was not the pressure of someone who had just recently advanced to the 7th order. Even many veteran 7th order open heaven realm masters would not be able to hold a candle to him. Yang Kai had some speculation in his mind. Duan Hongchen was taken aback after hearing Yang Kai's voice, but joy soon replaced his shock. Yang Kai. The moment he mentioned Yang Kai's name, the star boundary became abuzz with excitement as streaks of light shot up from its surface towards the void. Yang Kai's heart could not help but pound with excitement, sensing so many familiar auras. A moment later, the streaks of light came to a halt and revealed themselves. A few of the figures were familiar to Yang Kai, while a few were not, but all of them radiated quite powerful undulations. He immediately started heading in a particular direction. Standing in that direction was a middle-aged couple, who were both looking at him with excitement and warmth. The woman was incessantly sobbing, while the middle-aged man maintained a calm look, but he was still unable to conceal his excitement. When he arrived close to the two, Yang Kai bowed down to kneel. "Your unfilial son, Yang Kai, has made father and mother worried. Get up." Yang Ingfeng promptly grabbed him, preventing him from kneeling. "You are now an army commander. You represent the face of an entire army as well as its prestige." The nearby Dong Su-ju could not help but nod in agreement, but most of her attention was focused on Yang Kai's body, checking if he was hurt in any place or not. Naturally, the people in the rear received word of everything that had been going on in the front lines. They had already received the news about Yang Kai being appointed as the army commander of the profound Nether Army, but Yang Kai's parents were just happy that their son was alive and well. They were proud that he was now entrusted with such heavy responsibilities by the Supreme Headquarters. Still, they were worried that Yang Kai might not be able to shoulder such heavy responsibilities. Yang Kai smiled. Who does not have parents? Without parents, how could the current human race continue on? He then respectfully kneeled down and kowtowed 3 times to his parents. Only then did he stand up, lifted by his parents, before looking towards the figure standing next to his parents. "Thank you, it must have been hard on you." Xia Ningchang's eyes turned red, but she still shook her head and smiled. "Not at all." The moment Yang Kai appeared on the profound Nether Territory battlefield, the news was instantly transmitted back. Xia Ningchang had quickly rushed to profound Nether Territory, but unfortunately, when she arrived, she received the news that Yang Kai had left with some soldiers just a few days prior. Helpless, Xia Ningchang could only return to the star boundary. She was now one of the most outstanding alchemists of the human race, and the soldiers on the front line required a great deal of pills every day. So, she could not remain absent for too long. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai had returned so soon and appeared right outside the star boundary. From little senior sister's perspective, it had been over 1,000 years since they last met, but her endless longing completely turned into tender feelings after just a glance at Yang Kai. While they were chatting, more and more people flew over from the star boundary, but remained standing at a respectful distance. Yang Kai spotted Hua Qingxi, Hui Gu, Mo Shaoqi, Lin Yuner, and many other acquaintances and unfamiliar figures in the crowd. Most of them were injured and had probably returned from the front lines to recuperate at the star boundary. Once they had recovered, they would probably head back to the battlefield. After some brief hellos, Yang Kai shouted, "Head manager." Hua Qingxi immediately stepped forward. "Yes. I'll have to trouble you to take care of these people." Saying so, he and Feng Ying immediately opened portals to their small universes, and many cultivators rushed out, soon reaching 10,000 in number, with quite a lot of them in the 6th Order and 7th Order. The crowd was dumbfounded at the sight of this. Feng Ying's side was still acceptable as the number of people she had taken was not high and none of them were in the 7th Order. Yang Kai's side was rather spectacular though. Not only did the people coming out of his small universe number over 10,000, but there were many in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. This left many speechless, wondering just how vast his small universe was. "Palace Master, these are?" Hua Qingxi asked. Yang Kai explained, "Most of them were rescued from Acacia territory, while the rest are hunters who happened to be there and provided us with their aid." Hua Qingxi immediately understood after hearing this and stated with a nod, "I understand. Everyone, please follow me." There were so many refugees, so it was impossible to settle them all on the star boundary. In fact, the star boundary could no longer accept any more people. The logistics department had already arranged the cultivators who had come from other great territories to other places. Yang Xiao and the others wanted to slip into the crowd and disappear, but they were caught by Yang Kai. "You're not going anywhere." A look of misery immediately took over Yang Zhao's face as he shot a glance towards Yang Shui. However, how could Yang Shui dare to raise her voice? Her parents were right here, so acting cute to her big brother would be useless. As for Zhao Yibai and the others, they obediently lowered their heads like baby chicks. Yang Kai then shouted to the surrounding crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, this Yang has just returned home from a long journey. I'm sorry, but I won't be entertaining any of you. I'll visit you another day." A 7th Order old man from some cave heaven paradise stated, putting on a smile, "Sir Yang is too polite. You can go about your own business. We are now members of the star boundary, so we can catch up later." Seniority-wise, he was many generations older than Yang Kai, but Yang Kai was currently in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and was also an army commander. Even the sect masters of the cave heavens and paradises dared not put on airs before him. Addressing him as Sir was not inappropriate. Yang Kai nodded in response before wrapping everyone around him in his world force and heading to the star boundary. A short while later, an auspicious aura basked high heaven palace, causing many disciples in retreat to start breaking through in succession. Those who could see fate and fortune saw an obscure, enormous golden dragon encompassing high heaven palace from afar. They could not help but marvel at this sight. High heaven palace is really something. They are enjoying 30% of the star boundary's fortune. It was foreseeable that in the future, masters would emerge from High Heaven Palace one after another, and would continue to do so for some time. In the past, the auspicious aura around High Heaven Palace was much stronger than other places in the star boundary already, but now, with Yang Kai's return, that auspicious aura grew even stronger. It was as if the entire star boundary was celebrating his return. Even the World Tree clone towering in the star boundary rustled happily. The area within a range of 100,000 kilometers of the World Tree clone was considered a holy land of the entire human race. This region was demarcated by High Heaven Palace, and only the most outstanding young generation disciples were allowed to cultivate here because it was easier to comprehend the various grand daos in the vicinity of the World Tree. Even healing effects here were much better than anywhere else. The seriously wounded who had retreated from the front lines would also be sent here to recuperate. At this moment, on a certain spirit peak in High Heaven Palace, where Yang Kai's parents lived, a group of people suddenly appeared. Yang Kai was back, so were Ru Meng and the others. Even Yang Xiao and the other little ones had been caught and brought back. The spirit peak, which was usually deserted, suddenly started bustling with activity. Looking at the buzzing crowd, Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu glanced at each other as a smile appeared on their lips. After so many years, this place finally looked like a real home again. Ru Meng and the others got busy preparing a family banquet, while Yang Kai accompanied his parents, chatting nonstop with them. No one talked about the current situation of the human race, nor did Yang Kai's parents ask about his recent experiences, because they did not need to ask. They knew that their son must have gone through a lot. Yang Xiao and others also wanted to help out, but just as they went to do so, they were reprimanded by Ru Meng. Helpless, they had no choice but walk to one side in embarrassment, staring at each other in speechless dismay. Endless sighs escaped Yang Kai's lips, watching everyone and making small talk with his parents. The noise and cruelty of the battlefield seemed so far away at this moment. This rare warmth could make anyone forget oneself and not want to leave. His parents were both 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters now, but it had been ages since they advanced to the 5th Order. After so many years of cultivation, they were on the verge of breaking through to the 6th Order. Only, his parents' aptitude was not that great, and the further their cultivation progressed, the harder it became for them to advance. If they want to break through to the 7th Order, they would need many more years. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu were still very satisfied. They were also among the first generation of people to receive the World Tree's feedback. In fact, had it not been for the World Tree clone's feedback, it would have been difficult for them to even advance directly to the 4th Order with their past aptitude. They would have probably had to settle for reaching the 3rd Order Open Heaven realm. Currently, they were in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, and with high status and weighty responsibilities. Although Yang Shui was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, she was about to advance to 7th Order and had a lot of room for growth. Furthermore, all of their daughters-in-law were in the 7th Order. So, what was there to be dissatisfied about? The two had never been insatiably greedy. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-59, Small Talk. The Spirit Peak was overflowing with joy and happiness. Most of the time, it was Dong Suzhu who was speaking. Yang Yingfeng did not say much. Their chat included the interesting events that had taken place in the star boundary over the years. Like, when two elders of some cave heaven or paradise fought with each other over a disciple, only to end up being taken advantage of by others. This kind of thing had happened before. Only when Yang Kai was here, the World Tree clone's feedback had only just appeared and was not as marvelous as it was now. Like when a native disciple of the Star Boundary with outstanding aptitude was acknowledged as Great Emperor a few years ago. Or how a gorgeous disciple of High Heaven Palace made their fellow brothers compete with each other for her favor. Yang Kai calmly listened with a smile. High Heaven territory was the last pure land of the human race. Feeling the warmth he had not felt for a very long time, Yang Kai suddenly understood the feelings of the Ninth Order old ancestors who had sacrificed their lives that day. They wanted to protect this final paradise at any cost, because this was the future hope of the human race. Unfortunately, warm moments were always too short. Yang Kai did not stay with his parents for long. After attending the family banquet, he left Yu Rumeng and the others with his parents and departed. He still had many things to attend to. Yang Kai was sitting up straight in the main conference hall of High Heaven Palace, listening to Xianxia explain the Star Boundary's current situation. The Star Boundary could now be said to be the most important rear base of the human race, because of the World Tree clone. The current Star Boundary was truly an open heaven realm cradle, with a large number of them being born every year, each one extremely talented in their own right. Most of these people would advance straight to 5th Order or 6th Order, while occasionally, 1 or 2 would advance straight to 7th Order. These rare few would be treated as precious treasures by the cave heavens and paradises. More than 1,000 years ago, the cave heavens and paradises had founded their own Tao temples on the Star Boundary, laying claim to vast stretches of territory. Over the years, a balance of power in the Star Boundary had been maintained by High Heaven Palace as the leader, and other local sects and cave heavens and paradises Tao temples acting as supports. This power balance had not changed much for nearly a millennium. A few decades ago though, when the human race suffered defeat on the barren territory battlefield, cultivators from various great territories all migrated to High Heaven territory. It was quite hectic back then as too many people had suddenly arrived, and more kept on coming. Fortunately, the cave heavens and paradises had stepped in to manage the situation, otherwise the Star Boundary would have been in total chaos. The Star Boundary's name had spread far and wide long ago, and at that time, all the cultivators who had lost their homes all naturally wanted to settle down in the Star Boundary, but the Star Boundary was only so big and could not accommodate so many people. In the end, masters from the various cave heavens and paradises came forward and allowed various forces to set up temporary palaces in the vicinity of the Star Boundary, but all the forces of a territory were only allowed to set up one such palace. Since they could not enter the Star Boundary, staying in its periphery was not a bad idea. At the very least, they would be able to benefit from some of the feedback from the World Tree clone. Furthermore, the forces that had migrated from all over 3,000 worlds were promised that if their outstanding disciples chose to enter any of the cave heavens or paradises Tao temples to cultivate, they would be allowed to do so as long as they passed certain tests. These tests were neither easy nor difficult, but only true geniuses could pass them. Over the years, some people had passed these tests and entered the various Tao temples, but their numbers weren't that high. With these kinds of arrangements, the initial chaos was finally settled. Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder there were so many universe fragments in the periphery of the Star Boundary. They were arranged by the combined effort of various forces of the great territories. When he had returned, Yang Kai noticed numerous universe fragments of various sizes floating around the Star Boundary. Furthermore, there were many palaces and buildings erected on these universe fragments. Obviously, cultivators were living on them. Yang Kai could not understand why there were so many universe fragments present, but after listening to Xianxia's explanation, he finally understood. The cave heavens and paradises ate the meat, while the forces that had migrated could only settle for the soup. There was no other alternative though. The Tao Temple's domain had already occupied a large portion of the Star Boundary, and far too many forces had migrated to High Heaven territory, so the Star Boundary could not accommodate all of them. Xianxia concurred with a nod as a bitter smile appeared on her face as she continued. If the demon territory's environment wasn't so unsuitable, many would have been more than happy to settle there. There were not many universe worlds suitable for habitation and cultivation in high heaven territory. Apart from the star boundary, there was the demon realm. The latter had been shattered many years ago, and Yang Kai had used his embodiment to activate the heaven-devouring battle law and reassemble all those shattered pieces. In terms of cultivation environment, the demon realm was naturally inferior to the star boundary. Furthermore, the demon realm was rich in demon chi. Myriad demons' heaven disciples should like it very much. Likewise, cultivators who cultivated demon techniques would not reject it, but for most cultivators, the demon realm was simply not suitable to live in. The numbers don't match though. How come there are so few migrated cultivators here? Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Although there were many palaces in the vicinity of the star boundary, those could only house so many cultivators, far fewer than the total number who had migrated here from the other great territories. Xianxia explained, the number of cultivators living in the palaces in the periphery of the star boundary is small because most others were settled in the new great territory. There are many more suitable universe worlds in the new great territory for habitation. Whether it is the world energy, world force, or even the grand Tao or material resources there, they can be well suited for varying forces. Yang Kai understood right away. The small stone race he had was discovered in the new great territory. This great territory was only accidentally discovered about a millennium ago, and humans from the other great territories had never set foot into it. The void was truly vast, so a great territory could remain undiscovered as breaching the territory barriers was no simple feat. Over the past 1,000 years or so, High Heaven Palace had worked hard to develop the new great territory and reaped quite a lot of benefits from it. During that time, the new great territory had been under High Heaven Palace's sole control, with the cave heavens and paradises unable to intervene in it. But now, in order to accommodate all the refugees, there was no choice but to open up the new great territory. Be that as it may, if the new great territory had any treasures, they had already been snatched up by High Heaven Palace during their 1,000-year development period. Yang Kai nodded lightly, "Follow me, let's take a trip to the new great territory." Xianxia instantly obeyed, "Yes." Yang Kai had learned a bit about the star boundary from Yu Ru Meng and his other wives, but that information was mainly obtained during pillow talks. Now that he had personally returned, he naturally had to obtain a better understanding of the star boundary situation. "I heard you have 200 disciples hidden here?" Yang Kai suddenly remembered this matter. Xianxia nodded her affirmation, "Yes, I have reported this to the Supreme Headquarters, and also received their permission." After saying so, she added, "But not just High Heaven Palace has done so. The cave heavens and paradise's good seedlings who advance straight to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm have basically all been sequestered here. Only, their disciples are fewer than ours." High Heaven Palace had many disciples because of the tens of thousands of years of accumulation of Yang Kai's small universe. Even if the cave heavens and paradises stashed away some disciples, they did not have such unique conditions to benefit from. "Does Palace Master think it's inappropriate?" Xianxia asked. Yang Kai shook his head in denial. "It's not about whether it is appropriate or not, but, never mind, we'll discuss it later, I have my own considerations." He had always felt that a diligent cultivator who remained in a greenhouse would never have much potential. He then turned to look at bustling world great emperor, who was drinking tea by the side, and stated with a smile, "After so many years, your cultivation has become quite profound, Sir Hongchen." Duan Hongchen glanced at him and refuted, smiling, "Even so, I can't compare to you. How did you reach the 8th Order so quickly?" Yang Kai had broken through to the open heaven realm a little earlier than the other great emperors, but they had advanced directly to the 6th Order, while Yang Kai had advanced to the 5th Order. There was a difference of an order between them and Yang Kai at the start. Over these years, the cultivation of the star boundary's great emperors had advanced at an astonishing pace. Each and every one of them had reached the 7th Order, and Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen, had already reached the peak of the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Originally, Duan Hongchen believed that their cultivation must have surpassed Yang Kai's. After all, Yang Kai had been fighting on the Black Ink battlefield. But much to their surprise, Yang Kai had reached the 8th order by the time he returned, making him even stronger than the great emperors who had been stationed at the star boundary. Duan Hongchen was very puzzled about this. I obtained a certain opportunity, Yang Kai casually replied. The next moment, his expression turned serious as he asked, Sir Hongchen, is the World Tree Clone's feedback useful to you? Considering everything, Duan Hongchen and the others had advanced to the open heaven realm just over 1,000 years ago, but all of them had now reached the 7th order. This was a huge improvement. If it was any other open heaven realm master, it would have been impossible to show so much improvement in such a short time, no matter how outstanding his or her aptitude was. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai believed that the reason was the World Tree Clone's feedback. In the past, he had also borrowed the star boundary's power to resist his enemies, because he was a great emperor acknowledged by the star boundary's will. As a result, he greatly improved in a short time with the help of the star boundary's world force. Borrowing strength like this consumed the world force of the star boundary, but it also strengthened one's foundation greatly. This was equivalent to seizing the star boundary's foundation. It was quite beneficial to oneself and could save a great deal of time in cultivation, but for the star boundary, it was akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, the star boundary being the goose. Duan Hongchen and the others understood this point, and with their sense of righteousness, they would never do something like harming others for the sake of their own benefit. So, their rapid progress must have something to do with the World Tree Clone's feedback. Duan Hongchen nodded his agreement. It's useful, very useful. I didn't notice it at first, but with the increase in the World Tree Clone's feedback these past years, we discovered that our heritages increased much more rapidly than average. Furthermore, as great emperors, our small universe's world force should be denser than others. So, we should be stronger than other cultivators in the same realm. The world force became denser with the increase in his cultivation. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity. After giving it a thought, he realized that it was true for him as well. There was a World Tree Clone in his small universe, which was why his cultivation was much faster than before. Furthermore, the World Tree Clone had the effect of purifying world force, so it naturally made his world force denser. Although Duan Hongchen and the other great emperors did not have World Tree Clones in their small universes, they were star boundary great emperors, so the World Tree Clone being in the star boundary was naturally beneficial to them. Realization suddenly dawned upon Yang Kai. No wonder bustling World Great Emperor's cultivation had improved so quickly. In the final analysis, it was all thanks to the World Tree Clone. The source of the World Tree Clone's feedback was energy siphoned from other universe worlds and then transferred to the star boundary, allowing the latter's fortune and auspicious aura to flourish while its grand Tao was further tempered. This way, both enlightenment and cultivation became easier for the residents of the star boundary. Be that as it may, there was a limit to this kind of extraction, and it was not without restrictions. So, when Yang Kai asked the old tree to bestow him with more World Tree Clones, the latter had only given him 3. If the old tree had given him more, not to mention if the old tree could sustain them or not, the feedback effect would have also substantially decreased. Martial Peak, Chapter 5560, One Sect, Two Great Emperors. Of the 3 World Tree Clones, Yang Kai had given one to Wu Kuang, which left him with 2. Wu Kuang was in quite a precarious position as no one knew when Mo would awaken. The stronger Wu Kuang was, the more he could utilize the power of Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction. This was the reason why Yang Kai wanted to send Wu Kuang there as soon as possible. No matter how powerful Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction was, it was an inanimate object which could do nothing if no one was manning it. Only a stronger Wu Kuang could utilize the complete might of the Grand Array and continue to suppress and seal Mo. The World Tree Clone plus the Heaven-Devouring Battle Law would ensure that Wu Kuang could grow stronger in the shortest amount of time. Otherwise, he would not have boasted that he could advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm in just 3,000 years. It had to be noted that Wu Kuang was currently just a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master. Who has been titled in the star boundary? Yang Kai asked again. Getting a title did not mean advancing to the open heaven realm, It meant being acknowledged by the star boundary's will and obtaining a title granted by the world itself. In truth, the person obtaining the title would just be at the peak of the emperor realm, but unlike others in that realm, he or she would be a great emperor. Generally speaking, every universe world had their own great emperors. The number of great emperors was dependent on the limit of the universe world itself. Just like the small universe of an open heaven realm master had limits, so did real universe worlds. In the entire history of the star boundary, only 10 great emperors could be born in the star boundary. This was the limit of the star boundary. There could be no more great emperors. To a universe world, once every great emperor had their own position, there was no additional vacancy. Unless a great emperor perished, no other great emperor could be born. Originally, the star boundary had 9 great emperors including Xianxia, but after returning, Xianxia could clearly feel that there was another great emperor. When he was chatting with his parents, they had also mentioned this, but they did not mention who it was. Xianxia replied, "It's Pastoral Great Emperor." Dong Hongchen added, "Do you remember Shi de Zhuang?" Even though Xianxia's cultivation was profound and his memory was superb, he didn't have much of an impression of this name. Nonetheless, he found it a little familiar, so he should have heard of it before. Pondering for a moment, it suddenly came to him, the disciple elder Yu Changdao of free and unfettered paradise took a liking to. Duan Hongchen affirmed, smiling, "That's right." Xianxia suddenly realized, "So, it's him," he happily continued, "so to say, he is also a member of my high heaven palace." Xianxia added with a smile, "Yes, palace masters. Now, our high heaven palace is a sect with 2 great emperors." Even though many great emperors of the star boundary were quite close to high heaven palace, everyone had their own backgrounds and none of them were from high heaven palace other than Xianxia. Pastoral Great Emperor, whose title was so down to earth, was different. He was born in the star boundary and had joined high heaven palace. Now, counting Xianxia, high heaven palace genuinely had 2 great emperors. Xianxia remembered Shi de Zhuang because he was one of the first disciples to benefit from the World Tree Clone's feedback. In the past, when word about the World Tree Clone's miraculous benefits spread through the 3,000 worlds, various cave heavens and paradies had swarmed to the star boundary to establish their Tao temples in search of talented disciples. Free and unfettered paradise's elder Yu Changdao was quite lucky and found Shi de Zhuang soon after his arrival and immediately intended to take him under his wing. Unfortunately, Shi de Zhuang's widowed mother, Xianxia, strictly adhered to her deceased husband's final request that Shi de Zhuang only join High Heaven Palace. At that time, it was Xianxia, leading High Heaven Palace and various masters of the star boundary, who drove off the demon race. Some 200 years after great demon god Mo Xing was killed, High Heaven Palace's prestige was at its peak. The entire star boundary had an inexplicable fervor for High Heaven Palace and all cultivators dreamed of joining it. Shi de Zhuang's father had departed this world before the boy was born. He did not have much talent in cultivation, but before he passed away, he left a will and hoped that Shi de Zhuang could join High Heaven Palace someday. Yu Changdao wanted to take Shi de Zhuang as his disciple, but Xianxia was reluctant. This matter had given Yu Changdao a big headache at that time. One had to know that he was from free and unfettered paradise, and a 7th order master. Furthermore, he personally stepped forward to receive this disciple. If any cultivator had obtained this opportunity, they would be dancing with joy and immediately kowtow to him. Xianxia, however, failed to appreciate this opportunity and instead wholeheartedly followed her deceased husband's will. In the end, a compromise had to be reached. Yu Changdao became a high-ranking guest elder in High Heaven Palace, while Shi de Zhuang became Yu Changdao's disciple after joining High Heaven Palace. Everyone was happy. So to say, Shi de Zhuang was a High Heaven Palace disciple as well as a free and unfettered paradise disciple. As it turned out, Yu Changdao had quite a discerning eye. Shi de Zhuang's growth had been extremely rapid after he had started cultivating. He advanced to the emperor realm in a short span of 200 years, obtained the acknowledgement of the star boundary's will, and earned the title of Pastoral Great Emperor. After that, he advanced directly to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. His future prospects were simply limitless. In the past, he was Sherdezhuang, and now he was Pastoral Great Emperor, the Star Boundary's 10th Great Emperor. Duan Hongchen and the other Great Emperors could enjoy the World Tree clones' feedback, which increased their cultivation speed, and naturally, so could the Pastoral Great Emperor. Furthermore, his foundations were far better than the current Great Emperors. He had advanced straight to the 7th Order, which meant he had a chance to reach the 9th Order one day. In this regard, even Yang Kai could not hold a candle to Sherdezhuang. His limit was the 8th Order, and although he had yet to reach the peak of his realm, it was next to impossible for Yang Kai to break through to the 9th Order. Wonderful! Yang Kai rejoiced. No matter what the background of the Pastoral Great Emperor was, so long as he could advance to the 9th Order, he would become a cornerstone of the human race. Thanks to the invasion of a powerful external enemy, the human race no longer had much internal strife. Even though there were quite a lot of geniuses who had advanced straight to the 7th Order, their growth would be extremely slow. Sherdezhuang was different though. His growth time should be much shorter than others thanks to the World Tree clone in the Star Boundary. There's also something that Ironblood and I haven't announced to the public yet. In fact, we haven't been able to make up our minds about what to do, but since you're back, we'll ask for your opinion, Duan Hongchen added. Yang Kai stated, Senior Hongchen, please speak. Duan Hongchen replied, Actually, I don't think you need me to tell you this, but since you just returned, you probably haven't noticed yet. The limit of the Star Boundary seems to have increased. Yang Kai was momentarily stunned after hearing this before he tried to focus and sense it. A universe world's limit was tangible and fixed, but normal people could not sense it unless they were a great emperor like Yang Kai or Duan Hongchen. No matter how high one's cultivation was, it was extremely difficult to perceive this as it was related to the acknowledgement of the world itself. The number of great emperors depended on the capacity of the universe world. The larger the capacity, the more great emperors it could give birth to. The Star Boundary had always had a total of 10 great emperors at maximum. Logically speaking, after Sherdezhuang became a great emperor, the Star Boundary's capacity should have reached its limit, making it impossible for another great emperor to be born. Despite that, Yang Kai discovered that the Star Boundary still seemed to have some room to accommodate more, which meant the Star Boundary's capacity had not reached its limit. When did it start to change? Yang Kai was astounded. I don't know, Dong Hongchen shook his head. In the past, the Star Boundary had never been able to give birth to more than 10 great emperors. We only had 9 for so long we did not pay much attention to it. It was only when Pastoral was titled that we noticed that the Star Boundary had still not hit its limit. Furthermore, it seemed to have continued growing over the years. The World Tree clone? Yang Kai pondered. Duan Hongchen nodded. Apart from this, I can't find any other explanation. As you know, a universe world's capacity is directly correlated to its Grand Tao. Some universe worlds' Grand Tao is stronger, so their capacity is larger. Correspondingly, the number of great emperors they could give birth to is higher. Under normal circumstances, the limit of a universe world's Grand Tao is fixed, and that was also true for the Star Boundary. So, the number of great emperors was also fixed. But now, after years of the World Tree clone's nourishment, the Star Boundary's Grand Tao has become stronger. This should be the reason why the world's capacity has increased. Yang Kai nodded his agreement. Makes sense. Duan Hongchen continued with a smile. Right now, only a few people besides the great emperors know about this matter. We haven't publicly announced it. Yang Kai knew what was going through their minds. There might not be any strife among humans right now, but everyone still had their own selfish motives. In the current Star Boundary, the Tao temples of various cave heavens and paradises had many disciples. Naturally, Duan Hongchen and the others were more inclined to have the Star Boundary native cultivators become great emperors and occupy the final position. As such, the more Star Boundary great emperors there were, the stronger their overall strength would be and the greater their position in the human race's hierarchy would become. Do you think we should announce it to the public? Duan Hongchen asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before agreeing, let's announce it to the public. Presently, the 3,000 worlds has been invaded by foreign enemies, uniting us all in a common cause. In times like this, it would be quite petty to hide such a fact. Also, announcing it should stimulate competitiveness in the younger generation. Although the star boundary's capacity has increased, it seems to only be able to give birth to one more great emperor at most. It might increase in the future, but that remains to be seen. Not to mention, we won't be able to hide this forever. Someone will eventually rise up to take that great emperor position. Duan Hongchen nodded, then we'll follow your lead. Head manager, find an opportunity to spread the news. The nearby Xianxia nodded her acknowledgement. Leave it to me. A great emperor might not be much on its own, as it was just another emperor realm master that was a little stronger than normal after all, but a great emperor of the star boundary was another thing altogether. Duan Hongchen, Zhan Wuhen, and the other great emperor's rapid growth was obvious to other cultivators. Everyone knew that it was thanks to the World Tree clone's feedback. If they could be titled as a great emperor in the star boundary, it would definitely save them a great deal of time in the future. It was quite easy to imagine that once this news was disseminated, it would create a cultivation frenzy among the younger generation. There was only one position, and everyone would compete for it. Whether one could compete or not would depend on one's potential. The star boundary is too crowded. Yang Kai suddenly looked outside and said, in the past, various cave heavens and paradises came to the star boundary to establish Tao temples, dividing up some of the territory. At that time, it was nothing to worry about. Although High Heaven Palace enjoyed quite a popularity in the star boundary, it alone was unable to nurture all the rising talents. So, Yang Kai was more than happy to share the burden with the cave heavens and paradises. It was a win-win cooperation. Only with the migration of cultivators from other great territories, in which even cave heavens and paradises lost their millennia of heritage and foundation, a single star boundary was unable to meet the needs of the entire human race. The sight of all the remaining forces and elites of the human race gathered at one spot might have looked spectacular, but in fact, it was quite detrimental to their development. Originally, Yang Kai had been hesitant about creating another star boundary, but by the looks of it, doing so was imperative. Not only could it relieve the pressure of the star boundary, but it could also resolve some internal issues of the human race. Not to mention, if there was another star boundary, there would be more great emperors like Duan Hongchen and Zhan Wuhen in the future. Martial Peak, Chapter 5561, Myriad Monsters World. Yang Kai was flying through the vast void of the new great territory, accompanied by Xianxia. There was no one else apart from these two. Since he had decided to create another star boundary, Yang Kai naturally would not dawdle. He was now the commander of the profound Nether Army, so he could not stay away for an extended period of time. High Heaven territory did not have suitable universe worlds, so he could only search the new great territory. The new great territory has many universe worlds, but only 12 are habitable and basically, all of them are overcrowded, Xianxia reported while pointing forward. That's Tranquil Blue World. Humans of 100 great territories have migrated here. Yang Kai looked ahead and saw a faint blue universe world. In the vast and endless void, this universe world could not be considered big, but it was quite beautiful. At first, this universe world was only habited by living creatures of low sentience, but after the migration of over 100 great territories, the entire tranquil blue world was bustling with activity and buildings of all shapes and sizes could be seen everywhere. Humans were quite a tenacious race. Although they had to part with their homeland and settle on this strange universe world, the flames of the human race's development had spread throughout the entire universe world. Tranquil Blue World's Grand Tao was not very strong, but it was not that low either. It was not a problem for a cultivator to advance to the Emperor realm here, and the capacity of this universe world was enough to support the birth of several great emperors. Yang Kai did not stay here for long though and continued to explore with Xianxia. As Yang Kai and Xianxia traveled to one universe world after another, he gradually gained a better understanding of the new Great Territory's situation. Indeed, as Xianxia had mentioned, there were 12 habitable universe worlds in the new Great Territory, and humans who had migrated from other great territories had more or less settled down on all of them. Furthermore, as there were too many humans, some of these universe worlds were as crowded as the star boundary. Are there any other universe worlds? Xianxia asked. It was actually quite simple to create a second star boundary. He just had to pick one from these 12 universe worlds and plant the world tree clone on it. Then, after a few centuries, it would naturally turn into a second star boundary. In the beginning, the star boundary was almost shattered, but after the world tree clone was planted on it, it became an open heaven realm cradle. On the other hand, these 12 universe worlds were completely intact and even flourishing. Be that as it may, Xianxia had his own plans. Palace Master, what kind of universe world are you looking for? Xianxia did not know what Xianxia had in mind. There are 3 more universe worlds besides these 12 habitable universe worlds, of which 2 worlds grandiose are incomplete. It would not be a problem for ordinary mortals to migrate to those worlds, but if cultivators live on them, their cultivation would progress very slowly. What about the third one? Xianxia asked. There is also a universe world whose Grand Dao is quite strong, but its environment is a bit special. Great monsters run rampant there. Furthermore, there are many great monsters at the peak of the Emperor realm, so it would be quite dangerous for humans to reside on it without any protection from powerful masters. It was not that High Heaven Palace was unable to exterminate these great monsters. If a few open heaven realm masters were deployed, the monster race would not be able to mount any resistance. It was just that it was their territory to begin with. If High Heaven Palace really did this, it would be inhumane and go against the heaven's will. So, when they arranged for the humans to relocate to the new Great Territory, this universe world was not taken into consideration and simply left alone. Xianxia's eyes lit up after hearing this. Let's go take a look. Xianxia quickly led the way. The two arrived at the periphery of a universe world half a day later. Xianxia pointed at the giant universe world and introduced, "This is it." Senior Martial Beast named it the Myriad Monsters World. When we discovered this place, Senior Martial Beast personally entered it to inspect it and subdued a few great monsters. Now, those great monsters are subordinates of Senior Martial Beast. High Heaven Palace did not try to subdue the Myriad Monsters World, firstly, because it was inhumane and counter to the natural order, and secondly, it was because of Marital Beast Great Emperor. Martial Beast Great Emperor's Grand Dao was about controlling and taming beasts. He was naturally very fond of a place like the Myriad Monsters World. Xianxia looked around and immediately understood why Xianxia said that this world's environment was quite special. This world was filled with an extremely ancient and savage aura. It was no wonder that the monster race ran rampant here, and great monsters could be found everywhere. This environment was perfectly suitable for the monster race. Xianxia was overjoyed. He was unaware that there was such a world in the new Great Territory. It must have been discovered by High Heaven Palace after he entered the Black Ink battlefield. Let's go down and take a look, Xianxia beckoned, leading Xianxia into the Myriad Monsters World. As soon as Xianxia and Xianxia entered the Myriad Monsters World, great monsters with higher cultivation seemed to have sensed something as they raised their head, looking towards the void. But how could these great monsters see him when Xianxia had deliberately hidden his whereabouts? Myriad Monsters World was quite large, bigger than any of the other 12 universe worlds Xianxia had investigated before. Covering the entire Myriad Monsters World with his divine sense, Xianxia could indeed detect the aura of many great monsters here, every one of them at the peak of the Emperor realm. With such powerful cultivation and the tyrannical physique of the monster race, their strength was quite impressive. Be that as it may, as these members of the monster race had no contact with the outside world, they only relied on their instincts to cultivate. The peak of the Emperor realm was basically their limit. They could not advance any further. The current cultivation path of the human race was passed down by Tsang and other 9 martial ancestors, which allowed them to open up a small universe in their bodies and break through the shackles of their universe worlds, allowing them to attain far greater strength. The divine spirit's cultivation mainly focused on purifying their bloodline. The purer one's bloodline was, the stronger they would be. As for the monster race, their cultivation method depended mainly on taking human form and then using the human's open heaven realm cultivation method to break through from their equivalent of the emperor realm to the open heaven realm. The monster race of the myriad monsters world had never even seen humans before though, so how would they assume human form? Therefore, no matter how profound their cultivation was, they had always maintained their monster form. Some of them were incomparably massive and looked quite magnificent from a distance. In fact, when the monster race ruled the universe in the early ancient era, they had their own cultivation methods that did not involve taking human form to constantly improve their strength. However, the monster race's cultivation method was lost with the destruction of the early ancient era. Whether it was the early ancient era's cultivation method, or the open heaven realm method of the human race, the monster race of the myriad monsters world knew nothing about them. Thus, they only maintained their monster forms and the peak of the emperor realm was their limit. This was the world's shackles on them, the constraints of this world's grand Tao. The monster race on the myriad monsters world had quite a huge population. There were quite a lot of great monsters here, but none of them were able to break their shackles without a proper cultivation method. This problem had plagued the great monsters of the myriad monsters world for countless eras. They had tried to solve this problem, but had never been able to. As Xianxia continued to investigate the myriad monsters world, every great monster on it started to become restless. Although they were unable to detect Xianxia or his aura, they still instinctively felt that a great catastrophe was looming over their heads. The monster race's instincts had always been quite sharp, so the strongest among them could faintly feel that someone had entered this world, someone whom they could not resist. It was not like this had never happened before though. Several hundred years ago, when Martial Beast Great Emperor had entered the myriad monsters world and subdued a few of the strongest great monsters, he too had given them a similar feeling. The surviving great monsters had personally witnessed this strange individual's strength. The strongest of the great monsters were unable to fight back against that tiny figure. That same feeling had once again descended today. All the great monsters began to lie low for fear of being targeted. They were also unaware of what fate befell those great monsters who were taken away by that human, but they were unwilling to hand their life and death over to others. The movements of these great monsters naturally could not escape Xianxia's investigation, who actually found it quite funny. These monster beasts' instincts are quite sharp. Be that as it may, he had not come here to subdue these great monsters. Although the monster race here was quite amazing, he did not attach any importance to them. At some point, Xianxia came to a stop as a smile appeared on his lips. The next moment, his divine sense flooded the myriad monsters world like a tide, completely enveloping it. Immediately after, the great monsters who were hiding in their lairs heard a loud sound like a bell tolling in their minds. The sudden intrusion of that sound immediately made the great monsters panic, but very soon, they discovered that the sound that had appeared was not lethal or anything of the sort, just rather noisy. Furthermore, that undulating sound seemed to be subtly guiding them. Immediately, the intelligent great monsters calmed their minds and began carefully comprehending it. The great monsters relied completely on their instincts to cultivate, but those who could cultivate to the peak had naturally opened up a degree of sentience that vastly exceeded that of common monster beasts. After this enlightenment, some great monsters went wild with joy, as if they had seen the road ahead in their ever-stagnant cultivation. After half a day, in a mountain valley filled with flowers, a great monster spat out its monster core and followed the guidance of the sound in its mind, carefully tempering it. In another place, on some mountain peak, another great monster similarly spat out a vibrant five-colored monster core before its blood essence started surging and monster chi filled the surroundings. In the middle of the sea, a giant whale emerged from the water, its monster core hovering over its head. In the middle of a forest, on the plains, on the snowy mountains, great monsters spat out their monster cores after seeing the light in the darkness, and began cultivating with all their heart. In an instant, monster chi filled the myriads monsters world as powerful auras began to suddenly emerge one after another. Hua Qingxi's mouth went agape at the sight of this, and she immediately turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Palace Master, what did you do?" She had no idea what Yang Kai had done. All she noticed was his divine sense surging, stirring the calm myriad monsters world the next moment. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I taught them a cultivation method." Hua Qingxi was shaken up by this revelation. Yang Kai's words might be simple, but she knew that this cultivation method was definitely far from ordinary, otherwise, it would have been impossible to see such changes so rapidly in the myriad monsters world. Currently, the monster race relied on the human race's open heaven realm cultivation method, but judging by the momentum of myriad monsters world's great monsters, they wanted to break through with their monster forms alone. How could such a secret art be simple? This was definitely an extremely profound and ancient method. In fact, Hua Qingxi's guess was correct. What Yang Kai had passed down was indeed an ancient cultivation method used by the monster race in the early ancient era. This ancient method was long lost with the destruction of the early ancient era. However, in this universe, if anyone knew this ancient method, that would be Wu Kuang. When Yang Kai and Wu Kuang parted ways at the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, Wu Kuang had taught him the monster race's ancient cultivation method. It was not that Wu Kuang foresaw the existence of the myriad monsters world. Rather, if Yang Kai wanted to advance to the ninth order, he needed this ancient monster race cultivation method. Martial Peak, Chapter 5562, Negotiation. Inside the myriad monsters world, great monsters began to cultivate after receiving the ancient cultivation method, causing the entire universe world's world force to thrum. Meanwhile, Yang Kai found a spirit peak and began setting up a universe array. He had left multiple universe arrays in the new great territory, mainly to facilitate High Heaven Palace disciples' exploration, but there were none in the vicinity of the myriad monsters world. Although Hua Qingxi did not know Yang Kai's intentions, she did not ask any questions either. Her palace master always had his reasons for doing things. All she needed to do was assist him. There was no need to ask any question. Half a day later, a new universe array was finished. After which, Yang Kai started building a sturdy universe temple around it together with Hua Qingxi. At this moment, the monster chi of the first great monster to start cultivating using the ancient methods suddenly soared. Immediately after, lightning started flashing in the clear sky before a thick purple bolt suddenly emerged out of thin air, striking straight towards the great monster. The next moment, a towering wave of flames spread from the location of the great monster, burning everything in its path. The flames were so hot that even the local space began to crack. Immediately, a beastly roar resounded throughout the sky. Yang Kai looked up, immersed in his thoughts. By the looks of it, if the great monsters wanted to break their shackles, they would also need to go through some suffering, but it was not that it was unexpected. The human race's advancement to the open heaven realm was not a smooth path either. Although humans did not have to face heavenly tribulations when they merged yin, yang, and the five elements into one before splitting heaven and earth apart in their bodies, they would face many internal troubles, and the slightest mistake would result in death. This lightning and fire tribulation was probably a test from the heavenly way. If the great monsters weathered it, they would have a wider world ahead of them, but if they couldn't, they would perish on the spot. Be that as it may, the great monsters of the myriad monsters world were bound by the shackles of the Grand Tao here, and without a suitable cultivation method, they had tempered their bodies for many, many years after reaching the peak of their current realm. It should not be difficult for them to overcome this lightning and fire tribulation. Yang Kai had no intention of lending a hand. In any case, one had to depend on themselves in such matters. Outside intervention would ultimately be counter to the natural order. The lightning and fire tribulation became fiercer and fiercer, and the beastly roars became louder and louder. Finally, after several hours, things slowly calmed down. Things might have calmed down in the original spot, but there were still many great monsters trying to overcome their own lightning and fire tribulation in the myriad monsters world. The Universe Temple was also finished on the Spirit Peak by now. With two powerful Open Heaven Realm Masters working together, it was a simple matter to build a Universe Temple. Suddenly, a fearsome aura rapidly approached from the horizon. Xianxia and Yang Kai both looked up before Yang Kai proposed with a smile, "Let's go meet our new friend." Walking out of Universe Temple, Yang Kai spotted a big and strong snow-white tiger. The enormous tiger was some 70 to 80 meters tall and radiated an intense monster chi. Its massive body was giving off quite a huge pressure. Its eyes alone were as big as a water tank, but because it had just gone through the lightning and fire tribulation, it also looked quite miserable. The giant tiger's eyes flashed with vigilance at the sight of Yang Kai and Xianxia as it instinctively took 2 steps back. Yang Kai sized it up from top to bottom before lightly nodding his acknowledgement. Not bad. It had just weathered the lightning and fire tribulation, but it was radiating a pressure comparable to a third-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Given time, this great monster's achievements would not be too low. Humans' Open Heaven Realm cultivation method had its own advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that those with great aptitude could reach the sky in a single bound. For instance, the seedlings who could advance straight to the 6th order or 7th order would immediately possess such strength the moment they ascended from the Emperor realm. The drawback was that the advancement to the Open Heaven realm came with an innate shackle. The lower one's aptitude was, the lower would one's future limit be. It was for this reason that every 7th order elite was extremely treasured by the human race. On the other hand, divine spirits had no such shackles, and neither did the monster race. The divine spirits' advancement depended on their bloodline power. The purer one's bloodline was, the stronger one would be. The monster race's ancient cultivation method focused on tempering one's monster core. A monster beast relied on their monster core to improve. The giant tiger had just broken through, but it was already as strong as a third-order Open Heaven Realm human, but this did not mean that its limit would be the 5th order. As long as it diligently polished and tempered its monster core, with ample opportunity and aptitude, advancing to the 6th order, 7th order, 8th order, or even 9th order equivalent was not impossible. In a sense, the human race's Open Heaven Realm cultivation method could be said to be flawed, or at least incomplete. Yang Kai had only recently understood this. Even if he had noticed it though, he was unable to do anything about it. The Open Heaven Realm cultivation method was passed down by Tsang and the other martial ancestors from the late ancient era. Millions of years had already gone by since then, and the human race had always relied on this cultivation method to grow stronger. Without the Open Heaven Realm cultivation method, humans would have been stuck in the Emperor realm still, never having achieved the greatness they had today. Don't be afraid, this king has no malicious intentions. I just have some matters to discuss with you and the other great monsters. Yang Kai looked at the giant tiger with an amiable look on his face. The giant tiger let out a growl as the vigilance in its eyes became even stronger. Who knew if it understood Yang Kai or not? Realization suddenly dawned upon Yang Kai as he muttered, "I forgot that you have never communicated with humans before." Saying so, he stepped forward, stretching his hand towards the giant tiger's forehead. The giant tiger was startled and instinctively tried to dodge, but how could it? It helplessly watched Yang Kai's fingertip grow closer and closer before touching its forehead. Its fur all stood on end in fright. But very soon, it realized that Yang Kai had no intention of harming it. Instead, many strange things appeared in its mind. Yang Kai floated back as he spoke to the giant tiger with a smile on his lips. "Now we can communicate." The giant tiger's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, it suddenly discovered that it could understand Yang Kai. What's more, if it wanted to, it could speak with the opposite party. It tried to open its mouth, asking in somewhat broken human language, "You?" Yang Kai replied, smiling, "I am the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai." How would the giant tiger know what this High Heaven Palace was? Quickly assimilating the new language it had been taught, it asked again, "What you do here?" Yang Kai answered, "Today, I have come to your precious land to teach you a cultivation method and help you escape from the shackles of this universe world's grand Tao." In exchange, I will send a few people here to cultivate. I hope all of you will restrain the other monster race members and not harm these humans." The giant tiger had some difficulty understanding everything that was said, but it ultimately comprehended Yang Kai's intentions and angrily proclaimed, "This place is mine." The monster race was extremely territorial. When it heard that Yang Kai wanted to send humans to cultivate here, it naturally was not too happy about it. Yang Kai responded with a smile, "It used to be." The giant tiger was momentarily taken aback before asking, "What about the future?" "This world is mine from now on." The giant tiger understood Yang Kai's words and immediately growled, "Why?" Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying, "Because I'm stronger than you." The giant tiger appeared to have something to say, but it did not know how to put it into words, so it simply chose not to say anything. It leapt up and bit towards Yang Kai. "Die!" Yang Kai simply flicked his finger towards the giant tiger's head, sending it tumbling back. It was immediately hit with a fit of dizziness and shook its head for a long while, but was still unable to stand up. Only now did it realize that the tiny human before him was extremely strong, so strong that it could provoke him. Yang Kai jumped up and landed on its head before lowering his head and asking, "Is this territory yours or mine?" The giant tiger's eyes took a moment to focus before it replied, "It can't say." The giant tiger's territory was just a small portion of the vast myriad monsters world, and there were naturally others who occupied other territories. Yang Kai immediately understood. The next moment, space principles started undulating as he stretched his hand out and clasped it. What happened next completely horrified the giant tiger as great monsters of all shapes and sizes suddenly appeared out of thin air and were thrown in front of it. The giant tiger recognized some of these great monsters, while some were unfamiliar, though it seemed to know about most of them at least. All these great monsters were scattered throughout the myriad monsters world and were the strongest members of the monster race. But now, all of them had been captured and brought here by Yang Kai. With the sudden change in their surroundings, all the great monsters were a little absent-minded, unable to understand how they suddenly appeared here. Yang Kai ordered the giant tiger, "Pass on my words, and see who dares to refuse." The giant tiger was filled with incomparable anguish, but under Yang Kai's strong arming, it had no choice but to communicate with the other great monsters and convey Yang Kai's intentions. While the great monsters were conversing, they would look towards Yang Kai with eyes filled with dread. At this moment, they also came to know who imparted to them the ancient cultivation method. Furthermore, when someone as strong as the giant tiger was unable to resist the opposite party, how could the other great monsters dare to cause trouble? They simply could not afford to provoke this human. The next moment, all the great monsters withdrew their auras as if they had reached some consensus. Yang Kai was satisfied with this. The giant tiger suddenly started speaking. "Those two don't agree, they want to eat you." Saying so, it stretched out its claws, pointing towards two great monsters. The two great monsters who were being pointed at instantly had their hair stand on end, and the hedgehog-like great monster of the two angrily shouted, "Nonsense. We agree?" Originally, the tiger wanted to bully these two great monsters he had a grudge with. Thinking they did not understand human language, they would be unable to refute, but much to its surprise, they could speak the human tongue as well. The giant tiger realized that when this human had captured and brought these great monsters here, he must have secretly done something. Yang Kai jumped down from its body and patted its massive head, stating, "Good, since everyone has agreed, this myriad monsters world will be this Yang's territory from now on. In the future, I will send some humans to cultivate here. I hope that everyone can restrain your subordinates and stop them from attacking those humans." Yang Kai really found the giant tiger's antics quite funny. The giant tiger was quite the schemer, actually trying to murder with a borrowed knife. He wondered what kind of grudge those two great monsters had with the giant tiger. One of the black-furred great monsters, who looked like a jackal, asked, "What happens if they harmed?" Yang Kai slightly smiled, "What do you think?" Although Yang Kai's tone was quite light, as if he was joking, All the great monsters had a chill run down their spine. They realized that this human was not joking. If such a thing really did happen, the monster race member who attacked the humans would definitely be killed. Another great monster asked, "What if humans hurt us?" Xianxia assured, "Don't worry, I will also make it clear to the humans who are sent here to cultivate that they are not to harm the monster beasts of the myriad monsters world. Anyone who dares to break this rule will be killed as well." The great monsters looked at each other before nodding lightly. It was only fair that both sides were not allowed to harm or kill at will. If the humans could attack them at will but they could not even retaliate, then they could never agree. By the looks of it, this human was quite fair. "Alright, this matter is settled. Everyone, please return." Xianxia waved off. It was not that hard for him to subdue the entire monster race of the myriad monsters world. Perhaps he could use gentler methods to accomplish this, but Xianxia did not have the time to do so. When even the divine spirits of the grand ancient ruins boundary were beaten into submission by him, what would monster beasts of the myriad monsters world count for? Martial Peak, Chapter 5563, Recovering the Embodiment. The great monsters left one after another. Very soon, beastly roars could be heard coming from everywhere on the myriad monsters world. Obviously, the great monsters were passing down Xianxia's decree. Xianxia walked to Xianxia and asked, confused, "Palace Master, are you sending someone here to cultivate?" Xianxia nodded his agreement, "Yes. But the myriad monsters world's Grand Dao is tailored towards the monster race's cultivation, so it might not be suitable for humans." Previously, High Heaven Palace had also considered whether they should arrange for some humans to settle down on the myriad monsters world, but the population of the monster race on this world was huge, and if they allowed humans to settle here, there would definitely be some conflicts every now and then. More importantly though, this world's Grand Dao was far more suited for the monster race. If humans cultivated here, they would have to work twice as hard for half the results. However, Xianxia stated mysteriously, it might not have been suitable in the past, but that may not be so in the future. Saying so, he took out a small sapling and made his way to the utmost top of the spirit peak before carefully planting it. A look of suspicion appeared on Xianxia's face as she vaguely found this small sapling a little familiar, but at the same time, she failed to recognize it. While she was still mulling over the issue though, she saw the little sapling's branches sway before it started growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had become a towering tree. But it did not end there. The myriad monsters world's Grand Dao appeared to be fiercely undulating along with the growth of the little sapling, and Xianxia could clearly feel the little sapling drawing a vast and seemingly limitless energy from somewhere beyond the void, which then integrated into the myriad monsters world. In less than a dozen or so breaths, the myriad monsters world's Grand Dao had undergone some obvious changes, becoming stabler and clearer. A look of astonishment blanketed Xianxia's face as she blurted out, "A world tree clone?" She finally understood why this little sapling was giving her a strange sense of familiarity. Obviously, this was another world tree clone. The star boundary had such a clone, but it was unbelievably massive now. Therefore, she could not relate the two right away. However, what else could make a universe world stabler and cause such massive changes to it in such a short period of time besides a world tree clone? It never crossed Xianxia's mind that Xianxia would actually have another world tree clone sapling on him. No wonder Palace Master insisted on sending people to the myriad monsters world to cultivate. With a world tree clone here, no matter what the myriad monsters world's Grand Dao was like before, it will soon be akin to the star boundaries. All living beings residing in this world will benefit greatly from it. The myriad monsters world would definitely become a second star boundary. If the rest of the human race came to know about this, it would surely cause a huge stir. Currently, the star boundary could no longer accept any more outsiders. Even the cave heavens and paradises only had a few quotas, while most of the cultivators who had migrated from the various great territories could only eye it from a distance, never to step foot on it. If word of the myriad monsters world were to disseminate though, everyone would definitely flock to this place with countless people wanting to settle here. The myriad monsters world would not just ease some of the dissension in the human refugees, however, it would surely lead to some new problems. In an instant, many thoughts flashed in Hua Qingxi's mind as she asked, "Palace Master, do we need to classify all information regarding the myriad monsters world?" If need be, she would immediately return to High Heaven Palace to pick a few people and seal off this world to prevent others from noticing anything. Yang Kai already had a plan in his mind though and refused, shaking his head lightly, "No need. From the start, I plan to open the myriad monsters world to all the forces of the human race, but not just anyone will be allowed to enter this place. After you return, deploy some men here to guard this world and seal it off. No one is allowed to enter the myriad monsters world for now. In addition, send word to all parties that the myriad monsters world will open in 50 years, with humans being allowed to settle on it then. Anyone who wishes to enter the myriad monsters world must purchase a spot with military merits without exception, including those from High Heaven Palace. As for the military merits required to buy a spot, the Supreme Headquarters will announce it in the future. The myriad monsters world should have stabilized somewhat after 50 years. Since the World Tree clone had just been planted, the effects of its feedback would not be that obvious, but they should become noticeable after 50 years. Furthermore, 50 years would be enough time for the various forces of the human race to finish their preparations. Exchanging settlement quotas for military merits was also a due consideration to the human soldiers who were fighting the Black Ink clan on the front lines. Similarly, it was a stimulus to push more masters, who were so far unwilling to take risks, into the war. Who did not have descendants or disciples. Who did not want their juniors to have a brighter future. Although they were unable to enter the star boundary, the myriad monsters world was open to all. All one needed was enough military merits to buy a spot. It was quite likely that the various forces of the human race would be more than happy about this arrangement. The myriad monsters world was definitely going to cause a sensation. Hua Qingxi praised with admiration, "Palace Master has thought everything through." Yang Kai did not say anything in return, he just turned around and stated, "Let's head back to the star boundary." The World Tree clone had been planted, but the effects of the feedback would not be seen in a short time. Since he was finished with this matter, Yang Kai had no intention of remaining here. He had left a universe temple and universe array on the myriad monsters world, so it would be easy and convenient for humans to travel here in the future. After returning from the new great territory, Hua Qingxi hurried to High Heaven Palace and prepared the necessary people to guard the myriad monsters world. On the other hand, Yang Kai flew off to the demon realm. In High Heaven territory, the only world buzzing with activity other than the star boundary was the demon realm. There were still a large number of demon race survivors on it, and embodiment had always been stationed here as well. The demon realm was shattered to pieces in the past, but in the end, Yang Kai used his embodiment and the heaven-devouring battle law to piece it back together. This had the effect of tying embodiment and the demon realm together. After 1,000 years, the demon realm's shattered Grand Tao had started showing signs of healing, and the demon race living on it also slowly regained their vitality. Now, the demon realm not only had the demon race, but also many humans who cultivated demon techniques. Myriad demons' heaven disciples especially liked coming to the demon realm because the environment here was particularly suitable for their cultivation. Yang Kai still had a World Tree clone in his possession. If he planted the clone here, the demon realm would definitely prosper in a short time, but he had no plans to do so. The humans already had the star boundary, and would also have the myriad monsters world in the future. That was already sufficient. He had other uses for the final clone. Today, he did not come here to check the demon realm, but rather for embodiment. Ever since he left it here, his embodiment had been sleeping in the depths of the demon realm while remaining connected to it. Yang Kai did not need to summon it, as the moment he appeared on a mountain peak in the demon realm, the sleeping embodiment immediately woke up and appeared in front of Yang Kai. The embodiment's true form was a stone spirit clansman. It could be considered Xiao Zhao's clansman, but when it was hatching, it failed to gain sentience. Yang Kai didn't know why at the time, but later found out there could only be a maximum of 10 stone spirit clansmen at any given time, and the maximum had been reached. Xianxia had placed his soul clone in it at that time, turning it into a kind of avatar. In the past, embodiment had saved Xianxia during many crises. Although they had not seen each other for 1,000 years, Xianxia did not feel any unfamiliarity. After all, embodiment was a part of him, only it was a different existence that carried a piece of Xianxia's soul. As expected, I've become quite strong, the embodiment marveled, looking Xianxia up and down. Xianxia grinned. There are no outsiders here, there is no need to toot your own horn. Compared to the true body, embodiment was far weaker. Xianxia felt that it was only as strong as a fifth-order open heaven realm master, which was nothing before the current Xianxia who had killed many feudal lords and territory lords. Because it was one with the demon realm, it was impossible for embodiment to actively cultivate and grow stronger. Instead, the more perfect the demon realm's Grand Tao was, the stronger it would become, and vice versa. The strength embodiment could show was basically equivalent to the strength of the demon realm's Grand Tao. In other words, the combined world force of the demon realm was equivalent to that of a fifth-order open heaven realm master's small universe. Compared to the star boundary, the gap was simply enormous. Furthermore, the embodiment also had another huge limitation. Ever since it had used the heaven-devouring battle law to rebuild the demon realm, it couldn't go far from it. It could be said that the current embodiment was not much help to Xianxia anymore. Xianxia stretched out his finger, laying it on embodiment's forehead. The next moment, a variety of information was instantaneously transferred to the embodiment's mind. When Xianxia withdrew his finger, the embodiment nodded his understanding. So that's how it is. This technique is indeed quite profound. Xianxia added, sighing, sure is truly amazing to have created this secret art, but no one has ever attempted to cultivate it before, so it's hard to say if it will succeed. At the end of the day, it represents hope. Even if it doesn't succeed, we won't suffer much of a loss. Xianxia refuted, shaking his head, if we're not careful, it might backfire on me. Embodiment asked with a smile, do we have a choice? Helplessness immediately took over Xianxia's face as he shook his head, I'm afraid not. Embodiment continued, then what is there to hesitate about? We can't wait for the universe furnace to just show itself, right? Who knows how long that will take? Saying so, embodiment approached Xianxia. Today, you and I will become one once more. We'll advance to the 9th order and vanquish Mo. As embodiment approached, his figure became more illusory and transparent before merging into Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body trembled slightly as lightning appeared in the sky above his small universe. At this moment, the world force became richer and denser. Embodiment's energy was Xianxia's energy, so now that the two were rejoined, all its strength became Xianxia's strength, increasing his cultivation. Be that as it may, as embodiment was not that strong, this increase was not that obvious. When embodiment merged with Xianxia, nearly 1,000 years of his memories also integrated with Xianxia's mind, but as embodiment had been asleep this whole time, those memories were quite simple. By the time Xianxia came to his senses, embodiment's figure was no longer before him, only a gust of wind blowing up some loose sand. At this moment, all the living creatures on the demon realm looked towards the sky one after another. They could vaguely feel that the demon realm had changed somehow, but they were unable to tell how. Another gust of wind blew up as Xianxia disappeared from his spot. More than a month later, a piece of news spread from High Heaven Palace. High Heaven Palace's palace master, Xianxia, had created 3 sealed worlds in the vicinity of the star boundary using his own strength. These sealed worlds were known as Space Dao Sealed World, Time Dao Sealed World, and Spear Dao Sealed World. These 3 sealed worlds contain the profundities of these 3 Grand Daos, and anyone could enter them to comprehend these Grand Daos after passing a few tests. As soon as this news was disseminated, the entire human race became abuzz with activity. Countless young geniuses scrambled to enter these sealed worlds, and in a flash, the surrounding void of these 3 sealed worlds was constantly crowded with people. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-64, Returning to Profound Nether Territory. The Spear Tao was one thing, but the Tao of Time and Tao of Space had always been the most abstruse and esoteric of grand Taos. Since ancient times, very few cultivators had been able to cultivate them. Only the Dragon and Phoenix clans could dabble in these two grand Taos, relying on their bloodline talents. Yang Kai's strength was obvious to all. Although he was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, others in the 8th Order would find it difficult to fight against a single innate territory lord. On the other hand, the number of innate territory lords who had died at Yang Kai's hands needed more than 2 hands to count. He even managed to escape from the pursuit of royal lords. It was all thanks to his mastery over these 2 grand Taos. Now, he had created 3 sealed worlds using his grand Taos as the basis. It was a given that people would flock to them. Putting everything else aside, so long as they could inherit some of Yang Kai's legacy, they could enjoy endless benefits. In a flash, countless cultivators flocked towards the vicinity of the star boundary to explore the 3 sealed worlds. Unfortunately, only a few of them had any real gains. The Tao of Time and Tao of Space were indeed too obscure and difficult to understand. Even if many people believed themselves to be quite talented, they still found it extremely hard to comprehend the mysteries of these 2 grand Taos. On the other hand, the Spear Tao sealed world benefited many people. Compared to Tao of Time or the Tao of Space, the Spear Tao was undoubtedly more common and easier to comprehend. Everyone believed that Yang Kai had left these sealed worlds for the betterment of the human race, but only a few knew that he had actually created them for the disciples who had come out of the Void Tao Temple. If others could gain anything from these sealed worlds, it was naturally better, but it was also fine for them to obtain nothing. There were quite a lot of disciples who had come out from the Void Tao Temple. As they were born and raised in Yang Kai's small universe, many of them had inherited his talent in 1 or 2 of his primary grand Taos. For instance, Wan Lushan, whom Yang Kai encountered in Acacia territory, was proficient in the Tao of Space. There should be many disciples like Wan Lushan, many of whom Yang Kai did not even know the names of. Although these disciples had inherited some talent in Yang Kai's 3 grand Taos, their attainments were generally not that high. Without anyone guiding them, their future cultivation would be thorny and they would have to take many detours. There were many disciples like this, and there might be even more in the future. How could Yang Kai have the time to guide them one by one? After thinking about it for a while, he decided to leave 3 sealed worlds for them to comprehend on their own. The 3 sealed worlds were built using Yang Kai's comprehension and life experience in the 3 grand Taos. So long as one was not too dull, they would be able to gain some benefits from them. Even Yang Shao, Yang Shui, as well as Zhao Yi Bai, Zhao Ye, and the others were thrown into the 3 sealed worlds to cultivate. The 3 sealed worlds caused quite a stir, but that was nothing compared to what came next, for the Human Race Supreme Headquarters soon after released a piece of sensational news. 50 years from now, a second universe world with a world tree clone would open. At that time, anyone who wanted to send their descendants or disciples to this new universe world to cultivate could purchase a spot with military merits. This news not only created a buzz among the humans' refugees, but even made the soldiers on the front line feverish. Currently, the star boundary was the most important base of the human race. It was also the only open heaven realm cradle in existence. The star boundary had given birth to countless elites and geniuses over the last 1,000 years, producing geniuses who advanced straight to the 6th order and even 7th order in massive quantities. But why was this? It was all thanks to the World Tree clone's feedback. The star boundary itself was nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, there were many universe worlds like or even better than the star boundary in the past. All of its glory and prosperity was thanks to the World Tree clone. It could be said that the star boundary had become an open heaven realm cradle in the current age because of the World Tree clone. Who would not want to reside in the star boundary? Who would not want to send their disciples and descendants to cultivate in this miraculous universe world? A disciple who only had the aptitude to advance to the 4th order might be able to break through directly to the 5th order or 6th order after cultivating in the star boundary. It was just a gap of one order, but it would set one's future achievements worlds apart. Be that as it may, the star boundary was overcrowded already, and it was very difficult for ordinary people to enter and settle down there. Even the cave heavens and paradies had few quotas every year, so it was even more impossible for other forces to set foot there. But now, the Supreme Headquarters had announced that a second universe world with a World Tree clone would be open for settlement 50 years from now. What did this mean? It meant that a second star boundary would be born, meaning that more humans could benefit from the World Tree's feedback. It meant that those who had been yearning to enter the star boundary but were unable to do so would have a chance to fulfill this dream. This news immediately created a huge sensation throughout the human race. Many people tried to check how reliable this news was, but with the announcement coming straight from the Supreme Headquarters, how could it be false? As for why 50 years later, the Supreme Headquarters also answered this question. The World Tree clone was provided by Xianxia and had just been planted in a certain universe world. The feedback would only begin to take noticeable effect in 50 years. As for which universe world it was, the Supreme Headquarters did not disclose. It was Xianxia again. Xianxia's name was almost present in all the major events that had happened in the human race over the past few years. All the human cultivators, whether they were weak or strong, had heard his name at least once. At present, Xianxia was the most famous person in the entire human race. In any event, the Supreme Headquarters' answer reassured the humans who still had doubts. The World Tree clone's feedback indeed needed time to take effect, something that had been confirmed in the star boundary many years ago. 50 years was more than half a lifetime to ordinary mortals who had never cultivated, but to human masters who had achieved higher cultivation, it was like a snap of a finger. They could afford to wait. As for the condition of exchanging settlement quotas with military merits, it also caused the human race to cheer. Currently, the star boundary's territory was carved up by the cave heavens and paradises and the local forces. It had already been years since this balance was established, so it was almost impossible for the other forces to interfere. However, the second star boundary that would open 50 years from now was different. It was a universe world untouched by human hands, which would give many people a chance. Buying a spot using military merits was undoubtedly a fair and reasonable proposal. Some people inquired about how many military merits would be required to buy a spot, but the Supreme Headquarters only said that it had not been decided yet and that they would set a number when the universe world opened. Although this answer was unsatisfactory to many, no one pestered the Supreme Headquarters again. Was it difficult to obtain military merits? For those who were too afraid to enter the battlefield, it was indeed difficult. As for the soldiers who were fighting the Black Ink clan on the front lines, every Black Ink clan member was a living, breathing military merit to be reaped. All one needed to do to gather sufficient military merits to buy a spot was make a few trips to the battlefield. Not everyone dared to enter the battlefield and fight the Black Ink clan. There were always some who gave all kinds of excuses to stay behind. Currently, the human race army was composed of the surviving soldiers of the Black Ink battlefield's various great passes as the framework, with the disciples of cave heavens and paradises as the main body and with conscripts from various second-class great forces making up the rest of the numbers. Depending on the size and strength of a sect, different numbers of people were conscripted from them. Naturally, some people at the Supreme Headquarters had planned this. Every time there were some serious casualties on the battlefield, they would conscript further reinforcements. This kind of recruitment was a bit forceful, but since the enemy had already invaded, if they were defeated on the front lines, the human race would likely be wiped from existence. So, it made no difference whether it was forceful or not, stabilizing the front lines was the priority. In addition, the casualty rate on the front line was quite high. This caused many people to try to avoid joining the war. Although some were quite strong in their own right, they would rather hide in the rear where it was safe. Some were afraid and avoided the battle, while some were eager to join the fight. The Supreme Headquarters had set up a recruitment hall in the Star Boundary's Star City, and anyone who wished to join the war effort could register there before being deployed to various battlefronts to fight the enemy. Nonetheless, few had come knocking on the door of the recruitment hall in the last few decades. After all, there were not many people who were willing to enter the battlefield. Even those who did wish to fight normally preferred to work as hunters as they were not used to the strict military discipline. Now, however, the recruitment hall was bustling with activity as countless open heaven realm cultivators, who had received the news, rushed over to enlist in the army. This sudden turn of events made the head of the staff of the recruitment hall grin from ear to ear. They had put in a great deal of effort to enlist more cultivators over the years, making appeals to various minor and major sects of the human race. If it were not for the higher-ups not sanctioning it, they would have likely used even more forceful or even coercive means to gather recruits. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. After all, only a small number of cultivators were willing to fight while most were more than happy to let others stand on the front line and risk their lives. Who would have thought that news of the second star boundary opening in 50 years would bring such a change? This was especially so for some of the older open heaven realm cultivators, who felt that their days were numbered and wanted to create a better cultivation environment for their disciples and descendants before their death. All of them came forward to enlist, causing the people working at the recruitment hall to dance with joy. In less than a month, more than 100,000 open heaven realm cultivators had come to enlist. Although most of them did not have high cultivation, their numbers made up for that. On the battlefield, higher cultivation was naturally better, but that did not mean having a low cultivation made one useless. The survival of the entire race was hanging on this war, so every little contribution would bring some subtle change to the course of the war. Xianxia was completely oblivious to the buzz in the human race's rear for the time being. After returning from the demon realm and creating the 3 sealed worlds, he led Dawn and Yuru Meng's squad on a journey back to profound nether territory, arriving half a month later. When Wei Junyang received the news, he hurriedly rushed over to investigate. Wei Junyang and the others had been on edge for the last half a year, unable to eat or sleep in peace. Xianxia led 2 squads to Acacia territory to rescue some refugees trapped there. The Black Ink clan obviously would not leave them alone. They had no way of obtaining any news from Acacia territory, but some hunters had relayed a message to the Supreme Headquarters that they had noticed signs of the Black Ink clan mobilizing a massive amount of troops. A rough estimate put some 3 to 4 million additional Black Ink clan soldiers and several territory lords heading to Acacia territory. Millions of Black Ink clansmen and several territory lords was anything but a weak force. Although Xianxia brought 2 squads with him, he and Feng Ying were the only 8th Order masters, so things were really not in their favor. It was hard to predict what the outcome of this conflict would be. If the Black Ink clan sealed the entire territory with millions of soldiers, and the territory lords attacked Xianxia and his team together, the latter would surely be in grave danger. If something happened to Xianxia, it would be a great loss to the human race. Before, it would not have shaken the roots of the human race. However, it was different now. As army commander of the Profound Nether Army, if anything happened to Xianxia, the entire Profound Nether territory would fall into chaos and the damage might be irreversible. Martial Peak, Chapter 5565, Deciding a Strategy. Acacia territory had millions of Black Ink clansmen, as well as a large number of territory lords. Such a lineup was definitely not for setting up a trap for the hunters. Wei Junyang and the others reckoned that the Black Ink clan had predicted Xianxia would travel to Acacia territory, and that was why they had made such arrangements. The entire Acacia territory was like a dragon's den. But by the time the human race received this news, it was already too late. Xianxia should have already entered Acacia territory. There was no way to even send a warning anymore. Wei Junyang and the others were on tenterhooks, afraid that some misfortune would befall Xianxia in Acacia territory. The Supreme Headquarters had no way of obtaining accurate news from Acacia territory either. Some hunters tried to enter Acacia territory through the territory gates to investigate things, but they never returned. Obviously, the Black Ink clan was using its army to seal off the gate. Even the hunters who had entered Acacia territory to investigate things must have encountered some kind of accident. Not only that, but the peace in Profound Nether territory was also broken. The reason why profound Nether territory had been able to remain peaceful was because the territory lords were afraid of Yang Kai's unpredictable killing methods. They did not dare to make a rash move with him around, but now that they had received accurate reports that the profound Nether army commander, Yang Kai, was trapped in Acacia territory, why would they need to be afraid? Wei Junyang, Yang Lai, and the others were strong, but the territory lords could still deal with them. Yang Kai was the one who gave them a splitting headache. The Black Ink clan immediately mobilized their troops and began attacking the human race on all fronts. Both sides seemed to have returned to the old days where they fought constantly. So, when the news spread that Yang Kai had returned to the star boundary, Wei Junyang and the others found it very hard to believe. They thought of it as nothing but unfounded rumors. Even if Yang Kai had mastered the Tao of space and managed to escape from Acacia territory, he couldn't return to the star boundary, as he would first have to pass through at least one of the great territory battlefields. While they were still investigating where the rumors had come from though, someone reported that the army commander had returned. Wei Junyang, who happened to be fighting on the front lines, quickly rushed back to the main camp to check the validity of this report. Surprisingly, he was greeted by Yang Kai when he arrived. Wei Junyang was dumbfounded. Not only Wei Junyang was dumbstruck, but even Kong Chengde, who was currently in charge of the overall situation in profound Nether territory, had a look of disbelief on his face. When Yang Kai appeared, Kong Chengde almost thought that he was hallucinating. Strength-wise, Wei Junyang and Yang Lai were undoubtedly the strongest among the 8th Order Masters in profound Nether territory, but both of them were more fond of fighting on the front lines than sitting in the rear. If they were asked to devise a strategy in the tent to win the war from 1,000,000 kilometers away, they would be a little hard-pressed. On the other hand, Kong Chengde of 9 Stars Paradise was a far better strategist than the other 8th Order Masters present. He had been the brains behind all the major human deployments in profound Nether territory all these years. He was the one who formulated the battle plans against the Black Ink clan, assisted by the other 8th Order cultivators and a dozen or so 7th Order staff. "Sir." Wei Junyang stepped forward, staring blankly at Yang Kai. "Wasn't Sir trapped in Acacia territory? We received news that millions of Black Ink clan soldiers and a dozen or so territory lords were deployed to Acacia territory by the Black Ink clan. How did Sir return?" Yang Kai affirmed with a nod, "That's indeed true, but I have my own means of escaping." He did not say that he could use the World Tree to instantly arrive in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary or to any still-living universe world. It was best if fewer people knew about this ability because of the existence of Black Ink disciples. If one day someone who knew about this ability was turned into a Black Ink disciple, his secret would be exposed. Wei Junyang breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would fall in Acacia territory, so it was naturally great news that he managed to escape safely. Better yet, the Black Ink clan in Acacia territory were unaware of this fact, so they should still be searching for him. If not, the Black Ink clan in profound Nether territory would not have started another war so easily. Considering all this, Wei Junyang suddenly felt some pity for the Black Ink clan, who were going through so much trouble for someone who was no longer there. Very soon though, his eyes lit up. "Sir, you're right on time. The Black Ink clan doesn't know anything about this, so you can take this opportunity to kill a few more territory lords and raise our army's prestige." The Black Ink clan still believed that Yang Kai was trapped in Acacia territory, so they had started a grand war in profound Nether territory. Since Yang Kai was already back though, he could conceal himself and secretly hunt a few territory lords. Yang Kai nodded and agreed. "I had the same idea and was about to discuss it with senior brother Kong." As soon as he returned, Yang Kai discovered that another battle had broken out in profound Nether territory. He vaguely understood what the Black Ink clan was thinking, so he did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he went to the frontline camp and looked for Kong Chengde, who was in command of this place, to ask for his opinion. Yang Kai wanted to ask where the resident strategist felt it would be best for him to act. Last time, when Yang Kai had killed 3 territory lords, it had forced the Black Ink clan into a complete retreat from the main front. This was a rare opportunity, and might be the last. So long as he was in profound nether territory, the Black Ink clan would be on guard against him. Soul-rending thorns were not flawless. The experiences in Acacia territory made Xianxia realize that if the territory lords guarded their souls diligently, the effect of the soul-rending thorns would be greatly reduced. If two territory lords acted together and were on guard against him, it would be difficult for him to eliminate them in one blow. If he was unable to kill the territory lords in a single surprise attack, his current strength made it almost pointless to simply fight it out with them instead. In the tent, the entire void map of profound nether territory was laid before Xianxia and the others. This map was jointly created by artifact refiners and array masters in the army and gave a detailed overview of the entire profound nether territory. It was extremely intuitive to use and clear to understand. There were 3 territory gates on the map. The human race and Black Ink clan occupied one each, and the last one was ownerless. The two sides had been fighting for control of this final territory gate, but neither of them was able to occupy it for long, so it had changed hands multiple times over the past few decades. Xianxia was appointed the army commander of the profound nether army in a rather rushed manner, and immediately after, he had left for Acacia territory to save the humans trapped there. So, he was not too knowledgeable about profound nether territory's current situation. It would not have mattered if he was just an ordinary 8th Order master, as all he would have to do was follow orders. But now, he was the army commander in charge of overseeing the entire profound nether territory. It would be improper and a dereliction of duty for him to be ignorant of even the basic situation. After listening to Kong Chengda's presentation, Xianxia had a first grasp of the strength of the profound nether army, the number of high-rank open heaven realm masters available for deployment, and the distribution of the 8th Order masters. The profound nether army might have anecdotally been called a million-strong force, but that could not be farther from the truth. Perhaps they might have had that many soldiers in the past, but after several decades of constant war, the army had suffered massive casualties. Now, the profound nether army only totaled some 650,000 soldiers. As for the main battlefield, almost half of the army was deployed there, as it was the primary focus of the Black Ink clan. So long as they could defeat the humans on the main battlefield, they would have a chance to occupy the territory gate that was currently being controlled by the enemy, and then they could continue to mop up the rest in the profound nether territory. The main battlefield had the most soldiers, and almost half of the 8th Order masters were deployed there, guarding against the various territory lords. Apart from the main battlefield, there were 4 auxiliary fronts, one of which was the battlefront for determining the owner of the 3rd territory gate. About 100,000 soldiers were deployed there, along with several 8th Order open heaven realm masters. The entire profound nether army had about 50 8th Order open heaven realm masters. That was not an insignificant number, and the other great territory battlefields all had a similar number of 8th Order masters overseeing them. Be that as it may, when Xianxia heard this number, his heart became a little heavy. It could not be helped either, as compared to the hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation by the cave heavens and paradises, 58th Order open heaven realm masters per battlefield was quite low. The cave heavens and paradises had existed for millennia, and even if 8th Order masters were rare, after so many years of accumulation, each cave heaven and paradise should have produced over 1,000 8th Order open heaven realm masters at least. Unfortunately, the upper echelons of the human race had suffered massive casualties in the never-ending war against the Black Ink clan. Not to mention those in the 8th Order, 1 or 2 of the original 100-plus 9th Order masters remain today. In comparison, the number of territory lords was much higher. Almost all of the human race's available forces were concentrated on a dozen or so battlefields, but what about the Black Ink clan? They had many territory lords on the primary battlefields, as well as a fair number patrolling the various occupied great territories. There were also many territory lords stationed at the No Return Pass. The reason why the human race had been able to hold on for so long was mainly because they were willing to fight to the death. If a territory lord was heavily injured, they would need to fall dormant in a Black Ink nest to recover. The 8th Order open heaven realm masters, on the other hand, did not need such a cumbersome healing process. As such, even if there were far more territory lords than Eighth Order masters, the humans could barely hold on. Of course, this kind of status quo was extremely tenuous and the human race was at a disadvantage on most fronts. The human race needed the younger generation to mature in order to produce more masters, only then could they fill the gap between top combatants. The territory lord commander of the Black Ink clan in profound Nether territory is called Six Arms, yes? Xianxia suddenly asked. He still had some impression of Six Arms as last time, when he had borrowed the territory gate occupied by the Black Ink clan. It was Six Arms who had come forward to discuss it with him. Wei Junyang nodded before quickly realizing Xianxia's intention. Sir, do you want to set up prestige by taking out Six Arms? Xianxia did not deny it. If I can kill Six Arms, the Black Ink clan should be docile for a while. Wei Junjiang, however, rejected this suggestion, shaking his head. Six Arms won't be easy to kill. He is a very cautious foe. Once, I and Ouyang had tried to take him out, but we failed in the end. Furthermore, he rarely comes out to fight personally and usually acts as a rear guard only. Xianxia furrowed his brow. He's actually so cautious? He could not understand why, but he had a feeling that most of the territory lords were very afraid of death. Yu Gong, the one he had run into in Acacia territory, was also like this. These innate territory lords were directly created by Mo, so logically speaking, they should be the most zealous among the Black Ink clan. Could it be that Mo also fears death greatly, and these territory lords were affected by it unconsciously? Xianxia shook his head, collecting his thoughts. Furthermore, even if we kill Six Arms, it won't have a fatal impact on the Black Ink clan. There is not much difference in strength between territory lords, so even if Six Arms dies, the Black Ink clan would soon elect another commander, Kong Chengde added. Xianxia looked at him. Then senior brother Kong, where do you think I should start? Kong Chengde smiled and pointed towards a certain spot. Here. Xianxia raised his brow slightly. Why here? The location Kong Chengde pointed at was one of the auxiliary fronts, which surprised Xianxia a little, as his original idea was to create some chaos on the main battlefield. Kong Chengde quickly explained, 5 territory lords are overseeing this front. With Sir's lightning speed, you should be able to quickly kill 1 or 2 territory lords, and if you cooperate with the 8th Order masters there, we may be able to kill all 5 of them. Martial Peak, Chapter 5566, Auxiliary Front. This is a rare opportunity. Since Sir wants to launch a sneak attack, you should naturally choose the best method to kill as many territory lords as possible. Kong Chengde pointed towards the main battlefield. There might be many territory lords on the main battlefield, but each of them is coordinating with the others from a distance. Once Sir makes a move, the other territory lords will definitely be on guard. By then, it will be difficult to achieve anything significant. Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding and agreeing, you're right. The main battlefield was undoubtedly the most important, but the war in profound Nether territory was not something that could be ended in 1 or 2 battles. The human race could not hope to defeat the Black Ink clan in a short period of time either. This was a war that was destined to last decades, if not centuries. Just as Kong Chengde had stated, Xianxia might really be able to kill a territory lord in a flash with his elusive methods, but it would be difficult for him to gain any more kills after that on the main front. The auxiliary fronts were different as there were not that many territory lords overseeing each of them. Even if Xianxia was exposed, it would be extremely difficult for the territory lords to escape as they would first have to fight off the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters standing in their way. At that time, so long as the 8th Order Masters kept them pinned down somehow, Xianxia would be able to break the balance of the battlefield and turn the tide in their favor. Then it's decided. Xianxia pointed towards that defensive line before he turned around and left, his voice echoing in Kong Chengde's ears. I'll have to trouble senior brother Kong to send a message to the division commanders to make preparations. Kong Chengde cupped his fist and replied, yes, sir. The nearby Wei Junyang breathed a light sigh, looking at Xianxia's departing figure. I really want to see him advance to the 9th Order. That would really be something. As someone who had killed many innate territory lords as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, if Yang Kai could break through to the 9th Order, he would naturally be able to suppress the royal lords. In that case, the pressure on the human race would be significantly reduced. At present, the top forces of both races were keeping each other in check. The human race had 2 9th Order Masters and a giant spirit god, while the Black Ink clan had 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods and a royal lord. This status quo could be said to have been deliberately created by the human race, while the Black Ink clan went along with it. This situation was advantageous to the Black Ink clan, because whether it was the number of territory lords or the size of the army, they held an edge over the humans. The human race was barely able to maintain the current situation by stubbornly holding on to a dozen or so great territory battlefields. What they were waiting for was a chance for the younger generation to grow. Currently, many good seedlings had advanced straight to the 6th and 7th orders, and someday, they would be able to rise to the 8th Order and 9th Order. But as the human race would grow, so too would the Black Ink clan. If a new 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was born in the human race, why wouldn't a new royal lord appear in the Black Ink clan? At that time, the human race would not be able to do anything if they didn't already have some kind of advantage in the war. As such, a master whose strength far exceeded his peers was of paramount importance. If such a master was born, he or she would serve as a great deterrence to the Black Ink clan. In the entire human race, Yang Kai was the only one who could assume that role. When he was a 7th Order, he could kill feudal lords like they were fish on a chopping board, and now when he was an 8th Order Master, he could kill territory lords all on his own. If he really managed to break through to the 9th Order, he would definitely be able to kill a royal lord just as easily. Unfortunately, things never went exactly as one wished. The 9th Order Open Heaven realm was far out of Yang Kai's reach. Wei Junyang strode out of the tent. "I'll go confront the enemy." Things were quite tense on the main battlefield, and he had only returned after hearing the news of Yang Kai's arrival. Now that the battle plan had already been devised, how could he remain here? The number of territory lords were far more than 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If he was not there, the 8th Order Masters on the main battlefield would be under a great deal of pressure. After he left, Kong Chen turned to a nearby 7th Order Master and ordered, "Inform Chen Yuan that the army commander will be arriving soon, and they need to cooperate with him to kill the territory lords." "Yes, sir." Accepting the order, the 7th Order Master immediately took out a communication bead as his divine sense started surging. Somewhere in profound nether territory, the Black Ink clan army was attacking at full swing. On the other side, the human army of tens of thousands of soldiers had split up into various groups as they surrounded an enormous universe fragment and guarded it tightly. Warships flew about, providing cover to the exposed soldiers. All kinds of offensive and defensive arrays and artifacts had long been set up on this universe fragments, which greatly contributed to the battle. The dark and endless void was lit up with dazzling flashes of lights as secret techniques and divine abilities were fired here and there. This was one of the several auxiliary fronts in profound nether territory. The human forces tasked to defend this place were not that big, just 50,000 soldiers strong. In addition, there were 4 8th Order Masters permanently stationed here. Nearly 100,000 soldiers had sacrificed their lives on this auxiliary front alone in the last few decades, and even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had fallen here. Nonetheless, no matter how grim the battle was, the humans had been able to hold on. Just like on the Black Ink battlefield, the human race army was specialized in fighting while being significantly outnumbered. The human race's warships provided the army with great mobility and defense, and if one did not count the very top masters, the human race's overall strength here was higher than that of the Black Ink clan. This was the reason the humans had been able to hold their ground. Such a battle had been raging for decades now, and seemed like it would continue for some time. The lengthy battle had left everyone exhausted. Before Yang Kai returned, whether it was profound nether territory or the other great territory battlefields, the human race's defensive lines were all in imminent danger. Yang Kai's return had greatly eased this crisis, though, as he had brought a fresh supply of purifying light with him. Thanks to the purifying light, the humans were able to fight with the Black Ink clan without fear of being corrupted by Black Ink strength. In the past, after the purifying light was exhausted, the human race always had to act with caution. It was as if their arms and legs were tied, making things extremely difficult. Now, they no longer had to worry about this. Yang Kai had distributed 10 sets of great sun and moon marks, and also given out a massive amount of yellow and blue crystals. There was no shortage of purifying light on the various battlefields of the human race, and every purifying Black Ink battleship had a large amount of purifying light sealed in it. Anyone contaminated by Black Ink strength just had to enter a purifying Black Ink battleship and he or she would be totally safe and sound. With ample purifying light, the evil purging divine spears that had once shone brilliantly during the human race's crusade were also resurrected. This was a weapon created by the combined efforts of Grandmaster Ma Fan and Yang Kai and was extremely effective against the Black Ink clan. Once the purifying light sealed inside an evil purging divine spear erupted inside a Black Ink clansman's body, their Black Ink strength would be greatly reduced, and in worse scenarios, they might even die on spot. Be that as it may, there were not many evil purging divine spears in each army due to the short time frame. As such, the available evil purging divine spears were all in the hands of the strongest human race masters for emergency use only. Nevertheless, large quantities of this mighty artifact would definitely be disseminated to the various armies soon. At that time, it would become the Black Ink clan's nightmare. Perhaps, the humans might be able to offset the disadvantage of top combatants using this sharp tool. A 7th Order Open Heaven Master was moving to and fro around the universe fragment, observing the entire battlefield carefully. Suddenly, he felt something and quickly took out a communication bead. After receiving the message, a look of joy brightened his face as he immediately shouted to a nearby companion, "Senior Brother Liu, hold on for a moment, I'll be right back." Saying so, he ordered a dozen people to follow him and boarded a warship, flying away the next moment, leaving Senior Brother Liu dumbfounded at the whole ordeal. The ship flew out of the universe fragment that they were defending as a large number of Black Ink clansmen swarmed towards it. Nonetheless, the warship paid no heed to the oncoming assault and sailed heading towards the most intense battle at full speed. The destination of the ship was the battlefield between the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Territory Lords. The warship blazed its way through all manner of obstacles and finally managed to break through the Black Ink clan's encirclement, entering into the fierce battlefield. On the other end of the void, 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 5 Territory Lords were locked in a heated battle. All of them were old rivals by now who had fought each other countless times over the last few decades. In the past, the 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had always been at a disadvantage when facing these 5 Territory Lords. There had even been quite a few instances where an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would come this close to dying. After all, they were one man short of their opponent. Moreover, their enemies were all innate Territory Lords. But the situation this time was a little different. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were able to put up a good fight even in a 4 versus 5 situation. The aura of one of the Territory Lords was quite weak, making it obvious he was heavily injured. He didn't dare to confront the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters head-on and could only roam around the periphery, looking for opportunities to strike. Division Commander Qin Yuan was a little annoyed. If he had taken advantage of the situation just now, he might have been able to kill the Territory Lord. Unfortunately, the situation was pressing, and he did not have the room to pay attention to everything, which made him miss this opportunity. Now, the Territory Lords were on guard, and it would be difficult for them to find another chance. As the battle raged on, Qin Yuan noticed a warship rapidly approaching, and a familiar figure standing on its deck. Qin Yuan recognized this man. He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was responsible for communication with the main battlefield. Qin Yuan knew that his appearance must be related to a message from the front lines of the main battlefield, and as expected, a message was quickly sent to his ears. Qin Yuan's heart skipped a beat in joy, but he did not let it show on his face. He simply nodded imperceptibly to indicate that he understood. After passing the message from afar, the Seventh Order Master on the deck let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I did not fail my mission. Since the Eighth Order Division commanders know about the Army Commander's situation, the situation in this battle should change a little. Sir, a lot of Black Ink clansmen are chasing us. Are we going back? Someone suddenly asked. The Seventh Order looked back, and when he saw a large group of Black Ink clansmen chasing after them, his expression immediately changed. Run, run. After breaking out of the encirclement, almost all of their defensive arrays were on the verge of failing. If he ordered them to return, it would be tantamount to committing suicide. Although he wasn't afraid of death, his death should at least be a meaningful one. Furthermore, he wanted to see how many of the territory lords here would survive after the army commander took action. As a result, the Eighth Order and territory lords witnessed an extremely strange sight. While they were engaged in an earth-shattering battle, a human warship was fleeing in a wide circle around them with a large group of Black Ink clansmen hot on its tail. Although the warship was temporarily safe, anyone with a discerning eye could see that it would be destroyed sooner or later if it kept fleeing like this. The territory lords paid no attention to this matter as their enemies were the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters only. Killing these opponents was far more important than one human warship, and even if one of their territory lords was seriously injured, they still held the advantage, so they intended to press it. At one point, Qin Yuan suddenly summoned something. It was a spear-like artifact, but it did not look like anything special. The human race's secret techniques and artifacts were varied, but after decades of war, the Black Ink clan had seen most of them by now. However, when Qin Yuan took out this artifact, the territory lords stared at him with solemn expressions, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They even slowed down their attacks and focused more on defense. It was an evil purging divine spear. Martial Peak, Chapter 5567, Tides Turned. The evil purging divine spear had once shown its brilliance in the war outside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. In that war, many territory lords and even royal lords who had emerged from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction had suffered losses. The Black Ink clansmen, who were originally evenly matched with their opponents, were suddenly struck by an evil purging divine spear, and their strength had taken a serious hit. Even if they didn't die, they would lose all combat effectiveness. Against an artifact that could suppress their Black Ink strength, the Black Ink clan couldn't help but be wary. That war was too horrifying. The Black Ink clan suffered massive casualties, and so did the human race. Even the evil purging divine spears were completely exhausted in that battle. Refining evil purging divine spears themselves wasn't difficult, but just refining them wasn't of any use, as they still needed to have purifying light sealed into them to pose any real threat to the Black Ink clan. The human race army fought several wars over the next few centuries, even exhausting almost all of the purifying light sealed in the purifying Black Ink battleships. So, how could they even create new evil purging divine spears? Furthermore, Yang Kai, the only person who could create purifying light, had disappeared after the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction War, pushing the human race into a difficult situation. The evil purging divine spear was basically never used after the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction War. This was also the reason why the no-return pass was quickly overrun. At that time, the no-return pass might not have been lost if they had a supply of evil purging divine spears. After all, there were a lot of powerful divine spirits stationed there, led by dragons and phoenixes. Even if they lost, they would have at least been able to hold on for longer. The human race was currently in a state of decline, with more than 90% of the 3,000 worlds being occupied by the Black Ink clan. All they could do was gather all of their remaining forces and tightly defend a dozen or so great territory battlefields. Facing the constant attacks of the Black Ink clan armies, the human race armies defending various great territory battlefields were thoroughly exhausted. They were walking on the edge of life and death, where even the slightest mistake could send them tumbling to their doom. After decades of gruesome battles, the Black Ink clan witnessed the tenacity of the human race and also all kinds of bizarre methods employed by them. The Black Ink clan originally thought that they already knew the human race's limits. Until Qin Yuan took out an evil purging divine spear. Hundreds of years ago, the evil purging divine spears had struck terror into the hearts of the Black Ink clan in the primordial heavens source Grand Restriction War. Today, its brilliance shone once more as it severely wounded one of the 5 territory lords with just one strike. The territory lords fighting the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters turned pale with fright as they instantly recognized this spear as the artifact that turned the tides at the primordial heavens source Grand Restriction. All the territory lords were struck with terror. Fortunately, the human race no longer showed any intention of using the evil purging divine spears in the ensuing battle. The territory lords guessed that the human race didn't have many such weapons, otherwise, they would not have been so sparing in using them. In fact, the current number of evil purging divine spears was indeed not high. After all, it had only been less than a year since Xianxia had returned. So, even if the human race refined evil purging divine spears as quickly as possible, they could only produce so many. Of course, the main reason they did not use another spear was because the territory lords were already on guard. Qin Yuan and the others didn't have any confidence in succeeding, which was why they had been exercising more patience. Sometimes, trump cards didn't necessarily need to be used to intimidate others. At the very least, after a territory lord was injured in the initial strike, the remaining territory lords were no longer as aggressive as before, giving the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters a lot more room to breathe. After receiving the message from the 7th Order Communications Officer though, Qin Yuan immediately summoned his own evil purging divine spear. His world force started surging as the evil purging divine spear before him started slightly trembling. It was ready to shoot at any moment. The territory lord started to have a headache, especially the territory lord who was facing Qin Yuan. His eyes were glued onto the evil purging divine spear hovering in front of Qin Yuan as he pushed his strength to the limit, ready to resist at any moment. After witnessing the fate of his companion, this territory lord knew that if he couldn't block this artifact's attack, he would be seriously injured if not dead. His entire attention was focused on dealing with the incoming attack. The warship that had come to deliver the message was fleeing around in the vicinity, with countless Black Ink clansmen in close pursuit. By the looks of it, the warship would meet a tragic end in a short while. At some point, the warship had started flying randomly while paying no heed to where it was, panicking and even rushing straight towards the battlefield of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords. The Territory Lords were enraged when they noticed this. If this was any other time, just a casual blow from them would have been enough to send this warship and everyone aboard it to eternal damnation, but with the threat of the evil purging divine spear looming over their heads, none of them dared to be distracted. The evil purging divine spear hovering before Qin Yuan started vibrating even more violently, giving the impression that it would shoot off at any moment. The tattered warship was now very close to the territory lords, and the fear and panic on the faces of the dozen or so soldiers aboard it was apparent as the threat of impending death gripped their hearts. Right then, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly flared, distracting the territory lord who was fighting Qin Yuan. The next moment he felt a sharp force tear through his soul. The sudden excruciating pain caused him to instantly falter and lose concentration. The territory lord was horrified as, although he didn't know what just happened, how could he not understand that he was ambushed? Who could manage to do this? He had been keeping a close eye on Qin Yuan's movements, and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had also been pinned down by his companions, while the territory lord had not noticed any signs of another human approaching. The territory lord was unable to fathom how he could be ambushed under these circumstances. Regardless of how it happened, he did not have any time to give it much thought as the instant that burst of spiritual energy appeared, the evil purging divine spear hovering before Qin Yuan was also activated and shot towards his chest, leaving a dazzling trail of light behind it. The evil purging divine spear might be effective against the Black Ink clan, but it also had its drawbacks. After all, it was just an artifact in the end. If the Black Ink clansmen were on guard against it, it might not necessarily be effective. That was why Chen Yuan had not made a move after summoning the evil purging divine spear. He was waiting for the right opportunity. Chen Yuan's patience was rewarded at this moment. The territory lord was already in a state of shock and was unable to defend against Chen Yuan's attack at all. The evil purging divine spear exploded after it pierced into the territory lord's chest. In an instant, a small pure white sun suddenly appeared in the void and enveloped the territory lord, melting away the black ink strength in his body. The territory lord was unable to endure the twin attacks on his soul and body and let out a miserable cry. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, didn't pause for even a moment. After launching the evil purging divine spear, he charged towards the territory lord, brandishing his sword. A cold gleam flickered across the long sword in his hand as it cut across the territory lord's thick neck. A frigid look blanketed Chen Yuan's face as they passed each other. The next moment, the territory lord's head shot into the sky behind him as a fountain of black blood gushed out from the severed neck. The long sword was so sharp and cut so swiftly that the wound on the territory lord's neck was as smooth as a mirror. A territory lord had fallen. Only at the moment of his death did the territory lord vaguely catch sight of an elusive figure flying out from the shadow of the tattered warship, one he had not noticed the figure before now. He finally understood where this sneak attack had come from, but unfortunately, he no longer had the strength to warn his companions. The pair of eyes on his massive head remained open, angrily glaring in some direction. It gave the impression that he had been unresigned in his death. Compared to the territory lord's anguish, Chen Yuan was feeling quite satisfied. He was also a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with impressive strength. Although he was not as extraordinary as Xianxia, he was almost on par with Ouyang Lai. In fact, in the past, he too was an army commander. Be that as it may, even a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him felt powerless in the current war against the Black Ink clan. In the past, the battles on the Black Ink battlefield were slightly easier. Although the territory lords were still greater in number, most of them were weaker than the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not to mention veterans like him. He had also killed some territory lords in the past. Things changed after the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction War. Before then, all the ordinary territory lords were wiped out, while the newly appeared territory lords were all innate territory lords who came directly from the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction. Each and every one of them was far stronger than the territory lords of the past. After hundreds of years of fighting, Chen Yuan had only managed to kill 3 territory lords. Moreover, each time he had to team up with others to score a kill. Each battle was extremely arduous and he had put his life on the line several times to achieve such results. Today, he finally managed to vent all the frustrations in his heart. He finally got to enjoy the feel of killing a territory lord with a single slash of his sword. Even though the success of his attack was not entirely due to his own efforts and more so because of Yang Kai's sneak attack, he was the one to take the territory lord's head. That was more than enough for him. While he was still immersed in his flurry of emotions, the other 4 territory lords' expressions changed drastically. The originally tense situation suddenly turned into a battle where life and death could be decided at any moment, making the territory lords shocked and apprehensive. They could not understand what just happened. Not just them, but even the other 8th Order human masters were confused as to why Chen Yuan suddenly became so fierce. But soon, they understood the root of everything. Yang Kai had arrived. After shooting a soul-rending thorn, Yang Kai could not hide his tracks any longer. As such, he simply chose to come out from the bottom of the warship and fire another soul-rending thorn, targeting another territory lord. After firing the first soul-rending thorn, Yang Kai did not pay any attention to Chen Yuan's opponent. If Chen Yuan was unable to finish his opponent even with the help of a soul-rending thorn and an evil-purging divine spear, his years of arduous cultivation would be a waste. What Yang Kai needed to do now was to kill as many of these territory lords as quickly as possible. If he hesitated for even a moment, these territory lords might escape. This was a rare opportunity as the Black Ink clan in profound Nether territory was under the impression that he was still trapped in Acacia territory, and thus had wantonly launched an assault on the human race. They had no idea that Yang Kai had already escaped. This was a huge oversight. Nonetheless, it could not be blamed on the Black Ink clansmen in Acacia territory. After all, how could they have known that Yang Kai could freely use the World Tree to travel to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and then to other universe worlds? Only a small number of humans knew about this secret. A war was not just about differences in strength. Information also played a crucial role in determining the course of battle. While the members of both races were still reeling from shock, Yang Kai had already fired a second soul-rending thorn, making a defenseless territory lord cry in pain as he staggered unsteadily. Yang Kai didn't stop there and immediately fired a third soul-rending thorn at the next closest territory lord. The soul-rending thorns carried impressive destructive might, but they were also quite simple to defend against. As long as one shielded their soul diligently, it would greatly weaken the soul-rending thorn's effectiveness. Yang Kai could not give these territory lords any chance to mount a defense. With another set of miserable screams, 2 territory lords were heavily injured by the soul-rending thorns and staggered as their auras started fluctuating wildly. There were 5 territory lords here, of which one was seriously injured while the other 4 were completely unharmed. They had the absolute upper hand against the 4 8th Order human masters presiding over this front. But the tides had turned in an instant. One territory lord was decapitated in a single stroke, and another 2 were injured and had their auras plummet. So, including the one who was already seriously injured, only one territory lord was currently left unscathed. Martial Peak, Chapter 5568, The Die was cast. From the moment Yang Kai had hidden himself under the warship and used it to approach the battlefield, to when Qin Yuan beheaded the territory lord in one attack and Yang Kai's successive soul-rending thorns, only 3 breaths had elapsed, that's all. This sudden turn of events caught both the territory lords and 8th Order masters off guard. Nevertheless, the 8th Order masters came to their senses the next moment and hurriedly summoned their own evil-purging divine spears before hurling them at their opponents. The 2 territory lords who had been injured by the soul-rending thorns were completely unprepared. It was not because their responses were slow, but because they were on the verge of losing consciousness. The soul-rending thorn was too insidious, able to heavily injure both stealthily and soundlessly, causing not just extreme pain, but also dizziness and disorientation. Only Yang Kai, who had experienced this kind of pain many times, was now a little accustomed to it. Any enemy hit by a soul-rending thorn would be in so much agony that they would temporarily be dazed. Deafening explosions rang out one after another as small pure white suns manifested in the void, their pure light roasting the territory lords alive. Immediately, the territory lords started howling as their auras plunged. Having been presented with such a great opportunity, the 8th Order masters went all out, using their strongest divine abilities or even their divine manifestations as they charged at their respective opponents. Their fates were already set in stone. Meanwhile, the unharmed territory lord, having barely regained his composure, promptly dodged the oncoming evil-purging divine spear. There were a total of 5 territory lords on this auxiliary front, out of which one was grievously injured from the start. Yang Kai had incapacitated 3 others using 3 soul-rending thorns, but he was unable to do anything about the last one. This last territory lord was quite decisive, so when he witnessed one of his companions being killed and 2 others being ambushed, he immediately turned into a black ink cloud and fled towards the horizon. At that moment, Qin Yuan had just decapitated his opponent and was still relishing in the aftermath. When he saw the territory lord flee though, how could he let him go? He flicked his sword before giving chase. "Help kill them, I'll stop him!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted as he summoned his spear and stepped in front of the black ink cloud, enduring the excruciating pain in his soul as he unleashed a flurry of spear shadows. Even though Qin Yuan was quite strong, it would be difficult for him to stop a territory lord who was determined to escape. He would most likely return empty-handed. Since Yang Kai had decided to attack this front, how could he allow any of the territory lords here to escape from right under his nose? He wanted to eliminate all of them today. A flurry of spears filled the void, distorting the local space and causing the territory lord to be unable to tell up from down for a moment. Helpless, he had no choice but to reveal himself and fight Yang Kai. On the other side, Chen Yuan and the other 3 8th Order Masters were currently facing 3 injured territory lords, 2 of whom had critical injuries to both their bodies and souls. The die was cast. When the 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounded the 3 territory lords, the latter knew that they would not be able to escape today. However, as the saying went, a beast is most dangerous when cornered. The desperate situation brought out the innate savagery and viciousness of the territory lords, who let out loud war cries and all attacked in one direction together. So long as they could create an opening, they might still have a chance to escape. But the next thing they saw left them in despair. Each of the 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had summoned another evil purging divine spear and hurled them out without a moment of hesitation. Previously, Chen Yuan and the others had not done so because they didn't have many evil purging divine spears on hand. They were not willing to waste these valuable tools unless necessary. In addition, the territory lords had been on guard against them, so even if they used them earlier, they would not do much damage. The current situation was different. They could not hold back against these trapped territory lords, as the enemy would surely struggle with reckless abandon. As for whether it would be wasteful or not, once they won the battle, would they still need to worry about the lack of evil purging divine spears with Yang Kai here? If they were parsimonious with external tools, and that allowed the territory lords to break out of their encirclement and escape, or if they lost an 8th Order Master to a final life or death struggle, it would be a far greater loss that would be impossible to rectify. The 8th Order Masters could easily evaluate the situation and make appropriate decisions. One after another, small suns exploded again, bathing the void in pure white light. It did not matter whether or not the evil purging divine spear hit the territory lords directly, as just the radiant purifying light would be enough to give them a hard time. The pure light would constantly melt away their strength, weakening and injuring them further. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not drop their guard though. Even if they had the absolute advantage, they didn't try to force a quick end to the battle with the territory lords, instead choosing to seal off all escape routes before slowly chipping away at the enemy's strength. In less than the time it takes one to boil a cup of tea, another territory lord had fallen. A moment later, another. And then another. After finishing the 3 territory lords, Chen Yuan immediately ordered, "Jing and Zhou Heng, you go take care of the leftover trash. Dao Hong, come with me to assist the army commander." The sudden change in the highest level battlefield had a massive impact on the armies of the 2 races. Originally, the humans could only passively defend against the continuous attacks of the Black Ink clan army. This kind of defense had lasted for several decades and the soldiers had already grown accustomed to it. But today, when the first territory lord fell and the 3 heavily injured territory lords were surrounded by Chen Yuan and the others, the Black Ink clan army was thrown into confusion. Every member of the Black Ink clan army knew that even if they held a great advantage over the human race in terms of numbers, once the territory lords were all defeated, they would be mercilessly slaughtered by the unencumbered human masters next. Thus, many feudal lords instantly led their subordinates to try to rescue the trapped territory lords, but unfortunately, these Black Ink clan reinforcements did not even manage to get close to the battlefield. The rich purifying light blocked most of the Black Ink clansmen's advance, and even if some of the feudal lords still tried to rush in fearlessly, they were easily taken out by Chen Yuan and the others. The 8th Order Masters might struggle against the innate territory lords, but slaughtering feudal lords was a simple matter for them. As a result, the pressure on the human race's defensive line was greatly reduced. When territory lords fell one by one, the Black Ink clan army besieging the human base knew that the tides of war had turned against them, so how could they dare to remain here? They immediately fled in a helter-skelter. On the other hand, the morale of the human race army soared as they charged out. Assisted by 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Jiang En and Zhou Heng, countless Black Ink clansmen's corpses were left floating across the void as the humans hunted down the routed enemies. By now, Qin Yuan and Dai Hong had already converged with Yang Kai, and the three of them were attacking the fleeing territory lord together. To be honest, this territory lord was quite shrewd. When he saw that the situation wasn't looking good, he immediately tried to escape, and he would have gotten away had Yang Kai not been here. Trying to escape from a master of the Tao of space was nothing more than a futile dream. In the entire universe, if Yang Kai declared he was second when it came to escaping, no one would dare claim to be first. Throughout his life, he had been chased by countless powerful enemies and faced innumerable near-death situations, but he had managed to escape all of them by relying on his space secret techniques. The territory lord wanted to escape from right under Yang Kai's nose, but his skill was lacking to achieve such a feat. Quickly realizing he couldn't escape, he could only fight with his life on the line. This territory lord was originally quite wary of Yang Kai. After all, when the latter appeared in profound nether territory a few months ago, he had taken out 3 territory lords on his own in a single battle. Furthermore, it was reported that multiple territory lords had also died under his spear at the No Return Pass. But after fighting with Yang Kai for real, he discovered that although Yang Kai was strong, he was not strong enough to crush a territory lord head-on. At the very least, he could still handle him. Suddenly, he remembered the information he had received from the No Return Pass. The royal lord had speculated that the human named Yang Kai had the means to severely wound his enemies' souls, because every time a territory lord died at his hand at the No Return Pass, their deaths were preceded by a flash of spiritual energy. Ordinary Black Ink clansmen were unable to sense this, but everything was clear to the royal lord. It was through this method that this human was able to kill territory lords so easily. Since this means of attack was so strong though, it seemed to put a great burden on the human. In other words, he wouldn't be able to use it too many times in quick succession. Remembering the royal lord's speculation, the territory lord had been extremely wary of this method, but after fighting for a while, Yang Kai did not seem to have any intention of using it. How could the territory lord not realize that the royal lord's guess was correct? This human should not be able to use that strange method for the time being. Nonetheless, he was still having a hard time dealing with Yang Kai. He had fought many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but those that were as strong as the one before him were extremely rare. All of Yang Kai's methods were extremely bizarre, and his spear skills were superb, making it all but impossible to guard against. After a short exchange, both sides had suffered heavy losses. The territory lord was in a sorry state, but the same went for Yang Kai. Both their bodies were covered in blood. Strictly speaking, the injury Yang Kai had received to his soul from using the soul-rending thorns in Acacia territory had not fully healed yet. After all, only a few months had passed since then. Even if he had spent some time resting in the star boundary, the soul-warming lotus was still unable to completely repair his soul in such a short time. After using 3 soul-rending thorn just now, Yang Kai felt like he had hit his limit and could lose consciousness at any moment. Even so, he had to stop this territory lord from escaping. Fortunately, Qin Yuan quickly rushed over with Dai Hong to assist Yang Kai, attacking the territory lords from all sides. The situation had been decided. 4 of the 5 territory lords had been killed on this auxiliary front, and the last one remaining was besieged by 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so it was certain he would also die sooner or later. Whether it was Qin Yuan or Dai Hong, both of them felt extremely satisfied. They had been posted to this front for several decades now and had fought with the Black Ink clan army countless times, but every time they clashed, they would be forced to passively defend themselves. The few times they had taken the initiative to attack, they were quickly repelled. They had killed a lot of Black Ink clansmen, but not a single territory lord had fallen in this decades-long war. This left these 8th Order masters very discouraged. They had been painstakingly cultivating for thousands of years, but they felt powerless in the face of the current situation. Today, however, 4 territory lords had died at their hands in less than an incense stick worth of time, and the 5th one would join his comrades on the journey to the Yellow Springs soon. All of this was thanks to Army Commander Yang Kai. Originally, The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were apprehensive when they heard about Yang Kai being appointed as the army commander from the Supreme Headquarters. After all, Yang Kai was far inferior to the other Eighth Order Masters both in terms of age and seniority. Yang Kai's personal strength might be great, but strength alone was not enough to lead an entire army. One must also have the skills to break the deadlock and show the army a path towards victory. Previously, when Yang Kai left with 2 warships through the Black Ink Clan's territory gate under the watchful eyes of many of the territory lords by himself, many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters admired him, but some felt he was being impetuous and reckless. If the territory lords were to suddenly attack him at that time, it would lead to terrible consequences. Taking such risks as the army commander was truly unwise. Martial Peak, Chapter 5569, Black Ink Clan withdraws. Fortunately, Yang Kai had returned safely. Now, when Yang Kai led these Eighth Order Masters to kill several territory lords in succession with unstoppable force, Chen Yuan could not say anything about others, but he and his comrades were totally convinced. No matter whether this newly appointed army commander was young and impetuous, just his overwhelming personal strength alone put him ahead above the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They had never fought side by side with Yang Kai before, so although they knew he was strong, they didn't know how strong exactly. Until today. Although the last surviving territory lord was going all out, he was still suppressed by Yang Kai to the point where he could not even catch a breath. Chen Yuan and Dai Hong basically did not need to put their guard up. All they had to do was keep attacking the territory lord with their strongest methods. They found this battle quite cathartic. With someone so powerful overseeing profound nether territory, everyone's future would be much brighter. On the auxiliary front, the Black Ink Clan army collapsed like loose sand following the fall of the territory lords. The Black Ink Clan soldiers panicked and fled, allowing the tens of thousands of human soldiers to relentlessly chase after them. The situation on the main battlefield was originally extremely tense. Furthermore, the Black Ink Clan held the upper hand. However, when the first territory lord fell in the distant void, the hearts of all the territory lords on the main battlefield skipped a beat. No one had any idea what happened, but a territory lord undoubtedly died. Although it was quite far away, and the disturbance was very faint, all the territory lords had sharp senses and naturally, the death of another territory lord did not go unnoticed by them. It had to be known that not many territory lords had fallen in profound nether territory, only 5 over several decades, 3 of which were killed by Yang Kai last time. If these 3 were excluded, the profound nether army had only managed to kill 2 territory lords in several decades. Innate territory lords were not easy to kill, especially when the Black Ink Clan had the overall advantage in terms of numbers. The human race had paid a great price just for this. But today, another territory lord was killed. Six Arms, who was overseeing this place, stared into the distance as a deep furrow appeared on his brow, seemingly wanting to see through the void and determine what was happening. Unfortunately, the distance was too great and he had no idea what was going on. All he could do was ask a subordinate feudal lord to send a message to inquire about it. There was a black ink nest on the auxiliary front, and although it was only low rank, it was enough for the Black Ink Clan to quickly gather information. The death of a single territory lord was not a critical blow to their army, but it was not a small matter either. Just as Wei Junyang had said, however, Six Arms was an extremely cautious territory lord, so he immediately wanted to inquire about the situation of the auxiliary front. While waiting for the report, Six Arms looked towards the raging battlefield as his gaze swept over the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters one by one, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. If any of the Eighth Order Masters showed any signs of weakness, he would make a move. He had done this multiple times over the past few decades, and many Eighth Order Masters had fallen victim to his ploys. So, all the Eighth Order Masters in profound nether territory were extremely wary of him. It would not have been a big deal if he really fought with the Eighth Order Masters head-on. The problem was that not only was Six Arms powerful, he was also cunning and insidious. Therefore, every time he appeared on the battlefield, the Eighth Order Masters would have to divert part of their attention to guard against him. As a result, he alone was able to restrain many Eighth Order masters. This was an open scheme, and Six Arms did not attempt to conceal himself as he kept a hawk eye from the edge of the battlefield. The human race army was helpless about this though, as the Eighth Order masters were fewer in number than the territory lords, so they could not spare one to especially guard against Six Arms. One time, Xianxia had taken a risk to act as bait, feigning injury to make it appear he was no match for his opponent, enticing Six Arms into attacking him. In the end though, he was almost beaten to death by Six Arms, leaving Xianxia fuming in anger. He had sworn that he would tear Six Arms to pieces to soothe his rage. As the battle continued, Six Arms patiently waited for an opportunity. At a certain moment, his eyes lit up as he spotted an Eighth Order master being besieged by two territory lords. Just as he was about to make his move though, his head suddenly swiveled as he stared off into the void. Spreading from that direction were the undulations of another territory lord's fall. Another one. Six Arms' expression now became solemn. The death of a single territory lord was not that big of a deal. The situation on the battlefield was constantly changing, and if a territory lord showed the slightest neglect, the Eighth Order human masters would seize the opportunity to kill. But now, two territory lords had fallen in quick succession, which was highly abnormal. Did a human race master come to help? In the direction he was staring was one of profound Nether Territory's auxiliary fronts. According to the intelligence Six Arms had gathered, 4 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were stationed on that front, while the Black Ink clan had 5 territory lords. The territory lords had always maintained an upper hand all these years, so the known Eighth Order humans couldn't kill a territory lord. Why has the situation changed so suddenly today? Could Xianxia have come? A possibility crossed Six Arms' mind. If there was any Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master he feared, it was Xianxia. Xianxia had been moving between the various great territory battlefields, his whereabouts always elusive. He would suddenly appear and attack a territory lord while the battle was raging before slipping away, only to reappear on a distant battlefield sometime later. Quite a lot of territory lords had fallen at the hands of Xianxia over these past years, and many more were injured. Be that as it may, even if a territory lord had fallen victim to Xianxia's ambush, another couldn't fall. The territory lords were not stupid and would promptly raise their guard or even flee upon noticing that the tides were not in their favor. Six Arms suddenly felt uneasy. He had always been a cautious individual and could not tolerate any surprise or situation which he had no control over, so having no information on what was going on at that auxiliary front was giving him a headache. The deaths of 2 territory lords did not go unnoticed by the other territory lords either. This left every territory lord confused and even a bit nervous. Even their suppression over the Eighth Order masters had weakened, allowing the human masters to catch their breath. Many territory lords who were engaged in fierce battles shot a questioning glance at Six Arms, who slowly shook his head in response. He was completely oblivious to what was happening on the auxiliary front. The only thing he was certain of was that something highly unexpected had happened there for the things to have changed so suddenly. The feudal lord, who was responsible for relaying intelligence, had yet to report back, causing Six Arms to grow even more restless. Originally, his entire focus was on finding a flaw in the Eighth Order Master's defenses, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But now, he was in no mood to do so. When he sensed the demise of the 3rd Territory Lord, Six Arms' face turned ashen. Xianxia. It's definitely Xianxia. Xianxia was the strongest of the Eighth Order human masters, and he appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The humans couldn't kill 3 powerful innate territory lords in a short time without his help. However, Xianxia alone could not achieve such a feat. The humans must have deployed more reinforcements to the auxiliary front. Before Six Arms could finish speculating though, he felt the passing of a 3rd territory lord followed soon after by the 4th. The 2 deaths happened so close together they practically occurred at the same time. The auxiliary front has been lost. The interval between the territory lords' deaths became shorter and shorter, indicating that the human race's advantage was getting bigger. Nonetheless, what Six Arms failed to understand was how all 5 territory lords could be so stupid. Even if the humans had received powerful reinforcements, why did the territory lords not run when they could not defeat them? Innate territory lords were quite strong, and if they were determined to flee, no 8th Order master could stop them. Unless the humans had somehow sealed the entire battlefield. But how could the human race have such ability? If they wanted to seal off the entire battlefield, they would need many 8th Order masters, a force that they simply did not possess. Six Arms didn't consider the possibility of a 9th Order master appearing, because the only 2 9th Order Open Heaven Realm masters were pinned down in Wind Mist territory. They couldn't leave. Of the 5 territory lords on the auxiliary front, 4 were already dead. Six Arms blew his top as he silently cursed those territory lords for being foolish and useless. Gloom filled his eyes as he stared into the depths of the void with regret, but ultimately he could only raise his hand and shout, "Retreat!" Originally, they planned to make the best of the absence of the profound Nether Army commander, who was trapped in Acacia territory, but unbeknownst to them, the humans seemed to have already made arrangements. Not only had they failed to achieve their original objective, but they had also lost 4 territory lords, forcing Six Arms to withdraw their forces. The auxiliary front had collapsed, and the human race's reinforcements would surely be arriving soon. Before that happened, the Black Ink clan had to withdraw before they were flanked and overwhelmed. The Black Ink clan army slowly started retreating under Six Arms' command. The territory lords who were fighting against the 8th Order masters also gradually left the battlefield. The human race had no intention of pursuing them as the situation on the main battlefield was different compared to the auxiliary front. The territory lords on the auxiliary front had been defeated and the enemy army routed, so it was only natural for the humans to give chase. On the contrary, the Black Ink clan here was retreating on their own initiative, in an orderly manner, so chasing them was risky. The 8th Order masters gradually gathered around. Everyone's body was riddled with wounds, but fortunately, most of them weren't seriously injured. They would recover after some rest. Some of the injuries were serious, but they were not fatal. Only, they all had grim looks on their faces. This was the greatest advantage the humans had over the Black Ink clan. When a human was injured, they could take healing pills to recover from their injuries. Whereas if Black Ink clansmen were injured and the injuries were not light, they would need to enter a Black Ink nest to recover. That was why there were so many territory lords hibernating in the Black Ink nests at the No-Return Pass. It could even be said that the only reason the humans had been able to hold on for so long was because of this advantage. If the Black Ink clan could use spirit pills to heal themselves, the humans would have been facing at least 30% more territory lords on every battlefield. That kind of pressure was definitely not something the human race could bear. Although the territory lords were greater in number than the 8th Order masters, the human race was still able to barely hold their ground because the 8th Order masters were willing to exchange injuries with injuries during their battles. As long as a territory lord was seriously injured, they would have to go to the No-Return Pass to rest for several years if not decades. Xianxia was drenched in blood, and his face was pale. He was a valiant man who fought with all his might in every battle, so his injuries were not light at all. Be that as it may, he would go all out again in the next battle, no matter how serious his injuries were. The territory lords in profound Nether territory found Xianxia to be a pain to deal with. Although Xianxia had not killed any innate territory lords over the last few decades, he had forced at least 7 of them back to the No-Return Pass. So now, every time the Black Ink clan fought, 2 territory lords would join forces to pin him down, making Xianxia feel helpless and angry. He felt like he was being targeted. Gazing in the direction the Black Ink clan army was retreating, Xianxia asked, frowning, "What's going on at the auxiliary front? How did 4 territory lords die? Has Big Head Xiang come?" His questions were naturally directed at Wei Junyang. Martial Peak, Chapter 5570, Heartily. In Xianxia's opinion, this sudden unforeseen change on the auxiliary front was most likely related to Xianxia. It wasn't as if this had never happened before. Xianxia had a few times snuck into a great territory battlefield and then suddenly attacked, beheading a territory lord and turning the tide in the human race's favor. There were several peak 8th Order masters like Xianxia attached to the Supreme Headquarters. They were not deployed to any particular great territory battlefield, but they could suddenly appear anywhere, knocking the Black Ink clan's advances on their head. It was partly thanks to these peak 8th Order masters that the humans had been able to maintain the front lines in various great territories at critical moments over the years. Without their assistance, the humans would have at least lost 2 or 3 great territory battlefields. But soon, Xianxia shook his head. That's not right, even Big Head Xiang wouldn't be able to do something like this. The deaths of 4 territory lords had not gone unnoticed by any of the masters here. There were only a total of 5 territory lords on that auxiliary front, and by the looks of it, they were about to catch all of them in one net. Xianxia had worked with Xianxia for many years and was well aware of what the latter was and wasn't capable of. He didn't believe that Xianxia had the strength to kill 4 territory lords in a row. Even if he was helped by other 8th Order masters, that was simply an impossible feat. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia sensed the death of the 5th territory lord. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before grinning ear to ear. Good, now that all the territory lord there have been wiped out, the profound Nether Army detachment should be able to completely occupy that auxiliary front. Has the army commander returned? Fei Yongzhe suddenly glanced at Wei Junyang and asked. Xianxia might not be able to accomplish this, but that didn't mean that no one in this world could. In fact, among all the 8th Order masters alive today, there was only one person who could make this impossible feat possible. Profound Nether Army Commander, Yang Kai. The last time he appeared in Profound Nether territory, Yang Kai managed to kill 3 territory lords all by himself, so it would not be impossible for him to kill 5 with the help of 4 other 8th Order masters. The other 8th Order masters were astounded after hearing this. The army commander is back? Wasn't the army commander trapped in Acacia territory? How did he return? The territory gates in Acacia territory had been blockaded by millions of Black Ink clan soldiers, and at least a dozen territory lords had also been deployed there. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he probably would not be able to break out of such an encirclement. Immediately, someone anxiously asked, "Senior Brother Wei, has the army commander really returned?" Wei Junyang slightly nodded in agreement. Yes, the army commander is back. He also took charge of that auxiliary front. No wonder. Realization suddenly dawned on everyone. They had at first thought that it was Xianxia's handiwork, but apparently it was Yang Kai's doing. How did he return? Did he kill his way out in Acacia territory? Xianxia looked confused. He had been quite worried when he heard that Yang Kai had been trapped in Acacia territory. After all, the Black Ink clan had deployed a massive force to keep him trapped. Yang Kai was responsible for rescuing the human refugees trapped in Acacia territory, so he was surely encumbered by a huge burden. Xianxia was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't be capable of taking the ruthless path and instead decided to live and die together with the trapped cultivators. That would be incredibly foolish. However, who would have thought that Yang Kai had already returned? It was too strange. Moreover, the war broke out in Profound Nether territory because the news of Yang Kai being trapped in Acacia territory had spread, allowing the Black Ink clan to act fearlessly. Did the Black Ink clan not know that Yang Kai had escaped? Xianxia was confused, and it wasn't not just him. All the other 8th Order masters had similar doubts. Wei Junyang replied, shaking his head, "I don't know how the army commander managed to escape. You can try asking him yourselves if you're curious." Saying so, he stared into the depths of the void. The deadlock at the auxiliary front had been broken with the fall of the 5 territory lords stationed there. The human army should be able to eradicate the Black Ink clan army before long. This was a huge win for Profound Nether territory, enough to set everyone's heart aflame. The human race was currently lacking such victories. After continuously fighting for decades, everyone from the higher-ups to the lowest-level soldiers was mentally and physically exhausted, and with so little good news coming from the various battlefields, everyone had started to lose hope. But now, perhaps there would be a new light. At the same time, the territory lords were also looking in the direction of the auxiliary front. When they sensed the passing of the 5th territory lord, resentment took over the territory lords' faces. The Black Ink clan had held the superior position on the profound Nether territory battlefield for years and had not suffered any significant losses during that entire time, but ever since Xianxia came, they had suffered 2 consecutive defeats. The first time he had killed 3 territory lords, and this time, 5 had perished. Furthermore, the Black Ink clan still had no clear idea what happened at the auxiliary front. "Sir Territory Lord." A feudal lord hurriedly rushed over and saluted him, panic clearly visible on his face. It was the very same feudal lord who was sent by 6 Arms to inquire about the auxiliary front situation. The Black Ink clan could quickly gather information throughout the entire profound Nether territory with the help of their Black Ink Nest network. The feudal lord hurried over to 6 Arms, who asked him in a deep voice, "What happened at the auxiliary front? Is Xianxia here?" A look of fear covered the feudal lord's face as he shook his head and reported, "It's not Xianxia, it's that human named Xianxia." Some feudal lords witnessed him suddenly appear and kill the territory lords one by one. What? The territory lords were greatly taken aback. 6 Arms also had a serious look on his face. "Xianxia? Are you certain?" The feudal lord replied, "That is what the report said." "Impossible." One of the territory lords firmly shook his head. Mo Na Yi in Acacia territory sent word that Xianxia was still trapped and there hasn't been any movement on that side, so how could he appear here? The other territory lords also felt that it was impossible. Even if Xianxia was somehow able to kill his way out of Acacia territory, he would not have been able to return to profound Nether territory in such a short time. Everyone felt that the information from the auxiliary front was wrong. Check it again. Also, send a message to Mo Na Yi in Acacia territory to ask about the situation over there. Even though 6 Arms himself didn't believe it, this was a critical matter, so he had no choice but to be prudent. The feudal lord received the order and hurriedly flew towards the Black Ink clan's base camp. There was a mid-rank Black Ink nest at the camp that could communicate with all the other Black Ink nests in profound Nether territory. "Sir, how about I go take a look personally?" one of the territory lords asked. 6 Arms pondered for a moment before refusing, shaking his head. "There's no need, that front has already fallen into enemy hands. It's pointless to go there now. On the contrary, you might fall victim to the human race's ambush. Go back and rest." He looked around and noticed that 2 territory lords' auras were in disorder. Obviously, they were seriously injured. He could not help but lightly sigh in his heart. These 2 probably wouldn't be able to participate in the war for quite some time as they would need to return to the no-return pass to heal their wounds. He didn't know if the no-return pass would be able to transfer more territory lords here as recently. The territory lords in profound Nether territory had suffered quite a few casualties. If there were any more losses among the top ranks, the Black Ink clan might not be able to maintain pressure on the human race. At the same time, a sense of unease gripped 6 Arms' heart. Has Xianxia really returned and made an appearance at the auxiliary front? But that shouldn't be possible. Meanwhile, Xianxia, leading 4 8th Order masters and tens of thousands of soldiers, was chasing after the Black Ink clan. Chen Yuan and the others were on a rampage. It had been a few decades, no, several centuries since they had been able to kill Black Ink clansmen so easily and freely after the Great Crusade. For the past few hundred years, every time they fought, their opponents would be the powerful innate territory lords. But now, with all 5 territory lords in the vicinity dead, there were no more Black Ink clansmen who could match them. Once they started the bloodbath, none among the Black Ink clan here could stop them. Even the feudal lords were being taken down in one attack. A million-strong Black Ink clan army lost countless soldiers under this pursuit, and the human race army soon killed their way to the enemy's camp, a universe world where dozens of low-rank Black Ink nests had been planted. In just the time it took to burn a stick of incense, these dozens of Black Ink nests were completely destroyed and ransacked. Although the quality of resources looted from these Black Ink nests was not that great, they won out in quantity. Half a day later, the battle came to an end. The Black Ink clan were wiped from this universe world, and the human race army that had chased them all the way here let out a thunderous cheer. After several decades, the Black Ink clan at this auxiliary front had finally been purged. This also meant the human race would no longer need to deploy significant forces here in the future and could instead send more troops to the main battlefield. Now that the battle was over, everyone started cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the corpses of the fallen soldiers. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Yang Kai did not immediately leave and instead lay in ambush on the universe world with Chen Yuan and the other 8th Order Masters. He was not sure if the Black Ink clan would send someone to check up on the situation here, so he was just taking a chance. If a territory lord came to investigate this place, it would be an unexpected bonus. Unfortunately, there was still no movement even after waiting for several days. Yang Kai did not want to waste his time waiting here any longer, so he immediately ordered the troops to return to camp. Leaving the aftermath to Chen Yuan and the others, Yang Kai flew alone to the frontline camp. The 8th Order Masters were waiting for him, and when they saw him, they all cupped their fists in greeting. Yang Kai returned the gesture to everyone one by one. When he saw that most of them were injured, especially Ouyang Lai and several other 8th Order Masters, who were seriously wounded, he couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you all healing?" Ouyang Lai explained, grinning, "Old Wei said you're back, but we could not believe him. We wanted to see it for ourselves." It wasn't that they didn't trust Wei Junyang, but this matter was simply too bizarre. The Black Ink clan started a war in profound Nether territory because they wanted to take advantage of Yang Kai being trapped in Acacia territory and inflict heavy casualties on the profound Nether army. Unexpectedly, the information was wrong, and the profound Nether army took advantage of the situation to deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai stated with a smile, "You've all fought hard, please go and heal your injuries." Everyone quickly dispersed. Yang Kai also wanted to leave, but was stopped by Wei Junyang. "Sir, hold on a moment." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai curiously asked. Wei Junyang stated, "Although we have won, our profound Nether army has also suffered some casualties. Sir, as the commander of the profound Nether army, it is only right for you to coordinate the entire army and have a grasp of the profound Nether army's information so that you can deal with the next battle." Yang Kai immediately felt a headache coming on. "There's no need for that, you and senior brother Kong can take care of it." Wei Junyang shook his head in response. "Brother Kong and I are just assisting, sir. After all, the profound Nether army is still under sir's command." Yang Kai sincerely stated, "I trust my 2 senior brothers." "This isn't about trust." Before Wei Junyang could say anything else, Yang Kai raised his hand and prevented him. "Senior brother Wei, my injuries are serious and I urgently need to recuperate. I'll have to trouble you and senior brother Kong to manage the army." Wei Junyang sized up Yang Kai from head to toe as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. Yang Kai earnestly added, "It's an internal injury. My soul is currently unstable. I feel like I'm about to pass out." Martial Peak, Chapter 5571, 2 years. After much persuasion, Yang Kai finally managed to get rid of Wei Junyang. He knew that what Wei Junyang said was true, but the military affairs of an army were too cumbersome, and he did not want to interfere in it either. The profound Nether army had been functioning fine without him, so there was no reason for him to be the one in charge of it now. Strictly speaking, asking him to be the army commander was like asking a donkey to dance. Deep down, he would rather be like Ouyang Lai, a fierce general who charges into battle. Shouldering the hopes and lives of millions of soldiers was a heavy responsibility. As he walked outside the palace, Yang Kai saw a large group of people waiting in the distance, all of them covered in blood and radiating intense murderous intent. By the looks of it, they had just withdrawn from the battlefield. After seeing who these people were, Yang Kai immediately understood why they were waiting here. Seeing him arrive, the leader, Zhu Jian, quickly approached him and cupped his fists. "Sir." The other divine spirits also bowed, wearing complicated expressions. They had been waiting in profound nether territory these past few days, but when the war broke out, they had no choice but to join the battle as well and had contributed a lot to the effort. In any case, there were several dozen divine spirits here, so they were a force to be reckoned with in any place. The deaths of 5 territory lords in succession on the auxiliary front had also been noticed by all of them. Originally, none of them had a clear idea about the situation, but after learning that it was connected to Yang Kai, all of them were relieved. The scene of the unruly Tao Wu being killed in one blow a few months ago was still vivid in their minds. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked at them, not having expected these divine spirits to be waiting here. Zhu Jian explained, Sir, you told us to kill 2 territory lords within 3 months to make up for our mistakes. We fought numerous bloody battles, and fortunately, we did not fail in our mission. We are here to report our success. Saying so, Zhu Jian took out 2 corpses from his space ring. These were the corpses of 2 territory lords, mangled beyond recognition. Clearly, they had experienced a brutal battle before their deaths. In fact, these divine spirits had arrived in profound nether territory long ago, but Yang Kai had already left by the time they came, so they had no choice but to wait here for his return. Yang Kai did a quick check before slightly nodding, Good work. Don't make the same mistake again. Yang Kai brought these divine spirits out from the grand ancient ruins boundary, but they had not been very obedient because he was not around. After making a show of force by killing Tao Wu, and with their bloodline oath as a constraint, Yang Kai was sure that these divine spirits would not dare act rashly in the future. In any case, these divine spirits were indispensable to the human race. Yang Kai could kill one to set up his prestige, but he didn't want their relationship to become too strained, so he refrained from further killing. Hearing this, Zhu Jian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Does Sir have any other instructions? Zhu Jian cautiously asked. Go back to the Supreme Headquarters and listen to their deployment orders. Yang Kai simply waved them away. Since he was overseeing profound nether territory, the Black Ink clan probably wouldn't dare act up here. On the other hand, the situation was quite tense in other great territories, so these divine spirits would be of great use there. The divine spirits felt like they had been granted amnesty as they quickly bid farewell and left. Divine spirits had been arrogant since ancient times, not taking any other beings seriously. This was especially so with the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary, as they rarely had the opportunity to interact with the outside world. This was why they had been disregarding the Supreme Headquarters orders before Yang Kai's return. They could ignore the other human masters, but they couldn't ignore Yang Kai, as he had proven he was willing to kill in a heartbeat. Tao Wu was a good example for this. Moreover, Yang Kai was not a human anymore, but a member of the Dragon Clan. All divine spirits revered the dragons and phoenixes as their leaders. Their pitiful pride was nothing in front of a pure-blood dragon. Yuru Meng's squad also returned soon after. Although the 10 of them were disheveled, none of them were seriously injured. Few human squads had survived so many battles without losing a single member. Even when Yang Kai was leading Dawn, he had lost Ning Qizhi and Qi Taichu in battle. One of the reasons why Yuru Meng's squad was able to achieve this feat was because their individual strength was extraordinary. Not only were all of them in the 7th Order, there were also Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan members among them. Even if they were to encounter a territory lord, they would still be able to put up a fight. Everyone in the squad was a 7th Order master or equivalent. In all the battlefields, this was the only squad to have such a luxurious lineup. Generally, there would only be 1 or 2 7th Order masters in a squad, but the higher-ups of the profound Nether Army knew that they were Yang Kai's wives or close associates, so they made an exception and allowed them to do as they pleased. Otherwise, how could a single squad have such a grand lineup? Secondly, their worship was transformed from Baishi's soul clone, so its defense was much stronger than ordinary. It could even be said that if one wanted to kill them, they would have to first destroy Baishi's clone. But how could Baishi's soul clone be so easy to kill? The Black Ink clan would have to send 2 territory lords to deal with such a squad, which would clearly be a waste of manpower, so up until now, Yuru Meng's squad had been able to rampage about freely. Everyone had suffered varying degrees of injuries and all of them required rest and recovery, especially Yang Kai. The pain of his soul being torn apart was simply unbearable. After speaking to Yu Rumeng briefly, Yang Kai immediately went into retreat. Both the humans and Black Ink clan had suffered great losses in profound Nether territory recently, but the Black Ink clan's casualties were far more substantial than the humans. Not only did they lose 5 territory lords, but they even lost the battle for one of the auxiliary fronts they had been contesting for several decades. This sent Six Arms, who had been overseeing this place, flying into a rage as a cold and grim look permanently covered his face. From the information he had received, the loss of the territory lords and the auxiliary base was likely related to the army commander of the profound Nether army's unexpected return. Only, Six Arms was unable to determine the authenticity of this news. There were indeed many feudal lords who claimed that they had seen Yang Kai, but how was that possible? The Black Ink clansmen in Acacia territory had sent word that Yang Kai was now just a turtle hiding in its shell. Deep down, Six Arms was actually willing to believe that Yang Kai had returned. A single human master like Yang Kai was enough to give the Black Ink clan a serious headache, but if there was another who had abilities on par with his, able to slay multiple territory lords at once, how was the Black Ink clan supposed to survive? But if that was the case, what was Mo Na Yi doing? Acacia territory had been thoroughly sealed off, so how could Yang Kai have escaped? Unable to understand, Six Arms sent out scouts to the human race's side to investigate, while at the same time, he waited for news from Acacia territory. Half a month later, Acacia territory sent a message. Six Arms checked it at once. The 5 territory gates in Acacia territory had been completely cordoned off and not a single human had breached their defenses. All the hunters who tried to enter Acacia territory to gather information had been either captured or killed by the Black Ink clan army. Be that as it may, according to the Black Ink clan's investigation, the universe cave heaven in Acacia territory where the human race cultivators were originally hiding was now empty. Reading this report, Six Arms' face sank as he cursed, "That idiot Mo Na Yi has caused us a lot of harm." He was almost certain that Yang Kai had already left Acacia territory, and the previous loss in profound Nether territory was definitely because of him. The feudal lords who managed to escape that slaughter were indeed not mistaken. Cursing inwardly, Six Arms continued reading the report. In the message, Mo Na Yi also swore that Yang Kai was still trapped in Acacia territory, but he had no idea where he was hiding. He planned on having the Black Ink clan army sweep the entire Great Territory and swore that he would find Yang Kai sooner or later. Find him my ass. Six Arms couldn't be bothered to read any further. Yang Kai was already back in profound Nether territory, so who the hell was Mo Na Yi going to look for? If it weren't for the unforeseen incident in profound Nether territory, Six Arms would have firmly believed Mo Na Yi's report. After all, how could such a large group of humans escape when all the territory gates were sealed? But all hopes and speculations were false in the face of facts. Yang Kai had long since disappeared without a trace. It was laughable that idiot Mo Na Yi was still wasting his time in Acacia territory. However, what shocked Six Arms even more was that the Black Ink clan in Acacia territory had also suffered incredible losses. To his shock and dismay, Yang Kai had managed to kill 7 territory lords with the help of a mere 3 squads. Six Arms was horrified. 3 at the no-return pass, a total of 8 in profound Nether territory, and 7 in Acacia territory. In total, the number of territory lords who had died due to Yang Kai directly or indirectly had reached 18. This was all the information he could gather, but there were still some things he had yet to grasp. What is this human? Holding the jade slip from Acacia territory in his hand, Six Arms felt that Yang Kai was definitely the Black Ink clan's greatest and most dangerous enemy. What was laughable was that although Yang Kai had killed so many territory lords, the Black Ink clan did not actually have much information on him. All the Black Ink clan knew that he used some kind of strange method to attack souls, and finished off his opponent in one blow after his initial sneak attack. He could not use this soul attack method too frequently in a short period, but apart from this, the Black Ink clan knew nothing else. I guess I've to collect some information about this person. Six Arms began making plans. After the most recent battle, Profound Nether Territory once again welcomed a rare period of peace. The human race and Black Ink clan armies stood on opposite sides of the void, glaring at each other. Although there were some small skirmishes, both the human race and Black Ink clan were restraining themselves, as if they were afraid that another war would embroil the entire territory. For the humans, this period of peace was extremely precious. Many of the soldiers had suffered injuries in the last battle and needed to recuperate, but how could the Black Ink clan fare any better? Not only did the Black Ink clan need to recuperate, they also needed to call in more troops. Below the territory lord level, their individual strength was inferior to the human races, so they could only rely on numbers to win. 2 years passed by in a flash. From a certain palace, Xianxia finally emerged from his retreat. This time, it took him quite a long time to heal, mainly because he had used the soul-rending thorns too frequently. While he had still not recovered from the injuries his soul had sustained in Acacia territory, he had used more soul-rending thorns as soon as he returned to Profound Nether Territory. The damage had simply become too much at that point. Fortunately, Xianxia's soul had stabilized after recuperating for such a long period thanks to the soul-warming lotus. Furthermore, he could feel that his soul cultivation had progressed a little further. In the past, he discovered that every time his soul recovered after using a soul-rending thorn, his spiritual energy would become slightly more refined. This was also in line with the principle of, there is no construction without destruction. Perhaps one day he would be able to use soul-rending thorns 4 or even 5 times in a row without much stress. At that time, it would be even easier for him to kill his opponents. Walking out of the palace, Xianxia immediately sent a message to Wei Junyang and the others. A short while later, all the 8th Order Masters were gathered in the main conference hall. Yanglai looked at Xianxia in excitement and asked, "Are we going to fight?" He was quite a belligerent fellow. Even though he had not yet recovered from his injuries, he had been crying for war all the time. Unfortunately for him, Xianxia was in a retreat, so the Profound Nether Army could not make a rash move. Now that Xianxia had finally come out of his seclusion, how could Yanglai restrain himself? Martial Peak, Chapter 5572. Do you understand? Xianxia nodded slightly. We can't just keep resting forever. It's been 2 years since the last major battle, and although everyone has yet to fully recover, I don't think the Black Ink clan is in any better shape. No one will have the upper hand right now. Yanglai immediately became excited. This old master requests to serve as the vanguard. Wei Junyang, on the other hand, was a little hesitant. Sir, Profound Nether Territory has been in a constant state of war for decades, and it's rare for us to have peace for even a few days. If we start another war now, I'm afraid the soldiers won't be able to hold on. If a Black Ink clansman got seriously injured, they could get back on their feet after slumbering in a Black Ink nest for a while. On the other hand, if humans got injured, although they were not bogged down by so many nuisances, it was not that easy to heal either. For example, Yanglai had still not recovered from his injuries even after 2 years of rest. Yanglai shot a glance at him. What's there to be afraid of? Young boy is right, we might not be in top shape, but the Black Ink clan isn't faring any better. As such, no one will have the advantage. What's more, things are different now. We have more evil purging divine spears than before. The artifact refiners in the Profound Nether Army had been constantly refining evil purging divine spears over these past 2 years, and although they had not refined many of them, it was enough for a single large-scale battle. With the evil purging divine spears, the human masters would surely have it easier. Wei Junyang shook his head, stating, "It's not that I'm afraid, it's just..." He looked at Xianxia. "Sir, what is your idea?" He wasn't convinced that in their current position the humans should be the ones to initiate a war, but he still decided to listen to Xianxia's plan. Xianxia explained, "The Black Ink clan has a stronger and bigger army, while our human race army is weaker and fewer in number. In all these years, it has always been the Black Ink clan on the offense, while we humans are forced to passively hold our ground, which is understandable. I want to launch an attack, but not because I want to end the battle in profound nether territory in one fell swoop. We humans don't currently have that kind of strength. Kong Chengde pondered for a moment before asking, "Sir, you mean?" Yang Kai added, "I want the profound nether army's main force to launch a campaign to divert the attention of the Black Ink Clan army." He raised his hand and pointed towards a certain spot on the void chart. "I will head here and assist the 8th Order Division commanders in taking down the territory lords here, allowing us to occupy this front." Yang Lai happily smiled. "Just like last time?" Yang Kai nodded his agreement. Yang Kai's last ambush had brought about stellar results. Not only did he kill 5 territory lords, but the Black Ink Clan army at one of the auxiliary fronts was utterly routed and had suffered massive casualties. The auxiliary fronts in profound nether territory were not just limited to one area. There were several of them, and they were now Yang Kai's targets. Kong Chengde and Wei Junyang glanced at each other before the former smiled wryly and explained, "Sir, you've been in a retreat for the past 2 years, so I'm afraid you don't know about the situation in profound nether territory. It's my fault for forgetting to report it to you." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Kong Chengde answered, "The Black Ink Clan suffered such immense losses the last time you struck that they have completely given up on all the auxiliary fronts. All the Black Ink Clan armies have retreated and they've even moved their black ink nests away." Yang Kai was at a total loss. He had been planning on attacking the other auxiliary fronts one after another, but it never occurred to him that the Black Ink Clan would withdraw completely after just a single defeat. What the hell? 6 arms is quite decisive. Yang Kai lightly nodded his acknowledgement. This really came as a surprise to him. If Yang Kai really targeted the other auxiliary fronts, the Black Ink Clan would not be able to defend themselves and would be forced to retreat sooner or later, but it seemed 6 arms understood this and simply decided to cut their losses and retreat preemptively. This was a frustrating development for Yang Kai. Nonetheless, this was also quite beneficial for the human race. Since the Black Ink Clan was no longer attacking the auxiliary fronts, the profound nether army could concentrate all of its forces to guard the main battlefield and did not have to divert manpower elsewhere. Kong Chengde pondered for a moment before asking, "Sir, were you planning to kill more territory lords?" Yang Kai nodded his agreement. "The territory lords are much higher in number than our 8th Order masters. Although we've killed a number of them here, that hasn't really closed the gap in high-level combat strength between our 2 races. In fact, this gap may never be closed, but where there is a will, there is a way. We can only reduce the pressure on our human race by killing more territory lords. I want all those territory lords to tremble in fear in the future." The 8th Order masters looked at each other, sighing at the hot-bloodedness of this young man. Although these old 8th Order masters weren't afraid of dying in battle against the Black Ink Clan, they were still lacking in vigor compared to Yang Kai. Perhaps this was also the reason why the Supreme Headquarters had appointed Yang Kai as the army commander of the profound Nether Army. Yang Kai's fearsome strength was a critical factor, but the other reason was that the Supreme Headquarters wanted to bring some changes to the war situation. The other army commanders were all old and serious people, but that also meant that they acted more conservatively and cautiously. Kong Chengde stated, "Sir, if that's what you want, there is no need to hesitate then. The army will press forward and draw the Black Ink Clan into a battle. The 8th Order Division commanders will be tasked with keeping the territory lords occupied, so you just need to find an opportunity to kill them." Someone worriedly stated, "The profound Nether Army prioritized defense mainly because there was a gap in strength, so we've been relying on various tricks and traps to defend against the enemy. If we were to rashly launch an attack without any support, we might land ourselves in trouble." The human race had also been primarily focused on defense on the Black Ink battlefield because the human race had the Great Passes. The same was true for the profound Nether Army. Although there weren't any impregnable passes they could use here, being able to decide the battlefield allowed them to set up numerous defensive emplacements that bolstered their combat strength. These arrangements could greatly make up for the difference in combat strength between the humans and Black Ink Clan. Kong Chengde interjected, "That's not a big problem. While launching an offensive does have its fair share of drawbacks, we can compensate for them with the evil purging divine spears. If we disregard consumption, the Black Ink clan may not be able to gain any advantage for a short time. Of course, the more drawn out the battle, the harder it will become for our side." Yang Kai asked, "Senior Brother Kong, by your estimation, how long can the profound Nether army persist if we utilize every evil purging divine spear we have?" Kong Chengde pondered for a moment before replying, "Half a day." After 2 years of continuous refining, they would only be able to hold strong for half a day at most, which was understandable as it was quite difficult to refine the evil purging divine spears en masse, but using them was extremely simple. It all depended on the right timing. Yang Kai understood and ordered, "In that case, our troops must withdraw within half a day after the start of the battle, or else we will suffer excessive casualties." Yang Kai then focused his attention on the void chart, remaining silent. The Eighth Order Masters patiently waited for Yang Kai to finish contemplating, whereas Yang Lai kept signaling Yang Kai with his eyes. His face filled with encouragement, as if he wanted this little brat to let him do as he pleased. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly looked up and shouted, "Relay my orders. Unless a war breaks out at the front line, all forces are to return to the main camp. We will attack in 3 days with each division acting as an independent unit, forcing the Black Ink clan's army to come out and fight. We will engage the Black Ink clan army for 12 hours and then retreat. Every 8th Order Division commander will find an opportunity to join the battle and draw out the territory lords. You don't need to kill them, your task is simply to fully occupy their attention." "Yes, sir." The 8th Order Masters received their orders. Some were excited, some were worried, and some wore a stoic look. After the military order was given, the profound Nether army's main force could be said to have completely mobilized. Something like this had never happened in the last few decades. It was quite a risky move, and if the Black Ink clan came to learn of it in advance, it would have disastrous consequences. All the Black Ink clan needed to do was divide their forces and cut off the profound Nether army's retreat to inflict heavy damage. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't understand this point, but how could he kill territory lords without taking some risks? He needed to defeat the Black Ink clan in profound Nether territory in the shortest time possible to imbue a sense of terror of him into them. These weren't just empty words, this was his real objective. Yang Kai then turned to Kong Chengde and stated, "Senior Brother Kong, I'll leave the rear to you to coordinate the overall situation." Kong Chengde nodded in response, "Rest assured, sir, this Kong will do his best." "Prepare yourselves." Yang Kai waved everyone away. The 8th Order Masters quickly dispersed. Yang Lai, on the other hand, followed Yang Kai out of the hall. Yang Kai turned around and asked, "Senior Yang, do you need something?" Yang Lai glanced around before pulling Yang Kai to a remote corner by his arm. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If someone who didn't know what was going on saw them acting sneaky, who knows what they would think? "Sir Yang, if you have something to say, just say it." Yang Kai was planning to return to his temporary palace to warn Yu Rumeng and the others on some matters, so he didn't have the time to chat with him. Yang Lai beamed with a broad smile. "Junior brother, we've known each other for many years, how did your senior brother treat you?" Whenever he needed something, he would address Yang Kai as junior brother. If not, he would call him Yang boy. Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying, "I saved senior brother's life." Yang Lai's expression froze. Yang Kai had not said a single lie. Back then, Yang Lai was separated from the human race army and got stranded beyond the no-return pass with a group of remnant soldiers. It was Yang Kai who had led him and the other humans to the barren territory from the no-return pass. In truth, Yang Kai had saved his life. Yang Lai agreed, nodding. "That's right, in other words, we have a life and death friendship." How did he come to that conclusion? Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to refute him. Yang Lai happily smiled, "Since that's the case, junior brother must take good care of your senior brother." Yang Kai couldn't help but shoot a glance at him. "I didn't expect senior brother to be so afraid of death." Yang Lai was stunned for a moment before cursing, "What nonsense! This old master has fought on the battlefield for so many centuries, but when have I ever feared death? Then what does senior brother mean?" Yang Lai cursed, "Chen Yuan, that bastard, ever since he had returned from the auxiliary front, he's been bragging that he beheaded an innate territory lord with a single stroke of his sword. Others may not have any idea about that bastard's strength, but I'm well aware. In a one-on-one fight, this old master can beat him with just one hand to the point that not even his disciples would recognize him. He was only able to kill a territory lord thanks to you, junior brother." At this point, Yang Lai put on a meaningful grin and continued, "Junior brother, you can't let your fertile water into another's land. Speaking of which, we're also one family, and we both have served in the Great Evolution Army. When you were injured, Gong Lian and I even took care of you. You want to kill territory lords, right? Then, this senior brother will find a territory lord and try my best to keep him occupied. Then you can sneak over and give him a blow to the head. Do you understand?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry and quickly nodded, I understand. Yang Lai was overjoyed. "So, we have a deal." Yang Kai earnestly stated, "Senior brother, I can only promise to do my best. Senior brother also knows that the situation on the battlefield is constantly changing, and I can't attack too many times either." Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Lai cut him off. "I understand, your senior brother understands. Then, I'll leave everything to you." After smacking Yang Kai's shoulder a few times, he turned around and flew away. Yang Kai stared at his back, thinking, "What do you understand?" Martial Peak, Chapter 5573, Mantis Stalks the Cicada. A heavy and murderous aura pervaded the universe fragment where the front line's main camp was located. Although no direct order had been issued yet, the soldiers could feel the oppressive pressure of the calm before a storm. Having fought the Black Ink clan for years, most of the soldiers had developed a keen perception of an impending war, and there were clear signs everywhere that a battle was about to break out. The human race army on the universe fragment at the main front all began preparing for the war. Inside a certain palace, Yang Kai watched as Yu Rumeng's squad took off, heading towards the gathering point of their division. He did not give them too much advice as there was nothing for him to worry about. All of the women in this squad were 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and they had a customized warship built around Bai Shi's soul clone. In terms of safety, they were far better off than other soldiers. Since a foreign enemy had invaded the 3,000 worlds, every human capable of contributing their strength had to do so. So, even if Yu Rumeng and the others were his family, they couldn't shrink from this. Especially now when Yang Kai was the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, he could not show any kind of favoritism. Quite the contrary, he had to set an example. Watching Yu Rumeng and the others gradually disappear into the distance, Yang Kai's figure also flickered as he disappeared from the spot. The entire main army was just a distraction, while his actions were the key to this operation. Yang Kai hoped that he could return with a full harvest this time. The human race troops began to gather in the void, with each division acting as a unit and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters patrolling back and forth. The army looked quite imposing. Soon, the void was filled with densely packed warships, forming a massive fleet. Yang Lai was standing on the deck of a huge purifying black ink battleship, staring into the void. His expression was cold and his fighting spirit was soaring. After receiving the go from the Central Command, Yang Lai pointed ahead and shouted, "Set off." There was a specially made battle drum on the purifying black ink battleship. As Yang Lai's only disciple, Gong Lian was holding the drumsticks and personally struck it. Even in the vast void, when Gong Lian started beating the drum, sonorous, inspiring beats resounded out one after another, lifting the army's morale. The vanguard set off. Yang Lai loved fighting, so almost every time the Profound Nether Army took action, he would be at the head of the charge. Right behind the vanguard forces were the various divisions, which began to move out one after another, fanning out to the left and right, while Kong Chenda remained behind at the command center, coordinating the entire battle. The original boisterous universe fragment was now completely empty, leaving only a few non-combatants or cultivators who were still too injured to participate, seeing the army off. The Black Ink clan quickly noticed the human race army's movements. Nothing could be done about this, though, as the size of the profound Nether army's main force this time was 400,000 strong, and if the small stone race members were included, the size of the army would easily reach the million mark. If the Black Ink clan did not notice the movement of such a massive army, they would simply be blind. The Black Ink clan scouts who were monitoring the situation were all taken aback and quickly reported back to the main camp. Unlike the human race frontline camp that was located on a universe fragment, the Black Ink clan main camp consisted of several universe worlds, one of which was originally located here, while the others had been moved over by the Black Ink clan's masters. Black Ink nests were indispensable for the Black Ink clan, and so were these universe worlds. All these universe worlds had many Black Ink nests planted on them, some of them even mid-rank, which towered over the others. Currently, Black Ink clansmen were healing in and around these Black Ink nests. Reports from the frontline scouts came one after another, and soon were in Six Arms' hands. When he learned that the human race's main army was advancing, Six Arms was shocked. This had never happened before. Ever since he had taken command of the Black Ink clan's war in profound Nether territory, the human race had been on the defense. Of course, there were some occasional attacks, but nothing even close to this level. What is the human race planning? Six Arms was unable to understand, which made him a little depressed. In fact, Six Arms had been feeling quite frustrated because of Xianxia for the past 2 years. Even if he shrugged off the fact that 8 territory lords had died in profound Nether territory because of him, the thing that was giving Six Arms the biggest headache was the fact that the Black Ink clan's actions were being completely restrained because of Xianxia's presence. In the past, the Black Ink clan held the initiative, able to fight and retreat whenever and wherever they pleased, while the human race was helpless against them. The territory lords also outnumbered the 8th Order masters, which was a source of great confidence for the Black Ink clan. But now, so what if there were more territory lords than 8th Order humans? Six Arms didn't dare act rashly, afraid that Xianxia would suddenly appear from somewhere and butcher them. Even he did not have the confidence to resist Xianxia's insidious means. If he accidentally fell into Xianxia's hands, he would be severely injured in the best-case scenario, and at worst, he would die. Because of this, Six Arms cursed Emo Yi an uncountable number of times these past 2 years. Had Emo Yi not sent out false information, leading him to think that Xianxia was still trapped in Acacia territory, how could he have lost 5 territory lords 2 years ago? On the other hand, Emo Yi's reply was only that Xianxia was definitely in Acacia territory and could not have escaped. But what was the end result? Millions of Black Ink clansmen and 9 territory lords searched through the entire Acacia territory, but didn't find any trace of Xianxia. They were unable to figure out when or even how he had left Acacia territory. If it weren't for the royal lord's orders, Emo Yi would still be wasting his time combing through Acacia territory. Thinking of this, Six Arms couldn't wait to skin Emo Yi alive. Information played a decisive factor on the battlefield, and one mistake could lead to the destruction of 1 million soldiers and the death of several territory lords. Just as he was thinking this, Emo Yi rushed into the hall, shouting, "Sir Six Arms, the human race army is advancing." Obviously, he had also obtained some information. Six Arms glanced at him coldly and indifferently stated, "I know." The loss in Acacia territory had pushed Emo Yi's hatred for Xianxia to a whole new level. After confirming that Xianxia had indeed left Acacia territory, he immediately sent a message to the royal lord, requesting permission to transfer to profound Nether territory, vowing to kill Xianxia to redeem himself. The territory lords in profound Nether territory had suffered a massive loss and needed to be replenished anyways, so the royal lord naturally agreed. As such, Emo Yi led a few other territory lords and some Black Ink clan troops to profound Nether territory a year ago as reinforcements. For the past year, Emo Yi had repeatedly requested to launch a war, but he had always been suppressed by Six Arms, making Emo Yi dissatisfied with him. However, Six Arms was the one in charge of profound nether territory, so even if Emo Yi was dissatisfied, he could do nothing about it. Today, after learning that the human race army had actually taken the initiative to attack, Emo Yi was extremely excited and felt that he finally had a chance to take revenge. Yang Kai was indeed strong, Emo Yi acknowledged that much. 7 territory lords in Acacia territory had died because of Yang Kai's actions, and because of this, Emo Yi regarded Yang Kai as the greatest enemy of the Black Ink clan. As long as he could kill Yang Kai though, they would not need to fear any other 8th Order masters in the future. Moreover, Emo Yi felt that he had found a way to deal with Yang Kai. Since the human race army is attacking, Yang Kai will definitely appear. This is a good opportunity to kill him, Emo Yi excitedly stated. Six Arms coldly snorted, "That human is quite strong, his movements elusive, and his methods bizarre. Do you think you can kill him?" Emo Yi shook his head in response, "I alone won't be able to, I'll need help." Six Arms was surprised at this admission. He was dissatisfied with Emo Yi because territory lords under his command had suffered heavy casualties as a result of the misinformation, but judging by Emo Yi's words, it seemed he was willing to cooperate to deal with Yang Kai, which was good news. On another note, Emo Yi was even more incensed than Six Arms. If he did not want to wash away his shame, he would have never have come to profound nether territory where he would be forced to listen to Six Arms' orders. He was more than capable of being in charge over one of the other great territory battlefields. After a moment of silence, Six Arms lowered his tone and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Emo Yi replied, "There is a way, but it will depend on whether or not Sir Six Arms is willing to sacrifice a pound of flesh." "Let's hear it," Six Arms asked. The biggest problem in profound nether territory was Yang Kai. If they could really deal with him, it would solve essentially all of their problems. Emo Yi explained, "I'm sure Sir Six Arms also knows that Yang Kai has some kind of strange method to target his opponent's soul. This method is so powerful that even innate territory lords like us find it difficult to guard against. Since the human race army is attacking us, Yang Kai will definitely be hiding and waiting for an opportunity to strike. As such, our territory lords will all be on edge, and if they are worried about something else during their fights, it will be difficult for them to display their full strength." Indeed. Six Arms nodded his agreement. When he received the news of the human army's advance just now, what he was most worried about was Yang Kai. He didn't even bother sending anyone to investigate as he knew that they definitely wouldn't be able to find Yang Kai's whereabouts. Just as Emo Yi had said, this human would definitely be hiding in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity to kill. With someone like him on the human race's side, every territory lord would be worried. It could be said that Yang Kai alone was enough to suppress the combat strength all the Black Ink clan's top masters in profound nether territory. However, his methods aren't without cost. According to what I've gathered, he can only use that strange soul attack 3 times in quick succession. Furthermore, it's quite possible that doing so comes at a heavy cost, such as injuries to his own soul. The human race has a saying, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Since he wants to secretly attack our territory lords, all we need to do is give him a chance to do so, and he will definitely take advantage of it. However, once he makes a move, he won't be able to hide himself anymore. At that time, I will lead several territory lords to attack him. At that point, what does it matter how strong he is? Six Arms' eyes lit up when he heard this and glanced over at Emo Yi. "If Yang Kai is the mantis, then are you the oriole?" Emo Yi nodded. "Only then will we have a chance to kill him." "Then who will be the cicada?" "That will have to depend on Sir Six Arms' arrangements." Six Arms pondered for a moment. He had no choice but to admit that Emo Yi was quite smart. This was indeed an excellent way to deal with Yang Kai, but if he really went with this plan, he should be mentally prepared to sacrifice a territory lord, because once Yang Kai struck, the territory lord who was targeted would most likely die. No wonder Emo Yi had said he would need to be willing to give up a pound of flesh to succeed. However, what was there to hesitate about? As long as they could kill Yang Kai, It did not matter if a territory lord was lost. After all, almost 20 territory lords had died because of Yang Kai already. If he could sacrifice a territory lord in exchange for eliminating Yang Kai, Six Arms would more than welcome it. Seemingly seeing through his thoughts, Emonai continued in a grave tone, "Sir Six Arms, one cicada won't be enough to act as bait." Martial Peak, Chapter 5574, Initiating the Attack. Six Arms asked, "How many do you want?" Emonai replied, "Since Yang Kai can attack 3 times, at least 3. It would be best if there were 5. Six Arms couldn't help but furrow his brow, hesitantly asking, "You want that many?" Emonai explained, slowly shaking his head, "Sir, from what I can tell, Yang Kai is an extremely cautious person, despite his actions seeming so bold and bombastic. If he doesn't have absolute confidence in succeeding, he won't act rashly. What's more, he is now the army commander of the profound Nether Army, so he will be more cautious than ever. Even a fool will get suspicious if there is just one vulnerable target. Yang Kai won't take such obvious bait. We need to dispel his suspicions. Of course, we can't use too many, as too much vulnerability will also be suspicious." Six Arms pondered for a moment. Although he had some resentment towards Emonai, he had to admit that what the latter said made sense. Seeing him hesitate, Emonai added, "Sir, this Yang Kai is already so strong when he is just an 8th Order master. Has Sir thought about what would happen if he were to break through to the 9th Order someday?" Six Arms had not considered this before, but after giving it a thought, he couldn't help but shiver. That's right, Yang Kai is already so powerful in the 8th Order. What would happen if he broke through to the 9th Order? At that time, even royal lords would not be his opponent. Without any more hesitation, Six Arms declared, "Go get ready. I have arrangements to make on my side." Although he didn't obtain the answer he wanted, Emonai knew that Six Arms was tempted, and since he was tempted, he would definitely act according to his plan. Without further ado, Emonai nodded and left. A short while later, the Black Ink Clan army also began to mobilize under a series of Six Arms orders, preparing to deal with the assault of the human race. The Black Ink clansmen who were healing in the Black Ink nests also emerged one after another. The battle was about to begin. The scouts of both sides constantly shuttled back and forth, passing information they had obtained from the front line back to their respective command centers. Half a day later, the two armies drew closer to each other. They looked like 2 swarms of locusts. 7th Order cultivators were shuttling around the fleets, passing orders for the squads to check their armaments and prepare for battle. This was the first time the profound Nether Army had launched such a large-scale attack on their own initiative, and it was quite a significant move. As a result, the morale and fighting spirit of the soldiers had risen to a whole new level. Soon, when the distance between the two armies had reached a critical point, the beats of war drums started reverberating across the battlefield from the vanguard one after another. Under the leadership of Yang Lai and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the human race army began their attack. The battle broke out in an instant, and the moment the two armies clashed, the entire profound Nether territory appeared to shudder. The brilliance of secret techniques and artifacts filled the entire void, brightly illuminating the previously dark profound Nether territory. Warships shuttled here and there, coordinating with each other as they bombarded the approaching Black Ink Clan troops. Every time a war broke out, the human race would always hold the advantage in the opening moments as they killed countless enemies at long range. This was not because the human race army was stronger per se, but rather because the Black Ink Clan always sent out weak cannon fodder first as a means of exhausting the humans. The Black Ink Clan could spawn as much cannon fodder as they wanted, so no matter how many of them died, so long as they had black ink nests and ample resources, the ranks could be refilled. It was completely different for the human race. The current human armies might not hold a candle to the elites who fought back on the Black Ink battlefield, but they were still plenty stronger on average than the Black Ink Clan cannon fodder. Not to mention the humans still had their warships to bolster their strength. Most of the Black Ink Clan cannon fodder charging at the forefront had been killed in less than an hour, while the main force of the Black Ink Clan army took action soon after. The main Black Ink clan army mainly consisted of low-rank Black Ink clansmen, equivalent to low-rank Open Heaven Realm human masters. The Black Ink clan's casualties continued to rise, but the human race's momentum had been blunted quite dramatically. After all, the human race was at a huge disadvantage in terms of numbers. 6 Arms in the rear failed to understand the human race's plan, nor could he understand where the human race was getting its confidence from. Even if they could kill some useless cannon fodder, they still wouldn't be able to resist the main army of the Black Ink clan. It might look like the Black Ink clan had taken quite huge losses, but their casualties were still within a tolerable range. On the other hand, if the humans tired themselves out too quickly and got themselves surrounded by the Black Ink clan army, their losses would be devastating. Since he couldn't figure it out though, 6 Arms did not brood too much over it. Right now, his entire focus was on finding Yang Kai's whereabouts. Unsurprisingly, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. He must be hiding somewhere and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Intentionally or unintentionally, 6 Arms' gaze swept across a few particular locations on the battlefield. Those were the locations where he had set the bait. If Yang Kai really made a move, he would definitely target those territory lords. Mo Na Yi was nowhere to be seen either, and would not make an appearance unless Yang Kai did. 6 Arms furrowed his brow and looked behind him towards where the main camp of the Black Ink clan was situated. There were many Black Ink nests there, which could be considered the foundation of Profound Nether Territory's Black Ink clan. Could Yang Kai be planning to invade their main camp? 6 Arms was a little suspicious, but it did not matter even if Yang Kai really went to the main camp, as 10 territory lords were still standing guard there. Yang Kai would not be able to raise any waves, even if he tried to sneak in. The territory lords were far greater in number than the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which was why 6 Arms had made such arrangements. The battle had been raging intensely from the very start. It was like the human race army had lost their minds as they were going all out right from the start, as if they wanted to vent all the resentment they had accumulated over the years in this one battle. Nonetheless, the human race's offense was stopped soon after when the Black Ink clan main army launched a counterattack and quickly put them into a disadvantageous position. Yang Kai has still not been sighted. It seems he's quite patient. Just as 6 Arms was thinking so, a sun-like brilliance suddenly flashed somewhere on the battlefield. This sun-like flash appeared to be some kind of a signal as small white suns erupted all over the battlefield, one after another, illuminating the entire void. Even though the suns had erupted quite a distance away from him, the pure rays of white light blaring one after another made 6 Arms feel extremely uncomfortable. 6 Arms had seen this light before and knew that it was the power of some artifact. The human race also used these artifacts in the war 2 years ago. 6 Arms had no idea about this artifact's name, but Black Ink clan survivors of that battle had reported that it had an extremely suppressive effect on Black Ink strength. The rays originating from what seemed to be spears could actually vaporize Black Ink strength. Back then, much to the Black Ink clan's dismay, a territory lord hit by this artifact was instantly injured, and had he not quickly escaped, he would have been killed by an 8th Order human master. When these flashes of light reappeared, a despondent look appeared on 6 Arms' face. They had been fighting the Profound Nether army for several decades now, but the human race had not used this artifact before. It was used for the first time 2 years ago, but at that time, the humans did not possess many of these artifacts, so the Black Ink clan did not suffer too many casualties from them. However, the current situation was different. That pure white brilliance was erupting all across the battlefield one after another, and it covered a vast expanse of space every time. How could the human race have so many such artifacts? Why didn't they use them before? Although he was unable to understand, 6 Arms knew it was this human race trump card that gave them the confidence to launch an attack. He reached this conclusion because the human race army, which was at a disadvantage just a moment ago, instantly became as fierce as a tiger and mighty as a dragon after the appearance of these brilliances, overwhelming the Black Ink clan army to the point that they were unable to mount any counterattack. Some territory lords were injured, and numerous feudal lords died at the hand of this artifact. Six Arms would not even bat an eye at the deaths of low-rank Black Ink clansmen, regardless of how many of them died, but the deaths of feudal lords were different. The birth of each feudal lord was not easy, and the Black Ink clan was counting on these feudal lords to become territory lords and then royal lords in the future. Their annihilation would set the Black Ink clan towards a bleak future. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan army quickly stabilized the situation and maintained their formation after a short period of panic and loss. Now though, they didn't try to kill their opponents and instead focused on defending themselves. For a time, the situation on the battlefield reached a stalemate. The Black Ink clan had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers, but thanks to the evil purging divine spears, the human race would not be at a disadvantage for a short time. Be that as it may, the evil purging divine spears would eventually be exhausted, and once that happened, if the humans had not yet retreated, what awaited them then would be a merciless slaughter. Somewhere on the battlefield, Xianxia was bathed in blood as he engaged in a life-and-death battle. Since the start of the battle, he had been caught in a 1 versus 2 situation. It had been a difficult fight, but fortunately he had been through this very situation multiple times, so even though he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, his life was not in immediate danger. On top of that, Xianxia was also keenly aware that his two opponents were not using their full strength as they were obviously on guard against something. Regarding this, Xianxia was well aware that these people were worried about Xianxia's sneak attacking them. Although this situation would make it difficult for Xianxia to launch a sneak attack here, it did make Xianxia's situation a little more bearable. Pitifully, he had just asked Xianxia to give him a helping hand in killing a territory lord so he could brag about it, but by the looks of things, it was highly unlikely to happen this time. Since 2 territory lords were targeting him, it would not be the best choice for Xianxia to attack here. In the void, Xianxia and 4 other territory lords were hiding inside a black ink cloud, concealing their auras as they observed the battlefield. Black ink clouds were everywhere on the battlefield, and the human race would not venture inside to investigate them if they could avoid doing so, so it was the best place to hide without worrying about being exposed. Through the black ink cloud, Xianxia's sharp eyes were scanning the surroundings. He was certain that Xianxia was hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Perhaps Xianxia was also hiding in a black ink cloud? Xianxia looked towards the various black ink clouds, having no clue. Suddenly, he muttered, "You Gong, if you dare to escape again, I will not forgive you." Beside him, Yu Gong's face flushed red as he muttered, "Don't worry, I also want to kill that Xianxia. If he dares to show his face, he will definitely die." Xianxia glanced at him coldly and snorted, stating, "That's for the best." Last time, in Acacia territory, Yu Gong was scared witless by Xianxia, which Xianxia still felt indignant about. If it weren't for Yu Gong's cowardice back then, they would not be in this trouble today. Martial Peak, Chapter 5575, The Aureole Behind. 5 territory lords had set up an ambush for Xianxia this time. Xianxia was confident that so long as Xianxia dared to show himself, he could hold him down. While they were talking, a burst of spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly surged somewhere on the battlefield before disappearing in a flash. All kinds of energy fluctuations were surging across the chaotic battlefield, so if one was not deliberately paying attention, it would be difficult to detect these specific fluctuations. But since Xianxia had been constantly monitoring the surroundings, how could he miss this sign? A bright gleam flashed across his eyes. Xianxia made his move. These spiritual energy fluctuations were extremely familiar. In Acacia territory, every time Xianxia launched a sneak attack, such fluctuations would appear. Xianxia immediately looked towards the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations and instantly spotted Xianxia rushing out from a black ink cloud. As expected, he was hiding inside a black ink cloud. Xianxia had been keeping an eye on the various black ink clouds, but he had no idea when Xianxia had snuck inside of this particular one. Helpless, he could not help but secretly sigh at Xianxia's elusiveness. The other 4 territory lords also caught sight of Xianxia and were about to rush out, but Xianxia raised his hand and stopped them. "Wait." The territory lords were puzzled. They were hiding to ambush Yang Kai, but now that Yang Kai had appeared on the battlefield, they could not understand what they were waiting for. Mo Na Yi had no intention of speaking further, but he still patiently explained, "He can use that attack 3 times." He did not elaborate after that, but the territory lords instantly understood. Xianxia was quite insidious. He was waiting for Yang Kai to exhaust his trump card on the other territory lords. Once Yang Kai had used up his unique method, he would be no different than an ordinary 8th Order master. At that time, what did this team of 5 territory lords have to fear? However, one of the territory lords hesitatingly asked, "If we don't act now, how would we explain it to Sir Six Arms?" If a territory lord died because of their delay, Six Arms would definitely blame them. Mo Na Yi indifferently stated, "Killing Yang Kai is the best explanation." The territory lords looked at each other in dismay as a chill gripped their hearts. Apparently, Mo Na Yi had gone somewhat insane after the defeat in Acacia territory. He was now even willing to sacrifice a few territory lords just to kill Yang Kai. Doing so might be cruel and unacceptable, but it could still significantly increase their own safety. After all, they were reluctant to face Yang Kai when he still could use his ultimate move, thus, no one had any objections. By the time they looked in that direction once more, the battle had already ended on that part of the battlefield as they sensed the fall of a territory lord. The territory lord's opponent was none other than Qin Yuan, who knew right away that Yang Kai was making his move the moment he sensed the unique spiritual energy fluctuations. Having experienced the same thing 2 years ago, why would Qin Yuan hesitate? He immediately unleashed his strongest divine ability, splitting his sword into 3,000 beams of light that rained down on the territory lord. 2 years ago, when Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack, Qin Yuan had beheaded a territory lord in one attack. It could be said that everything had gone very smoothly. But this time, the territory lords were obviously on guard, so Qin Yuan failed to kill the opposite party in one move, only managing to severely injure him. Fortunately, Yang Kai timely attacked with his spear, piercing it straight through the territory lord's heart. Qin Yuan swung his sword once more, beheading the territory lord. The territory lord seemed to have cursed something or someone before his death, his eyes filled with indignation, but Qin Yuan could not be bothered with the cries of the defeated. He raised his head to look around, but Yang Kai was nowhere in sight. He had already gone back into hiding who knows where. Qin Yuan lifted up his sword, turned around, and flew towards another battlefield where another 8th Order master and territory lords were locked in a heated battle to provide assistance. The 8th Order master was besieged by 2 territory lords, so, even if he used an evil purging divine spear, he would still be in danger. What he did not know was that the territory lord had cursed Mo Na Yi before his death. According to what he had heard from Six Arms, Mo Na Yi would immediately come to assist him once Yang Kai appeared. He also knew that he was a bait arranged by Six Arms to lure Yang Kai out, so he had always been on guard and had been defending his soul zealously. This was the reason why the soul-rending thorn failed to completely incapacitate him and Qin Yuan failed to kill him in one attack. If Mo Na Yi had timely come to his aid, he might not have lost his life, but Mo Na Yi did not show up, so how could he not curse the latter? The death of a territory lord affected the entire battlefield. From the get-go, the territory lords had always been on guard against Yang Kai's sneak attack. They had not been using their full strength against the 8th Open Heaven Realm Masters, worried that Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of thin air and attack them, but even after all of their preparations, a territory lord had still died. All the territory lords started to feel insecure after the first of them fell, especially the territory lords who had been arranged to act as bait by Six Arms. They could not wait to turn tail and flee. Mo Na Yi, who was hiding in the blacking cloud, was also feeling nervous now. Mo Na Yi believed that as long as Yang Kai's whereabouts were exposed, he would be unable to hide once more. It was for this reason he had decided to wait until Yang Kai had exhausted all his special soul attacks before taking him down. Mo Na Yi's plan was quite good, but he had never expected that Yang Kai would be able to vanish without leaving any trace after swiftly taking down his target. It was as if he had simply disappeared into thin air. The problem was that Yang Kai had finished his assault too quickly. In less than 3 breaths after making an entrance, he had chewed up and spat out the bait with the assistance of another 8th Order Master. Mo Na Yi was simply powerless to track him. Mo Na Ye's expression suddenly became extremely unsightly as he came to realize that he had still been too naive. The situation had developed completely differently from his calculations. How was he supposed to track Yang Kai if the latter could just up and vanish? Right then, another burst of spiritual energy fluctuations flared up. Mo Na Yi immediately looked towards its source, where he saw Yang Kai reappear in a distant location. Mo Na Yi could not sit still anymore and fiercely shouted, "Let's go!" Having said so, he flew straight towards that location. Yu Gong and the other territory lords were momentarily taken aback, but quickly chased after him. At this moment, Yang Kai was wantonly attacking a territory lord with another 8th Open Heaven Realm Master. His Azure Dragon Spear moved back and forth, leaving gaping wounds on the territory lord's body. It was a simple matter to defend against the soul-rending thorns. Once the territory lords decided to heavily shield their souls, the soul-rending thorns' might was greatly reduced, but so what? In a life-and-death battle between masters, even a momentary flaw could lead to a disastrous end. No 8th Order Master was to be trifled with, so once they saw an opportunity, they would seize upon it with all their might. The moment a territory lord was struck by a soul-rending thorn, whether they were on guard or not, they would be momentarily distracted, which was a huge flaw. Yang Kai promptly followed up with a deadly attack. In this world, how could a territory lord resist the combined might of him and another 8th Order Master? Killing the second territory lord took a bit longer, about 10 breaths from start to finish, but the moment this territory lord fell, Yang Kai felt a few fierce aura lock onto him from a distance. Looking up, he saw 5 territory lords rushing over, 3 of whom looked a little familiar. Didn't I encounter them in Acacia territory? Yu Gong, if I recall correctly. 5 territory lords, they really think highly of me. Yang Kai sneered in his heart as he realized that these 5 territory lords were specifically targeting him, otherwise, they had no reason to rush straight towards him. Obviously, the 8th Order Master had also noticed them and promptly proposed with a stern look on his face, "Sir, please leave first, I'll block them." Yang Kai snapped, "Block them my ass. You go help the others." Anyone who stood in the way of these 5 territory lords would be killed right then and there. Even Yang Kai himself did not dare to confront them head-on. Hearing this, the 8th Order Master didn't hesitate and headed straight towards a nearby battlefield, like Qinyuan. Yang Kai didn't escape using space principles like before, but rather glanced provocatively at the 5 territory lords charging towards him before shooting off in another direction. In that direction was another bait arranged by 6 arms. Since it was bait specially prepared for him, it naturally attracted Yang Kai's attention. Just like the 2 territory lords who had been killed before, this territory lord was also fighting an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master one-on-one in a remote part of the battlefield. Only by doing so could he be considered bait. Heeding Mo Na Ye's advice, 6 arms had arranged a total of 5 such bait on the entire battlefield. Whereas other battles between 8th Order Masters and territory lords were group battles, like with Ouyang Lai, 1 against 2, or 2 against 3. In short, the human race was at a disadvantage almost everywhere. Fortunately, the territory lords were preserving their strength to defend against sneak attacks. Furthermore, the human race masters had evil purging divine spears to defend themselves, so things were not that bad for the moment. Otherwise, the humans would have suffered heavy losses as they were the ones to initiate the attack and had no additional 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for backup. All the territory lords on the entire battlefield were wary of Yang Kai's movements, and the death of 2 of their comrades in such a short time had struck terror into their hearts. When the nearest bait noticed Yang Kai charging straight at him with murderous intent, the territory lord immediately discarded any notion of continuing his battle and focused his entire strength on fleeing. Although the human race 8th Order Masters tried their best to stop him, he was unable to. Innate territory lords were powerful to begin with, so if they were determined to flee, even Eighth Order masters were powerless to stop them. Witnessing the territory lord transforming into a streak of black light, trying to flee, Yang Kai sped up and surged his space principles, solidifying the nearby space. At the same time, he launched a soul-rending thorn. The black ink cloud that was about to leave the battlefield momentarily froze before suddenly scattering, reverting back to the territory lord's figure. However, the territory lord was howling in pain at this moment, his face distorted in pain. His cry was so sharp that even the Eighth Order master who was fighting him felt his heart clench. In fact, Yang Kai's use of soul-rending thorns to assassinate the enemy was no secret among the higher-ups of the profound Nether Army. After all, Yang Lai knew about the soul-rending thorn and was not one to hold his tongue when asked. They also knew that every time Yang Kai used a soul-rending thorn, he would need to sacrifice a piece of his own soul. However, very few people had personally experienced such heart-wrenching pain, so they could not understand just what sort of agony this technique produced. Although the Eighth Order master had never tasted such pain, he could imagine how much it would hurt from the reaction of the territory lord after he was hit by the soul-rending thorn. The soul-rending thorn was a sacrificial technique, and once used, both the user and its target would suffer intense pain. The territory lord was in so much agony that he would rather die, but even though Yang Kai's face had gone completely pale from the pain, he did not utter a single cry. The Eighth Order master was awe-inspired after seeing Yang Kai's endurance and perseverance. Yang Kai had paid such a huge price, so if he were to let the enemy escape now, that would truly be a joke. This Eighth Order master's face immediately darkened as he promptly summoned his divine manifestation, preparing to go all out. Unlike Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun, and Feng Ying's myriad sword dragons venerable, this Eighth Order master's divine ability manifestation was even more majestic and brilliant. Impressively, it conjured up a dazzling golden humanoid phantom that was exuding a fearsome and overwhelming aura, giving the impression as if an ancient god had descended. The humanoid phantom stood behind the Eighth Order master, holding a long sword just like him, but the sword was bigger and thicker. The next moment, the Eighth Order master raised his sword and swung it hard as the phantom behind him mirrored his actions. Immediately after, the void was cut apart and black ink strength started dissipating. Right then, a slit spread across the territory lord before his body separated into two. Martial Peak, Chapter 5576, Chasing and Intercepting. The Eighth Order master was filled with joy after successfully killing the territory lord, but before he could rejoice, Yang Kai's voice rang in his ear. When he looked up, Yang Kai was already quite a distance away. At the same time, he also sensed several fearsome auras rapidly heading in his direction. When the Eighth Order master looked towards the auras, he saw 5 powerful territory lords, including Mo Na Yi, heading straight towards him. This scared the hell out of him, and he quickly turned tail and fled in the opposite direction from Yang Kai. Apparently, Mo Na Yi and the others were not interested in this Eighth Order master, as their target was only Yang Kai. Quite a lot of territory lords in profound Nether territory had lost their lives because of Yang Kai, so unless he was killed, not a single territory lord could feel at ease. Furthermore, Yang Kai had already used his ace 3 times in a row, killing 3 territory lords. Yang Kai did not have the strength to use it again. The current Yang Kai was like a tiger without his fangs, so how could Mo Na Yi and the other territory lords be afraid of anything? This was a rare opportunity. If they failed to kill Yang Kai this time, who knows when they could find another opportunity like this. As such, Mo Na Yi, leading the other 4 territory lords, chased after Yang Kai doggedly. During the chase, they crossed the vast battlefield. At some point, Mo Na Yi and the others heard the beating of war drums from the human race. The rhythm was quite distinct and powerful, but they had no idea what kind of order they were issuing. In any case, the 5 territory lords couldn't care less about it, as all of their focus was on Yang Kai. Mo Na Yi's face distorted with frustration after chasing Yang Kai for a while, as he realized that even if Yang Kai had become a toothless tiger, they were still powerless to do anything to him because he was simply too fast. They could not catch him, and thus, could not kill him no matter how badly they wanted to. Just like how Eighth Order humans could not do anything if an innate territory was determined to escape, territory lords were powerless to do anything if an Eighth Order master tried to escape with everything they had. This was also the reason why not many Eighth Order masters and territory lords had fallen over the last few decades. When things went south, no one just sat around waiting to die. 2 Eighth Order masters had fallen in the battle 2 years ago mainly because profound nether territory was about to fall and they had no choice but to fight to the death. Had they not been willing to sacrifice their lives, the humans would have suffered even greater casualties, and they might have even lost profound nether territory to the Black Ink clan. Emonayi had fallen into an awkward situation. With the 5 territory lords working together, they indeed had a real chance of killing Yang Kai, but that was only if the other party stopped fleeing and faced them in battle. This left Emonayi with a stomach full of grievances but nowhere to vent them. He was the one to propose this strategy to Six Arms, and Six Arms had done his part to cooperate. However, if he failed to gain anything despite the fact that they had sacrificed 3 territory lords, Six Arms would definitely lose his temper. Left with no choice, Emonayi summoned a black ink nest into his hand. It was an extremely small black ink nest, roughly the size of his palm. It was an incompletely hatched black ink nest, and naturally incapable of breeding black ink clansmen. Be that as it may, it could still be used for communication. This was only a low-rank black ink nest, for it was just used for communication so its rank did not really matter. Emonayi's divine sense surged as he sent a message using the tiny black ink nest in his hand. Unable to catch Yang Kai, Emonayi had no choice but to request reinforcements. A short while later, 3 of the territory lords remaining on the primary universe world where the Black Ink clan's main camp was located rose into the sky and flew off into the void. Frustration piled up in the pursuing Emonayi's heart as he continued to make new arrangements while the fleeing Yang Kai was completely relaxed. Although the repeated use of the soul-rending thorns ended up giving him a splitting headache, he was already used to it by this point so it did not affect him much. At most, his combat effectiveness had suffered a little. As he was unable to use more soul-rending thorns for the time being, he could not bother to engage the territory lords. The main reason he was fleeing now was that he wanted to lure these 5 territory lords away from the battlefield. According to the original plan, the human race army should be withdrawing right about now. The humans did not have that many evil purging divine spears, and their army strength was no match for the Black Ink clan in a straight-up fight. Yang Kai had already heard the beating of war drums, signaling the retreat, and he knew that leading 5 territory lords away would make it easier for the army to withdraw. In fact, he could easily escape from his pursuers using space principles if he wanted to. Even if the territory lords' auras had locked onto him, so what? When even royal lords failed to capture him in the past, what could mere territory lords do? Since he could escape at any moment, Yang Kai naturally had nothing to fear, and that was why he was letting them follow him. After a while, Yang Kai sensed something and looked up, vaguely sensing a powerful aura rapidly approaching him. Yang Kai raised his brow as he muttered to himself, "Someone is blocking the way ahead." He thus promptly changed direction. But a moment later, another territory lord rapidly approached him from the front, blocking his way. Yang Kai changed direction once more. After about an hour of this situation repeating itself, Yang Kai stopped in the void and looked around. Emonayi was gleeful as his request for help had not gone in vain. Having been chased and intercepted like this, Yang Kai now had nowhere to run. Let's see how you will escape from this. For the distance, territory lords' powerful auras had locked onto Yang Kai like chains. If he made any rash move, he would be showered with attacks from all sides. As the gap between them was shortened, Emonayi could faintly see Yang Kai's figure. While both sides were looking from across the distance, their eyes suddenly met. Emonayi's eyes were burning with fury, but a look of joy was also present in the depths of their eyes, whereas Yang Kai had a completely calm and stoic look on his face. Yang Kai's lips moved up and down, but Emonayi did not hear what he said, but from his lip movements, he could only vaguely tell that Yang Kai was calling him an idiot. Immediately after, he saw Yang Kai lift his hands as they started radiating yellow and blue light. Emona Yi immediately had a bad feeling and shouted, "Kill him!" Immediately after giving the order to attack, Emona Yi's aura surged as fearsome black ink strength started to gather, transforming into a pure and powerful secret technique that shot straight towards Yang Kai. The other territory lords beside him also simultaneously attacked Yang Kai. In a flash, the world was flipped upside down. Nonetheless, Emona Yi's heart started pounding in anxiety because the moment they attacked, the yellow and blue lights suddenly converged and transformed into a burst of pure white light. Under the brilliance of this white light, the territory lord senses that had locked onto Yang Kai were all cut off, following which they lost track of Yang Kai's aura. When the dust settled, 8 territory lords converged together, staring at the place where Yang Kai once stood. Yang Kai's traces were still there, along with faint fluctuations of space principles lingering in the void. Everyone looked at each other while Emona Yi's face filled with such grief that it was as if he had just lost both his parents. After making a few detours, by the time Yang Kai returned to the frontline camp, the human race army had already retreated. As it was an organized large-scale retreat, even if the Black Ink clan relentlessly pursued them, they did not gain any advantage. On the other hand, since the humans spared no expense and used countless evil purging divine spears, the Black Ink clan had suffered massive casualties. When the 8th Order Masters saw Yang Kai appear, they hurriedly came forward and greeted him one by one, cupping their fists. Yang Kai's gaze alternated between the 8th Order Masters. Discovering that despite all of them being injured, not a single one was missing, he lightly nodded. "Everyone who is injured, go and recuperate. We won't be engaging in any battle for the time being. Also, order the artifact refiners in the army to focus on refining more evil purging divine spears." "Yes, sir," everyone loudly responded. Yang Kai waved off everyone. "Go, I'm going to heal my injuries." Saying so, he headed straight towards his palace, leaving behind a group of 8th Order Masters who still had something to say. This battle could be considered to be the most satisfying battle they had ever fought over the decades they had defended profound nether territory. It was also the first time the human race had launched such a large-scale attack. All the battles they had fought in the past had lasted from half a month to even half a year, but today, from the moment they engaged with the Black Ink clan to the moment the army retreated, only half a day had passed, that's all. It could even be said that this battle was as fast as lightning, yet the results were simply amazing. Just the number of territory lords alone killed in this battle had reached 3, while the Black Ink clan casualties below the territory lord level reached the 1,000,000 mark. Although most of the Black Ink clansmen killed were cannon fodder, there were also many feudal lords among the dead. Although the profound Nether army had also suffered some casualties, compared to their gains, it was completely negligible. All of this was thanks to the evil purging divine spears. The human race army had taken a great risk by attacking the Black Ink clan without any reinforcements. In the past, the humans had always relied on various prearranged defensive emplacements to resist the Black Ink clan's attacks, but such a strategy could only prolong the war, not win it. It was not that the 8th Order Masters did not want to go on offense, it was just that they did not have the capital to do so. However, the evil purging divine spears made up for this shortcoming. Using the evil purging divine spears without any regard to the expense had greatly restrained the Black Ink clan army. However, in just one clash, the profound Nether army had consumed all the evil purging divine spears they had amassed over the past 2 years. And this was when the battle had lasted just half a day. Without the evil purging divine spear suppression, the human race's casualties would have definitely been tremendous if they had not retreated in time. Of all the gains, though, the death of 3 territory lords was undoubtedly the biggest. No matter how many Black Ink clansmen were killed, if none of the territory lords died, everything would have been useless. The territory lords were the top forces of the Black Ink clan. If the humans managed to kill all the territory lords in profound Nether territory someday, no matter how many Black Ink clansmen were left thereafter, they wouldn't amount to anything. Sir Army Commander is young and promising. Every soul-rending thorn momentarily stuns a territory lord, leaving them at the mercy of us humans. Just one swing is enough to behead a territory lord, like chopping off a melon. Chen Yuan's blood started boiling as he recalled the scene of the last battle. He had killed a territory lord with Yang Kai's help 2 years ago, and got the opportunity to kill another one during this battle. Soul-rending thorns are the best method to attack the territory lords. When the territory lord who was fighting me was hit by one, his strength plummeted by about 70%. He tried to escape, but Sir Army Commander arrived in the nick of time and stopped him. Sir Army Commander is really brave and unflappable. He even managed to escape safely from the pursuit of 5 territory lords. That's truly admirable. The group of 8th Order masters were chattering like children who had seen something for the first time in their life, singing praises in admiration. It wasn't that they wanted to brag, but the dire situation in profound nether territory had suddenly improved after Yang Kai's arrival, a fact they all had to acknowledge. The soul-rending thorn is so powerful. I wonder if we can cultivate it too? Someone pondered. If this method could be disseminated to everyone, it would be a huge boon to the human race, as from then on, they could all easily kill territory lords. From what I've heard, this technique requires the use of a special artifact, and the price of using it is too high. Both the user and its target will have to endure the pain of their souls being torn apart. So, it can't be used by just anyone. Martial Peak, Chapter 5577, Frequent Attacks. Where's Brother Ouyang? He's the most familiar with the army commander, and he knows about the soul-rending thorn the best. Chen Yuan looked around and soon spotted Ouyang Lai standing in the corner. He then politely asked Ouyang Lai, "Brother Ouyang, you're here?" "Go away, I don't know anything, don't ask me." Ouyang Lai turned around and stormed off. Chen Yuan scratched his head. He had no idea how he had offended Ouyang Lai. After that intense battle, profound nether territory once again fell into a period of calm and quiet. Be that as it may, both the Black Ink clan and the human race knew that this calm was only temporary and the next storm was already brewing. While the human race army was diligently recovering, the Black Ink clan's morale was crumbling. They still failed to stop the killer even after sacrificing 3 territory lords. This sent Six Arms into a rage, while Emo Na Yi was also extremely unresigned. His original plan was to kill Yang Kai with the combined assault of 5 territory lords, but apparently, this strategy was completely useless. Yang Kai's ability to escape was top-notch, and he simply refused to face them head-on, giving Emo Na Yi no chance to use this strategy. Yang Kai was a true thorn in their side. Ever since they had left the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, the territory lords had never encountered such a difficult and terrifying enemy. The Black Ink clan had no way to deal with the current predicament. The only thing they could rejoice about was that there was only one Yang Kai among humans. If there were a few more human masters like him, the Black Ink clan would be in a very dangerous spot. Although Xianxia was strong, the territory lords were not too afraid of him, as they could see the limits of his strength. On the other hand, Yang Kai was simply unfathomable. 2 years later, Yang Kai emerged from retreat and gathered the 8th Order masters to discuss dispatching troops. Though, there was nothing much to discuss. Having gained such a huge harvest in the last battle, all they needed to do was repeat the same strategy. Obviously, the Black Ink clan had no way to counter this strategy. After all, they had no choice but to defend themselves if the human race army attacked them. So long as the Black Ink clan defended themselves, Yang Kai would have a chance to kill. It might be a simple strategy, but as long as it worked, it did not matter. After some orders and arrangements, the 8th Order masters left. Ouyang Lai, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai with a bitter expression before leaving, like a wife who had been wronged, leaving the latter quite puzzled. The human race army launched another attack. Although they had suffered some casualties in the last battle, the recruitment hall in High Heaven territory had seen a massive increase in those signing up to fight, so the Supreme Headquarters had dispatched reinforcements over the past 2 years. Yang Kai had also pulled 100,000 more soldiers from the auxiliary army, so the profound Nether army was even more powerful than last time. When the Black Ink clan received word that the humans were on the march again, a solemn look appeared on the faces of every territory lord. They had lost 3 territory lords in the last human attack, so who knew how many would die during this one? Even though the territory lords were not confident in taking down Yang Kai, they had come up with various countermeasures to deal with his various methods. After all, the territory lords still held a numerical advantage over the 8th Order masters. Not to mention, several more territory lords had come from the no-return pass to assist. A day later, the battle broke out between the two races as they clashed in the void, shaking the universe. The human race army held nothing back this time and immediately summoned their evil purging divine spears. After 2 years of constant accumulation, the profound Nether army had the capital to squander evil purging divine spears for a short time. One after another, glowing white suns flared up in the void. Even though the Black Ink clan had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers, they were the ones being suppressed in this battle. Countless Black Ink clansmen fell under this dazzling light, causing many formations to collapse. Everyone in the profound Nether army knew the battle plan. All warships were to advance and retreat in an orderly manner. As such, none of the warships recklessly pursued the enemy and instead focused on maintaining their positions regardless of how great their advantage was. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was hiding in the shadows amidst this fierce battle, searching for a target like a predator hunting for prey. The Black Ink clan was smarter this time though, with no territory lords acting alone unlike last time. Obviously, they knew that once they were alone, they would become victims of Yang Kai's hunt. All the territory lords were acting in groups of 3s or even 4s. Everyone in the team was covering each other's back, making it much harder for Yang Kai to sneak attack anyone. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai finally decided to act. He was targeting a group of 3 territory lords. 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters happened to be fighting them, and these 2 8th Order Masters had already used 5 evil purging divine spears, but all they had managed to do was weaken their opponent's strength slightly. They had been unable to gain any kind of advantage. Fortunately, the territory lords were also not using their full strength. All the territory lords had diverted some of their strength to defend against the sneak attack that was surely lurking behind them, just like in the previous battle. As such, even though the 2 8th Order Masters were hard-pressed, they were still able to hold their ground. When spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly appeared nearby, the 2 8th Order Masters, who were already prepared, immediately used their strongest methods to attack their opponents without a moment of hesitation. The 3 territory lords had always been on guard, but frustration and indignance could not help appearing on their faces at that instant, unable to figure out why they were so unlucky. There were so many territory lords on the battlefield, but Yang Kai just had to target them. But before they could react, their heads started ringing as they felt excruciating pain as if their souls were being torn apart. Obviously, they had been hit by soul-rending thorns. Fortunately, the 3 territory lords had their guards up, so while the damage to their souls might be unbearable, they still retained enough clarity to instinctually retreat. Be that as it may, the already prepared 8th Order Masters had timely attacked one of the territory lords together, stopping him in place. At the same time, Yang Kai appeared and swept his Azure Dragon Spear towards the other 2 territory lords. He had fired 3 soul-rending thorns almost instantly, so the pain in his soul was even worse than before. He was in so much agony that he felt as if his entire head was about to explode. As such, Yang Kai was unable to bring out his full strength. The result was that the 2 territory lords managed to get past him by working together before escaping in the blink of an eye. By the time Yang Kai wanted to stop them, it was already too late. He could not help but admire the decisiveness of these territory lords. Without any regret, he decisively turned around and charged towards the last territory lord who had been stopped. It was 3 against 1, and the territory lord's soul was badly injured, so the result was already decided. The territory lord was killed by one of the 8th Order Masters in a few breaths. At the same time, the drums signaling retreat echoed out as the human race army started slowly withdrawing. Meanwhile, Emo Na Yi was already rushing towards Yang Kai with 4 other territory lords. Although Emo Na Yi and the other territory lords had returned empty-handed last time, they were still responsible for keeping an eye on Yang Kai. They did not participate in the battle as their mission was only to kill Yang Kai. Once Yang Kai appeared, they rushed straight towards him. It did not matter whether they could succeed or not, they had to ensure that Yang Kai could not just run rampant. Yang Kai had also sensed their auras, which was why he didn't try to pursue the 2 injured territory lords despite having the ability to stop at least one of them. The Black Ink clan chased after the retreating human race army, with the soldiers of both races attacking each across the void, leaving blood and corpses littered everywhere. The Black Ink clan only retreated reluctantly when the profound Nether army reached the defense perimeter of their frontline camp. In the distance, fire was almost spewing out of the eyes of every territory lord. They could not wait to charge the human army, but owing to the home advantage the other side had, the Black Ink clan had no choice but to retreat. The result of this battle was unsatisfactory, as although they had killed many Black Ink clansmen, they only managed to kill 1 territory lord. The territory lord's strategy for dealing with Yang Kai's sneak attack might not completely guarantee their safety, but it could still greatly reduce their casualties. Although Yang Kai had injured 3 territory lords using his soul-rending thorns just like last time, he only managed to kill 1. Compared to losing 3 territory lords like last time, the loss of 1 territory lord was within acceptable range for the Black Ink clan. The human race thus entered another round of recuperation. After another 2 years, the human race army attacked for the 3rd time. After tasting success during their first attack, the profound Nether army would attack the Black Ink clan almost every 2 years, and basically, the Black Ink clan would lose territory lords every time. Sometimes it was just 1 and sometimes 2. Only twice did all the territory lords targeted by Yang Kai manage to escape alive with heavy injuries. Luck was quite a big factor those 2 times as Emo Na Yi and the 4 territory lords, who were responsible for keeping Yang Kai in check, happened to be nearby and had quickly arrived. Seeing that things were not looking good for him, Yang Kai did not stubbornly try to finish his targets. In any case, there was over a 50% chance that the territory lords hit by Yang Kai's soul-rending thorns would not escape death even with Emo Na Yi and his team keeping a vigilant eye out for Yang Kai. In just a short span of 30 years, the human army had attacked over a dozen times and killed some 20 territory lords. Counting the territory lords who had died at Yang Kai's hands previously, the Black Ink clan had lost almost 30 innate territory lords in profound Nether territory alone. This was an enormous figure. The entire profound Nether territory had basically become the burial ground of the territory lords. The territory lords who were slumbering at the no-return pass to recuperate were now terrified of being sent to profound Nether territory as Yang Kai's name struck fear into the hearts of all of them. It wasn't that the Black Ink clan had no way to turn things around. The human race's attacks followed a very set pattern. They would basically attack once every 2 years. The Black Ink clan speculated that this was because the humans needed time to recuperate and reorganize, and also, Yang Kai needed time to heal after using that strange attack. The territory lords were not afraid of the human army, they were only afraid of one person, Yang Kai. Therefore, after going through the same thing a few times, the Black Ink clan army relentlessly pursued the profound Nether army when they retreated, trying to take advantage of Yang Kai's injuries to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. However, the universe fragment where the humans' frontline camp was located had already become impregnable after decades of preparation. Thanks to various arrangements, the human race army was not completely helpless in facing this assault. This was especially true now that the human race also had evil purging divine spears in their arsenal. An 8th Order Master could kill an innate territory lord with the help of evil purging divine spears if they got lucky. The Black Ink clan's desire to take down the frontline camp of the profound Nether army was no different from a fool's dream. The territory lords grew even angrier and more frustrated. Too many territory lords had died because of Yang Kai, but they had not been able to do anything about it. They could not catch him, much less kill him. It was as if the entire profound Nether territory had become his slaughterhouse. Every time he appeared, territory lords would fall prey to his spear. The only difference was whether it would be one or two. The Black Ink clan did have many innate territory lords, many more than the number of 8th Order masters, but they still could not bear this kind of loss. If this situation continued, it would not be long before they would lose profound nether territory to the human race. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5578, Attending the Meeting Alone. Inside a majestic meeting hall at the Black Ink clan's main camp, territory lords were convened, wearing solemn looks on their faces. The Black Ink clan in profound nether territory had been having a difficult time these last 3 decades. Compared to the other great territory battlefields, the Black Ink clan casualties in profound nether territory were simply astronomical, so much so that profound nether territory received about 30% of all reinforcements sent to the various great territories. It had to be brought to notice that the Black Ink clan currently occupied the vast majority of the 3,000 worlds and had abundant resources to use in their innumerable Black Ink nests to constantly spawn more Black Ink clansmen. A terrifying number of Black Ink clansmen were born every day, and all the members born would be sent to various battlefields like profound nether territory. Currently, the Black Ink clan and the human race were fighting in over a dozen great territory battlefields. Under normal circumstances, the Black Ink clan reinforcements would be evenly distributed among these great territories, but nothing was normal in profound nether territory. Things here were quite tense and the Black Ink clan had suffered enormous losses, so naturally, more troops were sent here. It would have been alright if things were just limited to this, but the crux of the problem was that the Black Ink clan had lost nearly 30 territory lords here, which was by far the greatest loss the Black Ink clan had suffered in the entire war for the 3,000 worlds. And all of this was because of one person. The royal lord at the no-return pass had repeatedly summoned and reprimanded Six Arms, leaving the latter disgraced and aggrieved, but what could he do? He also wanted nothing more than to kill Xianxia, but Xianxia was cunning and treacherous, as well as terrifyingly strong, so how was he supposed to accomplish this? Once, even Six Arms almost got himself killed at Xianxia's hands as he had used himself as bait to lure the latter out. As expected, Xianxia took the bait and attacked him, making a lightning-fast attack that was so overwhelming that even Six Arms couldn't defend himself. Had Emo Na Yi and the others not saved him in a nick of time, Six Arms would have died then and there. Having personally stared death in the face, Six Arms was extremely fearful of Xianxia. Now, the 2-year countdown was rapidly reaching its end. The human race would definitely launch another attack within a month, and when they did, another territory lord or two would be killed. At this moment, all the territory lords had been convened in the hall to discuss how to deal with Xianxia's sneak attacks. However, when Six Arms presented this question to them, the hall immediately sunk into silence. This exact same meeting had been convened many times over the past 3 decades. Every time the human race army attacked, Six Arms would gather all the territory lords to discuss possible countermeasures, but each meeting would end up with nothing accomplished. Watching every territory lord remain silent, Six Arms flew into rage. Are we really going to let him continue to run rampant? He's just 1/8th order human, yet none of you can think of any way to deal with him? The territory lords remained silent. If there really was a way, profound nether territory situation would not have been so gloomy all these years. The territory lords had racked their brains and tried all kinds of methods to deal with Xianxia, but they were simply unable to stop him. No matter what kind of tactics they applied, all of them proved useless. One of the territory lords thoughtfully suggested, "I'm afraid only if Sir Royal Lord took action would it be possible to take down Xianxia. We territory lords are not weak, but if he is determined to escape, we are all powerless to stop him." Many territory lords, especially Emo Na Yi, nodded in agreement. All these years he had been targeting Xianxia with 4 other territory lords. They had managed to stop him from killing others multiple times, but so what? He had still fled right under their noses. Space secret techniques were truly unmatched when it came to escaping. The Royal Lord is guarding the no-return pass, a matter of the utmost importance. How can he take action so easily? One territory lord shook his head. almost all the high-rank black ink nests were planted at the no-return pass, making it the foundation of the current Black Ink clan. If the human race masters attacked the no-return pass when the royal lord was away and destroyed those black ink nests, the Black Ink clan would become a tree without roots, a river without a source. The Black Ink clan only had one royal lord left, leaving them in quite an awkward situation, but the territory lords were also a little relieved at this situation. If at that time the last royal lord had not stayed behind to guard the no-return pass, he too would have died in the barren territory. The Barren Territory War was especially tragic, as almost all of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm humans had sacrificed their lives to kill all but 2 Black Ink clan royal lords. Every time the territory lords thought back to that battle, shivers would shoot up their spines. Even they were shaken by the ruthlessness the human race had displayed that day. 6 Arms stated, coldly snorting, "It's impossible for the royal lord to act, so it is up to us to come up with another strategy." Though he dismissed this idea decisively, 6 Arms could not help feeling some regret about it. It would not be a problem for the royal lord to take down Xianxia, as no matter how great the latter was at escaping, so long as the royal lord attacked the profound Nether army, Xianxia would have no choice but to come to their aid. The territory lords remained silent. 6 Arms blew his top again. "Is there really nothing we can do? Xianxia is already so strong despite only being in the 8th Order. If he breaks through to the 9th Order someday, what will happen then?" 6 Arms' roar echoed throughout the hall, causing the territory lords to look at each other, but they still remained silent. Emona Yi suddenly stated, "If Sir 6 Arms is worried about him advancing to the 9th Order, you need not be." 6 Arms looked at him gloomily and asked, "What do you mean?" Emona Yi explained, "According to the information I obtained from some Black Ink disciples, it is impossible for Xianxia to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm. The human race's method of cultivation is very different from our Black Ink clans. Every human has their own innate limits, with their future achievements determined the moment they break through to the Open Heaven Realm." After pondering for a moment, 6 Arms agreed with a nod, "I've heard a bit about this. So, is the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Xianxia's limit?" Emona Yi nodded, "That's right. According to the Black Ink disciples, Xianxia broke through to 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Originally, his limit was the 7th Order, but after consuming something called a world fruit, he managed to increase that limit to the 8th Order. However, this is already his limit. It's impossible for him to break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm." It had been many years since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds. So, the number of Black Ink disciples that corrupted was naturally not small, especially among the hunters who would accidentally run into large Black Ink armies or territory lords. The Black Ink clan liked to turn human cultivators into Black Ink disciples to make humans serve them, so there was now an abundance of Black Ink disciples out there. This was how they had gathered some of their current intelligence on the human race. Xianxia was now a great threat to the Black Ink clan in profound Nether territory, so obviously Emona Yi tried to find out more about him. Xianxia's reputation had also spread far and wide in the human race. As such, his initial breakthrough to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm and subsequent consumption of a world fruit was not a big secret. It was not surprising that Emona Yi had been able to learn about this. Many territory lords looked gratified after hearing Emona Yi's revelation. As a matter of fact, 6 Arms was not the only one who was worried about Xianxia advancing to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm one day. The other territory lords were also worried about this. Xianxia was already this strong when he was just in the 8th Order, so if he really broke through to the 9th Order, even a royal lord would find it hard to survive a conflict with him. If that really happened, how was the Black Ink clan supposed to survive? These territory lords were all afraid of being killed by Xianxia. One of the territory lords stated solemnly, "Nothing is absolute. I heard that the human race has a way to break these innate shackles. As long as they can find open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace, they can break their limits." Emona Yi nodded in agreement. That is indeed true, but that so-called universe furnace is an innate supreme treasure of the universe. It is ethereal and cannot be found even if one seeks it out. No one knows when or if it will appear. Moreover, even if this universe furnace did appear, why would we allow the human race to get their hands on it? The open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace might be useless to us, but we can't let the humans have them either. All the territory lords nodded. If that universe furnace really appeared, it would definitely set off a bloody storm. The Black Ink clan would never allow the humans to get their hands on it, no matter what price they had to pay. Six Arms tapped the armrest as he stated, "Let's not talk about this for now. Everyone should think of a way to contain Xianxia. We're approaching the 2-year deadline, so the humans will surely invade again. You don't want another territory lord or two to die, right?" As soon as he brought this up, the territory lords immediately turned pale. Although there were quite a few territory lords present, who knew if they would be the unlucky one this time? Nonetheless, if they were really asked to find a way to suppress Xianxia, they simply had no idea. Just as the territory lords were at a loss, a feudal lord suddenly rushed in and reported with a bewildered look on his face, "Sirs, there is something going on the human race's side." The territory lords turned pale as one of them hurriedly asked, "Is the human race attacking? Why is the human race moving so early? There should still be some time left." "Those bastards! I say we ignore Xianxia entirely. If they can kill a territory lord, why can't we respond by killing their 8th Order masters?" The territory lords started shouting all at once, setting off Six Arms once again. Speaking of which, he felt quite aggrieved. In all the other great territory battlefields, the Black Ink clan basically held the initiative and were able to attack and retreat as they pleased. But profound Nether territory situation was the exact opposite. When had the Black Ink clan ever been worried about the human race attacking them? Saying it out loud would be a disgrace. Looking at the territory lords under him all but panicking, Six Arms suddenly felt tired. He looked at the feudal lord who had come to report and asked, "Is the human race really attacking?" The feudal lord replied, "The human race army is showing no signs of mobilization, but a human is approaching us. According to the scouts' report, this person is suspected to be Xianxia." The territory lords were all shocked. Yi anxiously asked, "Alone?" The feudal lord nodded, "There is only one person." "What the hell are humans up to now? What is Xianxia's planning?" For the moment, Yi was unable to grasp the situation. No matter how strong Xianxia was, it was foolish for him to come here alone. What's more, Xianxia had proven himself to be both cunning and insidious, so he wouldn't do something as stupid as this without purpose. Of course, Six Arms also understood this and frowned for a moment before ordering, "Double the scouts monitoring the situation. Immediately report if anything happens." "Yes." The feudal lord accepted the order and left. Not long after, the scouts indeed sent a series of reports, further confirming the situation. The human race army was not attacking, but there were signs of large-scale mobilization. This was not surprising though, as the human race would basically attack once every 2 years, so the Black Ink clan was already used to this. A lone human was indeed approaching the Black Ink clan, and that person was none other than Xianxia, who the territory lords feared. Furthermore, he seemed to be intentionally exposing his whereabouts. He didn't try to conceal himself at all along the way, and his speed wasn't fast either. Some Black Ink clan scouts were even closely monitoring him, but he made no move to kill them. This made the territory lords even more confused. What the hell is he planning? Is he just trying to taunt us? This human was simply too arrogant. Martial Peak, Chapter 5579, Ceasefire. In the void, Xianxia was flying towards the Black Ink clan's main camp at a leisurely pace. There were many Black Ink clan scouts hiding along the way, but these scouts were only at the level of feudal lords at best, so they were unable to hide themselves from his senses. Xianxia was indeed unafraid of revealing himself, as he was not here to kill anyone, rather he was here to discuss some business with the territory lords. The human race army had attacked the Black Ink clan over a dozen times during the past 3 decades, killing some 30 territory lords, which was more than enough already. It was the right time for him to initiate his plan, as the sooner it was implemented, the better. Looking towards the depths of the void, he could vaguely see the Black Ink Clan's main camp that was spread across a few universe worlds. He could not wait to slaughter all of them, and why would he not? But not only would this take a lot of time, even if he did manage to kill all the Black Ink Clan troops in profound Nether territory, what would that really accomplish? Perhaps it would ease some of the human race's current troubles, but it would not solve the root of their problem. Ultimately, it would all be in vain. As long as Mo was still alive and kicking, it would be able to continuously breed more Black Ink Clansmen and even create more Black Ink giant spiritual gods. If Yang Kai wanted to solve the problem once and for all, he would have to go to the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction and kill Mo. Of course, that was impossible to do with just an 8th order open heaven realm cultivation. Only by reaching the 9th order would this even become a remote possibility. There was only so much one man could do alone. The human race's future depended on the efforts of the entire younger generation. More and more Black Ink Clan scouts started to gather around Yang Kai, and even Black Ink Clan patrol teams were beginning to move around him, but because of his reputation, none of them dared to get too close. Nonetheless, Yang Kai kept moving forward. Chaos and confusion had already broken out in the Black Ink Clan main camp. Yang Kai's act of venturing into the Black Ink Clan's perimeter alone was extremely bewildering. Some territory lords believed it to be another one of the human race's schemes and that Yang Kai was just bait to attract their attention. They believed that the human race masters were lying in ambush somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Some territory lords were clamoring that it was a rare opportunity, saying that the most important thing right now was to use all of the Black Ink Clan's strength to kill Yang Kai. His death would definitely cripple the morale of the entire profound Nether territory's human race army, leaving them vulnerable and giving the Black Ink Clan an overwhelming advantage. Listening to their constant bickering and shouting, Six Arms finally couldn't help but roar, "Shut up!" The chaotic voices finally fell silent. Six Arms glanced around with a gloomy expression as his face turned dark and disgraced. The fact that 1/8 open human had sent so many territory lords of profound Nether territory into utter panic had left him speechless. Although he knew that it was because many territory lords had died at this human's hands, his subordinates' behavior here had still disappointed him. After glancing around for a moment, Six Arms' gaze finally landed on Mo Na Yi as he asked, "What do you think the human race's plan is?" Although Six Arms and Mo Na Yi had not been on good terms these past few decades, Six Arms had to admit that Mo Na Yi was not only strong, but his mind was also sharp. Mo Na Yi replied, "The human race may not have any plan." Mo Na Yi's reply left the territory lord speechless. "What nonsense! What do you mean by no plan?" Six Arms' face turned black. He had lowered himself to ask for Mo Na Yi's opinion, but he had not expected the other party to give such an answer. Fortunately, Mo Na Yi quickly continued, "The human race army is showing signs of mobilization, but they haven't dispatched any troops yet. The scouts also haven't discovered any trace of other 8th open heaven realm masters moving, which means that Yang Kai really came alone. He didn't conceal his tracks either, so I think he didn't come here to start a war. Perhaps he wants to discuss something with us?" "Discuss what?" Six Arms raised his brow. Mo Na Yi shook his head. "I don't know either. Yang Kai is both strong and bold, but most importantly, his ability to escape is unmatched. He probably thinks that even if he comes here alone, we wouldn't be able to do anything to him." Mo Na Yi felt a little ashamed when he said this last sentence, but it was the truth. He had pursued Yang Kai countless times with 4 other territory lords over the years, but they had never once managed to even hit him. "So what do you think he's here to discuss with us?" Mo Na Yi replied, "It's just my guess. Whether it's true or not, Sir Six Arms will have to determine." Six Arms nodded slightly. To be honest, he also felt this was the case, as there was no other explanation for Yang Kai's strange actions today. There is an irreconcilable feud between the Black Ink Clan and the human race. Rivers of blood flow every time a war breaks out, so what could Yang Kai want to discuss? After a moment of silence, Six Arms stated, "Since that's the case, let's go and meet him." He then selected 9 other territory lords and ordered, "Follow me, as for the rest of you, conceal yourselves and wait for my orders." If possible, he did not want to miss an opportunity to kill Yang Kai. If he could kill Yang Kai somehow, they would be able to suppress the entire profound nether territory within a couple of years. The territory lords understood this and immediately obeyed. In the void, Yang Kai continued to move forward at a leisurely pace. He had already gotten quite close to the Black Ink clan main camp when suddenly he looked up and saw 10 figures with powerful auras flying out of a universe world in front of him. Their leader was none other than Six Arms. Not only that, Yang Kai also keenly noticed many more territory lords hiding in the nearby Black Ink clouds. He had already anticipated this, so he just continued moving forward with a smile on his lips, fearlessly. On the other side, Six Arms couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration, watching Yang Kai flying towards them in a totally undisturbed manner. This human truly doesn't know any fear. No one else would have dared to act like this, for walking into the enemy's encirclement alone was akin to suicide. The distance between them was rapidly shortening, and at some point, Yang Kai came to a halt and smiled at Six Arms. Six Arms almost couldn't help but give the order to attack. Yang Kai's current position was quite tempting to the Black Ink clan as he was surrounded by territory lords from all directions and was locked onto by all of them. The territory lords were ready to attack at a moment's notice, so as soon as Six Arms gave the order, they would rain down hell on Yang Kai. Even if he is proficient in the Tao of space, he might not be able to escape unscathed, right? Should we attack or not? At this moment, Six Arms' heart rate began to accelerate. But before he could make a decision, Yang Kai chuckled, "Six Arms, since I dared to come alone, I naturally have the confidence to escape too. I might be surrounded by many territory lords, but you won't be able to kill me. At best, you would only be able to seriously injure me." Six Arms' face turned dark and gloomy, but he did not retort back. The other territory lords' faces also turned ugly as they felt that Yang Kai was being too arrogant. Had it been any other 8th Order human, the territory lords would scoff at these words, but since Yang Kai said them, they had no choice but to take his words seriously. They knew that this human was no fool. If he didn't have absolute confidence, why would he dare come here all alone and let himself be surrounded? Yang Kai continued without any sense of urgency, "So long as I'm alive, you'll always have to watch your backs. I'll keep killing 1 or 2 of you every time we fight. I wonder how many territory lords the Black Ink clan can sacrifice?" Listening to this, a territory lord beside Six Arms angrily shouted, "Yang Kai, don't act so arrogantly. Since you've come here alone, you can forget about leaving here alive." Yang Kai looked at him, sizing him up before indifferently stating, "I remember you. You managed to escape from my hands 10 years ago. Have you recovered yet?" The territory lord immediately choked and couldn't speak as he subconsciously touched his waist where there was still a deep wound that had yet to heal. Even to this date, he would tremble in fear whenever he recalled the scene of him escaping from Yang Kai's spear a decade ago. He was lucky that time as Emona Yi and the others had hurriedly come to his rescue, forcing Yang Kai to retreat. Yang Kai's tone suddenly turned cold. "The next time war breaks out, you will die first." The territory lord's expression changed drastically as terror filled his eyes. He couldn't help but step back in fear, but the next moment, when he felt everyone's gaze on him, he felt so ashamed that he wanted nothing more than to crawl into a hole and never come out. Although he was ashamed, he did not speak again. He was not confident that he would manage to escape if he was really targeted by Yang Kai on the battlefield. Profound nether territory was too dangerous right now. He wanted to go back to the no-return past to recuperate. Enough! Six Arms coldly snorted as his expression turned ugly. Yang Kai had come alone, but not only did he not act cautiously, he was even more imposing than ever. Worse, with just a few words, he managed to frighten a territory lord under him so badly that he actually stumbled backwards in panic, enraging Six Arms completely. How could the human race produce such a monster? He stared deeply at Xianxia and asked, "Your Excellency, you didn't come here to fight with us, right?" A calm and peaceful smile appeared on Xianxia's lips. "Of course not. I came here mainly to negotiate peace with all of you." Negotiate peace? Six Arms and the territory lords were stunned. Everyone had guessed that Xianxia had come here alone for some purpose, but no one had expected him to say something like this. Peace? What peace? The human race and the Black Ink clan had been locked in a bloody war for millions of years. The Black Ink clan could not help but think that Xianxia had lost his mind. It's impossible for them to coexist peacefully. The war between the two races would only come to an end once one side was completely annihilated, yet Xianxia actually said he came here to discuss peace. The territory lords almost thought they might have heard wrong. They looked at each other, subconsciously thinking that this was another one of the human race's schemes. Xianxia, on the other hand, earnestly continued, "That's right, I'm here to negotiate a ceasefire. Of course, not a complete ceasefire, just one between the territory lords and Eighth Order human masters." Xianxia then let out a heavy sigh before continuing with a look of frustration, "My human race is suffering. We have lost countless people over these years. We even lost the 3,000 worlds. Now we are confined to just a dozen or so great territory battlefields, struggling to resist your Black Ink clan's onslaught. Not to mention other great territory battlefields, profound Nether territory alone has suffered heavy casualties over these few decades of fighting. Every war would result in a river of blood flowing across the void and corpses piling up like mountains. Soldiers sacrifice their limbs, and even their lives to block you all. My human race is really suffering deeply." Hearing his sorrowful overtures, Six Arms' face turned red with rage while all the other territory lords wore warped expressions. What nonsense is this bastard spewing? It might be the case for other great territory battlefields, but could the human race be suffering more than the Black Ink clan in profound Nether territory? Indeed, the human race suffered casualties in every battle, but compared to the losses the Black Ink clan endured, the human race's casualties were insignificant. The Black Ink clan's casualties here were so high that 30% of all Black Ink clansmen spawned for battle were sent to profound Nether territory just to maintain their lines. No less than 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers would die every time a war broke out here. Not only that, ever since Xianxia arrived at profound Nether territory, some 30 territory lords had been slaughtered by him either directly or indirectly. Why is this guy speaking such drivel, and in such a serious manner? Martial Peak, Chapter 5580, Tempted? The shamelessness. This was a new impression the territory lords had of Xianxia. Usually, the strong cared a great deal for face, even the territory lords did, let alone the humans. So, with Xianxia waxing so forlornly like this, the territory lords couldn't help but feel like their horizons had been broadened. Six Arms' expression became unsightly as he asked, "The human race and Black Ink clan have an irresolvable enmity. It's impossible for us to coexist in this universe, so why are you proposing an armistice?" He had a feeling that Xianxia was up to something, so although Six Arms felt that the two races couldn't agree, he still wanted to ask. Xianxia stopped lamenting and replied as a smile appeared on his lips, "I just said it's not a real ceasefire, only one limited to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords." Six Arms thoughtfully murmured, "You mean?" "It's very simple. From now on, your territory lords won't participate in the battle regardless of its scale, and the same goes for the Eighth Order Masters of my human race." The moment he stated this, the territory lords broke into an uproar. Even the territory lords who were concealing their auras and hiding in the nearby Black Ink clouds were shocked and accidentally exposed themselves. "Really?" one of the territory lords excitedly asked. Six Arms could not help but glare at that territory lord, who immediately shut up as shame filled his face. Nonetheless, Six Arms did not blame him. To be honest, even he was tempted by Yang Kai's proposal. Be that as it may, he warned himself that this was definitely one of the human race's schemes and he should not easily believe it. They had all experienced just how cunning and underhanded humans were. Six Arms stared deeply into Yang Kai's eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of his soul, and suspiciously asked, "What does your excellency mean?" Yang Kai replied, "I mean exactly what I said." Six Arms didn't say anything more. He couldn't understand what was going on, so he turned to Mo Yi to seek his opinion. Mo Yi too furrowed his brow, appearing to be deep in thought. Yang Kai added, "There is no need to be suspicious. I have sincerely come here to negotiate an armistice with you, and I feel that it's also a good proposition for the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan has lost almost 30 territory lords at my hands in profound nether territory over these years, yes? If you agree to this ceasefire, I will withdraw from the front lines too. Of course, the premise is that you and the other territory lords also uphold the conditions of the ceasefire." An ugly look immediately appeared on the face of the territory lords. The death of 30-odd territory lords in profound nether territory was a matter of great humiliation for them. By mentioning this, Yang Kai was simply rubbing salt into their wounds, which was truly infuriating. Nonetheless, it was the truth, and they could not refute it. Seeing the territory lords remain silent, Yang Kai's smile slowly faded as his tone became dark and cold. "What's wrong? I've shown you sincerity by coming alone to discuss this matter and giving you an enormous concession. Are you still not satisfied? Perhaps I need to kill a few more of you before you agree?" Saying so, he took out his Azure Dragon Spear and arrogantly declared, "Good, since that's the case, we all know what will happen next. Every 2 years henceforth, when war breaks out, I'll kill 1 or 2 territory lords until all of you are gone. Let's see how you dare to disagree then." The moment he summoned his Azure Dragon Spear, all the territory lords immediately became tense and their aura instantly broke out as they began circulating their black ink strength. The calm and peaceful situation immediately became highly agitated. Six Arms jumped back in fright, no longer having any thoughts of killing Yang Kai, as he quickly raised his hand and stated, "Your Excellency, please don't be rash." Yang Kai pointed his spear at him and asked him in a grim voice, without any trace of politeness, "Agree or disagree? It's a one-word answer." Six Arms was completely infuriated. He was one of the top innate territory lords, and also the commander of the Black Ink clan in profound nether territory. Never had he been pointed at and shamed by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If Yang Kai's proposal had not been so tempting, he would have already given the order to attack. He solemnly looked at Yang Kai and stated, "Your Excellency's proposal is truly intriguing, but this ceasefire is really unimaginable. I find it hard to believe you would request it." "Why is that?" Six Arms inquired. "According to Your Excellency's proposal, the human race's 8th Order Masters and our territory lords won't be able to join the battle in the future, which on the surface appears extremely beneficial to my Black Ink clan. So my question is, what does the human race get out of this?" This was the sticking point he simply couldn't figure out. The Black Ink clan in profound nether territory was currently at an extreme disadvantage. They would lose 1 or 2 territory lords every time a war broke out every 2 years. Now, every time war was about to break out, the territory lords would become restless, terrified they would be targeted by Yang Kai. However, if they could agree with the human race to not send their 8th Order Masters into battle after today, it would be wholly beneficial to the Black Ink clan. Six Arms could not figure out why the humans would make such a proposal, much less uphold it. Why would the humans do something which would not bring them any benefit? Six Arms wasn't naive enough to believe that Yang Kai was considering the Black Ink clan's interests. The two sides were sworn enemies, so it made no sense. Yang Kai asked, frowning, "What does my human race's gains from this have to do with you? Why ask so many questions?" Six Arms solemnly stated, "If Your Excellency can't give us a satisfactory answer, we can only think that this is some type of sinister plot and we will have to move to capture Your Excellency here today." "Do you think you can?" Yang Kai sneered as he swept his gaze around arrogantly. Six Arms shouted, "Since you're here to discuss an armistice, show us real proof of your sincerity. Do you really think we territory lords are afraid of you?" Yang Kai pursed his lips in annoyance, obviously not wanting to explain himself, but in the end, he still answered, "Fine, I suppose there's no harm in telling you. The reason I want to discuss an armistice with you is because I want to let my human race's soldiers rest. Although the Eighth Order masters of my human race have not suffered any casualties over the past few decades, we have lost far too many below the Eighth Order, and most of them died because they were caught up in the fights between the Eighth Order masters and the territory lords. You might not care about the deaths of your weaker clansmen, but it is very different for my human race. Every human who dies was a loyal patriot of my human race. It would not have been an issue had they lost their lives while fighting the Black Ink clan. Even when masters on our level clash, it is more often those around us who suffer the consequences, dying pointless deaths. As the territory lords outnumber the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters, the Eighth Order masters must go all out and have no ability to care about anything else around them. Even if other human soldiers get swept up in their battlefields, they can do nothing about it, which is not just heartbreaking, but a costly loss. However, if there is a treaty which prevents the Eighth Order masters and territory lords from joining the battle, then such situations won't happen again. It is for this reason I am here today to negotiate a ceasefire with you. Are you satisfied with this answer? The group of territory lords glanced at each other, somewhat believing Yang Kai's words. The important thing was that Yang Kai was telling the truth. Low-rank soldiers of both races were caught up in the clash between the Eighth Order masters and territory lords every time they fought, and many of them died as a result. The territory lords did not care about the deaths of low-rank Black Ink clansmen, but the deaths of so many human soldiers obviously troubled the Eighth Order masters. Be that as it may, they could not hold back in the current environment. On top of that, the territory lords outnumbered the Eighth Order masters, so the territory lords would often be able to slaughter their way into the midst of the human race army. At that time, even the Eighth Order masters, who were already short-handed, would be forced to rush to block them. This put the human race into an even more passive situation. Six Arms tightly furrowed his brow and glanced at Emo Yi, who looked back and lightly nodded. Although Yang Kai's answer was still a little suspicious, it was indeed a valid reason. Six Arms asked, "Can you represent the entire human race?" Yang Kai scoffed, "You wish. Of course, I can't represent the entire human race, but I am the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, so I can represent all human forces in Profound Nether territory." Six Arms probed. In other words, the scope of this treaty is limited to the territory lords and Eighth Order masters in Profound Nether territory? That's right. The human race is quite devious. How can we trust you? I can swear, but would you believe me? Yang Kai looked at Six Arms with a serious expression. Trust is built based on mutual understanding between two sides. No matter what I say, you won't believe me anyway, but the fact that I came alone is enough to show my sincerity. You will know whether I'm telling the truth or not after seeing how the human race acts in the future. From today on, the Eighth Order masters of my human race will not take the initiative to take part in the war in Profound Nether territory. I hope that you territory lords can also abide by the agreement. Of course, you can also not abide by it, but I will kill anyone who dares to do so. Don't think that you'll be safe if you go into hiding. Even if you scurry back to the no-return pass, I can still go there, kill you, then escape. The territory lord's expressions immediately became ugly as this was a naked threat. I've said what I came to say, farewell. Yang Kai put away the Azure Dragon Spear, turned around, and left, without caring whether the territory lords agreed or not. The group of territory lords stared at Six Arms, seeking an answer from him. Six Arms, on the other hand, appeared to be struggling as to what to do. Only when Yang Kai had truly left did the territory lords break the encirclement, while Six Arms heaved a long sigh of relief as a sense of exhaustion hit him. Just now, he was almost unable to hold himself back from giving the order to attack Yang Kai. If he gave the order, this so-called peace treaty would have naturally been broken, and the profound Nether army would have undoubtedly retaliated. The reason why he didn't give the order was because he wasn't confident he could take Yang Kai down here, as the latter was just too calm. Six Arms was not the only territory lord who let out a sigh of relief. It had to be said that many territory lords were tempted to accept Yang Kai's so-called peace treaty. If they could reach an agreement with the human race that the Eighth Order Masters and territory lords would not partake in the battle here any longer, then they would have nothing to worry about in the future. Over the past few decades, every time the human race army attacked, it would cause the territory lords extreme anxiety. No one knew which territory lord would become Yang Kai's target. Only when Yang Kai really made his move could they finally put their pounding hearts to rest. When Six Arms saw the expressions on the territory lords' faces, he became a little depressed. These territory lords of profound Nether territory had been thoroughly traumatized by Yang Kai and likely would never recover. He then turned to Emo Na Yi and asked, "What do you think?" Emo Na Yi confirmed, frowning, "Does Sir Six Arms mean the peace treaty or—" "Naturally, the peace treaty." "It's a good deal," Emo Na Yi replied, "although I doubt we understand all its implications, and I don't think the human race will be so kind. If they abide by the agreement, it will be a good thing for us territory lords." Six Arms nodded slightly in agreement. "I think so too. I'm just afraid that the humans have some hidden agenda that we're still unaware of." Emo Na Yi added with a smile, "The territory lords are the most important targets in profound Nether territory, and since Yang Kai is willing to give up the opportunity to kill us to negotiate, it's not surprising that he has some ulterior motive. It also feels that the reason he gave is lacking. For the consideration of the human race soldiers, huh?" Six Arms understood. Emo Na Yi agreed with a nod, and, although many of the human race's soldiers have died at the hands of the territory lords over the years, giving up on killing territory lords for the sake of those weaker human soldiers is very foolish. Perhaps there is some greater motivation we haven't guessed yet. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5581, The Human Race Must Train. Although he realized that Yang Kai was hiding something, Emo Na Yi couldn't figure it out. When Yang Kai returned to the human race's main camp, all the Eighth Order Masters happened to be waiting for him. Yang Kai raised his head and nodded lightly to the crowd. "It's settled. From now on, the Eighth Order Masters and the territory lords will not be allowed to participate in further battles." Yang Kai had discussed the treaty with the Eighth Order Masters before heading out. Some were against it, some were puzzled, but none of them endorsed it. The human race had the upper hand in profound Nether territory. Everyone believed that they should be taking revenge, especially when Yang Kai could kill one or two territory lords in every battle. The territory lords had suffered heavy losses over these past 30 years, but not a single Eighth Order Master from the human race had fallen. If this continued, the human race's advantage would grow bigger and bigger. The Eighth Order Masters could already imagine flattening the Black Ink Clan army in profound Nether territory after a few more centuries. As such, no one had expected that Yang Kai would actually want to make a peace treaty with the Black Ink Clan in these circumstances, especially since this treaty was only limited to the Eighth Order Masters and territory lords, which was equivalent to the human race giving up their greatest advantage. Nonetheless, Yang Kai eventually convinced them. The human race must train its soldiers. The human race happened to have many good seedlings who had advanced directly to the 6th and 7th Order Open Heaven realm thanks to the Star Boundary World Tree Clone's feedback. These seedlings had high hopes of reaching the 8th or 9th Order Open Heaven realm in the future. So, if they could grow, it would greatly alleviate or even reverse the decline of the human race. Many of the geniuses who had advanced to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm had entered the battlefield right away, but those who had broken through straight to the 7th Order were regarded as precious treasures by every cave heaven and paradise. They were hidden away, where they were given a large amount of resources. They were painstakingly cultivating in seclusion, hoping to break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm as soon as possible and lead the human race out of this predicament. Even Hua Qing Si of High Heaven Palace had hidden 200 such elites. But was it possible to cultivate to the ninth order open heaven realm in seclusion? If it was really that easy to advance to the ninth order open heaven realm, the human race wouldn't only have had 100 or so old ancestors at its peak. Even if someone somehow managed to advance to the ninth order open heaven realm like this, they would be like a flower in a greenhouse that had never experienced true winds and rains. As such, their strength would be doubtful. Yang Kai only managed to reach his current heights because he had forged his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The same was true for every 8th order master present today. As such, the human race needed to temper their troops. They needed to send the geniuses who had broken through straight to the 6th and 7th order open heaven realm to the battlefields and let them taste real hardship while allowing them to understand the predicament of the human race. However, the current Great Territory battlefields were a little dangerous to train these geniuses. The Territory Lords outnumbered the 8th order masters. Sometimes the 8th order masters failed to contain all the Territory Lords, giving them a chance to kill unscrupulously. Because of this, even the most talented elites had a high chance of dying. In fact, many geniuses have fallen over the years because of this. Losing the geniuses who had advanced straight to the 6th order open heaven realm was one thing, but losing even just one who had advanced straight to the 7th order open heaven realm would be quite heartbreaking. The purpose of training them was to make them stronger, not to let them die in vain. On the barren territory battlefield, the 9th order old ancestors willingly sacrificed their lives to kill all the royal lords to create a safe space for their juniors to grow. They even managed to severely injure the black ink giant spirit god to buy more time. The 9th order old ancestors played a huge part in the current status quo the human race had managed to maintain, barely holding their ground in a dozen or so great territory battlefields. Nonetheless, it was not enough. Yang Kai's wish to make a peace treaty with the territory lords was simply an extension of the wills of the 9th order old ancestors. The old ancestors had wiped out most of the Black Ink clan royal lords, whereas Yang Kai kept the territory lords in check in profound nether territory, thereby creating a haven for the human race's younger generation to grow. This was the reason why the profound Nether army had constantly been on the offensive for the last 3 decades and why he had been indiscriminately killing the territory lords on the battlefield. He was attacking the territory lords so that he could force them to accept this peace treaty. This plan was already in motion when Yang Kai had returned from the star boundary, but he had never told anyone about it. Now, since the 8th order masters and territory lords in profound nether territory would not be making any further moves, the human race could send their geniuses to this battlefield, where they could wander between life and death, comprehend the mysteries of the Grand Tao, and stimulate their potential. Of course, some geniuses would lose their lives in the process. After all, the Black Ink clan still held the advantage over the human race currently, but such losses could be accepted for the future of the human race. In any case, a dead genius was not a genius. The star boundary and the myriad monsters world were constantly being nurtured by 2 world tree clones, so how could the human race lack geniuses in the future? Of course, by doing this, the profound Nether army had tied themselves up and let the territory lords of profound Nether territory gain an immediate advantage. From now on, they no longer had to worry about being ambushed by Yang Kai in battle. Be that as it may, this war was not just Yang Kai's war alone, it was a struggle the entire human race had to participate in as it concerned its very survival. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he could not end it alone. He had advanced straight to the 5th order open heaven realm and then consumed a mid-rank world fruit, which allowed him to have a foundation of the 6th order open heaven realm. Owing to this, his current cultivation of the 8th order open heaven realm was his limit. It would be next to impossible for him to advance to the 9th order open heaven realm without the appropriate opportunity. The current him could kill a territory lord with the help of his soul-rending thorns, but if he was up against a royal lord, he would have no choice but to flee. In the future, the Black Ink clan would not be lacking territory lords and royal lords. After thousands of years, when the advantages created by the 9th order old ancestors were completely gone, what would the human race do? What the human race lacked was peak 8th order masters who could kill innate territory lords, and Ninth Order masters who would fight neck and neck with royal lords in the future. All of this depended on the effort and growth of the young geniuses. As such, Yang Kai had to make arrangements while he still had some deterrence against the territory lords. Yang Kai's reasoning had convinced the Eighth Order masters of profound Nether Army. Many Eighth Order masters even felt ashamed after the discussions came to a close. They only saw the current success of the profound Nether Army and failed to look further into the future. Every time war broke out, the Black Ink clan was unable to lift their heads, and the territory lords would be in complete panic. Only a few people could see that the current advantage of the profound Nether Army was nothing more than a reflection of the moon in the water. The human race's advantage would slowly fade away and eventually disappear with time. When this matter was reported to the Supreme Headquarters, they promptly agreed to the arrangements of the profound Nether Army. They even deliberately turned profound Nether territory into a testing site. However, the profound Nether Army had also made preparations to launch an all-out attack when Yang Kai went to negotiate the treaty. The moment the territory lords made a move on Yang Kai, the profound Nether Army would definitely charge out to attack. Fortunately, Yang Kai's negotiation went extremely smoothly. The territory lords also did not take advantage of the fact that Yang Kai was alone to try to attack him. Yang Kai's calmness made the territory lords doubt whether they could kill him or not. Furthermore, the treaty was also quite tempting to the territory lords. Because of these points, Yang Kai was able to safely return. After hearing from Yang Kai that the matter was settled, Yang Lai shouted as a look of disbelief took over his face, "Don't the territory lords have any balls?" Wei Junyang smiled. "It's not that they don't have any balls, it's more like they are too afraid of being killed." 30 territory lords had lost their lives at Yang Kai's hands over the past 30 years, so who wouldn't be afraid? Only because of Yang Kai was this possible. If it were anyone else, even if it was Xianxia, the territory lords would have swarmed him. If one couldn't exert this level of deterrence, they would only be courting death if they went into the enemy's den alone. Then doesn't it mean that we won't have to do anything in profound Nether territory in the future? Stated an Eighth Order master, frowning, "This is going to be boring." Yang Lai rolled his eyes and stated, "We can go support the other great territory battlefields." "I'm afraid that's not possible." Yang Kai shook his head. "Although we have made a treaty, profound Nether territory still needs Eighth Order masters to act as deterrents. Firstly, it would be hard to ensure that the Black Ink clan don't go back on their word without sufficient Eighth Order masters present. The Black Ink clan cannot be trusted. We may have agreed to a peace treaty, but if they found an opportunity to devastate our army, they would definitely take it despite the risks. For that matter, I want to establish 10 forward outposts in profound Nether territory, which will require everyone here to oversee them." "Forward outposts?" an Eighth Order master asked curiously. Yang Kai explained, "Since we're going to be training our soldiers, a large-scale army strategy will no longer be suitable. In the future, the confrontation between the human race and Black Ink clan soldiers in profound Nether territory will probably only happen on a small scale. Profound Nether territory is quite large, so we'll be building forward outposts as places where our soldiers can rest and heal." The Eighth Order masters immediately understood after hearing this. Wei Junyang agreed with this plan, nodding, "You're right, these outposts can also provide a certain degree of security to our soldiers." "That's right. Training is one thing, but we still need to minimize our losses." 10 outposts could roughly cover the entire profound Nether territory. Even if each forward outpost only needed 3 Eighth Order masters to oversee it, that would still be 30 Eighth Order masters. Because of this, the Eighth Order masters of the profound Nether army could not easily withdraw, so Yang Lai's request to go support the other great territory battlefields was simply a fantasy. "Sir is quite thoughtful," Wei Junyang nodded. "If none of you have any objections, then let's start immediately. You can discuss the location of the 10 forward outposts among yourselves, there's no need to consult me." The Eighth Order masters glanced at each other, none of them having any objections. They were already used to Yang Kai acting like an arm-flinging shopkeeper. Basically, The profound Nether Army's affairs had been managed by Wei Junyang, Kong Chengde, and the others all these years. Yang Kai was only in charge of a general plan, not the details or implementation. Soon, the profound Nether Army began moving. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were divided and sent out in various directions in units of 2 or 3 divisions each. The Black Ink clan instantly got the news and sent out scouts to investigate. When the scouts sent back their reports, 6 Arms and the others were shocked to discover that the human race was establishing numerous outposts in another profound nether territory, each one overseen by several 8th Order masters. Although Yang Kai had come to discuss a peace treaty with them, the territory lords did not completely believe him. No one could guarantee that this was not a scheme of the human race. The treaty did not prevent them from sending out some of their forces to investigate though, so after a few days, an army of over 1,000 Black Ink clan soldiers appeared near a human outpost that was recently built, secretly scouting it. However, their whereabouts were soon discovered and they were pursued by several human squads. Although they had suffered heavy casualties, they were not completely wiped out. The Black Ink clan kept testing the waters multiple times over the next few months. Although they were hunted down by the humans every time, the 8th Order masters never came forward. The human race was indeed keeping their side of the treaty. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5582, only 2 9th Order masters. While the human race's military training was in full swing in profound nether territory, Yang Kai had already rushed to Wind Mist territory. He had come here to see the last 2 living 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Wind Mist territory was the first great territory that the Black Ink clan army had invaded, and it was in complete shambles now. Traces of the Black Ink clan's invasion could be seen everywhere, and all its universe worlds lay in utter ruin. At the place where the territory barrier was breached, old ancestors Xianxia and Wuxia were sitting cross-legged in the void, each of them slowly forming hand seals one after another. Right in between the 2 of them, an arm that seemed capable of shattering the sky was reaching out through the territory barrier. This arm belonged to none other than the Black Ink giant spirit god who had awakened in the divine spirit ancestral land. When the Black Ink giant spirit god was awakened, he had rushed straight to the barren territory from the divine spirit ancestral land. Resisting the fierce attacks of the human race masters, he reached the weak point of the territory barrier and smashed it with a single punch, thrusting its arm through 2 great territories. Since then, the passage between the barren territory and Wind Mist territory had been forced completely open. The Black Ink clan army, which was locked in a fierce battle with the human race in the barren territory, passed through this broken territory barrier and flooded into Wind Mist territory. Ever since, the Black Ink clan's invasion became unstoppable. Soon after that incident, the vast majority of the 9th Order old ancestors sacrificed themselves to open up an opportunity for the next generation of the human race, exterminating all but 2 of the Black Ink clan royal lords and severely wounding this Black Ink giant spirit god. The surviving Xianxia and Wuxia led the human race army out of the barren territory and ordered the remnants to split up and go to the various great territories to preside over a mass evacuation and migration of the human race's cultivators. As for the 2 of them, they rushed straight to Wind Mist territory and restrained the Black Ink giant spirit god with a joint secret technique, taking advantage of the fact that the Black Ink giant spirit god had to keep its arm in place to ensure the territory barrier remained open. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 years had passed. Xianxia and Wuxia had managed to restrain the Black Ink giant spirit god all these years, but that also trapped them in Wind Mist territory. If the human race still had the help of these 2 9th Order masters, the situation in the great territory battlefields would not have been nearly as tense as it was now. When Yang Kai arrived at this place and laid eyes on that thick and enormous arm, his expression still changed, even if it was not his first time seeing it. The Black Ink giant spirit god was simply too powerful. As for Mo, who was able to create the Black Ink giant spirit gods, Yang Kai was simply unable to gauge its true depths. The arm was currently tightly bound by numerous chains. If one looked closely, one would discover that these chains were actually manifested from innumerable complex runes. Obviously, these chains were the manifestation of the secret technique executed by the two Ninth Order Old Ancestors. Initially, Yang Kai thought that there would be many Black Ink clansmen here monitoring the situation or worse, attacking the two Old Ancestors, but after arriving he realized that he was mistaken. There was not a single Black Ink clansman here. This left him quite puzzled. Logically speaking, since the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was so powerful, the Black Ink clan's top priority should be helping him escape. In order to help him escape, attacking the two Ninth Order Masters was the fastest solution. The reason Xiao and Wu Qing were able to restrain this Black Ink Giant Spirit God was not because they were stronger, but because they had certain advantages on their side. The Black Ink Giant Spirit God had shoved its arm through a territory barrier, meaning its main body was in one great territory, while its fist and forearm were in another. This had allowed the Black Ink clan army to pass through this opening, but it also helped Xiao and Wu Qing to shackle the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. While the two Old Ancestors could use their full strength, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God could only exert a fraction of it as most of its strength was used to keep the passage open. If it weren't for this, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God would have broken free long ago. In the past, a dozen Old Ancestors had needed to join forces to resist a single, heavily injured Black Ink Giant Spirit God, and even then they were barely a match. Now that the human race only had two Ninth Order Masters remaining, how could they possibly restrain it? Sensing Yang Kai's aura, Old Ancestor Xiao opened her eyes and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Yang Kai respectfully bowed, "Greetings, Old Ancestors." He was quite familiar with Old Ancestor Xiao. As for Wu Qing, Yang Kai had met him when he went to Yinyang Pass, but he was not that close to him. Wu Qing nodded slightly in response. Yang Kai then answered, "I came to see the two Old Ancestors. Is there anything I can help you with?" Old Ancestor Xiao shook her head. "It's all right, you can't help us in this matter. How is the human race doing recently?" The two perennially remained in wind-mist territory and had no contact with the outside world. Although Xianxia had come here twice, he could not remain for long. The last time he had come was some 3 or 4 decades ago, and the great territory battlefields happened to be in dire straits at that time. Yang Kai replied, "The situation is still relatively stable for the time being. Although the fighting never ceases, it will not be easy for the Black Ink clan to defeat the human race. In addition, this junior is highly valued by the Supreme Headquarters and has been appointed as Army Commander of the Profound Nether Army." Old Ancestor Xiao nodded, "You deserve it." Suddenly, a smile appeared on her lips as she asked, "Since you are overseeing Profound Nether territory, the Black Ink clan there must be having a difficult time, right?" Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying, "Junior has negotiated a peace treaty with them." Xiao was taken aback by this revelation. A peace treaty? Wu Qing, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, also frowned and asked, "What treaty?" "The human race must train." Yang Kai explained his thoughts, to which Old Ancestor Xiao and Wu Qing repeatedly nodded in agreement. "You've considered it carefully. In fact, when Xianxia first came here, he also mentioned this matter," Wu Qing thoughtfully stated. This time, it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. Sir Xiang was also considering signing a peace treaty. Wu Qing shook his head in response and explained, he didn't say anything about a treaty, he was just worried about the future of the human race. He said that the good seedlings who had been hidden away might not be of much use in the future. However, he didn't have any solution to this problem. You, on the other hand, have already taken a step ahead of him. Good work. Yang Kai immediately understood something that had puzzled him. It was no wonder the Supreme Headquarters quickly agreed when he reported the matter of treaty to them. Apparently, Xianxia had long considered this issue and had been searching for a solution all this time. Thinking about it, it was impossible for a prudent and far-sighted man like Xianxia to just focus on the present. The Black Ink clan actually agreed? Old Ancestor Xiao was a bit puzzled. After killing enough of them to leave them terrified and traumatized, they naturally agreed, Yang Kai calmly stated. Wu Qing and old ancestor Xiaoxiao glanced at each other, secretly wondering just how many of the territory lord had died at his hand for them to be this afraid. "Boy, you are quite arrogant for your age." Suddenly, a voice rang out in their ears. This voice seemed to be coming from an extremely faraway place, and yet it also seemed someone was whispering in their ears. Obviously, it was the black ink giant spirit god who was speaking. Yang Kai could not be bothered with it though and simply looked at the two Ninth Order masters and continued, "The situation in profound nether territory has stabilized for the time being, but if we want to train the next generation up, a single great territory may not be enough. This junior is planning on patronizing the other great territory battlefields in the future to open up a few more training grounds." Wu Qing agreed with a nod. "Good, but we still need to leave a few as they are. When those brats advance to the Eighth Order, they will need to fight with the territory lords to stimulate their growth." This junior had the same idea. The black ink giant spirit god spoke again. "Brat, why must your human race keep struggling so strenuously? Now that Song and the others have all fallen, the universe is destined to belong to my black ink clan. The day the Supreme One breaks free will be the day all submit to us." Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before activating the great sun and moon marks, creating an enormous ball of purifying light that shot straight towards that thick arm. The ball of pure light immediately disintegrated the lingering black ink strength, and the black ink giant spirit god could not help but let out a groan, but he still continued, "If you submit to the Supreme One now, I can guarantee on the behalf of the entire Black Ink clan that we won't corrupt you with black ink strength and will allow you to retain your sentience." Yang Kai remained silent for a moment before creating another massive ball of purifying light. In any case, he now had a lot of yellow and blue crystals. Even if he ran out of them, he could still go to the chaotic dead territory and ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for more. The black ink giant spirit god groaned again and shut its mouth. It had finally discovered that the dog that bit him didn't bark. Yang Kai simply had no intention of communicating with it. If it continued to blabber on, Yang Kai would definitely just use that purifying light again. Although it would not hurt its foundation, the dissipation of its strength was extremely discomforting. "This thing seems to be full of energy. Can the two old ancestors restrain it?" Yang Kai worriedly asked. Wu Qing replied with a smile, "If it decides to escape, the two of us won't be able to stop it." Many things had become clear to them over the past century. Yang Kai immediately became worried. "Then what should we do? If this black ink giant spirit god really managed to escape, the human race would not be able to resist him. Even if Fu Guang came out of seclusion and teamed up with old ancestor Xiaoxiao and Wu Qing, they still would not be its opponents." "Don't worry," old ancestor Xiaoxiao reassured. "He would have to pay a huge price in order to forcefully break free right now. At the very least, he will have to leave behind this arm that has crossed the two great territories. Furthermore, he is currently injured, so even if he breaks free, his strength will be greatly reduced." In the past, when the black ink giant spirit god awakened from the divine spirit ancestral land, he traversed through the shattered heaven and rushed to the barren territory, bearing the bombardment of countless human race masters. No matter how powerful he was still injured at that time, and to break the territory barrier, he had no choice but to pay a certain price. After the black ink giant spirit god had shattered the territory barrier, the Ninth Order old ancestors went all out to kill the invaders. By sacrificing their lives, not only did they manage to completely wipe out all but two royal lords, they also heavily injured the trapped black ink giant spirit god. He's also waiting for an opportunity while healing himself. There won't be any problem for the time being, old ancestor Xiaoxiao explained. Yang Kai nodded in response, feeling much more relieved. Only now did he understand why the Black Ink clan had not sent troops to attack the two human race old ancestors. Even if they helped the Black Ink giant spirit god in escaping, he would still need time to heal himself. On the other hand, this way the top masters of both races could still restrain each other. Fu Guang was still recuperating in the dragon pool, and it would probably take him hundreds or even over 1,000 years before he could leave. Once he came out of seclusion, he could come and help old ancestors Xiaoxiao and Wuqing, making it safer. What troubled Yang Kai was that he didn't know where Ada had gone. It had been so many years, but he was still nowhere to be found. Logically speaking, now that the Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds and countless universe worlds had died, Ada should have appeared by now. Yang Kai suspected that this guy was fast asleep in some remote great territory, which would make it all but impossible to find him without an exhaustive search. Old ancestors, you don't need to worry about the matters of the human race, us juniors will handle them. Old ancestor Xiaoxiao nodded. Do your best, but don't feel too pressured. We old fogies have failed to live up to their expectations and forced the burden onto all of you. Yang Kai shook his head. Do you need anything? Do you have enough supplies? Wu Qing replied, you can leave us just a few supplies, we don't need that much right now. Yang Kai immediately took out some provisions and placed them into a space ring before handing them to Wu Qing. He then bowed again and bid his goodbye. This junior will take his leave. Go on, old ancestor Xiaoxiao nodded. Yang Kai stared at the thick arm for a moment before using space principles and teleporting away. Martial Peak, Chapter 5583, 3 Selves Source Reconstitution Art. Yang Kai returned to profound nether territory. In just several months, things had gotten on the right track when it came to training the profound nether army. Based on Yang Kai's initial plan, they had managed to build 10 forward outposts which served as resting places for the human soldiers. Every forward outpost was guarded by at least 3 8th Order Masters to ensure its safety. During this period, the profound nether army had broken up and scattered around the territory. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan had repeatedly tested the waters and confirmed that the 8th Order Masters indeed wouldn't make a move, allowing them to finally set their minds at ease. Now, no large-scale battles were occurring in the entire profound nether territory, though the number and intensity of smaller conflicts had soared. Since the human soldiers had scattered around, the Black Ink clan soldiers had to follow suit. The soldiers of both races now clashed and killed each other in every corner of this territory. In every great battle in the past, the fights between the 8th Order Masters and Territory Lords were the focal point as well as the key to determining victory or defeat. However, after the peace deal, the 8th Order Masters and Territory Lords abstained from taking part in any kind of fighting. Now, the 7th Order Masters and Feudal Lords took center stage. The squads, led by 7th Order squad leaders, went all out to destroy the enemy, while some powerful feudal lords now rose up to lead their subordinates to slaughter the humans. Inside his palace, Yang Kai had started cultivating in seclusion. It hadn't been a long time since he ascended to the 8th Order in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. As such, there was still much room for improvement in the 8th Order realm for him. Nevertheless, to increase his strength quickly, he had to actually sit and cultivate hard. He had been traveling around everywhere for the past 100 years, never having a chance to focus on his cultivation. This was another reason he was eager to secure a peace deal with the Black Ink clan. The need to train the next generation of human soldiers was the primary reason, but Yang Kai also needed such an environment so he could enter retreat to cultivate. The 8th Order was indeed his limit, but he was far from being at the peak of this realm. Right now, he needed to use soul-rending thorns to swiftly kill innate territory lords, but if he managed to reach the peak of the 8th Order, he had the confidence to pull off the same feat without the help of soul-rending thorns. The accumulation process in the 8th Order was extremely long. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a world tree clone. The reason Duan Hongchen and the others could rapidly increase their cultivation was that they had the Star Boundary's help. They were great emperors acknowledged by the Star Boundary's will. As such, the abundance of heritage in the Star Boundary could be absorbed by them so they could cultivate far more swiftly. The great emperors of the Star Boundary had gained massive benefits by sharing the benefits of a world tree clone between them, but Yang Kai had a world tree clone all to himself in his small universe. He wasn't short on any resources either. What he needed was a stable, safe place to cultivate. While the human soldiers were training, Yang Kai had to cultivate hard as well, hence, he had no choice but to secure a peace deal with the territory lords. Yang Kai had one more reason to secure a stable environment for himself. For a long time, he would probably fall into a weakened state. He had no idea how frail he would become, but he was certain that his strength would be significantly weakened. As such, he had to force the territory lords off the battlefield before he could carry out his plan with peace of mind. Yang Kai ordered that unless it was a critical matter, no one was to disturb him, and then he set up multiple layers of restrictions around his cultivation chamber to ensure he was not interrupted. A large amount of resources were stored in his space ring so that he could use them at any moment. It had come to a point in his cultivation where consuming open heaven pills to cultivate was far too inefficient. Hence, he had to refine 7th order or even 8th order sets of resources. Having said that, even though he had loads of resources, Yang Kai only had a small amount of 8th order ones. The resources he possessed were mostly in the 6th order and 7th order. All the same, the resources were more than enough. In the past, no one could ever squander resources to cultivate like him. After all, even though the cave heavens and paradises had a large reserve of 5-element resources, high-order yin and yang element materials were still extremely rare. On the other hand, Yang Kai had countless yellow and blue crystals, so yin and yang materials were the least of his concerns. On the contrary, it was a lack of high-order 5-element resources which restricted his lavish consumption. Yang Kai hadn't been able to cultivate with uninterrupted focus for a long time, so as a massive amount of resources were consumed by him, he could sense the heritage of his small universe gradually increasing. This kind of noticeable growth was quite gratifying. While cultivating, he also diverted some of his attention to monitor the entire Void Continent, for he had to look for a suitable carrier to carry out his next plan. Before Yang Kai parted ways with Wu Kuang outside the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, the latter had taught him a method that would help him break through to the 9th order. It was a kind of secret art created by Shi back when he was alive. Song and the others each had different talents, and among them, Shi was skillful in the formulation of secret arts and techniques. Evidence of this was he was the one who created the astonishing heaven-devouring battle law. In modern times, some 50% of all secret arts and techniques that the human race had inherited had traces of Shi's influence. As such, this method passed down from him was extremely precious. However, even though Shi had worked out this secret art, he had done so after the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction was established. No one had cultivated the method before, so no one could be certain if it was even feasible at all. All the same, Yang Kai didn't mind giving it a try as the 8th order was the limit in his lifetime. Giving a dead horse medicine can't harm it after all. This couldn't be helped. There was no doubt that as an 8th order master, he could charge around profound nether territory and slaughter innate territory lords. However, what would happen a few thousand years from now? By then, there would be new royal lords in the Black Ink clan and new 9th order masters in the human race. As an 8th order master, how useful would he be then? Any random royal lord would be able to kill him with ease when that time came. Yang Kai wanted to secure a place for himself in the future when battling powerful enemies. It wasn't like he could just sit back and pin all his hopes on the next generation. For that reason, he longed to become a 9th order master. It would be wonderful if this method worked, but even if it didn't, there was no harm in giving it a shot. The 3 selves source reconstitution art was the method that Shi had come up with. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a secret art, it was more of a secret technique that was supposed to make up for the deficiencies in the open heaven realm method that had been passed down from the late ancient era. During that era, Song and the others made use of the world tree's power to gain enlightenment into the open heaven realm cultivation method, which allowed the humans to rise to power and build a foundation that lasted for many generations. However, there were some clear deficiencies in this open heaven realm method. Strictly speaking, it was incomplete. That was because every cultivator who used this method to make it to the open heaven realm had their own innate limit. The 5th order was the limit for those who directly ascended to the 3rd order. Similarly, the 6th order and the 9th order were respectively the limits for those who directly made it to the 4th order and 7th order. What about the road after the 9th order? The martial Tao was a long journey of exploration, so there wasn't a true peak or limit to speak of. Song and the others might have realized the deficiencies in this method. However, this method was the only option available for the humans at that time. Given enough time, the martial ancestors might have devised a more perfect method of cultivation, but the great monsters roamed the universe in that era and humans struggled to survive. Hence, they didn't have time to experiment with and adjust the method. Song had said that he was still a Ninth Order master, though he was further ahead than the current Ninth Order old ancestors. He also declared that there was a higher realm beyond the Ninth Order. While Song was stuck in the Ninth Order, it was the same case for Shi, Mu, and the others. That was because the open heaven realm method they had cultivated was incomplete. As such, the road ahead of them had been cut off when they reached the Ninth Order. Regardless of how far they went, they were unable to move past the Ninth Order. Having been trapped in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction for several million years, Shi kept pondering this issue and eventually came up with a solution. Before he merged with the restriction, he had sent out a thread of consciousness, which surmounted countless obstacles and was reborn. He had the intention to start over and cultivate from the beginning, but unfortunately, his wish wasn't granted in the end. Eventually, Wu Kuang, Shi's partial reincarnation, passed down this method to Yang Kai. Over the past 100 years, Yang Kai had been trying to comprehend this method. He had memorized every bit of it and fully understood every detail. What he had to do now was put it into action. According to Shi, it seemed that the universe itself had a will. When Mo plunged the universe into chaos, that will led the 10 martial ancestors to enter the grand ancient ruins boundary. With the World Tree's help, they comprehended the open heaven realm method, which allowed them to fight Mo's expansion. In the following eons, those who had the chance to enter the grand ancient ruins boundary and obtain World Tree clones were akin to cards that will had drawn in order to protect itself. However, those cards were all basically destroyed. Yang Kai was just the latest example and probably the last one. During the primordial era, divine spirits ruled over the universe, and during the early ancient era, the monster race was the most powerful force. It wasn't until the late ancient era that the humans rose to dominance. If the heavenly way really had a will, there was no denying it favored these 3 kinds of living creatures, for their presence represented 3 different magnificent eras. These 3 kinds of living creatures were probably the chosen ones of the heavenly ways will during the different eras. If Yang Kai could merge these 3 favored existences into his own being, he might be able to make up for the deficiencies and find a way forward in his cultivation. Although the method sounded abstruse and even a bit fantastical, it wasn't actually difficult to put it into action. Yang Kai just had to come up with a way to integrate the powers of these 3 kinds of living creatures. Simply put, he had to cultivate soul clones, which were his divine spirit self, monster self, and human self. As these 3 selves united, he might be able to break through the shackles of the open heaven realm and ascend to the Ninth Order. It was for this reason that he headed to the demon realm back then and retrieved embodiment. He had to get prepared for cultivating the 3 selves source reconstitution art by taking back his other living soul clone. Yang Kai was originally a human, but in the past, he happened to obtain a divine dragon source. Gradually, his bloodline was dragonized, and after he cultivated in the dragon pool, his human bloodline was permanently purged. Now, he was technically a pure divine spirit. Moreover, he was a part of the dragon clan, the head of the divine spirits. There was no doubt he was formidable in his own right. As such, he already had a divine spirit self. Now, he needed a human self and a monster self. Regardless, Yang Kai decided to cultivate his human self first as it was probably the easier one. If there were any problems in the future, he could slowly make some adjustments. Therefore, during his retreat while he consumed the resources to cultivate, Yang Kai had also been paying attention to everything on the Void Continent. Presently, the Void Continent could be considered prosperous. Following Yang Kai's increase in strength, his small universe's capacity had also greatly expanded. The most conspicuous change was that the small universe's territory had become larger. As a result, there had also been an increase in population. The flow of time in his small universe was different from that of the outside world, and with the World Tree clone's presence, more and more youths with extraordinary aptitudes appeared. Most of them became part of the major sects and learned how to cultivate there. When they reached a certain age or level of cultivation, they would be invited to the Void Dao Temple, thus becoming disciples of the Dao Temple. There were still some conflicts in the Void world. There had been the rise and fall of different families and sects. Regardless, there was one powerful force that had stood the test of time. It was none other than the Seven Stars sect. After all, the Dao Lord was the supreme elder of the Seven Stars sect. As such, no one had the guts to offend Seven Stars sect. Instead, they were all eager to flatter them. Meanwhile, even though the Seven Stars sect was the most powerful in the entire Void world, they remained humble and righteous, never committing any kind of outrage or offense since it rose to power several tens of thousands of years ago. For that reason, many talented young people dreamed of joining the Seven Stars sect, which helped further strengthen the sect's foundation and inheritance. Martial Peak, Chapter 5584, Fong Family. The present Seven Stars sect was very different from the one Yang Kai had seen in the past. The sect now occupied countless mountains and rivers, while on the various spirit peaks, houses and pavilions could faintly be seen as rare beasts roamed around freely. There was no denying it was now a powerful sect. After several tens of thousands of years of accumulation, this sect, which had migrated from its original location back then, had a very ample heritage now. Yang Kai hadn't paid attention to his small universe for a long time, so as he looked around Seven Stars sect, he felt that everything had changed drastically. There was no doubt he still had some emotional attachment to Seven Stars sect. After all, his soul avatar had stayed in this place for quite some time, and he had even taken his 3 disciples from here. Although he hadn't found anything useful this time around, he wasn't disappointed and simply went on to inspect other places. A few years later, when Yang Kai scanned his small universe with his divine sense again, something in the Seven Stars sect caught his attention. His brow twitched as he couldn't help thinking that he indeed had some predestined fate with Seven Stars sect. Other than the fact that he had taken on his 3 disciples in the Seven Stars sect, he had also found his human self here. In fact, he had encountered some suitable options over the past few years, but none were really up to his standards. This was a matter closely related to his future, after all, therefore he wouldn't dare to be negligent as he wanted everything to be perfect. The opportunity he had come across this time was satisfactory. After some inspection, he stopped hesitating as he began executing the 3 selves source reconstitution art. At that instant, his soul was torn apart and his aura plunged. When he used soul-rending thorns to kill innate territory lords, Yang Kai also tore his soul apart. By powering the soul-rending thorns with a portion of his soul essence, he not only destroyed the enemy, but also harmed himself. However, that feeling of being torn apart was quite different from the present one. As he activated the 3 selves source reconstitution art now, Yang Kai felt as if he was slicing himself in half. If not for the fact that he had activated soul-rending thorns many times before, this kind of extreme pain would have made him pass out directly. The method that Sure had come up with was intriguing, to say the least. It would be worth it if it was useful, but if it turned out to be useless, all this pain and suffering would be for nothing. As his soul was ripped apart, Yang Kai not only became frail, but he also realized that he had become listless and dazed. His forehead felt scorching as though he had come down with fever. Now, he couldn't even use half of his full strength. If he were to fight an innate territory lord in such a condition, he would undoubtedly die. He tried to pull himself together as he used the secret technique to wrap his soul fission with layers of seals. This was a soul fission from a powerful 8th Order master, after all, so the average carrier couldn't possibly bear it. As such, he had to seal it. When he was done sealing the soul fission, Yang Kai let out a long breath. As a thought flashed across his mind, the soul fission traversed the small universe and descended in a particular direction. Seven Stars sect was the strongest sect in Void World with several tens of thousands of years worth of inheritance. Not only was the inside of the sect magnificent, but the lands under its jurisdiction were also prosperous. several cities surrounded Seven Stars sect as countless cultivators streamed along the streets. The Fang family village was located some 200 kilometers outside one of these major cities. One of the Fang family's ancestors was a Seven Stars sect's disciple. However, his aptitude was weak as he had only managed to make it to the Dao Source realm. He passed away 1,000 years ago. Over the past 1,000 years, the Fang family had some members who had aptitude for cultivation, but none of them were very talented. As such, they couldn't restore their family's former glory. Now, most people on the Void Continent aspired to be cultivators, and there were a lot who had outstanding aptitudes. Nevertheless, rarely would anyone be considered a prodigy. Fortunately, the present cultivation environment was much better than it used to be several tens of thousands of years ago. As long as one wasn't completely crippled, they would have some cultivation talent in them. Having said that, while talent was important, one's own hard work and will to improve were still the key to achieving success. The patriarch of the Fang family, Fang Yubai, was not such a person. His cultivation was weak as he was only in the true element boundary. This kind of cultivation was unremarkable on the Void Continent. All the same, he wasn't an ambitious person. As time passed, he was no longer as hot-blooded as when he was younger, and more than 10 years ago he married a woman and had been living off the heritage he inherited from his ancestors ever since. His wife, Zhong Yuxiu, was even weaker than him as she was only in the separation and reunion boundary. With that said, she was a wise and demure woman. The married couple lived a harmonious life far away from any kind of conflict. There was no doubt they were happy and carefree. That was also how most people on the Void Continent lived. Those heaven-defying geniuses and masters who could fly through the sky were far removed from most people's lives. Nevertheless, Fang Yubai had been in a terrible mood recently. There had never been a lot of offspring in the Fang family, and for some reason, instead of getting better with time, things had only gotten worse in Fang Yubai's generation. It had been more than 10 years since he married, and during this period, Fang Yubai had never neglected his wife's needs. To his dismay, however, his wife never became pregnant over the years. As his wife grew older, he couldn't help feeling dejected, wondering if one of them had some kind of health problem. Fortunately, they seemed to have the blessing of the Fang family's ancestors, and 6 months ago, his wife was suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of discomfort. She felt dizzy in the morning and would frequently retch after eating anything. Upon closer inspection, the couple was surprised to learn that she was pregnant. Fang Yubai then reported to his ancestors about this piece of wonderful news. Since then, he had been taking extra care of his wife as he was worried that she would become ill or injured. He had also stopped her from practicing her sword, which was a long-time habit of hers. He wanted her to get more rest so that the child wouldn't be affected. Zhong Yuxiu certainly wouldn't object to this. In fact, now that she was finally pregnant, she felt quite relieved. Unfortunately, life wasn't always so kind. Half a month ago, Zhong Yuxiu suddenly realized that there were no longer any movements from her child. She was in the separation and reunion boundary, after all. As such, she was aware of what was going on inside her body. The realization horrified the couple, and they quickly hired a senior expert to examine her. The result turned out to be terrible for them. The child in Zhong Yuxiu's belly didn't seem to have enough vitality. As such, it was uncertain if she could even give birth to her child. Now, she could only get enough rest and leave the rest up to the heavens. After seeing the senior expert off, a dejected Fang Yubai became even more attentive to his wife. However, both of them could clearly feel that the vitality of their child was weakening by the day. Fang Yubai was downcast as he wondered why their family was so unlucky. It was extremely difficult for his wife to get pregnant, and now they were at risk of losing their child. If the child was gone, there would no longer be any offspring in the Fang family's main line. At the thought of this, Fang Yubai felt too ashamed to face his ancestors. On the other hand, Zhong Yuxiu wept every day. Despite knowing that her emotions would affect her child, she still couldn't help feeling sorrowful. It was the sorrow of a mother who knew she might not be able to keep her child. One day, Fang Yubai was leading his subordinates to inspect the spirit farm in the village. Seven Stars sect had many disciples, and as such, they needed a lot of spirit pills to cultivate. Outside Seven Stars sect, those in the villages like the Fong family village would nurture some spirit farms where they planted a lot of simple spirit herbs to make a living. In fact, there were many similar villages around Seven Stars sect. It was thanks to the spirit herbs grown in these villages that the cultivation needs of those grassroots disciples were met. In the spirit farm, the spirit herbs were growing well. Despite that, Fong Yubai was disconsolate as he was worried about his wife and their child. Just then, a maidservant rushed over and exclaimed, "Patriarch! Madam said that her belly is in pain, so she wants you to return at once." Hearing that, Fong Yubai was no longer in the mood to inspect the spirit farm and used all his strength to run back to his home. Upon his arrival, he heard his wife's muffled moaning. He dashed into the room and shoved the maidservants and midwives away, only to see Zhong Yuxiu lying on the bed, her face as pale as a white sheet. He sat down beside the bed and asked anxiously, "How are you feeling, my wife?" Zhong Yuxiu's forehead was beaded with sweat, and her clothes were all soaked. It was apparent that she was going through some unbearable pain. When she saw her husband, she was deluged with grievances and pain as she cried, "My belly hurts, my husband. The child. What happened to the child?" Fong Yubai's face turned ashen. "There hasn't been any movement from the child for half a day," Zhong Yuxiu wailed. A 6-month-old fetus should have been very active in mother's belly, and although the child didn't have enough vitality, it would still occasionally make some movements and kick his mother. Now that there hadn't been any movement for half a day though, it was apparent that things had taken a turn for the worse. As if struck by lightning, Fong Yubai was rooted to the spot. He couldn't help but lament that their family didn't have the heaven's blessings. His wife was finally pregnant with a child, but she didn't have a chance to give birth to it. Fong Yubai had been working hard all his life, and although he couldn't be considered a philanthropist, he had never done anything wicked. He wondered why he was so unlucky. All of a sudden, a maidservant yelped, "Blood!" Fong Yubai looked down and saw that blood was indeed streaming out of his wife's lower body. The bed had been dyed red. "Madam has passed out," the maidservant exclaimed again. A terrified Fong Yubai called out, "My wife." The room descended into a mess. The turn of events caught Fong Yubai off guard as he had no idea what to do. Gotcha! A sudden loud clap of thunder shocked everyone in the room. The thunder was different from the ones they had heard in the past as it continued for a long time. The instant the thunder was heard, the entire sky lit up. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky as though trying to tear it apart. "Thunder on a clear day," one of the midwives muttered under her breath. One had to know that the weather was lovely today with not a cloud in sight. It was obviously not normal for a clap of thunder to sound all of a sudden. Fong Yubai almost went mad. The Fong family members had been good people for generations, however, he couldn't even produce a single heir, which was downright miserable. He wondered if the heavens were also mourning for him. Presently, he was at a loss as he had no idea what he should do if the child was indeed dead. After all, he had never experienced such an incident before, so it was only natural that he didn't know how to deal with it. The maidservants and the midwives were also flustered and uncertain about what they should do. While they were despondent, a thud was heard all of a sudden. Initially, Fong Yubai didn't pay attention to it as he only wailed in sorrow. However, when he heard the same kind of thud for the second time, he realized something was off. He quickly kept quiet and glanced at his wife's belly in shock. Martial Peak, Chapter 5585, Fong Tian Ci. If Fong Yubai wasn't mistaken, the sound was coming from his wife's belly. Although he wasn't powerful, he was in the true element boundary at the very least. He could hear sounds that the mortals were unable to hear. Furthermore, he was very familiar with this kind of sound. When the child was still fine back then, he would always lean his head against his wife's belly to listen to the child's movements. The thudding sounds were the child's heartbeat. "Shush!" he suddenly ordered. Instantly, the maidservants and midwives stopped weeping and kept their mouths shut. Seated beside the bed, Fang Yubai observed his wife. He wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but he believed that some of the color had been restored to his wife's originally pale face. Dong? Another gentle thud was heard from his wife's belly. Fang Yubai trembled and leaned in close to his wife before pressing his ear against her belly, waiting anxiously. Dong, 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 dong. The weak heartbeat was a sign that the child in the belly had been brought back to life. Although the heartbeat was initially in a mess, it gradually began pounding normally. Fang Yubai even had a feeling that the heartbeat was stronger than what he had heard in the past. All of a sudden, his wife's belly swelled a little. Fang Yubai instantly felt that someone kicked him through the flesh. Even though the kick was gentle, he almost jumped in shock. Ah! He widened his eyes in disbelief as he quickly took his wife's wrist and examined her pulse. A moment later, tears started streaming down his face. Thank the heavens! The maidservants and midwives looked at each other as they had no idea what was going on. 1 hour later, Zhong Yuxiu slowly regained her senses, and the moment she opened her eyes, she saw Fang Yubai beside the bed. You're finally awake, my wife. Fang Yubai was pleasantly surprised. Although he had examined his wife and confirmed that she was fine, it wasn't until she awakened that he breathed a sigh of relief. A dazed Zhong Yuxiu stared at her husband as her mind gradually became clear. Tears slid down from her reddened eyes as she asked, "What happened to the child, my husband?" Despite knowing that her child was probably gone for good, she still couldn't help asking her husband about it to get a definitive answer. Fang Yubai patted the back of her hand and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, my wife. The child is fine." Zhong Yuxiu didn't believe him as she cried, "There's no need to console me, my husband. I'm able to accept the truth." Hearing that, Fang Yubai couldn't help smiling. "I'm not trying to console you. The child is really fine. You're a cultivator too. If you don't believe me, you can examine yourself." Realizing that her husband wasn't pulling her leg, Zhong Yuxiu doubtfully activated her power and carefully examined her body. What she discovered astounded her. Not only was the child in her belly indeed fine, but she could also feel that the child's vitality was far stronger than before. What's going on? She remembered that her belly was in sharp pain on this day, and there hadn't been any movement from her child for half a day. Before she passed out, her lower body had even started bleeding. She was ready to accept the fact that her child was gone for good, but the truth turned out to be such a pleasant surprise. Am I dreaming, my husband? She still couldn't believe that her child was alive. Fang Yubai placated her, saying, "You're not dreaming. Everything is going well." Unable to hold back her tears any longer, Zhong Yuxiu started bawling her eyes out. All her worries over the past few days were gone as she could finally vent out her sorrow. Although she was crying, she felt relieved. Don't cry, it might affect the child." Not knowing what to do, Fang Yubai could only help wipe the tears off the corners of her eyes. Zhong Yuxiu nodded repeatedly, but she couldn't stop her tears from sliding down her cheeks. It wasn't until a long time later that she gradually calmed down. While stroking her belly, she bit her lip and said, "The child is hungry, my husband." Fang Yubai was startled for a moment before guffawing, "Give me a moment, my wife. I'll tell the cooks to prepare something for you." With that, he turned around and left. The news of his dead child being brought back to life soon spread around. It was also said that lightning struck on a clear day when it happened, which was an unusual phenomenon. Soon, everyone heard about this incident. All the villagers thought that the Fang family's ancestors had done enough good deeds to make the heavens bring the child back from death's door. Those who believed the story became even more respectful of the heavens, while the non-believers dismissed it as superstition. After all, the child was still in her belly. Other than the Fang family members, no one knew if the child had really been resurrected. With that said, lightning had indeed struck from the clear sky on that day, and the news had sent a shockwave across the entire Void world. Void Dao Temple and the major sects had sent some people to look into the matter, but they discovered nothing in the end. Zhong Yuxiu's belly became larger by the day, but what was strange was that since the incident that day, her child's vitality had never become weaker. On the other hand, Xianxia was originally somewhat thin, but she too had gradually become chubby. 10 months into the pregnancy, she was finally ready to give birth. While Fang Yubai was waiting anxiously outside the room, the maidservants and midwives kept streaming in and out of the place. 1 hour later, a loud cry was heard coming from the room. The next moment, a maidservant rushed over and reported, "Congratulations, Patriarch! It's a boy!" At this point, Fang Yubai's face was covered in tears, for he finally had an heir. There was a new young master in the Fang family, and his name was Fang Xianxia. Fang Yubai felt that the child was given to them by the heavens. If not for the heavens having mercy on them that day, the child would have passed away. Since he only had a single child in his old age, Fang Yubai doted on him. Although the Fang family couldn't be considered wealthy, the patriarch was still quite generous to his child. If the average child had been doted on like this since a young age, he would probably grow up to be a willful person. However, Fang Xianxia turned out to be well-mannered. Despite growing up in a rich family, he had never done anything that harmed others' interests. Moreover, he was an intelligent and genial person. As such, the villagers in the Fang family village were quite fond of him. As time passed, the child grew up to be a young man. Fang Yubai wanted him to join the 7 Stars sect, so he had been trying to build a foundation for him by teaching him some simple cultivation methods since the latter was a young boy. However, much to his chagrin, even though his child was intelligent, he didn't seem to be a talented cultivator. It wasn't until Fang Xianxia was 13 that he reached the initial element boundary. Another 5 years later, he finally ascended to the Qi transformation boundary. There was no doubt his aptitude was slightly better than that of Fang Yubai, but it was still quite limited. One had to know that world energy was abundant in the void world. If one was a prodigy, they would reach the true element boundary by the age of 18. However, Fang Xianxia was only in the Qi transformation boundary, which was 2 great realms below the true element boundary. Certainly, those from the 7 Stars sect wouldn't be interested in someone with such weak aptitude. Even the smaller sects wouldn't accept him. As such, Fang Yubai decided to give up on this small dream. He was lucky enough to have a child, so demanding him to have a good aptitude for cultivation was downright greedy. Fortunately, Fang Xianxia possessed an unwavering spirit and was quite hardworking, so despite his lack of talent, he still built a very solid foundation. Since he was an only child, his parents weren't willing to let him leave the village and become anyone's disciple in a faraway place. As such, they decided to just teach him at home. Time went by slowly. Fang Yubai and his wife were now old and frail. Their cultivation was weak, so they couldn't enjoy a long life. With the abundance of world energy in the void world, even mortals who had never cultivated before could live past 100 years, but there would still come a day when they passed away. Despite being cultivators, the married couple could only live for slightly longer than that. They increasingly felt that they didn't have much energy left, and their days were surely numbered. Fortunately, Fang Xianxia was married. Although his wife wasn't a young lady from a wealthy family, their families were equally matched. She had also given birth to Fang Xianxi's children. Several years later, Fang Yubai and Xianxia passed away in close succession. As time passed, wrinkles started appearing on Fang Xianxi's face. When he was 150 years old, his wife also left him for the next world. He only had one wife for all his life, just like his parents. His love for his wife was steadfast and unshakable. Unfortunately, his wife was just a commoner who had never cultivated before, so she didn't live for long. Although he now had some children and even grandchildren, the death of his wife was still devastating to Fang Xianxia. He seemed to have aged significantly overnight as his hair turned gray. His parents were long gone, and even his only wife was no longer with him. Since there were quite a few Fang family members now, Fang Xianxia felt he no longer had any worries. He summoned his children to the Fang family's grand hall and informed them about his intention to leave home. Certainly, his children were not willing to see him depart. Although Fang Xianxia had been cultivating since he was a young child, he was only in the immortal ascension boundary now. Given his advanced age and frailty, how was he supposed to take care of himself if he went out to explore the world now? Although it was generally safe in the void world, the current Feng Tianxia couldn't possibly fend off ill-intentioned people on his own should he come across any danger. All the same, Feng Tianxia had made up his mind. He only summoned his children to inform them about his decision, not discuss it with them. Several days later, Feng Tianxia left the Feng family village on his own. Behind him, his children and grandchildren fell on their knees as they watched him leave. In fact, Feng Tianxia had no idea why he had decided to go out on an excursion. Supposedly, he was no longer a high-spirited and ambitious youth. At his age, he was supposed to spend his retirement years having fun with his grandchildren. However, there was a voice in his heart that kept telling him that he should go out and see this wonderful world at least once. This kind of urge had been with him since he was very young. Unfortunately, his aptitude was unremarkable and he was weak. When he was young, he couldn't possibly leave his parents, and when his parents passed away, he was already married with children. His weakness couldn't help him realize his dream. Now that his wife was gone, he reckoned that his children and grandchildren no longer needed him. Since he had no more worries, he decided to make his dream come true despite knowing that he might be killed somewhere along the way. One night, he arrived at a certain mountain and sat down to cultivate. Since he started cultivating, he had never slacked off over the years. Although his cultivation was weak, he knew that little drops of water made a mighty ocean over time. Therefore, he would never miss cultivating every day. This helped build a solid foundation for him. Although he was no match for some of the talented young people, his true chi was quite robust for one in the immortal ascension boundary. Rarely would anyone in the same boundary be a match for him. However, the moment he started cultivating on this day, he realized that something was off. He had reached the immortal ascension boundary 9th stage 30 years ago, which he felt was his limit. Over the years, he had never been able to break through this bottleneck. His aptitude and body simply didn't allow him to walk any further on the martial Tao. Nevertheless, on this day, the bottleneck that had blocked him for 30 years showed signs of cracking. Martial Peak, Chapter 5586, Entering the Tao Temple. Feng Tianxia couldn't help falling into a dazed state. When he examined himself again, he realized it wasn't an illusion. The bottleneck that had restricted him for such a long time was finally breaking apart. Nevertheless, he wasn't ecstatic. After years of cultivation, his personality had become the epitome of calm and collected. He only thought that he was finally able to achieve a breakthrough in his old age, which was unheard of as far as he knew. Perhaps it had something to do with his decision to go out and explore the world. Now that he had no more worries, nothing could restrict him again. Since his birth, he had never felt more carefree and unrestrained. He then circulated his true chi in an attempt to achieve a breakthrough. Everything went so smoothly to the point where it was hard for him to believe it. Soon, dark clouds gathered in the sky as lightning crackled and thunder rolled. He knew that the trial of the world's grand Tao had come. His expression remained as tranquil as an ancient well. Following a bolt of lightning, powerful world energy penetrated his body and cleansed his aged mind. He gritted his teeth and persevered, enduring the unbearable pain in silence as he realized that he was gradually growing stronger. It wasn't until the next morning that the heavenly manifestation dissipated. A long and satisfied roar reverberated across the mountains. Feng Tianxia, who was originally in the immortal ascension boundary, felt his aura surging as he broke through his shackles and ascended to the transcendent realm. The ascension didn't only bring about an increase in strength, but some of the wrinkles on his face also disappeared. There was a bit of glow on his originally withered skin now. He seemed to have become much younger overnight as some of his hair had turned from gray to black. As he washed his face beside a creek and looked at his reflection, he chuckled lightly. After consolidating his cultivation for a bit, he built a hut on the mountain and started living there. He was suddenly able to achieve a breakthrough, but the trial of the world's grand Tao didn't only help increase his power, it also allowed him to comprehend something else. As such, he needed time to go through this new enlightenment. Years passed as flowers withered and bloomed in a cycle. When Fang Tianxia left his seclusion 10 years later, his aura had become much more robust. It was apparent that he had moved further into the transcendent realm. Besides that, 10 years of cultivation had allowed him to grasp a different kind of power. It was an abstruse power that was unfamiliar to him. It was none other than the Tao of space. There were some cultivators in the void world who had cultivated the Tao of space thanks to the Tao Lord's blessing. It was rumored that the inscrutable Tao Lord had cultivated over 10,000 grand Taos, and the entire void world was filled with the Tao essences of these grand Taos. These Tao essences were intangible, but omnipresent. Only the most talented cultivators had a chance to comprehend them and obtain some of the Tao Lord's inheritance. The extraordinary people were already able to connect to the Tao Lord's grand Taos before they were even born. After they were born, once they cultivated the grand Taos that matched their talents, their cultivation would rapidly increase. They would easily be led to enter the Void Tao Temple and become Tao Temple disciples. It was extremely rare to find people who were born compatible with the Tao Lord's grand Taos. Perhaps only one such person would be born in many years. It was said that the first disciple that the Tao Lord had taken on in 7 Stars sect had caught the Tao Lord's attention before he was even born. Everyone was envious of such luck. It was something that could not be forced. Nevertheless, the world's grand Tao never stopped anyone from obtaining the Tao Lord's inheritance. When Fang Tianxia went through the trial of the world's grand Tao and achieved a breakthrough 10 years ago, he sensed a bit of the grand Tao's Tao essence in the void world. If anyone came across such an opportunity, they might be able to comprehend something. Many such people benefited from this experience. Whenever they achieved a breakthrough, they could faintly detect a particular kind of grand Tao. This was the Tao Lord's gift to the void world. Although he had cultivated over 10,000 grand Taos, the Tao Lord was said to be particularly skillful in 3 of them. They were the Tao of space, the Tao of time, and the Spear Tao. It was rumored that the Tao Lord had primarily cultivated these 3 grand Taos. Many millennia ago, these 3 grand Taos were by far the most conspicuous in the void world. It wasn't until a long time later that many other grand Taos rose to prominence. Since these 3 grand Taos were what the Tao Lord had primarily cultivated, anyone who managed to inherit one of these grand Taos would be treasured. When Fang Tianxia was young, he was unable to achieve any such success, and it never crossed his mind that he would make it to the transcendent realm in the twilight of his life. Besides that, he had also comprehended the Tao of space during the trial of the world's grand Tao. His experience left him torn between tears and laughter. If he had such an opportunity when he was young, he would have tried to make a name for himself and gain a footing in this world. However, after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, he was no longer as ambitious as when he was young. Now, he just wanted to travel around the void world and take in the wonderful sights he didn't have a chance to see in the past. He then left the place where he had stayed for 10 years. As he roamed around the world, he simply followed his whims without having any kind of plan in mind. Perhaps it was because he had severed ties with his past, he felt different now. After leaving the Fang family village, Fang Tianxia could finally chase his dreams and live the kind of life he had always wanted. Wherever he went, he stood up for the weak and vanquished evil. When he arrived at any sect, he would spend some time discussing the martial Tao with their cultivators. There were some occasions where he fell into danger. He was once hunted down by powerful monster beasts through the mountains. Other times, he had been dragged into plots and besieged by disciples of sects. Fortunately, as his mastery of the Tao of space improved, he could always find a way to preserve his life. These dangerous encounters didn't hold him back or dampen his spirits. Instead, they only made him stronger. He soon became a famous figure. Despite having cultivated for 150 years, he was still only in the immortal ascension boundary back then. The story of such an ordinary cultivator achieving a breakthrough and becoming powerful sent a shockwave across the world. There had never been a lack of ambitious but ordinary people in the Void Continent, so when they heard about Fang Tianxi's story, many had the misconception that they too could pull off a similar feat. To some extent, Fang Tianxi's story had propelled many ordinary cultivators to work harder, Nevertheless, only a small number of them could really break through their shackles like he had. 30 years later, Xianxia ascended to the Saint Realm from the Transcendent Realm. He went through a world trial again, but this time he gained enlightenment into the Tao of Time. 50 years later, he made it to the Saint King Realm and comprehended the Spear Tao. Every time he broke through to the next great realm, Xianxia would gain massive benefits. Even his appearance had become increasingly younger. When he left the Fang family village, he was old and frail, but after traveling around the world for 100 years, he now looked like a middle-aged man. While others grew older with time, he seemed to become younger. His experiences gave him a unique type of charm, and by now his story had become quite famous. Although he still wasn't a truly powerful master, his inspirational journey had become a legend in the void world. Many families wanted him to join them, and offers of marriage were never lacking. Nonetheless, Xianxia wasn't interested in such matters and turned them all down as he continued his journey. Over the years, he made many good friends, but none of them could keep him company for long. Sometimes, he would feel lonely, but he reasoned that this was the price he had to pay for chasing the martial Tao. He never intended to return to the Fang family village. After his departure, he decided that he would never go back to his hometown. Since he had left behind some offspring, he had no more worries. As such, he could bid farewell to his past without regrets. Compared to the talented geniuses, his cultivation speed couldn't be considered rapid. However, his progress was stable, and he was able to build a solid foundation in every realm. As he traveled around the world, he had some friendly matches against cultivators in the same realm, but was never once defeated. It could be said that he was unrivaled in the same realm. Moreover, he had inherited the Tao Lord's 3 primary Grand Taos, which made him even more popular. One had to know that even though some cultivators had the chance to inherit the Tao Lord's Grand Taos, none of them was like Xianxia, who managed to inherit the Tao of Space, Tao of Time, and Spear Tao altogether. Everyone was curious about why he had such an opportunity. Supposedly, a prodigy would show signs of having extraordinary aptitude when they were young. However, Xianxia was different. He only became powerful when he was well over 100 years old. Although the increase in his strength wasn't rapid, he managed to achieve something that no cultivators in the void world had ever pulled off before. He went from the Origin Returning Realm to the Origin King Realm, to the Tao Source Realm, to the Emperor Realm eventually. Slowly but steadily, he grew from an insignificant cultivator to an important master. Now, it had been 1,000 years since he left the Fang family village. Many things had changed during this period. It took him over 1,000 years to go from the immortal ascension boundary to the Emperor Realm. There was no doubt his cultivation speed was slow and his aptitude was terrible. Supposedly, this shouldn't have happened. If a cultivator was unable to make it to the Emperor Realm within 1,000 years in a wonderful environment such as the Void World, he wouldn't be able to achieve it in his lifetime. However, Xianxia had pulled it off. Some people had asked him what his secrets were. All he could tell them, though, was that he had no idea. After he left the Fang family village, even though his cultivation speed was slow, he never faced any bottlenecks again. In other words, although the increase in his power was snail-paced, he would always make it to the next realm given enough time. It was unlike any other cultivators who might get stuck in the same realm forever despite rapidly being able to accumulate enough heritage to break through. This made the masters in the void world have some wild thoughts. Perhaps rapidly increasing one's strength wasn't the best way to pursue the martial Tao. Perhaps it was better to build a solid foundation in every realm before trying to advance further. With such a speculation in mind, many sects started suppressing the cultivation speed of their prodigies, but regardless of who attempted this, no one could tell if the results were good or bad. At this point, Xianxia, who was an Emperor Realm Master, was invited to the Void Tao Temple. The Tao Temple was a splendid palace hovering in the sky of the Void World. It was every cultivator's dream to one day join the Tao Temple. The existence of the Tao Temple was a wonder in itself. Although it was a palace, there seemed to be an entirely different world inside, one that was both vast and expansive. The first time Fang Tianxi arrived at this place, he sensed the abstrusity of the Tao Temple. This place also seemed to be filled with the secrets of the grand Tao of space. Moreover, regardless of where a person was in the void world, they could see the Tao Temple clearly as long as they looked up. It was indeed abstruse. It was rumored that the Tao Temple was personally built by the Tao Lord. When the Tao Temple appeared back then, everyone was shocked. Furthermore, the Tao Temple was responsible for selecting the most talented people in the void world all on its own. Martial Peak, Chapter 5587, Senior Brother Lu. The commoners had no idea why the Void Tao Temple had to select talented people. Over the past several tens of thousands of years, countless brilliant cultivators had been invited to the Tao Temple, and there had never been any news about them since then. No one knew where they were, but it was rumored that those masters had shattered the void and left the void world to pursue a higher martial Tao. Certainly, Fang Tianxi had heard about these rumors before, but he simply dismissed them. After all, rumors were usually unfounded and inaccurate. However, it wasn't until he was invited to the Void Tao Temple that he realized those rumors were indeed true. Things that were secrets to the general cultivators of the void world were common knowledge to those in the Tao Temple. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the Emperor Realm wasn't the peak of the martial Tao. Beyond the Emperor Realm was the Open Heaven Realm, which was divided into 9 orders, with each one vastly different from the previous. One had to condense their Tao seal, split heaven and earth apart in their body, and form a small universe. Only then would they ascend to the Open Heaven Realm. What's more, the entire void world was just the Tao Lord's small universe. In other words, all beings in the void world were living inside the Tao Lord's body. When Fang Tianxi learned this truth, he was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't be considered an inexperienced man. After all, he had traveled the entire void continent for over 1,000 years. Nevertheless, when he was told the truth about the void world, he was astonished. It was at that moment he realized just how immense the Tao Lord's power was. Such an expansive world was just the Tao Lord's small universe, making Fang Tianxi wonder what the extent of the Tao Lord's strength in the Open Heaven Realm was. The person responsible for showing him around was a senior brother surnamed Lu. He introduced himself to Fang Tianxi as Lu Jingshan, and although Fang Tianxi was actually older than the latter, Lu Jingshan was stronger as he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Every newcomer to the Void Tao Temple would be greeted by someone who was responsible for explaining the reasons the Void Tao Temple was built and answering any questions that the newcomer might have. As such, Fang Tianxi asked what was on his mind freely. Lu Jingshan replied with a smile, "We have no idea how powerful the Tao Lord is in the Open Heaven Realm, but there's no way he's weak. We suppose he's either in the 8th order or the 9th order." Every cultivator in the void world regarded the Tao Lord as a deity, so it was no surprise they would think highly of him when it came to his cultivation. After a nod, Fang Tianxi went on to ask, "Senior Brother Lu, since the void world is just the Tao Lord's small universe, how are those seniors supposed to shatter the void and leave this place back then? If they were capable of doing that, it would be no different from forming a hole in the Tao Lord's belly." Fang Tianxi shuddered at the thought of this. Lu Jingshan chuckled and explained, "Well, they didn't really shatter the void. They were only led out of the void world by the Tao Lord. It has something to do with the reason why the Tao Temple has to select talented people." "Please enlighten me, senior brother," Fang Tianxi said solemnly. Having traveled around the world for over 1,000 years, he had learned to be tactful. As such, even though he was famous, he still acted humbly in front of Lu Jingshan. "Well, let's put it this way. The humans in the outside world are fighting an extremely evil race. That race is so powerful that even the Tao Lord isn't a match for them. If the humans are defeated, the outside world will be destroyed. Therefore, the Tao Lord needs help in the war. The disciples who have been invited to the Tao Temple will be his helpers in the future." Hearing that, Fang Tianxi was shocked. What kind of race is it that even the Tao Lord finds it hard to deal with? After giving it some thought, Lu Jingshan replied, "I remember that they're called the Black Ink Clan. Supposedly, they possess a highly corruptive power. Once a person is infected, they won't be able to get rid of it. Moreover, the black ink strength, as it's called, can twist a human's mind and nature, turning them into a slave of the black ink clan. Fang Tianxi gasped, "I can't believe such an evil force exists in this world." Lu Jingshan sighed, "Indeed. It said that many eons ago, some black ink clansmen were brought into the void world. The Tao Lord brought them in to train the disciples of the Tao Temple, but for some reason, they vanished at a later time. Now, no one knows what the Black Ink clan looks like or what will happen when a person is corrupted by black ink strength." Fang Tianxi nodded. "In that case, the humans in the outside world are most likely in a perilous situation." Lu Jingshan replied, "We have no idea. In fact, it has been a long time since the Tao Lord brought anyone out of the Tao Temple. The last time he did so was about 2,000 years ago. He took several thousand people away at once that time, which is why there are only a small number of people in the Tao Temple now." After a pause, he continued, "Since the void world is only the Tao Lord's small universe, the best that the cultivators living here can achieve is the Emperor realm. If a person wants to break through to the open heaven realm, they must first leave this place. However, if one chooses to leave, they will have to join the battle against the Black Ink clan and will be at risk of losing their life. Therefore, the Tao Lord fully respects our decision when selecting talented people. If a person wants to ascend to the open heaven realm, they can leave the void world. If one isn't willing to bear the risk, they can stay in this place. We have full control over this matter, and the Tao Lord never forces us." "The Tao Lord is indeed magnanimous," Fang Tianxi remarked. There was no doubt they could all potentially aid the Tao Lord if they were brought out of his small universe. All the cultivators in the void world were only able to cultivate thanks to the Tao Lord. Therefore, the Tao Lord had the right to take the suitable ones away from this place at will. Nevertheless, he still let the disciples in the Tao Temple make their own choices. For that reason, Fang Tianxi greatly respected the Tao Lord. As they spoke, they arrived at a grand hall that was both magnificent and vast. In the middle of it was a gigantic statue, followed by many smaller ones. This is the place where our great predecessors' names are recorded. As Lu Jingshan spoke, he then pointed at the statue in the middle, and that is the Tao Lord's likeness. Then he saluted the statue with a solemn expression. Fang Tianxi looked in the same direction and realized that the statue appeared to be a handsome young man. With his hands behind his back, he looked truly majestic. This statue was apparently carved by a senior expert, as every bit of it seemed to be extremely lifelike. Just by standing there, Fang Tianxi had a feeling that the statue would come to life at any moment. For some reason, though, he found the statue familiar. It was as though he had seen this person somewhere before. However, as he went through his experiences over the past 1,000 years, he was certain that he had never come across anyone who looked like the Tao Lord. How strange. While he was doubtful, he still saluted the statue and asked hesitantly, "Since there's a statue here, does that mean someone has seen the Tao Lord's true appearance before?" Lu Jingshan laughed. "Certainly, no one here has seen his true body before. However, it said that the Tao Lord used his soul avatar to travel his small universe in the past. I suppose you're aware of the Seven Stars sect. Back then, the Tao Lord's soul avatar stayed in the Seven Stars sect for some time." There was no doubt Fang Tianxi was aware of the Seven Stars sect. In fact, when he was young, his biggest dream was to join the Seven Stars sect. However, due to his terrible aptitude, he didn't have the right to be their disciple. The Fang family village was located in the Seven Stars sect's territory. As such, he had heard a lot about the sect. It's rumored that the Tao Lord is the supreme elder of the Seven Stars sect. Could this be true? Fang Tianxi asked in shock. It is true. That is the reason Seven Stars sect has endured all this time. As ages pass, it's only natural that different sects rise and fall. The major sects that were on equal footing with Seven Stars sect back then are all long gone, but Seven Stars sect is still as powerful as ever. This is all thanks to the Tao Lord's legacy. Fang Tianxi was astonished. At the same time, he was curious about why the Tao Lord had used a soul avatar to travel around his own small universe. How bored must he be to do such a thing? He shook his head to cast such thoughts away, for he wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to the Tao Lord. Then, he looked past the Tao Lord statue and saw many smaller ones behind it. Those are... Lu Jingshan explained, those are the statues of the seniors who have been led out of the void world by the Tao Lord. Do you see that one over there? He's the eldest senior brother of the Void Tao Temple, Miao Fei Ping. If you have a chance to leave the void world, you might see him. With a solemn expression, Fang Tianci sized up Miao Fei Ping's statue and memorized his appearance. Then he said, could eldest senior brother Miao be the Tao Lord's first disciple? I heard that when the Tao Lord stayed in Seven Stars sect back then, he took on several direct disciples. Lu Jingshan shook his head. Senior brother Miao is the Tao Temple's eldest senior brother, but he's not one of the Tao Lord's disciples. His disciples are some other people, but no one knows who they are. Hearing that, Fang Tianci was puzzled. Following a sigh, Lu Jingshan said, in the past, only a small number of disciples managed to leave the Tao Temple. As such, the juniors who stayed back made some statues for them. However, as more and more seniors left, there was not enough space in this grand hall for so many statues. Therefore, we no longer make any statues for those who leave. Only their identity tokens are enshrined here now. Fang Tianci looked around and realized there were indeed many tiles adorning the walls. Most places were blank, but some of them had identity tokens which contained the names and information of those seniors. There was no doubt these identity tokens were not as impressive as the statues, but they were still the traces of those seniors who had stayed here before. Lu Jingshan patted the other man's shoulder and said with a smile, when we have a chance to leave this place in the future, we'll leave our own identity tokens here as well. Fang Tianci nodded as he already looked forward to it. The reason he decided to leave the Fang family village and sever ties with the Fang family was to experience the wonders of the world he had never seen before. After repeatedly achieving breakthroughs and eventually arriving at this place though, Fang Tianci realized that there was still so much more he had yet to see and experience. He had no idea what the other seniors in the Tao Temple thought, but he was certain he would leave the void world as long as he had the chance. He had traveled around this world and seen everything there was to see here, therefore he was excited to learn that there was a bigger world just waiting outside. After they left the Grand Hall, Fang Tianci asked, Senior Brother Lu, since the open heaven realm is above the Emperor realm, what are we supposed to do to split heaven and earth apart in our bodies and create our own small universes? Lu Jingshan explained, first of all, you have to condense your own Tao seal, which is the essence of your cultivation as well as the manifestation of your Grand Tao. If there's a Grand Tao you primarily cultivate, you have to condense your Tao seal based on that Grand Tao. After that, you'll need to refine some precious resources to further your martial Tao. In any case, since you're a newly promoted Emperor Realm Master, you're still some distance away from condensing your Tao seal. For now, you just have to increase your strength as quickly as possible and reach the peak of the Emperor Realm. Let's go, I'll take you to the library, it's a good place where I'm sure you'll find something useful, Junior Brother. Martial Peak, Chapter 5588, Junior Brother, my life is quite miserable. When they arrived at the library, Fang Tianci immediately understood why Lu Jingshan said it was a good place. There were a massive amount of books containing secret arts and secret techniques in this library. The best things of all the sects in the void world were stored here. There were also things that didn't seem to belong in this world. Certainly, these things were no longer useful to Fang Tianci. After all, he was an Emperor Realm Master already. As such, there wasn't a need for him to study any secret arts or secret techniques. The most pressing issue for him was to quickly increase his strength so that he could ascend to the Third Order Emperor Realm and condense his Tao seal sooner. Fortunately, there was also a massive section of jade slips, scrolls, and books containing precious insights on cultivation in the Emperor Realm in the library. These insights had been written by the disciples of the Tao Temple over the past several tens of thousands of years. Throughout Feng Tianxi's cultivation journey, he had basically explored everything on his own. After all, he didn't have any elders to rely on, nor was there a teacher who could give him guidance. While traveling around the world, he discussed the martial Tao with the disciples of various sects and reflected on what he had learned, but that was the only sort of external help he had. It was fine when he was still a weak cultivator, but now that he was an Emperor Realm Master, Feng Tianxi was at a loss as to how he should move forward in his martial Tao. These insights in the library were what he needed most at this moment. Feng Tianxi went on to spend 30 years in the library reading all the insights left behind by the various seniors. His determination and ability to endure loneliness quickly earned the respect of the other disciples in the Tao Temple. Everyone knew there were many good things in the library, but few had the level of patience necessary to go through and absorb them despite being in the Emperor realm as well. After spending 30 years in the library, Feng Tianxi finally left. At this point, he had a plan in mind when it came to how to advance his cultivation. He found an empty courtyard and started cultivating. As usual, his cultivation speed was quite slow, but he wasn't in a hurry. He had spent the past 1,000+ years cultivating slowly to reach his current height, so he was already used to it. Nevertheless, he didn't just cultivate in seclusion all the time. When he was free, he would go out and talk to the seniors of the Tao Temple. This was his way of doing things and had been throughout his entire cultivation journey. All the disciples in the Tao Temple were the brightest geniuses who became strong early on in life. As such, everyone in the Void Tao Temple was young, good-looking, and energetic. On the other hand, Feng Tianxi, the newcomer, appeared more mature. He was already old and frail when he left the Feng family village back then, and although years seemed to have lifted off his face as his cultivation improved, his mentality didn't really become younger, only his looks did. Now, he had the appearance of a late 30s or early 40s mortal. Based on his looks alone, he indeed seemed older than the seniors in the Tao Temple. As such, many of them called him Old Feng. As time passed, Feng Tianxi's cultivation became increasingly ample. More and more disciples had been invited to the Tao Temple, but there were still not a lot of them. Someone had estimated that only about 10 people would be led to the Tao Temple every 100 years on average. There were times when only 4 to 5 people were inducted over 100 years. The void world was expansive, and countless cultivators were living in it. Despite that, only a small number of people had the right to enter the Tao Temple. It was said that only those who had the potential to directly ascend to the Fifth Order would be invited to the Tao Temple. That was because if a cultivator was too weak, they wouldn't be of any help to the humans in the outside world after leaving this place. Before Feng Tianxi's arrival, the Tao Temple had never invited any Emperor Realm Master who was as old as he was. Regardless, his mere presence meant that he had the potential to directly ascend to the Fifth Order or above. Feng Tianxi had a feeling that he wouldn't only end up becoming a Fifth Order Master. Although he hadn't condensed his Tao seal yet, he had the confidence to reach higher than that. 500 years passed since Feng Tianxi arrived at the Tao Temple, and he finally made it to the peak of the Emperor Realm. There was no denying his pace was slow. One had to know that the cultivation environment in the Void world was wonderful to begin with, and the Void Tao Temple was the center of the world's essence. Any newly promoted Emperor Realm Master who arrived at the Tao Temple would only take 100 to 200 years to make it to the peak of the realm. Even for the slower ones, 300 years was generally the limit. As such, it was unusually slow that it took Feng Tianxi 500 years to achieve the same. Another 100 years later, he finally condensed his Tao seal and started refining the yin, yang, and 5 elements powers. Just like the other fellow disciples, Feng Tianxi decided to start with his wood element. There was another common route where the disciples would choose to refine their water element first, but it was still less popular. Among the 5 elements, the metal element was sharp, the earth element was heavy, and the fire element was destructive. Only the water element and wood element were gentle. As such, they were the safest for the disciples to start with. The kinds of resources these disciples refined would determine their future success. The order of the materials they initially chose was directly related to how far they could rise in the open heaven realm. However, those who ignored their own limits and took huge risks wouldn't be able to make it to the open heaven realm, as their Tao seals would simply shatter under the impact. Therefore, every disciple in the Tao temple would tread carefully at this point. With that said, when they refined materials for the first time, they would always aim as high as possible. Most of them would choose wood element or water element resources in the 6th order or even 7th order. It wasn't that they would certainly make it to the 6th order or 7th order, it was just that water element and wood element materials were much gentler. As long as one's Tao seal was firm enough, it could usually endure the impact of such resources. It was a chance for them to test the limits of their Tao seals when refining resources for the first time. When they select their second resource, they will know the right path for their future. Feng Tianxia had compared his Tao seal with those of the other disciples, and he felt that it was quite firm and sturdy. He reckoned that it could endure the impact of 7th order materials. As such, he chose a 7th order wood element resource first. Lu Jingshan took the initiative to ask him about this matter, and when he learned about his plan, he nodded gently. Junior brother Feng, even though your cultivation speed is slow, it is for this reason that your foundation is so solid. Hence, I think it will be all right for you to refine a 7th order wood element resource. Fire is born of wood though, so you'll have to be careful when selecting a fire element material next time. Feng Tianxia nodded in agreement. It wouldn't take one a long time to refine a single resource. However, every time these future open heaven realm masters did so, they had to rest for many years in between. First of all, they had to get used to their powers. Secondly, their Tao seals were unable to bear another impact in such short order. If they were hasty, all their effort would go to waste. In just half a month, Feng Tianxia easily refined the 7th order wood element material, and he didn't feel any discomfort at all. He had a feeling that he could refine a 7th order fire element resource next, a realization that made him feel elated. As he recalled all the experiences in his life, everything felt somewhat strange. He had a terrible aptitude, and it wasn't until he was 150 years old that he left the Feng family village to wander the world. His plan was only to travel around a bit before his death, so it never crossed his mind that he would achieve great things one day. Unlike the other disciples in the Tao temple, Feng Tianxia didn't come from a wealthy background, nor did he have a powerful master who had guided him when he was young. Also, he never had ample resources and his cultivation speed was incredibly slow. Therefore, it surprised him that with such a method and speed that were unbearable for most people, he was now one step ahead of almost all other disciples. Only a small number of people in the Void Tao Temple could refine 7th order resources, only 1 in 10 at most. Lu Jingshan, who was on good terms with Feng Tianxia, chose a 7th order wood element resource for his first refinement. However, he decided to refine a 6th order fire element resource after that because he felt that his Tao seal wasn't able to bear the impact of the power of a 7th order fire element material. As such, he didn't dare to push his luck. It was said that the process of ascending to the open heaven realm was like crafting a barrel. How much water a barrel could hold depended on the shortest stave. Similarly, the order in the open heaven realm one would achieve hinged on the lowest order resource that one refined. There were 7 powers in total, which were yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Even if one had refined 6 types of 7th order materials, they would only make it to the 5th order open heaven realm if they decided to refine a single 5th order resource. The open heaven realm was divided into 9 orders, and every order was vastly different from the previous one. The difference of one order might take a lifetime for a person to make up. Therefore, the disciples in the Tao temple did their best to refine resources of the highest order possible. At the same time, they would ensure that they wouldn't exceed their limits. Feng Tianxia had a feeling that the ample heritage he possessed now had something to do with his insistence on building a solid foundation. He always stayed in the same realm for a much longer time than most people did, and as he had sufficient time to consolidate his strength, he ensured that he made everything perfect in every realm. Now, he was able to refine 7th order resources because of his perseverance and hard work over the years. A few dozen or so years after he refined the wood element material, he decided to move on to the fire element one. As expected, Feng Tianci successfully refined the resource. Then it was followed by earth element, metal element, and water element materials. After fully refining the 5 elements, he moved on to the yin and yang element resources. When he was done refining all the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements, 500 years had passed since he refined the wood element resource for the first time. In other words, it had been 1,000 years since he arrived at the Tao Temple. Supposedly, when one was done refining the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements, they could split heaven and earth apart in their body and form their own small universe. However, the Void Continent was only the Tao Lord's small universe. Before leaving this place, none could make it to the open heaven realm. Over the past 1,000 years, about 100 juniors had arrived at the Tao Temple. Perhaps it was because Feng Tianci appeared to be more mature and reliable. These juniors would often go to him whenever they had any questions regarding cultivation. As such, he had many followers now. "How many years have you been in the Tao Temple, senior brother?" Under the moonlight at night, Feng Tianci and Lu Jingshan were seated across from each other as they sipped some wine. Now that Feng Tianci was at the peak of the Emperor realm, his cultivation wouldn't improve further regardless of how hard he cultivated, therefore he had some free time. Lu Jingshan, who was in a similar situation, would frequently visit him with jars and bottles of wine. Hearing his question, Lu Jingshan replied with a smile, "I've been here for almost 3,000 years. "That's a really long time," Feng Tianci nodded gently. As he made some calculations, he realized that it had been 2,000 years since he started cultivating. On the other hand, Lu Jingshan had been staying in this place for some 3,000 years. In other words, Lu Jingshan had already arrived at the Tao Temple before Feng Tianci was even born. A dejected Lu Jingshan lamented, "Junior brother, did you know that I'm one of the oldest disciples in the Tao Temple?" "Senior brother, you mean?" Feng Tianci formed a speculation. Suddenly, Lu Jingshan cried, "Junior brother, my life is quite miserable." Following that, he wrapped his arms around a big wine bottle and started bawling. Feng Tianci was startled as he had no idea why his senior brother felt downcast all of a sudden. Lu Jingshan was a future open heaven realm master who had already refined the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements, and he had gone through the vicissitudes of life. Feng Tianci wondered why the other man was so sorrowful now. Martial Peak, Chapter 5589, The Tao Lord Has Heard Me. Feng Tianci had no idea how to console him, so he could only pat his back. A long time later, Lu Jingshan stopped sobbing and let out a breath. Embarrassed, he said, "I apologize for letting you see such a disgraceful sight." Feng Tianci didn't know what to say, so he remained silent. Perhaps it was because Lu Jingshan was drunk and he had no one to talk to about his grievances over the years, but he started speaking about the past. "I was invited to the Tao Temple when I was still young and naive. At that time, the Tao Temple was bustling with noise with several thousand seniors in total. Every day, there would be powerful seniors who hosted forums and preached the Tao. Such experiences were invaluable." Several thousand people? When Feng Tianci learned that there was such a lively period in the Tao Temple back then, he couldn't help feeling awestruck. One had to know that the Tao Temple had strict criteria when selecting disciples. Those who could join the Tao Temple all had the potential to directly ascend to the 5th order at the very least. On average, there would be just 10 new disciples every 100 years, though there were times when as few as 4 or 5 would be taken in. Several thousand people must have been the result of accumulating several tens of thousands of years in the void world. Furthermore, they were all powerful Emperor realm masters. Most of them had condensed their Tao seals and refined the powers of yin, yang, and 5 elements as they were ready to ascend to the open heaven realm. However, presently, there were only about 300 people in the Tao Temple, which was a significantly smaller number than in the past. I only started condensing my Tao seal 200 years after my arrival in the Tao Temple when, all of a sudden, the Tao Lord ordered that those who were ready to make it to the open heaven realm should gather together. Then he brought them all away. At the mention of this, Lu Jingshan felt downcast as he wiped the tears with his sleeves. It was a tough time for me. Several thousand seniors were gone just like that, leaving just 20 or so people behind. Although Fang Tianci didn't personally experience it, he could feel how helpless and aggrieved Lu Jingshan must have been at that time. The originally lively Dao Temple became silent all of a sudden, and all the seniors Lu Jingshan was familiar with were brought out from the void world. It was only natural that he was dejected. If he had also been ready to ascend to the open heaven realm, he could have left with them. Unfortunately, he had only started to condense his Dao seal at the time. Junior brother, do you know why there were so many disciples in the Dao Temple back then? Certainly, it was because the Dao Lord didn't bring them away. Do you know the reason, then? Fang Tianci shook his head. No. After taking a breath, Lu Jingshan explained, I have no idea either. I reckon that it was because the Dao Lord was held up by something urgent, which was why he hadn't taken a look at the Dao Temple for several tens of thousands of years. That was why there were so many disciples here. After a moment of silence, Fang Tianci asked, is it possible that the Dao Lord had forgotten about it? The Dao Lord was extremely powerful, so it wasn't likely that there was any emergency that could hold him up for several tens of thousands of years. He might have forgotten about the Dao Temple. A tearful Lu Jingshan looked at him as he found his words distressing. As though someone had jabbed a knife into his heart, he was deluged with a sense of melancholy as he cried, that's not possible. The Dao Lord will never forget about the Dao Temple. We're in his small universe, so how is it possible that he's forgotten about us? Fang Tianci nodded in agreement. He must be cultivating in seclusion, then. Although it sounded strange that the Dao Lord might have cultivated in seclusion for several tens of thousands of years, he was a powerful 8th order or 9th order open heaven realm master, after all, so it was only natural that his cultivation sessions would be extremely long. Lu Jingshan pressed his hand against his chest as he felt heartbroken. Keep quiet if you have nothing better to say, junior brother Fang. I've been waiting for 3,000 years. Fang Tianci let out a sigh as he shut his mouth. After a moment of silence, Lu Jingshan went on to say, by the way, do you think the Dao Lord is cultivating in seclusion now? He was one of the earliest disciples in the current Dao Temple, and those who had arrived earlier than he did had all left for the outside world. On the other hand, he had been waiting in this place for 3,000 years, and he had no idea how much longer he had to wait to have a chance to leave the void world. Fang Tianci shook his head. Certainly, he couldn't possibly know what the Dao Lord was doing. Since his senior brother was in a terrible mood, he was worried he would say something wrong that might agitate him again. As such, he decided to remain silent. In any case, he now knew why his senior brother was sorrowful. It had come to a point where they could no longer improve their cultivation. If they wanted to make it to the open heaven realm, they had to leave the void world. Nevertheless, they were in the Dao Lord's small universe, so without the Dao Lord leading the way, they couldn't possibly leave. Senior brother Lu has been waiting for 3,000 years. It's only natural that he's feeling dejected. If we have to wait for several tens of thousands of years, just like what happened back then. Fang Tianci shuddered as he couldn't imagine how tough their lives would be if that was the case. Lu Jingshan, who was quietly seated, got to his feet all of a sudden and roared, Dao Lord, please open your eyes and look at us. All of us at the Dao Temple are ready to fight the Black Ink clan, but we're trapped here, unable to put our skills to good use. Is this what you hope to see? Do you want us to wait here until our death? That's not the kind of life I want. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder rolled. The instant Lu Jingshan was done roaring, a fissure appeared in the sky, and even from a distance, they could see the fissure expand slowly. Lu Jingshan and Fang Tianci were dumbfounded. In actuality, it wasn't a fissure, it was an eye that looked authoritative with a hint of mockery in it. Lu Jingshan could clearly feel that the eye was staring at him, which made him tremble and caused him to fall on his butt. The next moment, he heard a sacred-sounding voice that ordered, To the disciples who are ready to ascend to the open heaven realm and are willing to battle the enemies of humanity, come to the open heaven palace at once. A shockwave rippled through the entire Void Dao temple as all the disciples, who were ready to break through to the open heaven realm, stopped whatever they were doing and streamed towards the open heaven palace with excitement. Although the fissure in the sky had disappeared, the intense pressure lingered. Lu Jingshan and Fang Tianxia exchanged glances as both of them were astounded. Following that, they were deluged with a sense of ecstasy as Lu Jingshan cheered, "The Tao Lord has heard me. Ha! Come, junior brother Fang. Follow me to the open heaven palace." Then he raced towards the open heaven palace, followed by Fang Tianxia. Lu Jingshan was evidently excited. As he ran forward, he rattled on, saying, "You're so lucky, junior brother. You've just finished refining your yin, yang and 5 elements powers, and the Tao Lord is ready to bring us out of here. Had it taken you a couple dozen more years, you would have to wait for the next opportunity." Then he appeared somewhat frustrated as he muttered, "Why didn't I have your luck? In any case, we're finally able to leave." When they arrived at the open heaven palace, over 100 people had gathered together in the grand hall. There were more people who were still rushing over, all of them appearing joyful. Some of them were just like Lu Jingshan, who were left behind in the Tao Temple because they were not ready to ascend to the open heaven realm at that time. After waiting for 3,000 years, they finally had a chance to explore the outside world. All these cheerful people congratulated each other as though they were celebrating some sort of festivity. Outside the star boundary, Yang Kai was hovering somewhere in the void in high heaven territory with Hua Qingxi patiently waiting behind him. Yang Kai had suddenly returned from profound nether territory and summoned her. Hua Qingxi had no idea what the palace master wanted her to do, and when she arrived, the palace master said nothing, so she didn't ask any questions. Just then, a beam of light shot out from the star boundary and reached them in the blink of an eye. Hua Qingxi saluted him, "Greetings, Senior Iron Blood." Zhan Wu Hen nodded gently, then turned to Yang Kai and asked worriedly, "I heard that you were badly injured. Is that true?" It had been 300 years since the Territory Lords and Eighth Order Masters reached a ceasefire agreement in profound nether territory. During this period, Yang Kai had never shown up. It was rumored that he was terribly wounded. However, the place where he cultivated was sealed with many layers of restrictions, and no one dared to disturb him. As such, no one knew if he was wounded or not. Those from profound nether territory dismissed such rumors. After all, Yang Kai had headed to the Black Ink clan's base and forced the peace deal with the Territory Lords on his own back then. There was no doubt it was a bold and impressive feat, one he would not have attempted if he was really seriously injured. Certainly, such rumors were spread by the Black Ink clansmen or ill-intentioned Black Ink disciples to bring down the humans' morale. Yang Kai simply replied with a smile, "Sort of." Zhan Wu Hen was stunned while disbelief was written all over Hua Qingxi's face. They all thought that Yang Kai had only been cultivating in seclusion for the past 300 years. As such, they were surprised to learn he was indeed injured. "I've fully recovered," Yang Kai added. His injury wasn't caused by battling the Territory Lords, it was simply a result of cultivating the 3 selves source reconstitution art. To practice this secret art, Yang Kai had to cultivate a human self and a monster self which were far different from ordinary soul clones. Ordinary soul clones wouldn't be useful, however, the ones formed from the 3 selves source reconstitution art had endless possibilities. To cultivate the human self, Yang Kai had practically split his soul in 2 and become frail for the following 300 years. Fortunately, he could gradually recover with the soul-warming lotus's help. While recuperating, he had also been refining resources to increase his power, therefore he wasn't wasting any time. "Why are you here, Senior Iron Blood?" Yang Kai asked. When he returned to the star boundary previously, only Duan Hongchen was in charge of this place as the other great emperors had left to kill the enemies. This time, however, Yang Kai could detect the auras of several great emperors. Among the great emperors of the Star Boundary, Zhan Wuhen was the most skillful in combat and would never hesitate to volunteer to fight the Black Ink clansmen. As such, it was a mystery that he was in the Star Boundary now. Zhan Wuhen replied calmly, "I have to give the young ones some chances, don't I?" After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, we have to take advantage of the opportunities only we possess. As great emperors of the Star Boundary, we can cultivate far more efficiently by staying here. Only when we ascend to the 8th Order can we maximize our contributions to the war effort." Realizing the other man's intention, Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You're indeed a far-sighted person, Senior Iron Blood." Zhan Wuhen stared fixedly at him. "I suppose you share the same sentiment." "Indeed," Yang Kai replied, "I sacrificed our immediate advantage and arrived at a peace deal with the Black Ink clan so that we could build a training ground for the next generation of soldiers. The juniors will eventually grow to be powerful. When the 7th Order Masters ascend to the 8th Order, they'll have to go to a new battlefield. It's not like we can ask them to cultivate in seclusion forever." Zhan Wuhen nodded. "I agree with you. It's not fun killing those feudal lords anymore. It would be better to ascend to the 8th Order sooner so that I can take a few territory lords' heads." Then he looked around and asked in puzzlement, "Who are you waiting for?" Yang Kai explained, "Some of the people in my small universe are ready to ascend to the open heaven realm. I have to bring them out." Hearing his explanation, Zhan Wuhen nodded. Martial Peak, Chapter 5590, So Strange. Inside the Void Dao Temple, many future Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered together. There were around 300 people in the Dao Temple currently, and other than roughly 20 who hadn't fully refined the powers of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements, the rest were ready to leave and achieve a breakthrough. In front of everyone's eyes, the space in the center of the Grand Hall contorted. Like a stone dropping into a still lake, ripples spread across the place. Following that, an oval portal appeared in the originally empty space. The eyes of these future Open Heaven Realm Masters brightened in an instant. Lu Jingshan, who had been waiting for 3,000 years, immediately took action. While the others were still pleasantly surprised, he cupped his fist and said, "Fellow brothers and sister, I'll be going on ahead." The next moment, he charged towards the portal and disappeared. After Lu Jingshan made the first move, the others stopped hesitating as they streamed into the portal in an orderly manner. Fang Tianxia was among the crowd. After the world spun around for a bit, he found himself in an expansive void. As he looked around, he realized there were innumerable stars in the distance. While hovering in this place, he felt how small and insignificant he truly was. Lu Jingshan, who was the first to leave the Dao Temple, came over and tugged Fang Tianxi's sleeve before jutting out his chin in a particular direction. Fang Tianxi looked in the same direction and saw a young man in some casual robes. "The Dao Lord?" he exclaimed. He had seen the Dao Lord's statue in the Grand Hall where their seniors' names were recorded. The young man in front of him had 90% likeness to the main statue. As such, he could recognize him at first glance. Besides him, the other future Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had just left the Dao Temple, saw Yang Kai as well, their gazes filled with admiration and fervor. More and more disciples emerged from the portal, and when the last one appeared, the portal disappeared abruptly. Yang Kai swept a glance over them and announced, "Since you've chosen to leave the Void Dao Temple, you should all be prepared to battle the Black Ink clan. However, all of you are not powerful enough to do that yet. Focus on your ascension first. All of you are the geniuses in the Void world, and you've been nurtured for years in the Dao Temple. I suppose it won't be hard for you to make it to the Open Heaven realm. Don't disappoint me." As he spoke, he sent a signal to Hua Qingxi with his eyes. Seeing that, Hua Qingxi raised her hand and shot out hundreds of light beams before saying, "These are Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills. Consume one before attempting your breakthrough. It will be very useful." These future Open Heaven Realm Masters took the spirit pills and stared at them, evidently excited. In fact, They had been getting ready to break through to the open heaven realm for many years, so it wouldn't be a problem for them to achieve an ascension even without any external aids. Now that they had these heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, they felt even more assured. They then saluted and thanked the two. Yang Kai waved his hand. "You may begin now." They then dispersed and looked for suitable places to attempt a breakthrough. Zhan Wu Hen had remained silent all this while, but at this moment he couldn't help saying, "If my memory serves me right, you brought a batch of disciples out of your small universe just 400 years ago." At that time, several thousand people emerged from Yang Kai's small universe. The magnificent sight of so many people achieving an ascension together shocked by Shi, Mo Mei, and the others in the Void Land. Although Zhan Wu Hen was not there to witness it, he heard about it at a later time. To his surprise, there were another 300 good seedlings just 400 years later. Yang Kai explained, "The flow of time in my small universe is different from that in the outside world." It was the first time Zhan Wu Hen heard about this, but after giving it some thought, he realized what was going on. Is it because of time principles? Yang Kai nodded. Although only 400 years have passed in the outside world, around 3,000 years have gone by in my small universe. Zhan Wu Hen did some calculations and realized the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe was about 7 to 8 times faster. In other words, a cultivator could grow rapidly before making it to the open heaven realm by cultivating in Yang Kai's small universe. There are significantly fewer people in my small universe than the star boundary. As such, fewer geniuses are produced in the same period. However, due to the difference in the flow of time, the absolute rate at which geniuses are produced isn't very different from the star boundary. Currently, several people who had the potential to directly ascend to the 5th order and above would appear in the star boundary every year. What about the percentage of those who have the potential to directly ascend to the 7th order? Zhan Wu Hen asked. Around 10% of them, Yang Kai replied. Hearing that, Zhan Wu Hen was astounded. The percentage was indeed terrific. It was higher than that in the star boundary. Over the years, they had estimated that among those who had the potential to directly ascend to the 5th order and above, only 5% of them could directly make it to the 7th order. Of course, it must have something to do with the fact that there were far more people in the star boundary to begin with. There was only so much a world tree clone could do, and with such a massive population, fewer top geniuses were produced as the nourishment was shared between more people overall. With that said, besides the star boundary, the humans also had the myriad monsters world now. It had been some 300 years since Yang Kai planted a world tree clone in the myriad monsters world, and the nourishment of the world tree clone had started showing its effects. Now, many soldiers would spend military merits to get access to the myriad monsters world so that their friends and relatives or disciples in the same sect could live and cultivate there. As it had only been a short time since the world tree clone was planted though, things hadn't yet stabilized in the myriad monsters world. When the world tree clone fully grew up a few hundred years later, the myriad monsters world was bound to become a second star boundary. More importantly, there were not any great emperors in the myriad monsters world yet. That was what the humans valued the most. The great emperors of the star boundary could cultivate far faster than others. However, the quotas in the star boundary had been fully taken up. As such, there wouldn't be any new great emperors in the foreseeable future. Nevertheless, the myriad monsters world was different as it was basically empty now. If anyone could receive the acknowledgement of the world's will and become a great emperor, their future would surely be bright. Moreover, there were a lot of great monsters in the myriad monsters world. Over the past 300 years, some great monsters managed to break through their limits and leave their world. Human masters would then bring those great monsters and use them on the battlefields. The entire myriad monsters world was a treasure trove that was yet to be dug up. As they spoke, the future open heaven realm masters had found their own places and consumed the spirit pills. Soon, streams of powerful aura were felt coming from all directions in the void. The sight of nearly 300 people achieving an ascension together was magnificent. However, compared to the several thousand people who had done so at the same time back then in Voidland, what was going on now was less remarkable. It might take the average cultivator some effort to achieve an ascension, but it had been smooth sailing for these cultivators who came from the Void Dao Temple. That was because most had refined the powers of yin, yang, and 5 elements a long time ago, and they were fully ready to achieve a breakthrough. Due to the void world suppression, they were unable to explore the secrets of the open heaven realm, so all they could do was further consolidate their cultivation. Now that they had left the void world, there were no more restraints, and with the help of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, they certainly wouldn't dawdle. People like Lu Jingshan had been waiting for this day for 3,000 years, and they had imagined themselves achieving an ascension on countless occasions. As these streams of aura expanded, these disciples from the Dao Temple subsequently achieved their breakthroughs. A lot of them made it to the 5th order and 6th order, but it was the 7th order masters who caught the most attention. Zhan Wu Hen soon confirmed that 10% of the disciples who came from Yang Kai's small universe indeed made it to the 7th order. In other words, there was one 7th order master in every 10 people. That was a staggering ratio. For the rest, about 30% of them were 6th order masters while 60% of them were 5th order masters. Given enough time, these people would reach their own limits and become high-rank open heaven realm masters one day. More and more people broke through to the open heaven realm. Only over 10 people among 300 of them still hadn't achieved a breakthrough, while presently there were 26 7th order masters. Supposedly, one of these people who was still attempting an ascension would become a 7th order master. Those who had made it to the open heaven realm were thrilled as they examined their increased strength. From the Emperor realm to the open heaven realm, the increase in power was extreme. As such, new open heaven realm masters could barely control their strength, and it was especially true for those who had achieved a higher order. Hua Qingxi looked in a particular direction and smiled. There's another 7th order master. Over there, a disciple from the Dao Temple felt his aura surging as a buzzing sound was heard coming from his body. His small universe took shape, and his aura rose from the Emperor realm to the open heaven realm in an instant. The aura exuding from him suggested that he was in the 7th order. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan was looking in the same direction. When he saw that Fang Tianci had achieved an ascension, he was elated. He succeeded. However, the moment he finished speaking, something surprising happened. For some reason, Fang Tianci's ample aura plunged all of a sudden as it dropped from the 7th order to the 6th order in the blink of an eye. Certainly, Fang Tianci was shocked to find his aura plummeting as well. He couldn't help grunting as his power became a mess. "Junior brother Fang," Lu Jingshan exclaimed as he charged towards Fang Tianci. However, the instant he started moving, he felt an immense force pinning him to the spot. Realizing the source of the force, he hunched his back and wouldn't dare to move a muscle. It was apparent to him that the Dao Lord had made a move. At that instant, he was relieved. Since the Dao Lord had decided to help, there shouldn't be a problem with Fang Tianci's ascension, though he appeared to be in a perilous situation. At this moment, Yang Kai was paying close attention to Fang Tianci. Initially, he was surprised to see Fang Tianci ascending to the 7th order, but when he felt that aura plunging to the 6th order, he knew that he had been too naive. He couldn't help sighing as he took a step forward and appeared in front of Fang Tianci. Then he placed his hand on the other man's stomach and sent a divine sense transmission, saying, "Focus and adjust your aura." Hearing that, Fang Tianci promptly did as he was told. He had gone through the vicissitudes of life, and it had taken him 2,000 years to become who he was today. As such, he was more sedate than most new open heaven realm masters. With Yang Kai's help now, he managed to restore order to his chaotic aura. 1 hour later, Fang Tianci opened his eyes and examined himself. What he found shocked him. He had successfully achieved an ascension, but he was only in the 6th order, not the 7th order. It was so strange. One had to know that the resources he had refined in the Dao Temple were all 7th order. Supposedly, he would make it to the 7th order when attempting an ascension. In fact, he had indeed made it to the 7th order, But for some reason, the moment he succeeded, there was a mysterious force that descended on him, which caused his cultivation to drop from the 7th order to the 6th order. As he examined himself, he found something even more astonishing. His small universe had materialized. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5591, sharing the same sentiment. Although there were no Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Void World, they had some basic information about the Open Heaven Realm in the Tao Temple. The 1st Order to 3rd Order were considered the low-rank Open Heaven Realm, the 4th Order to 6th Order were the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm, and the 7th Order to 9th Order were the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. The 4th Order and 7th Order were thresholds, and the powers of the cultivators in the different ranks differed greatly. The low and mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, while powerful, could not be considered true powerhouses as their heritage simply wasn't ample enough. As such, even though they had formed their own small universes, they remained immaterial. Only after one ascended to the 7th Order would their small universe materialize. Fang Tianxia was only in the 6th Order, so his small universe should be immaterial, but that wasn't the case. For some reason, his small universe had fully materialized. Moreover, he was certain that he had successfully made it to the 7th Order, but for some unknown reason, he dropped down to the 6th Order all of a sudden. Everything was a mystery to him. His ascension seemed different from those of the others. In front of him, a calming voice was heard asking, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Only then did Fang Tianxia come to his senses as he promptly replied, "I'm fine. Many thanks for your concern, Tao Lord." Yang Kai nodded and placed his hands behind his back. After pondering for a moment, Fang Tianxia cupped his fist and said, "Tao Lord, I have a question." Hearing this, Yang Kai turned to him and nodded, "Go ahead." Fang Tianxia went on to say, "I think my small universe has materialized, but I'm only in the 6th Order. How is that possible?" Hearing that, the people around him were surprised. It went against common sense for a 6th Order Master's small universe to materialize. Furthermore, they had seen Fang Tianxi's order plunging earlier. As such, his friends and juniors appeared worried. Yang Kai looked at him and replied calmly, "There were not many instances where a 6th Order Master's small universe materializes, but it's not unprecedented." Hearing that, Fang Tianxia was shocked. There were such instances in the past. Yang Kai replied, I am one such case. I suppose your mastery of the Tao of space is quite high." Fang Tianxia replied respectfully, "I only know a thing or two. Tao Lord, do you mean that the transformation in my small universe has something to do with the fact that I've cultivated the Tao of space?" "I didn't say that." Yang Kai thought. However, there wasn't a better explanation now, so he could only nod. "When I ascended to the Open Heaven Realm, I didn't make it to the high rank. Nonetheless, the same thing happened to my small universe." Fang Tianxia fell into his thoughts, but he was evidently relieved. It was reassuring to know that there were similar instances in the past, and the same thing had happened to the Tao Lord. As such, it didn't seem to be a serious issue. Just as he wanted to ask why his cultivation had dropped from the 7th Order to the 6th Order, Yang Kai beckoned to Hua Qingxi. She came over and called out, "Palace Master." Yang Kai ordered, "Bring them to the star boundary. After they manage to stabilize their cultivation, send them to profound nether territory to receive some training." Presently, there were a lot of 3rd Order and 4th Order Masters on the different battlefields, and in profound nether territory, there were even 1st Order and 2nd Order Masters. On the other hand, the weakest disciples from the Tao Temple were in the 5th Order, therefore, they had to go through some tempering. However, profound nether territory was no longer sufficient to meet the needs of training the human soldiers. That was because too many people had headed to profound nether territory in the past 300 years. Yang Kai was now preparing to open several similar training grounds. Only by having more great territories that could be used to train the next generation would they be able to meet the human race's growing needs. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai cupped his fist at Zhan Wu Hen, "Senior Ironblood, I'll take my leave now." Zhan Wu Hen nodded in response. The next moment, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot. The disciples who had cultivated the Tao of Space were awestruck by this display. There was no denying the Tao Lord was a true master of the Tao of Space. It was thanks to the Tao Lord's blessing that these disciples had a chance to cultivate the Tao of Space, but none of them were able to see how Yang Kai disappeared just now. Hua Qingxi then gathered these disciples together and introduced herself before leading them to the star boundary. Lu Jingshan approached Fang Tianxi and gently nudged him with his elbow before saying smilingly, "Don't feel dejected, junior brother Fang. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm is good as well. Didn't you hear the Tao Lord say that he didn't directly make it to the high rank when he first ascended? Given enough time, we can still become as powerful as him." He was worried that Fang Tianxi would feel downcast over the fact that his order had dropped inexplicably, so he came over and consoled him. Fang Tianxi nodded lightly. "You have a point, senior brother. I just don't understand why I failed to make it to the Seventh Order." In fact, he didn't fail. He could feel that he had succeeded, but the moment he achieved his ascension, there seemed to be a force suppressing his cultivation, causing it to drop from the Seventh Order to the Sixth Order. Regardless, he wasn't dejected, nor was he dissatisfied. In the past, he was someone with terrible aptitude, and in what he believed to be his final years, he just wanted to take in the wonderful sights of the void world before passing on. It was for such a simple reason that he left the Fang family village. It had been more than 2,000 years since then, and he had grown from an immortal ascension boundary cultivator all the way to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. There was still a broad and bright future ahead of him, so he was more than content. Lu Jingshan said, "I'm glad that you've come to accept it. By the way, that tree is enormous. What do you suppose it is?" Fang Tianxi looked in the direction Lu Jingshan pointed and saw the colossal tree in the center of the star boundary. All the disciples from the Tao Temple were amazed as they had never seen a tree of such enormity before. In fact, there was a similar tree in the void world, but no one had seen it before. Even in one of the newly formed small universes here, there was a similar sapling that swayed in the wind. However, the owner of this small universe was troubled by other matters and, as such, hadn't examined himself carefully yet. Otherwise, he would have discovered this sapling's presence. After these disciples from the Tao Temple followed Hua Qingxi and landed on the star boundary, they dispersed to enter seclusion and consolidate their new cultivation. On the other hand, Yang Kai headed to the great territory adjacent to the star boundary. Although there wasn't any war in this great territory, it was extremely bustling. That was because many human soldiers would gather together in this place to await the Supreme Headquarters deployments. Many alchemy and artifact refining bases had also been set up here. This was the Supreme Headquarters territory, and it served a similar purpose to that of the no-return pass back then. When Yang Kai arrived at this place, he made sure not to alert too many people and soon found Mi Jingluan in one of the grand halls. When they met up, Mi Jingluan appeared rather haggard. He was one of the top 8th Order masters, so it was rare to see him looking so exhausted. It was apparent that the affairs in this place had drained his energy greatly. Seeing the man, Mi Jingluan was surprised. "You finally stopped cultivating in seclusion." Yang Kai nodded. "I've just returned from the star boundary." Mi Jingluan raised a brow and asked probingly, "What's your plan?" Yang Kai glanced at him and laughed. "What kind of plan do you want me to have, senior brother Mi?" Mi Jingluan let out a sigh. "It seems that we share the same sentiment. We should cut to the chase, then. Which great territory is in the most perilous situation right now?" With a solemn expression, Mi Jingluan replied, "Twin Poles territory. The Black Ink clan have been sending increasing numbers of troops to that place. It seems that they're determined to occupy Twin Poles territory. Although we're dealing with them for now, I'm sure you know that the number of people on our side pales compared to the Black Ink clan. They have no qualms about sending their soldiers to die, but it's completely different for us humans. Now, Twin Poles territory is just like the profound Nether territory of the past. Although Xianxia has gone to take charge there now, it's impossible to turn the situation around without sufficient power." Yang Kai nodded. "Got it. I'll head to the Twin Poles territory, then." Mi Jinglun breathed a sigh of relief. That would be for the best. However, if you show up, profound nether territory. Yang Kai sneered. They don't have the guts to start a war. They had arrived at the peace deal in profound nether territory because the profound nether army had given up its absolute advantage. But if 6 arms dared to let the territory lords make a move, that peace deal would be nullified. 300 years ago, Yang Kai was able to make all territory lords cower, so 300 years later he could do the same. Mi Jinglun was stunned for a moment as he deeply felt that old men like them were gradually being surpassed by the young ones, which made him feel slightly dejected. One had to know that for a long time, 8th Order masters like them had been the pillars of the human race for millennia. However, even someone like Xianxia was unable to affect the overall situation in a great territory on his own. Although Xianxia had decided to assume command of Twin Poles territory, he could only slow the humans' defeat, not stop it, much less reverse the situation. However, this newly promoted 8th Order master named Yang Kai, who was thousands of years younger than them, was confident to the point that he showed no regard for those powerful innate territory lords whatsoever. If innate territory lords were like vipers, then Yang Kai was like an eagle hovering in the sky or a fierce wolf waiting in the woods. Be it an eagle or a wolf, his presence alone was highly intimidating to the enemy. While Mi Jinglun was dejected, he also felt gratified. It was because the rising stars in each new generation were able to cast a light into the darkness and illuminate a path for the human race to move forward upon. They only had Yang Kai now, but there were bound to be more talented people in the future. On the profound nether territory battlefield, the new Open Heaven Realm Masters had started showcasing their strength as they made a name for themselves through the blood and lives of the enemy. They were growing stronger by the day, and they would certainly be important figures in the fights against the Black Ink clan in the future. Nonetheless, there was only one profound nether territory, and over the past few hundred years, as more and more soldiers streamed into this place, the originally spacious battlefield now appeared cramped. If Yang Kai could see this, there was no way Mi Jinglun and Xianxia hadn't. The humans needed more training grounds. Previously, Mi Jinglun had wanted to ask Yang Kai to create another profound nether territory. However, after the peace deal was reached, Yang Kai went into seclusion for 300 years. Before that, Yang Kai had ordered that unless there was an emergency that absolutely required his assistance, no one should disturb him. Although no one knew what Yang Kai was doing, he must have had a very important reason to issue such a command. As such, Mi Jinglun didn't dare to disturb him lightly. Fortunately, Yang Kai headed to the Supreme Headquarters right after he left seclusion, and he shared the same sentiment as Mi Jinglun, which allowed the latter to relax slightly. This young 8th Order master wasn't only powerful, but he could also see the bigger picture. It was delightful to work with people like him. If it's possible, please create several more training grounds. I'm sure the Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to make a fuss if you're the one proposing, Mi Jinglun urged. Yang Kai guffawed. That was my plan from the start. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5592, Twin Poles Territory. The war in Twin Poles territory was at a stalemate. Around 300 years ago, the Black Ink clan was in a disadvantageous position in profound nether territory, and many of their territory lords were killed. Although they arrived at a peace deal with the humans later, that didn't mean those fallen territory lords returned from the grave. As though trying to boost their morale and restore their dignity, the Black Ink clan had intensified their offensives in several great territories, and the one where they were the most aggressive was Twin Poles territory. Apparently, the Black Ink clan had made this great territory their primary target. Over the years, they had been continuously sending more soldiers here in an effort to use their advantage in numbers to suppress the humans. In the past, if the humans were faced with attacks of such intensity, they would have lost Twin Poles territory to the enemy already. Nevertheless, with the continuous production of evil purging divine spears over the years, the humans were not without the means to resist. After the evil purging divine spears were crafted by the artifact refiners, the divine spirits who were able to use the great sun and moon marks would seal purifying light into them. Then, the evil purging divine spears would be distributed to the human masters who would put them to good use on the battlefields. For this reason, half of the evil purging divine spears originally allocated to profound nether territory had been diverted to Twin Poles territory. In any case, the territory lords in profound nether territory wouldn't dare to make a move. As such, those in profound nether territory didn't need as many evil purging divine spears as those in the other great territories. In every great battle, the things that shone the brightest were the evil purging divine spears when they exploded. These miniature suns lit up the endless darkness and helped the humans persevere in battle. When Xianxia arrived at Twin Poles territory, the two races were already locked in an intense battle. The innumerable Black Ink clan soldiers hovered in the void, as though trying to announce to the humans that they were the owners of this place. On the other hand, the humans could only use the fortresses they had built over the years to fend off the enemies. The humans in Twin Poles territory were no longer able to confront the Black Ink clan in the open, but even the strongest defense would be broken through one day if it was constantly under assault. On the battlefield, human warships moved around in a narrow range and rained down secret techniques and artifact strikes on the enemy. At the same time, the Eighth Order Masters were soaked in blood as they fought back against the territory lords. Xianxia concealed his aura and flew towards the battlefield like a phantom. He didn't have a particular target in mind, for he didn't know any of these territory lords in Twin Poles territory. As such, it made no difference as to whom he would kill first. Since he had cultivated in seclusion for 300 years, he hadn't used his Azure Dragon Spear for a long time. It was time he let these Black Ink clansmen know what it felt like to be overwhelmed by fear. Somewhere on the battlefield, an Eighth Order Master was in a perilous situation as he was dealing with two enemies at once. The Eighth Order Masters were used to such situations by now, and despite being in a tight spot, this one was able to persevere for now. Furthermore, he still hadn't used his evil purging divine spears. For this reason, the territory lords remained somewhat wary and didn't dare to go all out, preferring to keep some distance and wear down their opponent. During the intense battle, World Force and Black Ink strength clashed as the void trembled. The Black Ink clansmen who didn't manage to dodge were either killed or injured by the fallout from this clash. At this moment, the Eighth Order Master was focused on dealing with the territory lords. He pondered on the feasibility of severely injuring one territory lord despite knowing that he would be wounded as well. When Eighth Order Masters and territory lords traded injuries, there was no doubt the humans gained the advantage. That was because when an Eighth Order Master was wounded, they could recuperate by consuming spirit pills and meditate to restore their strength. However, a territory lord couldn't do that. They could endure the pain if it wasn't severe, but if a territory lord was badly injured, they had to return to a Black Ink nest and hibernate to heal. There were not many mid-rank Black Ink nests in Twin Poles territory, and all of them were currently occupied by wounded territory lords. If more territory lords were injured, they had to head to the no-return pass where there were more mid-rank Black Ink nests, as well as some 100 high-rank Black Ink nests. Over the years, more and more wounded territory lords headed to the no-return pass to recuperate. On the other hand, the territory lords who had recovered would return from the no-return pass. It was by using such mutually damaging tactics that the Eighth Order Masters effectively limited the number of territory lords who took part in the war. If all the territory lords could join the fighting, there was no way the Eighth Order Masters could fend them off. They would have to give up at least 3 great territories to rally their forces together. However, once they did that, the Black Ink clan could also concentrate their forces to regain the upper hand. That was the reason the humans were not willing to lose any great territory. This Eighth Order Master soon made up his mind as was preparing to expose an opening at the right moment so that one of the territory lords would make a move. He was putting his life on the line, but as long as he didn't die, he would be able to achieve his goal. Nonetheless, before he could do anything, a divine sense transmission suddenly reached his ear. He was startled for a moment before becoming elated. Although he never showed a chance of expression on his face, he secretly got prepared. A few breaths of time later, he bellowed, "Bastards, let's all go to hell together." Following that, an evil purging divine spear appeared and turned into a light beam that shot towards one of the territory lords. The Eighth Order Master seemed determined to destroy the other party no matter the cost. The two territory lords were fully prepared, however. As such, they immediately surged their black ink strength and formed a thick black ink cloud in front of them. This was the method the territory lords had come up with to deal with the evil purging divine spears. Purifying light was indeed the arch-nemesis of black ink strength, and once an evil purging divine spear was sent out, a territory lord would find it hard to dodge regardless of how agile they were. Since that was the case, their best option was to release a lot of black ink strength to block and offset the purifying light's power. The instant the light exploded, the Eighth Order Master and the territory lords were temporarily blinded. However, the battle intensified at that moment. Just as both parties believed they were on the winning side, fatal moves were cast all of a sudden. The thick black ink strength was dispersed in the blink of an eye. One of the territory lords, who was targeted by the evil purging divine spear, grunted as his aura plunged. On the other hand, the unaffected territory lord extended his hand towards the white light. Enduring the scorching heat, he sent his attack towards the Eighth Order Master. Both parties were in close quarters. Since the Eighth Order Master had just used an evil purging divine spear, there was no way he could dodge this attack. The territory lord could already imagine the human spraying out a mouthful of blood. However, just then, a flash of spiritual energy could be felt from nearby. Following that, the attacking territory lord felt like something had pierced into his head. The sharp pain in his mind made him lose focus for a moment, and his black ink strength faltered. His hand froze as an excruciating pain suddenly came from his chest. When he looked down, he saw a spear penetrating through him. A violent force burst forth as his burly figure exploded into countless pieces, which then spread out across the void. These two territory lords had been guarding against the Eighth Order Master using the evil purging divine spear. As such, neither of them would have expected that someone would use a soul attack on them at that moment. The territory lord lost his life while completely unsuspecting. As the blood spattered, Yang Kai hovered in the void with his spear in his hand and arched his brow. After his most recent seclusion ended, it seemed it had become easier for him to kill a territory lord. He couldn't help thinking that an open heaven realm master, especially a high-rank one, indeed had to cultivate for a long time to build up their heritage. Over the past 300 years, Yang Kai had consumed an enormous amount of resources to strengthen his world force. With the purifying effects of the World Tree clone in his small universe, he estimated that he was now 10% stronger than before he entered seclusion. It was said that Old Ginger was spicier, and this seemed especially true for open heaven realm masters. Now, Yang Kai wasn't someone who had just ascended to the Eighth Order open heaven realm. He could be considered an experienced master. Besides the increase in heritage, he also had to literally tear his soul in half to cultivate his human self. This kind of tearing was unlike activating a soul-rending thorn where Yang Kai would only sacrifice a small portion of his soul. For this reason, he became weak for the past 300 years. It was only thanks to the soul-warming lotus help that he gradually recovered. With that said, the improvement this time was conspicuous. Before, whenever Yang Kai activated a soul-rending thorn, he would feel a sharp pain in his head, which he could somewhat endure thanks to many repeated experiences. However, when he used a soul-rending thorn today, the pain he felt was less aggravating. It went to show that his soul had strengthened. Many thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind as the pieces of the dead territory lord floated past him. On the other hand, the Eighth Order Master, who received the warning from Yang Kai earlier, forcefully struck out at the territory lord who had been affected by the evil purging divine spear. The turn of events had stunned the territory lord, as he had no idea why his companion was killed all of a sudden. While in a dazed state, he turned to stare at Yang Kai. According to their original plan, he would get hit by the evil purging divine spear and offset the purifying light with the gathered black ink strength from earlier on. Then, he would join forces with his unaffected companion. He was confident that they could injure or even kill this Eighth Order Master. Nonetheless, his companion was killed in the blink of an eye. Following that, he saw a spear-holding young man with a dispassionate expression standing beside him. He found the young man familiar, as though he had seen him before. Yang Kai. After a moment of pondering, he finally recalled where he had come across this young man before. This guy was Yang Kai, the one who had managed to completely suppress the territory lords in profound nether territory. He was also the one who had kicked up a storm in the no-return pass and even escaped from the royal lord's pursuit. All the Black Ink clan's top masters had seen Yang Kai's image before. It was rumored that this human had some mysterious method he could use to kill innate territory lords in an instant. Some 30 territory lords were directly or indirectly killed by him in profound nether territory within just 30 years. The royal lord was so enraged by this that he had repeatedly reprimanded Six Arms, who was in charge of that place. Left with no other choice, the Black Ink clansmen in profound nether territory were forced to accept a peace deal Yang Kai had come up with. As such, the territory lords there couldn't have a hand in the war. When word got out, the Black Ink clan masters in the other great territories were both shocked and doubtful. Many of them felt that their comrades in profound nether territory were exaggerating Yang Kai's abilities. This human was only in the 8th order after all. Therefore, how was he supposed to suppress all the Black Ink clan masters in profound nether territory on his own? Even Xianxia was unable to achieve that. This territory lord had thought much the same, feeling that Six Arms and the others in profound nether territory were too weak and had simply let Yang Kai run rampant. If this Yang Kai had the guts to come to Twin Poles territory, he would certainly teach this arrogant human a lesson. Now, Yang Kai had really come, and it wasn't until this moment that the territory lord realized how naive he had been. It was said that Yang Kai was able to cow and intimidate all the Black Ink clan masters of an entire great territory on his own. Even if there was a bit of exaggeration, there was no denying Yang Kai was powerful, but up until now, the territory lord still had no idea how his companion was killed. There wasn't any time left for him to ponder though. While he was still in a daze, the 8th Order Master struck him with his fist. As the violent world force exploded, an indent formed on the territory lord's chest, which caused him to spray out a mouthful of black blood.